Chime. Congratulations on binding the Supreme Cultivation System. Chime. You have received a novice gift pack. Chime. You have acquired the Kusanagi sword, basic swordsmanship, 3-stage slash, and level 1 draw slash. Observation Hockey level 1. Armament Hockey level 1. Conqueror's Hockey level 1. In a storage room of 20 square meters, Yue Guang abruptly sat up. As the continuous voices echoed in his mind, he felt a tumultuous shock within him. Hockey? This is a unique ability in the world of pirates. Have I traversed into the pirate realm? Moreover, I have bound a supreme cultivation system and received a novice gift pack along with the divine Kusanagi sword. Gazing at the ancient long sword in his hand, Yue Guang murmured. His name is Yue Guang, a mere nobody. After graduating from university, he struggled to find employment and ended up working on a construction site. Unexpectedly, the scaffolding collapsed and countless steel bars and cement fell upon him, burying him beneath. Believing he had perished, he was astonished to discover he was alive, having unexpectedly crossed over into his beloved world of pirates. As a mere nobody, he was certainly familiar with the prevailing trends of crossing over in systems, yet he never imagined such an event would befall him. To confirm this was not a dream, Yue Guang stood up wielding the Kusanagi sword and gently prodded a wooden barrel taller than himself. Crack! The barrel was instantly punctured, and crimson wine spilled forth, cascading across the ground. Such was the sharpness of the sword. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Chime! You swung your sword and gained 100 experience points. Chime! Due to basic swordsmanship and 3-stage slash being at maximum level, they automatically convert into the experience required for draw slash. Chime! Draw slash has been upgraded to level 2. Chime! New skill unlocked. Fierce Dragon Slash. As he listened to the voices, a panel of attributes appeared in his mind. Yue Guang. Basic swordsmanship system gifted, no rank. 3-stage slash system gifted, no rank. Draw slash level 2 1100000 upgradable. Fierce Dragon slash level 1110000 upgradable, unlockable. Observation Hockey level 1110000 upgradable. Armament Hockey level 1110000 upgradable. Conqueror's Hockey level 1110000 upgradable. Draw slash 3-stage slash the divine Kusanagi sword. This is not a dream, it is indeed real. Feeling the surging power within his body and the newfound, seemingly innate knowledge of sword techniques in his mind, Yue Guang murmured. At the very least, one thing was certain. He had truly traversed into another realm and obtained an extraordinarily formidable system. Simply by swinging the sword, several sword techniques had leveled up, and he had even acquired new skills. The higher the level of the sword techniques, the more terrifying their power. A level 1 sword technique can unleash sword energy, sensing the heartbeats and vitality of those nearby. A level 2 sword technique can cleave through hard iron, exhibiting immense strength. One can only imagine the magnitude of power that level 3 and level 4 sword techniques would possess. Not to mention hockey. If the sword blade is entwined with hockey, its power is unimaginable. Boom! At that moment, a series of thunderous booms echoed from outside, and under the influence of the observation hockey, Moonlight could distinctly perceive the whistling of cannonballs slicing through the air. Not good, it's pirates. Pirates. Isn't the East Sea always calm? How can there be pirates? Damn it, why is this happening? I just came out for a little vacation. How could I encounter such a situation? Simultaneously, frantic cries filled the air as the tourists aboard the ship reacted to the pirate attack. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the sound of dozens of heavy footsteps resonated, announcing the arrival of the pirates. A coarse and menacing roar followed. Come on, lads. There are so many fat sheep here, it's enough for us to indulge for a while. Everyone stand still. We seek only wealth, nothing more. However, if you dare to resist, we shall not be merciful. Robbery. Bring out all your valuables, or do not blame us for being rude. Indeed, they are pirates. Welcome to the world of pirates. Upon hearing this, Moonlight opened the door and stepped outside. Though initially hesitant, upon witnessing the vast expanse of the sea and the prominently displayed flag of the Red Heart Pirates docked nearby, he was reminded of the notorious Yarlita pirate ship. Certainly, if he were to encounter them in person, his suspicions would be confirmed. With this thought, he made his way toward the ship's cabin. Inside, chaos reigned as dozens of burly men wielding swords and adorned with tattoos bellowed fiercely. All the tourists, in a state of sheer panic, huddled together, too frightened to move. Faced with the pirates, they submitted without resistance, surrendering their treasures. Although they would incur significant losses, it was preferable to losing their lives. In a world of pirates, power reigned supreme, and the lives of the weak were trampled upon without mercy. Fortunately, these pirates seemed to understand the principle of moderation. Should they kill everyone, fewer tourists would visit the East Sea in the future, so they sought only wealth. Moonlight felt his pockets, which were utterly devoid of any coins. It was evident he was a pauper, possessing not a single berry. If the pirates aimed to rob him, they had chosen the wrong target. However, at that moment, a few pirates approached him, brandishing their swords menacingly. "Money! I just arrived and am completely broke," Moonlight exclaimed, displaying his empty pockets in resignation. "Damn it, he's just a beggar. How unfortunate to encounter such a person. Get lost." Seeing this, the pirates scoffed and turned to leave. Their intentions were, after all, solely to acquire wealth. "Wait, that sword looks quite good since you have no money. Let's trade it." At that instant, one pirate's eyes lit up upon spotting the grass cutter sword in Moonlight's hand, reaching out eagerly. "You want my sword? That's out of the question for a swordsman. His sword is his very life." Moonlight replied with a faint smile, his body shifting swiftly, causing the pirate to grasp nothing but air. "How dare you resist? Hand it over, or beware of your life." To have evaded Carla's strike is quite impressive. It seems you possess some skill. Since you wield a sword, you must be a swordsman, correct? Haha, a penniless swordsman is nothing, but a lowly swordsman daring to defy us is akin to courting death. It is fortuitous that my comrades have yet to taste blood. Since you have chosen to resist, we shall make an example of you. Upon witnessing Youth's audacity to evade their assault, the pirates erupted into cold laughter. They surrounded him, ready to strike. "Young brother, judging by your appearance, while you may be a swordsman, you are hardly formidable. Hand over your sword to them and save your life." "Indeed, young brother, a wise man does not court danger. They are pirates, merciless and notorious for their brutality. Young brother, cease your resistance, otherwise you may lose your life." Onlookers, witnessing the scene, began to chime in with their warnings. A kind-hearted elder nearby stood up, offering all his belongings. "Gentlemen, this is all I possess. He is still young. Please spare his life." "Haha, kind sir, your goodwill is admirable, but it is unnecessary. These petty thieves are hardly a match for me." Chapter 2. You insubstantial swordsman. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Moonlight chuckled, bemused by the fact that after evading a few attacks, he was regarded as an easy target. Although his swordsmanship was only at level 1, it was sufficient to handle a few petty thieves. Moreover, his sword-drawing technique had already attained level 2, capable of severing even the hardest iron. Such strength positioned him among the elite of the East Sea, not to mention that under the influence of his advanced haki, its potency was even more formidable. Had his conqueror's haki reached a higher level, he would have eagerly experimented with this power bestowed only upon the chosen few. But he refrained to avoid collateral damage to innocents. Thus, Moonlight graciously declined the elder's goodwill. However, to the onlookers, this appeared as an act of ignorance, a self-inflicted demise. Truly, the audacity of youth is unbounded. The young remain oblivious to the vastness of the world, unaware of their own limitations until they face adversity. He seeks his own doom. Why should we intervene? Scoffed the crowd, their disdain palpable. A few pirates, emboldened, sneered at him. "What bold words, swordsman! You claim we mere petty thieves cannot harm you? Very well, let us witness the prowess of a destitute swordsman. Such arrogance! You shall pay dearly for your words," shouted another. "Fool, you are courting death. Eliminate him, and let everyone witness the consequences of defiance against us." With malicious glee, they advanced toward Moonlight, their faces contorted with menace, weapons drawn, intent on murder. Sighing, the elder who had intended to assist Moonlight shook his head in resignation, placing down his belly before departing. "Is that so? The consequences of defying you?" Moonlight retorted with a dismissive smile, his sword, the Kusanagi, raised high. unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy that sliced through the air with ferocity. Threefold slash. Boom. The sword energy surged forth, swift as lightning, cleaving through the advancing pirates with devastating precision. The crude flesh of the pirates stood no chance against the lethal force, instantly bisecting them, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage in its wake. The energy continued unimpeded, slicing through the cabin, shattering tables and chairs alike, extending beyond the confines of the ship until it finally ceased. This is utterly outrageous. Is he truly an unparalleled master? What a terrifying strike. The onlookers stared in disbelief, their jaws agape at the display of Moonlight's prowess. Those who had mocked him earlier collapsed to their knees in shock. The elder who had sought to assist Moonlight was rendered speechless, staring in awe. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but please keep your belly," Moonlight remarked with a faint smile as he exited the cabin. Kobe, who is the most beautiful woman in this world? Outside the cabin, a hefty woman weighing 500 pounds brandished a spiked club, glaring menacingly at a small boy. "Of course, it is you, my captain, Lady Alrita." KB trembled, his legs shaking as he spoke. "Ha ha." Yalida erupted into laughter, her cheeks jiggling exaggeratedly. The surrounding pirates joined in raucous laughter, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events within the cabin. Yalida and KB, indeed, this was the world of pirates, and astonishingly, I had found myself aboard the very ship where KB first crossed paths with Luffy. Witnessing this scene, the Moonlight was filled with unwavering certainty. He had truly entered the realm of pirates. His heart surged with excitement. In this grand era of exploration, the pursuit of the legendary treasure, One Piece, is the aspiration of every pirate, and he was no exception. Since he had arrived in this world, equipped with such a formidable system, he was naturally inclined to embark on this quest. Moreover, the countless regrets from his past life, such as the deaths of Ace and Whitebeard, were things he, as a pirate enthusiast, wished to avoid witnessing again. Additionally, the enigma of the century-long void in history piqued his curiosity. Given this second chance at life, he was determined to unravel it all. However, venturing out to sea was no simple matter. First, one required a vessel sturdy enough to withstand the tempests, and second, a navigator and archaeologist were indispensable. With that in mind, perhaps it was best to join Luffy's crew. Although he had no desire to become the Pirate King, he was eager to uncover the truth behind history and the mysteries of One Piece. Moonlight mused, solidifying his resolve. Captain, this is bad. A swordsman has slain several of our brothers. Captain, that swordsman is incredibly powerful. He has killed us with a single strike. Captain, only you can handle this." At that moment, a few pirates, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly fled towards Yalida. "Fools, what are you panicking for? It's just a swordsman. As long as it's not the bounty hunter Zoro, there's nothing to fear," Yalida bellowed, swinging her spiked club down with fury. Crack! The deck shattered, creating a large hole, and the fleeing pirates were sent sprawling. "Is it you who has taken my men?" she demanded, her gaze locking onto Moonlight. "Indeed," Moonlight replied, stepping forward with the Kusanagi sword in hand, the area around him devoid of anyone else. "Your skills are impressive. Join us and become my subordinate. I shall take you to the Grand Line, and together we shall seek One Piece." Yalida grinned, extending an invitation. Not bad, kid. You managed to slay a few of my brothers with just a sword. However, since the captain has taken a liking to you, I shall spare your life. Why not come over? Are there truly swordsmen aboard this ship? Yet, as long as you are not the bounty hunter Zoro, there is nothing to fear. Our captain is a prominent figure in the East Blue. The pirates around Yalida chimed in eagerly. Humph. A mere handful of petty thieves on a dilapidated ship dare to venture to the Grand Line and attempt to recruit me? You are not worthy. Moonlight scoffed. Is that to say you refuse my offer? Upon hearing these words, Yarlida's gaze narrowed, and a surge of murderous intent erupted. What nonsense. My words are crystal clear. Are you deaf? Moonlight scoffed. Seeking death, how dare you speak disrespectfully to our captain? You must be tired of living. An insignificant swordsman daring to be arrogant before our captain. Perhaps you are unaware of our captain's formidable prowess. Enough of this triviality. Captain, let us deal with him. Such a minor character does not warrant your involvement. Several pirates were immediately incensed. They were ruthless killers, fearsome and unyielding. They rolled up their sleeves, shouting in fury. At the mere command from your leader, they would unleash their wrath. Haha. Your leader laughed heartily. Chapter 3. Luffy invites me aboard with a swift swing of his wolf fang iron rod. He shouted, "Charge." Instantly, several pirates surged forward, filled with murderous intent, their ferocity palpable. Kobe, who was the most beautiful woman on the sea. Yerlita then turned to Kobe, inquiring, "Why yes, Lady Yerlita, you." Kobe stammered, trembling under Yarlita's imposing presence. However, as he spoke, his mouth gaped open in sheer disbelief as he gazed at the moonlight, as if he had encountered a ghost, rendering him unable to finish his sentence. Upon hearing Kobe's incomplete words, Yarlita shot him a piercing glance, ready to unleash her wrath. Yet, upon seeing Kobe's expression of shock, she followed his gaze and felt her own demeanor shift to one of gravity. My heavens, what is that? How extraordinary, truly remarkable. Is this the true power of that swordsman? How could he be so formidable? At that moment, the scene unfolding on the deck captured the attention of the visitors within the cabin, who emerged in a flurry, only to witness a spectacle of astonishment. Before them, as a dozen pirates charged recklessly, the swordsman raised his long sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy, spanning nearly 10 meters wide. Slicing through the air like a beam of moonlight, the sword energy surged forth with blinding speed, and the pirates, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by a single strike. Lifeless before they could react, the devastating force of the sword energy continued its relentless sweep, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding vessels, akin to the ferocity of crashing waves. The might of the swordsman's blade was terrifying indeed. How could it be? Carla and her group of over 10 were vanquished by a single stroke. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It is astonishing, akin to moonlight. This strength would surely best even the pirate hunter Zoro. The remaining pirates stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of this power, no longer daring to act recklessly. Some were so intimidated that they retreated to a safe distance. Damn it. How could he be so strong? It seems I must confront you personally. Yerlita's expression grew increasingly serious. This sword technique was undeniably fearsome. Even she was uncertain of her chances against it. However, as captain, retreating in the face of a formidable foe was not an option, after all. They were out at sea, and the Grand Line awaited with its legendary treasures. Pirates are, by nature, ruthless and fearless, living on the edge. Without hesitation, Yerlita charged forward, her 500-pound frame resembling a human tank, causing the deck to tremble under her weight. Coupled with the 100-plus-pound wolf fang iron rod, her power surged. With a single swing, the air around her whistled ominously, a testament to her strength. Truly, she was the captain. With such a blow, even a tiger would fall. Captain, go for it. Defeat this penniless swordsman. All hail the captain. All hail the captain, cheered the surrounding pirates. This is not good, although this female pirate is somewhat portly. Her strength is formidable. This swordsman may not be her match. Too young, indeed far too young. How could one possibly contend with this pirate leader? Alas, the tourists around were equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. Yerlita's dominance in these waters stemmed from her formidable prowess. This strike alone sufficed to validate everything. Watch out. Even Kobe could not help but shout. As a captive, he was acutely aware of Yerlita's might. It's all right. That person is incredibly strong. Just then, a refreshing voice suddenly resonated. A 17-year-old boy approached Kobe, donning a straw hat and wearing a nonchalant expression as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Who are you? Kobe inquired, momentarily taken aback by the boy's presence. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man whose ambition is to become the Pirate King. The Pirate King? Kobe was left speechless, staring blankly at the boy who had unexpectedly appeared beside him, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Suddenly jolted as if struck at his feet, he exclaimed in shock, "Why, you mean the legendary treasure left by the former Pirate King Roger, the One Piece?" "Indeed," Luffy affirmed, nodding with a radiant smile. "Currently, I am in search of companions. This person is very strong, and I wish for him to join my crew." He then pointed towards moonlight. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air. It was as if a balloon had abruptly burst, and Kobe gasped in astonishment. Quickly turning his gaze, what unfolded before him was utterly breathtaking. Yerlita charged at the unknown swordsman, swinging her iron club with intent to strike. Yet the swordsman stood his ground, unwavering. With a single hand, he braced himself and firmly caught Yerlita's hefty iron club. He then retaliated with a powerful punch that landed squarely on Yerlita's body. With an anguished scream, Yerlita's corpulent frame, weighing 500 pounds, was propelled through the air and vanished far from sight. Ah, Yerlita has been sent flying? Kobe was astounded, utterly unable to believe his eyes. Not good. The captain has been defeated by this swordsman. Quick, flee. Captain, captain. The pirates, witnessing this spectacle, were overwhelmed with shock. And without a moment's hesitation, they scattered like birds, hastily retreating. How incredible. He actually sent Yerlita flying. You are our savior. Had it not been for you, we would have surely met a dire fate. Thank you. You have saved us all. Splendid. The tourists erupted into cheers, bestowing grateful smiles upon Moonlight. Hiki. Moonlight smiled lightly. Unfazed. To him, Yerlita was merely a trivial matter. By the way, I am rather hungry. Just then, his stomach growled unexpectedly. Having just traversed here, he was indeed famished. Now, with all this activity, his hunger intensified. Moonlight awkwardly admitted, "Ha ha. Quickly, bring forth fine food and drink to honor our benefactor." Yes, yes, yes. Ha ha. The multitude of visitors erupted into laughter, promptly offering fine wine and exquisite dishes. The Moonlight had saved them all, and without hesitation, they would offer money, as this was their benefactor. Food. I want food. Upon hearing the mention of sumptuous feasts, Luffy's eyes widened with excitement, and he began to shout, disregarding the presence of Kobe as he dashed inside. The preparations were already complete, and without a second thought, he indulged himself wholeheartedly. Observing this, Kobe gritted his teeth and followed him inside. The fare among pirates was rather delightful and palatable. With the warm hospitality of the crowd, Moonlight soon found himself satiated. Acknowledging the extraordinary flavors, after exchanging pleasantries with the others, he exited the cabin to appreciate the breathtaking ocean view. Your strength is impressive. How about joining my crew? Just then, Luffy emerged with a contented burp, and upon spotting Moonlight, he extended an invitation. Chapter 4. Balumabur, will you be my companion? Observing Luffy's enthusiastic expression, Moonlight couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had been contemplating how to board Luffy's ship when, to his surprise, he received a direct invitation. After all, traversing the vast ocean alone in search of the One Piece was nothing short of folly. Without a navigator, one would be lost. Without a chef, starvation would be inevitable. Without an archaeologist, who could unravel the mysteries of the world government's century of silence. And without a ship's doctor, what would happen in the event of illness? Sailing the seas was no trivial endeavor. Indeed, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I aspire to be the Pirate King. Join me as my companion, Luffy declared, nodding enthusiastically. One could not deny the irresistible charm radiating from Luffy's smile. Moonlight hesitated. He had initially intended to secure passage on Luffy's vessel, yet here he was being invited instead. However, was this not a tad too hasty? Haha, splendid. My luck indeed seems to be fortuitous. I had planned to invite 10 individuals, and now I have one immediately, Luffy exclaimed, bursting into laughter as he jovially patted Moonlight on the shoulder, treating him as if they were already comrades. Moonlight felt at a loss for words. This fellow was truly something else. Kobe, too, was struck speechless, having never encountered such an inviting character. Luffy, I accept your invitation. But I must make one thing clear. My objective is to pursue the One Piece and uncover the lost history. Therefore, if you wish for me to join your crew, you must have an archaeology expert on board, Moonlight articulated. Understood, Luffy replied, nodding in agreement. As long as we can find them, I will certainly extend invitations. Additionally, we shall need a chef, a musician, a navigator, a shipwright, and a doctor. Moonlight nodded, pleased with the response. Very well, Captain, he affirmed, accepting the role. Excellent. Before we set sail, let us first ensure this fellow reaches the nearest island, Luffy suggested, pointing to Kobe behind him. Is this chap your concern? You truly are generous. Moonlight mused silently, nodding in agreement. Kobe's dream was to become a Marine, and had it been anyone else, they would likely have ignored him. Thank you, Mr. Luffy. Thank you, Lord Moonlight. Kobe expressed with gratitude, tears welling in his eyes as he finally encountered such benevolent souls. Hey, we need a small boat. Luffy called out to the captain. Upon seeing Moonlight, the captain nodded. For a benefactor, he would readily provide whatever was requested, even a humble boat. Thus, the trio embarked on a small vessel, setting course for the nearby island. Just as they departed, while all eyes were on them, a swift figure darted past on the pirate ship of Arlita. Although the movement was rapid, Moonlight caught a glimpse. Nami, is that you? Moonlight chuckled softly. The trio floated gracefully with the wind and soon arrived at an island. Upon disembarking, they discovered it was a small island named Shell's Town. Fortified by the 153rd Marine Branch, under the command of Colonel Monka, tasked with preventing pirate incursions. Let us first seek a place to dine, for I am famished. Upon arriving on the island, Luffy exclaimed his hunger and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards the town's tavern. What manner of appetite do you possess? Did you not just finish a meal not long ago? Kobe stared in disbelief as Luffy sprinted away, rapidly vanishing from sight. Come on. Moonlight waved his hand. He was well aware of Luffy's notorious reputation as a glutton in the pirate world. He then followed towards the town. Eventually, they located Luffy in a restaurant, where he sat before a staggering array of 40 to 50 plates, voraciously devouring his meal. Such an insatiable hunger and eating style astounded everyone present. Kobe, already taken aback, was now even more astonished. Ah, you two are here. Come, join me. Luffy called out while shoveling food into his mouth. Moonlight, speechless, chose a different table to order his own meal. After all, dining with Luffy could lead to one's own food mysteriously vanishing in the blink of an eye. All consumed by Luffy. Do you know him? A young girl brought an exquisite dish to their table, her curious gaze fixed on Luffy. Yes, he is our captain. We are pirates, Moonlight replied with a smile, glancing at the girl. It's Zurika, the one who brings food to Zoro. Luffy certainly had an eye for good locations. Upon hearing the word pirate, Zurika's eyes widened, not in fear, but in intrigue. Clearly, in this era, pirates were not an unusual sight. Many aspired to set sail in search of the One Piece. Indeed, we are pirates, but I am not. Kobe began, yet before he could finish, a loud bang echoed as a young man entered, followed by a dozen naval officers. This is bad. It's Barumabur. Quick, let's flee. They realized the trouble was brewing. Barumabur, emboldened by his father's influence, was notorious for causing havoc. The patrons around them hastily began to scatter, visibly intimidated by the young man. Young Master Baru, please. Have a seat. The food will be served shortly. The owner of the establishment hastily welcomed him. Knowing he was the son of a naval colonel and a figure of authority on the island, someone she could not afford to offend. Mother, why must we accommodate such a person? He has feasted here for days without paying. Zurika protested loudly. Silence, Zurika. Hush, do you wish to invite trouble? We cannot provoke him. Quickly, be quiet. The owner urgently admonished her, while several staff members pulled the young girl aside. Oh, it's you. I recognize you. The one who secretly brought rice balls to Zoro. I let you off the hook before, but it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Barumabur's eyes gleamed with malice upon spotting Zurika, and a cold smirk formed on his lips. Half a month ago, his dog dined here and was struck by Zili Jia, prompting him to retaliate, but was ultimately restrained by Zoro. In an effort to safeguard the establishment, Zoro willingly entered into a wager, agreeing to be imprisoned for a month without sustenance, allowing the restaurant to remain unharmed. Now, nearly 20 days have elapsed. In a gesture of gratitude, Zili Jia secretly sent homemade rice balls, but unfortunately, they were intercepted by Barumabur and thrown out. You wicked person, relying on your father's influence to act tyrannically. However, Zoro has placed a bet with you, and during this period, you are forbidden from stepping foot in this establishment. You are violating the agreement. The mere mention of Zoro incited further anger in Zili Jia. Who is Zoro? Luffy, who was indulging in his meal, inquired. He is a renowned pirate hunter in the nearby seas. Someone explained, recounting the events that transpired. I see. Upon hearing this, a flicker of rage ignited in Luffy's eyes. Is he preparing to intervene once again? Moonlight remarked with a chuckle. Roronoa Zoro, I too wish to witness his prowess. Chapter 5, Roronoa Zoro, A Breach of Promise? Ha ha ha, little brat. Do you think this is a game? Breaching a promise? Only a fool would adhere to such agreements. Not only you, but even Zoro is doomed. I have already devised a plan to execute him tomorrow. Ha ha ha, what a foolish fellow to think you would abide by any promise. Idiot. Upon hearing these words, Balloonbar erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke, pointing at Zilliqa and guffawing. What? You? Despicable. Zilliqa was instantly enraged. Yet as a mere girl, what could she do? How contemptible. As the son of a colonel, he dares to act in such a manner. What a pity. Truly a pity that the pirate hunter Zoro will perish at the hands of such a wretch. Infuriating, it is sheer villainy. The crowd around them seethed with indignation, their hearts filled with silent curses. Yet, in the face of power, they lacked the courage to resist. Ha ha ha, bring forth the finest food and drink for me. Perhaps I shall spare this little establishment if I am in good spirits. Otherwise, before dawn, I shall raise your... Balloonbar laughed heartily, bellowing at the proprietress. Bang! Just then, a pair of fists flew forth, landing a crushing blow to Balloonbar's face, sending him crashing against the wall. What trash! Luffy exclaimed angrily, standing up for justice. Master! No. This is bad. The young master has been struck. Several Navy officers gasped in alarm, rushing to assist Balloonbar. Oh no, you have struck Colonel Monka's son. This will provoke the Navy. Young man, you have brought calamity upon yourself. You must flee at once. Indeed, Colonel Monka, known as the Axeman, possesses formidable strength. You are no match for him. The crowd echoed their warnings. Although it was satisfying to witness, Balloonbar had powerful backing, and he was not to be trifled with. Why you? You dare to strike me? Do you know who my father is? He is the master of this place, a Navy colonel. Balloonbar shouted at Luffy, filled with rage. And what of it? Luffy replied coldly, his gaze sharp. Why you? If you have the guts, don't run. Just you wait. I will summon my father to have you killed. To offend me is to seek death. Balloonbar was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered someone so fearless of his father. Is that so? No need for him. I shall send him flying with a single punch. Luffy retorted coldly, before storming out toward the Navy base. Balloonbar was left dumbfounded, unable to believe that Luffy not only showed no fear but intended to confront his father. Damn it, we shall see, he muttered, following suit to report to Monka. Mr. Luffy. Mr. Luffy. Seeing this, KB also ran out after him. Well, how admirable to stand up for others. Such acts are hardly rare in a pirate world where the strong prey on the weak. Moonlight chuckled, settling the bill and following suit. Hello. Are you truly planning to seek out Colonel Monka? He is a formidable force within the Navy. Indeed, the Navy possesses immense strength, and Colonel Monka, renowned as the Axeman, is exceptionally powerful. Are you really intent on this course of action? The crowd, witnessing the departure of Moonlight, expressed their disbelief. The Axeman? While I am uncertain of his true might, I do not regard a mere colonel with any seriousness. As for the Navy, they are inconsequential. We are pirates, after all. And naturally, we are archenemies. Moonlight shrugged, as if to convey his answer, and swiftly exited the tavern. Pirates. They are indeed pirates. No wonder they exhibit such fearlessness towards the Navy. They are truly natural adversaries. The audacity of these pirates to venture onto an island occupied by the Navy is remarkable. Yet, they are not like the other rogues. They stand up for a trivial matter. They are not your average pirates. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left astounded, unable to fathom that the three were, in fact, pirates. Traditionally, pirates and the Navy are sworn enemies, so their lack of fear was expected. Yet, it was unexpected for pirates to come forth in defense of others. Pirates? How ironic that the Navy oppresses us while the pirates seek to rescue us. This is indeed laughable. Many in the crowd sighed inwardly. The Navy, which represents justice, now stands in stark contrast to the pirates, who are typically seen as evil. Even as pirates, they are extraordinary. Unlike those who engage in rampant destruction and pillaging, they are, in fact, good individuals. Zilliqa exclaimed loudly and dashed out in pursuit. Zilliqa. The tavern owner hastily followed, but by then, Zilliqa had already vanished from sight. At the Navy base, in a vast drill ground, a 17-year-old boy with green hair and a headscarf was bound to a cross. The scorching sun blazed down, roasting the earth and enveloping everything in oppressive heat. Yet, the boy remained stoic, seemingly indifferent as he faced the sunlight, awaiting something. "You must be Zoro." At that moment, a boy wearing a straw hat scaled the high courtyard wall and approached. "Get lost," Zoro retorted curtly. "You certainly are amusing. It is Zilica who sent me to rescue you. The colonel's son has violated the agreement and intends to execute you tomorrow," Luffy said, his smile radiant and carefree. "What?" Zoro abruptly lifted his head. Though he had endured hunger for over half a month, his gaze remained sharp, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, exceedingly keen. "It is true. We heard it directly from Balumber, Mr. Zoro." KB joined, addressing Zoro. "Mr. Zoro, the Navy colonel has been tyrannizing the villagers here, and his son, Balumber, has broken the agreement and seeks your life. He must have gone to file a complaint by now, and I fear the Navy will act swiftly. Please, save them." Infuriating. They are truly a pack of scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Zoro finally felt assured, having anticipated that the opponent would not uphold the agreement. Yet, driven by his principles, he had spoken as he did, only to find his suspicions confirmed. "Who dares to intrude upon the Navy base? Boldly, you dare to release the prisoner? Immediately alert the colonel. Surround them. Do not allow their escape." At that moment, the Navy became aware of the situation and opened the gates. As dozens of sailors rushed in, "Do they dare defy my authority?" Meanwhile, a thunderous shout echoed. For it was Colonel Monka who had received the news and arrived without hesitation. He then laid eyes upon Luffy and his companions. "This is bad. It's Colonel Monka. This is terrible," Kobe exclaimed in alarm, quickly hiding behind Luffy. "How infuriating. Untie me at once." Zoro shouted as well. Oh. Hearing this, Luffy hurried to assist. Yet the ropes binding Zoro were made of a special material. The more Luffy struggled, the tighter they became. "A bounty hunter like Zoro, huh? Humph. It matters not who you are. Those who dare to resist my authority must perish. Now, seize them and eliminate them." Chapter 6. Zoro joins the crew upon witnessing the scene. Monka let out a cold snicker and issued a command. Instantly, over a dozen Navy soldiers aimed their firearms, resolutely preparing to fire. The bullets tore through the air, hurtling towards them. "Damn it, hurry up. How can I possibly perish in a place like this?" Zoro felt a surge of impatience. "Ah!" Kobe screamed, burying himself behind Zoro and Luffy. "The ropes are tightening more and more, but it's all right. My companions will handle them." Luffy, too, was in a state of urgency, not due to the impending bullets, but because the ropes were constricting tighter, causing him considerable distress. "Your companions?" Zoro paused momentarily. Just then, a crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through from beyond the courtyard wall. The towering wall crumbled in an instant, the earth rending apart. As the sword energy swept across with incredible speed, effortlessly severing the bullets aimed at them. Following this, the shockwave from the blade sent the armed Navy soldiers flying. "What?" Zoro was taken aback. As a swordsman and a sword enthusiast, he inherently understood the significance of such a strike, leaving him deeply astonished. His gaze fixated on the figure emerging from beyond the wall. "Lord Moonlight," Kobe exclaimed with delight. "Oh, you've arrived. I'll leave them to you. I need to get these ropes untied," Luffy said nonchalantly, focusing on freeing Zoro. A faint voice resonated, and soon Moonlight appeared in everyone's sight. "This guy. He deflected bullets with a single stroke? He can unleash sword energy. Moreover, the speed of that energy surpasses that of the bullets. How impressive! What a terrifying slash!" The Navy soldiers also stared in astonishment at Moonlight. Such a strike was indeed fearsome. "Who are you to dare oppose the Navy?" "I am Colonel Monka of the 153rd Division." Monka fixed his gaze on Moonlight, declaring, although he was confident in his own strength upon witnessing Moonlight's prowess. He recognized his own limitations. Someone as ruthless as Moonlight was undoubtedly beyond his capabilities. At that moment, he sought to assert his authority as a Navy colonel. The Navy represents the most formidable power in the world. No one dares to confront him. Die. However, Moonlight remained unfazed, wielding his sword. A 10-meter-long crescent blade of energy emanating from his body, expanding outward. Crack. Instantly, all the Navy soldiers within 10 meters were sent flying by the sword energy. Moonlight did not strike lethally, Thus, they sustained grave injuries. Monka, unable to react in time, found his left arm shattered by the blow, his massive body hurtling backward. Soaring 50 meters before crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds, unconscious from the severity of his injuries. With a single strike, all the Navy soldiers were dispatched. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Moonlight's mind. Ding! You executed a sword draw slash, earning 100 experience points. Sword draw slash LV2 40,000 100,000, eligible for promotion. The progress of sword draw slash has increased once more, soon to reach LV3, capable of severing steel. The man, with a single stroke, has astonished Zoro, whose pupils constricted as he gazed intently at the moonlight. This sword technique deeply shook him. With a swift motion, the moonlight swung the sword, and instantly, the ropes binding Zoro were severed. Ah, they're broken. Upon witnessing this, Luffy felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Lord Moonlight, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Kobe, his face aglow with admiration. Never mind, the matter is resolved. Let us depart. Luffy waved his hand helplessly, preparing to leave. Kobe, you shall remain here as a Navy officer. Moonlight nodded, readying to take his leave. Who on earth are these individuals? Zoro murmured, suddenly shouting towards Moonlight. Hey, who are you? We are pirates. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King, and our goal is to find the legendary treasure, One Piece. Luffy responded. Pirates, you say? Allow me to join you. Zoro furrowed his brow and spoke. Luffy paused, taken aback. Although I disdain the nefarious path of pirates, having already offended the Navy, I am no longer bound by justice. Therefore, I shall join you. My ambition is to become the world's greatest swordsman. And the presence of such a person in your crew excites me, Zoro declared, casting an eager glance at Moonlight. The world's greatest swordsman, you say? Splendid. Join us and become our companion. Upon hearing these words, Luffy was instantly exhilarated, approving Zoro's inclusion without hesitation. Is it truly that simple? Moonlight remarked, somewhat resigned. Yet, Luffy's judgment of character proved astute. Zoro possessed a sharp and resolute spirit. Even the bounty hunter, Kobe said, his voice tinged with melancholy. Having witnessed Monka's brutality, he suddenly felt immense disillusionment with the Navy. Kobe, not all Navy officers are like him. We shall take our leave. And you may stay here, Luffy said, patting Kobe's shoulder, as if comprehending his thoughts. Mr. Luffy, Kobe exclaimed, touched. He understood that his momentary disappointment stemmed from the immediate circumstances. Becoming a Navy officer had been his long-held dream. How could he abandon it so easily? You are all remarkable. You truly defeated Monka. I knew it. At that moment, Zilica rushed over, and upon seeing Monka lying on the ground, she cheered with joy. Celebration? Does that mean there will be plenty of food? Upon hearing those words, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without regard for anything else, he dashed towards the town. Everyone, let us go together. Zilica was overjoyed, particularly when she glanced at Zoro. He nodded, not declining the invitation. Captain, shall we simply let them run away? Just as Moonlight and his companions were departing, at the naval base high above, numerous officers gathered, observing the scene below and inquiring of their leader. He is a captain from the 153rd branch, second only to Monka within the division. At this moment, Monka has been defeated, and the others look to him as their leader. They are pirates, the epitome of malevolence, while we are the Navy, the harbingers of justice. How can we allow these marauders to wreak havoc right under our noses? In 1 hour, we shall apprehend them. A glint of determination flashed in the captain's eyes as he resolutely issued the command. 1 hour? Indeed. Upon hearing this, all the naval officers responded promptly, their faces reflecting a similar fervor. The Navy and pirates are indeed sworn enemies, yet they each uphold their own sense of justice. Monka is brutal and tyrannical, even showing cruelty toward his own men, terrorizing the village and oppressing its people. Their anger has long been simmering. The justice of the Navy shall never embody such tyranny. Chapter 7. Do not reason with Luffy. Why do people join the Navy? Is it not because the Navy embodies justice and punishes evil while promoting goodness? Each individual possesses their own yardstick to measure right from wrong. Thus, at this moment, no one opposed the lieutenant's decision. Instead, they gazed with a flicker of satisfaction at the fallen Monka and his son Barumbor, who lay paralyzed with fear on the ground. How splendid! The Monka father and son have been defeated. Thank you for rescuing us. You are heroes. Come, come, let us celebrate our heroes and raise our glasses. At that moment, news of the Monka family's defeat spread throughout the town, igniting jubilant cheers and excitement among the populace. The Monkas had wielded their power and strength to terrorize the town, leaving the people in misery and filled with grievances. Now that they had been vanquished, joy permeated the air. Upon hearing that it was Luffy's crew responsible, gratitude surged among the townsfolk. A celebration feast was to be held. A banquet. Food. Oh my goodness. Upon hearing these words, Luffy's eyes sparkled with delight, and he drooled uncontrollably, darting off without a second thought. A feast must surely include alcohol. Zoro also chuckled, having endured hunger for over half a month. He was ravenous. Observing the two as they dashed away, Moonlight could only shake his head in silence. Whenever Luffy spotted food, he would go wild. Whenever Zoro heard about alcohol, he would become instantly animated. Is it true, Lord Moonlight, what Mr. Luffy said? Not everyone in the Navy is like the Monkas? At that moment, Kobe asked, his expression gloomy. Clearly, having witnessed this event, his once fervent admiration for the Navy had been profoundly shaken, even distorting his worldview. Haha. Your perspective is too narrow. The Navy represents the visage of the world government. The world is vast, far beyond what the Monkas or a mere branch stationed here could embody. There are many in the Navy like Monka, but they do not represent the Navy, nor do they symbolize justice. Of course, if that is your conception of justice, Moonlight replied with a faint smile. Having said this, he disregarded the astonished Kobe and proceeded toward the town. At this time, the town was adorned with festive decorations, and all the villagers were in high spirits, extending the warmest welcome to Luffy and his companions. Zilliqa invited Luffy to her family's tavern for a hearty drink. Upon seeing the food, Luffy forgot his own name. And seeing the alcohol, Zoro was equally thrilled. The two indulged heartily, displaying no reservations whatsoever. Meanwhile, Moonlight appeared composed, enjoying his fried rice in solitude. The banquet lasted over an hour, and the group was thoroughly satisfied and well-fed. All right, thank you all for your hospitality. Moonlight, Zoro, let us take our leave, Luffy declared, patting his round belly contentedly. Very well, the two nodded in agreement, preparing to depart. Just then, a contingent of Navy soldiers entered, led by none other than the lieutenant himself. Spotting the trio, he immediately barked, "It has been reported that pirates have arrived in town. It must be you. Out of compassion, we warned you to leave immediately, or do not blame us for your arrest. Is it the Navy? Humph. Damn the Navy." Upon hearing these words, the crowd around exchanged disdainful snorts. It was the pirates, not the Navy, who had saved them from peril. Their grievances were clear and distinct. All right, let us depart. However, Luffy clapped his hands, seemingly unfazed, and walked away without a care. Moonlight smiled gently, following suit, and one by one, they left, leaving only Kobe behind. Kobe hid in the shadows, gritting his teeth, determined not to reveal himself. If he wished to become a member of the Navy, he must draw a clear line between himself and the pirates. Otherwise, he would fail the scrutiny of his background. I am sorry, Mr. Luffy, Lord Moonlight, you saved me. Yet I cannot express my gratitude in person. I feel utterly useless. Nonetheless, Lord Moonlight was right. His perspective had been too narrow. Becoming a Navy officer had always been his dream. How could a mere Monka represent the world? He must persist in his aspirations. Let this kindness be etched in my heart forever. Kobe clenched his jaw, resolutely speaking to himself. Suddenly, he stood up boldly, facing the lieutenant. I wish to join the Navy and become a sailor. Please grant me permission. Kobe declared loudly, his expression unwavering. He seems to be with those pirates. The Navy personnel around him exclaimed. Pirates and the Navy were sworn enemies. How could one who had been a pirate possibly become a Navy officer? It is impossible for you to join. Upon seeing Kobe, the surrounding Navy members voiced their objections. During training, they had looked down upon him, having seen everything. I. Hearing these words, Kobe trembled, sensing a bleak future ahead. Was he to be turned away like this? With the pirates? I didn't see that. Did anyone see it? However, at that moment, the lieutenant turned his gaze around the crowd. I didn't see it. Neither did I. None of us saw it. With these words, not only the crowd but also the Navy members echoed in agreement. Everyone. Hearing this, Kobe, who had been in despair, suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope. He was exceptionally clever and immediately grasped the lieutenant's intention, turning to him with gratitude, tears shimmering in his eyes. Becoming a Navy officer is not an easy task. Although I approve your enlistment, whether you can pass the assessments remains uncertain, the lieutenant declared with authority. Yes, I will strive with all my might. No matter the trials, I shall steadfastly uphold my resolve to become a Navy officer. Kobe asserted emphatically, each word deliberate, his gaze resolute. Hey, Captain, is this our ship? Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions arrived at the seaside, only to find a small wooden boat that could barely accommodate 3 people, prompting Zoro to despair. What kind of place was the Grand Line that they could venture forth in such a vessel? Not to mention the Grand Line, even in the East Blue, a single wave could capsize them. Indeed, thus we must procure a proper ship to set sail. Luffy beamed with a radiant smile. Where are the crew members? Are we truly the only 3? Zoro couldn't help but feel exasperated as he glanced at the moonlight, then back at Luffy. The crew is still being recruited. But it won't be long now, Luffy stated earnestly. Hey, what's going on? Were you also deceived by this guy? Zoro turned his gaze towards the moonlight. The moonlight waved his hand in a gesture of helplessness. All right, let us set sail, Luffy exclaimed, pulling the 2 aboard the ship. Instantly, the 3 found themselves on a vessel that seemed on the verge of splintering, swaying precariously as they ventured into the sea. Are you certain this ship can endure until the next island? Zoro inquired while rowing. Forward, onward. Luffy sat at the bow, feigning ignorance. The moonlight sighed, remarking, You still have much to learn about reasoning with Luffy. You are far too young. Chapter 8, Orange Island in the World of Pirates. The most unwise endeavor is to reason with Luffy or share a meal with him. The moment you exhibit even the slightest hesitation, Luffy will devour your food, leaving you with naught to eat. Once Luffy sets his mind on something, he will tenaciously pursue it, impervious to any attempts at restraint. Zoro, feeling exasperated, rode alongside him as they searched for the next island. Thus, 2 hours passed. Gurgle. Luffy's stomach rumbled loudly. I'm so hungry, he exclaimed, his voice echoing his hunger. Didn't we just eat? What on earth is your stomach made of? Zoro retorted. Being a rubber man, Luffy's digestive system was decidedly unique. The more he ate, the quicker he bounced back. Moonlight was aware of this, yet had yet to witness Luffy in action. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry reverberated through the air, and they beheld a majestic eagle soaring above them. Food. Food. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he disregarded everything else, extending his arm to grasp the eagle. Watch me hunt for everyone, he declared, launching himself skyward with a rubber pistol. Luffy's arm snatched the eagle, propelling him upward. Zoro gasped in astonishment. Although a sword enthusiast, he was familiar with the legends of the devil fruits. Indeed, Luffy must be a rubber man, having consumed the rubber fruit. Moonlight nodded in understanding. While he had always known this, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. The mystical rubber fruit, harvested from the enchanted tree, endowed its consumer with the ability to stretch and contort at will. So this is the man whom such a formidable expert follows. He is truly remarkable, Zoro remarked, his expression ablaze with admiration as he gazed at Moonlight. Oh no, that fool. Yet Moonlight's attention was drawn back to the sky, where Luffy had managed to land on the eagle's back, only to lose control and tumble off, becoming ensnared in the bird's grasp. Damn it, hurry and chase after him, Zoro exclaimed, startled, as he fervently paddled in the direction the eagle had flown. However, their rowing speed was no match for the eagle's flight, and soon they lost sight of it. Despair washed over them, yet they persevered forward. Help! Help! Is anyone there? I don't want to die. I'm going to drown. As they paddled furiously, their small boat sliced through the water like an arrow. Yet, before long, a series of desperate cries pierced the air. Zoro turned his gaze toward the sounds, catching a glimpse of 3 individuals struggling in the water. Could it be that Luffy had fallen? A spark of concern ignited within him as he swam closer, only to discover 3 menacing strangers. Quick, save us. We're going to drown, they pleaded. If you rescue us, All the berries we possess are yours. Help! We will offer you anything you desire. Upon spotting the boat, the trio began to shout frantically. However, once aboard, their true nature revealed itself, and their ferocity became apparent. Robbery. Hand over all valuables, or face death. That knife looks exquisite. Give it to me. Hurry, or the buggy pirates will end your life. The three men growled menacingly. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief yet intense lesson from Zoro, the trio immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Spare my life. You must be the notorious bounty hunter Zoro. We did not realize we had crossed paths with you. Please, spare us. You claim to be part of the buggy pirates. Is there an island nearby? Moonlight inquired. Yes. There is an orange island not far from here, where our crew is stationed. We were cast into the sea by Captain Buggy for offending him. The three men hastily explained, not daring to delay. An island? The devil fruit is said to be cursed by the sea, which means Luffy is likely to seek a way to land on a nearby island. Moonlight glanced at Zoro. Good idea. Row us to the island. Zoro nodded, brandishing his sword. Yes, yes. The three men dared not resist and fervently began to row towards Orange Island. Although the boat was small and cramped with 5 people, the sea was calm and the winds gentle, allowing them to reach Orange Island swiftly. As the two prepared to disembark, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. A cannonball bursting in the sky. Eagle. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. The majestic eagle had been struck. Luffy. Moonlight and Zoro exchanged a glance and rushed towards the direction of the wounded eagle. Meanwhile, as the eagle fell, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing headfirst onto the town's central street. At that moment, several crew members of the buggy pirates were in pursuit of a nimble silhouette. Stop! How dare you steal from the buggy pirates? Do you wish to die? They shouted angrily. Get that thief. Hurry, or if Captain Buggy finds out, we are finished. Dozens of furious shouts arose as they closed in on the fleeing figure. Hee, with the treasure and the Grand Line map in my possession, I will surely make a fortune if I sell them. Nami grinned, satisfied with the map in her hands. She was Nami, the infamous thief of the East Blue, specializing in stealing from pirates. As she ran, she searched for an escape route. Suddenly, a figure descended from above, landing directly in her path, blocking her way. Is that a person? Nami screamed, startled. She stumbled back. At that moment, the buggy pirates had caught up, surrounding her completely. Thief, you have nowhere to run now. Hand over our captain's treasure, and you might suffer less. What a delightful young girl. Upon seeing Nami, they all broke into sneers. However, at that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, abruptly interposing before them. They were all taken aback. Huh? A person falling from the sky? Who could it be? Is he dead? Surely. He must be. A normal person could not survive such a drop from that height. They murmured among themselves. They all believed Luffy was dead. Ouch. Yet Luffy suddenly jerked his head up from the ground, appearing before everyone, and exclaimed, He is a rubber man, impervious to death and pain. It was merely that the height was too great, and he had inevitably sustained some injuries. A living person, indeed. What the heck? Falling from such a height and still alive? Even if you are alive, you are certainly no ordinary person. Who are you? Are you also here to seize our captain's treasure? Chapter 9. The Buggy Pirates. Oh no. If that's the case, he must be in cahoots with that woman. The crew members glared at Luffy, exclaiming, You, no matter who you are, if you dare to covet our captain's treasure, your fate is sealed. Surrender immediately. Luffy, bewildered and utterly confused, had just descended from the sky, suffering from a mild concussion, when he found himself confronted by a knife-wielding adversary, uttering nonsensical threats. Ah, finally, Captain. You've arrived. Have you hidden everything well? Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with recognition as she addressed Luffy. Captain, who are you? Luffy asked, his confusion only deepening. The surrounding pirates, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Indeed, they are accomplices. Seize them. How dare you attempt to steal from the buggy pirates? You must be tired of living. They shouted, lunging towards the pair. In the chaos, Nami seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed, turning to flee. Hey. What on earth is going on? Stop right there, or I won't hold back. Luffy shouted, but was met with indifference as the pirates continued their assault. What a dreadful situation, Luffy thought, feeling exasperated. Faced with the wrathful mob intent on ending his life, he bellowed, "Gum gum." Whip. Instantly, his leg extended, transforming into a long whip that swept across the crowd, sending pirates sprawling to the ground. "Who knew you were this formidable?" Nami, having returned, gasped in astonishment at the scene before her. Initially worried after leaving, she had rushed back, reassured by the thought that if Luffy could survive such a fall, he could surely handle a few petty thieves. "And who might you be?" Luffy inquired. "My name is Nami," she introduced herself, her eyes lighting up with a burgeoning idea. If she could secure Luffy's cooperation, her plan could be realized effortlessly. "Nami, I'm hungry. Where can I find something to eat?" Luffy inquired eagerly. "Food? Oh, there's plenty. I know a place with a feast, but you must cooperate with me. If we succeed, you'll never have to worry about food again." Nami replied with a sly grin, resembling a cunning fox. All right. Take me there." Luffy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his previous concerns forgotten. "First, I need to tie you up. Then we can proceed as planned," Nami said with a smile. Luffy nodded eagerly. As long as food was involved, he was willing to comply. Is this truly a town? Why is it so desolate? And where is everyone? What on earth has transpired? Moonlight and Zoro walked ashore, heading towards the town. The town lay desolate, devoid of any inhabitants, its streets lined with dilapidated houses and scattered ruins. Zoro could not help but inquire before Captain Buggy arrived. This was a thriving town, yet now it has fallen into such disrepair. "It is not entirely our fault. Captain Buggy is a good man, but the townsfolk, lacking discernment, chose to oppose us, leading to this unfortunate outcome." Indeed. The three members of Buggy's crew hastily clarified as they followed suit. "Oh, if I recall correctly, it was you who instigated them," Zoro scoffed, harboring a deep disdain for such pirates. Suddenly, the three men fell silent, shivering in fear. "Take me to your captain." "If Luffy were to learn of these events, he would undoubtedly not spare you," Moonlight stated. In this era of rampant piracy, such occurrences were not uncommon. Lies were as expendable as weeds, and the survival of the fittest reigned supreme. What could these ordinary villagers do against a pirate crew? If they resisted, death was their only fate. Yes, the three men dared not delay and promptly led the way. How infuriating. Those are the pirates of Buggy's crew. Moreover, there are two others accompanying them. How dreadful. Their ranks have swelled. Regardless, we must resist, even if it leads to our demise. We cannot allow them to ravage our village. As the five departed, a group of villagers, confined behind a makeshift barrier on a hillside, witnessed the events unfold through telescopes. Erupting in anger, they were the townsfolk, driven to this location. Observing the relentless destruction of their village and the merciless slaughter by the pirates, they resolved to fight back. The village chief is ahead gathering intelligence. We await his signal to strike. They declared, "Captain, bad news. The treasure has been stolen by a thief." We pursued, but encountered a formidable opponent and were all defeated. At that moment, aboard a colossal ship belonging to Buggy's crew, numerous pirates indulged in feasting and revelry. When suddenly several of those who had chased the thief came tumbling back, shouting towards the captain's quarters. "What did you say? My treasure was stolen by a thief? And you failed to capture him?" A chilling voice echoed from an opulent chamber. "Captain, please listen. That person is not ordinary. He. The few present trembled in fear, eager to explain. "Save your breath. I tolerate no incompetence aboard my ship. Since you lost track of him, prepare to face your demise." The voice dismissed their pleas, and with a cold command, a hand severed into 3 pieces shot forth, lifting the 3 men high, ready to execute them. "Buggy, the captain?" At that moment, a voice pierced through, as Nami appeared, having bound Luffy. "Captain, it was her. She stole our treasure. That wretched thief dares to walk into her own trap. Kill her. Upon seeing Nami, several pursuing pirates exclaimed, "Oh, are you the one who stole my treasure?" Sensing the commotion, the notorious clown pirate Buggy released his grip and emerged from the room, fixing his gaze upon Nami. Is this truly the illustrious pirate, Buggy the Clown? Nami felt a slight astonishment upon witnessing Buggy's true form, yet her face remained adorned with a smile. "Master Buggy, you are mistaken. I have come to ally with you. This individual is my captain. It was he who instructed me to pilfer your belongings. However, I have now turned away from the shadows and embraced the light, Nami declared, smiling as she presented the acquired treasure and navigational charts. Chapter 10. Inviting Nami. The buggy pirates are not the kind of petty pirates. She aims for something grand, a feast to sate her hunger. Oh. Observing the reclaimed treasure map and riches, Buggy's expression fluctuates like the weather, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Even Nami finds herself unnerved for a moment. You have pilfered my treasures and map, and now you return them, expecting my forgiveness? Brothers, what do you think I should do? Buggy chuckles sinisterly, his vividly painted face growing increasingly menacing. At this point, he builds suspense. Ha ha ha, of course, we must kill her. Indeed, let us eradicate this wretched thief. How dare she steal from the esteemed Buggy? The crew erupts in wild laughter at his words. Upon hearing this, Nami's countenance pales, cold sweat trickling down her face. Just as she feels the impending doom and her hand rests on the weapon at her waist, Buggy suddenly bursts into laughter. Of course, we shall accept you. It is rare for one to abandon the shadows for the light. Ha ha, my crew, I ascend this splendid. Buggy roars with laughter. Ha ha ha, truly, Captain Buggy, how magnificent. Indeed, there is nothing more splendid than this. Long live Captain Buggy, the mighty Captain Buggy. The crew cheers in unison. Let us welcome my new companion, Nami, my crew. Let us celebrate. Buggy laughs heartily. Phew. Seeing this, Nami breathes a silent sigh of relief, her hand loosening from her weapon. Regardless, she has managed to bluff her way through. Hey, where is the food? Luffy, oblivious and dazed, turns to Nami with his question. At this moment, he displays no awareness of his predicament, still searching for something to eat. Nami is left speechless, while the buggy pirates confine Luffy to a cage and begin their revelry. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Moonlight and Zoro follow three guides through the streets, when suddenly, a roar of cheers echoes from afar. Zoro, with keen eyes, points into the distance and inquires, is that not where the buggy pirates reside? Surely, Captain Buggy is celebrating again. Our crew revels daily, to be honest. Captain Buggy treats us quite well. Yes, indeed. The three nod in agreement. In that case, lead on. Zoro commands. The trio hastens, not daring to show any complacency in the presence of the infamous bounty hunter. On the other side of town, several villagers, armed and resolute, descend from the mountains, determined to confront the buggy pirates in a fight to the death. Upon hearing the cheers, their expressions darken. Those scoundrel pirates are wasting our food again. How infuriating. Those brigands. Just wait until they are inebriated. We shall strike them down. They shout in unison. At this moment, aboard the buggy pirate ship, everyone is caught up in revelry, culminating in Buggy testing the buggy ball before Nami. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon a small town, Nami's expression turns grim. She harbored a sense of unease, realizing she had underestimated these individuals. So, Nami, how do you find the power of my specially crafted buggy bomb? Buggy inquired, grinning at Nami. It's quite impressive. It obliterated the town. Nami forced a smile in response. Is that so? As long as you are satisfied, let us conclude this banquet with a grand spectacle. Buggy exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He commanded that Luffy be brought forth, then aimed the buggy bomb, pointing with a flourish. Me? Nami's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Nami. This fool may be your captain, yet he cannot provide you with what you desire. Shouldn't he be eliminated? Buggy's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with malice. Eliminate him, and you shall be one of us. Consider it your official induction. Yes, little thief cat Nami. Despite his flippant demeanor, he was astutely aware, unwilling to let anyone deceive him so easily. Nami's face paled. She had not anticipated his cunning, realizing he had thoroughly investigated her background. When did this happen? A wave of dread washed over her, acknowledging she had gravely underestimated this band of pirates. Nami, Nami, little thief cat, little thief cat. Kill him, kill him. At that moment, upon Buggy's command, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. Several individuals advanced, thrusting Nami before the cannon, the buggy bomb already primed for ignition. Come now, little thief cat, slay him, and you shall be one of us, a pirate sneered, extending a torch towards her. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, clamoring for Nami to slay Luffy. How infuriating. This. Nami hesitated. She was merely a thief, having never taken a life, and she only stole from pirates. After all, it was ill-gotten wealth, and she felt justified in her actions. Yet, to murder Luffy, her heart wavered, instinctively repulsed by the thought. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a crescent-shaped blade of energy slicing through the air. The sword Oro was devastatingly sharp, shredding everything in its path. Even the pirate ship was torn apart. The blade swept violently towards Luffy's cage. Crack! The cage shattered into splinters, and Luffy was freed in an instant. Who dares? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! How dare you destroy our pirate ship? Who is responsible? The surrounding pirates shouted in fury upon witnessing the commotion. Buggy's expression darkened as he gazed at the two unexpected arrivals. Moonlight, Zoro, you have finally arrived. Luffy exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. I leave this to you. I am quite hungry, so I shall go eat. After making this declaration, he sprinted towards the untouched food, devouring it voraciously, oblivious to his surroundings. Is now truly the time for a meal? Zoro remarked, rendered speechless. Who are you? Dare to cause chaos in my domain. Buggy's countenance turned icy as he regarded the two. I am Buggy the Clown, captain of the Buggy Pirates. To dare kidnap our captain is a death wish. However, my purpose for being here is, of course, the nautical chart of the Grand Line. Moonlight remarked, gazing at Buggy. You desire my nautical chart? Upon hearing this, Buggy's expression turned icy. How do you know about the chart? Nami was taken aback. The chart of the Grand Line was something she had discovered on Alvida's ship, which Buggy had stolen. It was an exceedingly confidential matter, so how could anyone else possibly be aware of it? You need not concern yourself with how I know. You are a navigator, are you not? I sensed your presence aboard Alvida's pirate ship, and I never expected to encounter you here once more. So, what do you say? Join us as our navigator. Moonlight smiled at Nami, extending the invitation. As your navigator? Nami was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for such a direct proposal. Chapter 11. The initial display of Conqueror's Haki indeed. We are set to embark on the Grand Line, and a navigator is essential. Moonlight nodded and engaged in conversation with Nami, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Hey kid, while your strength is impressive, your arrogance is rather unbecoming, don't you think? The Buggy pirate crew is not to be trifled with. Are you disregarding us? One pirate exclaimed in outrage. How infuriating. Your audacity is astounding. Observing this scene, the surrounding pirates seethed with anger, feeling utterly slighted. If you desire my navigational charts, well, let us see if you possess the capability to procure them. Buggy sneered, brandishing a map before Moonlight. Captain, why should you soil your hands with such lowly foes? Allow us to deal with them. One of the crew interjected. This swordsman has some skill, even comparable to the legendary pirate hunter Zoro, but he is woefully outmatched. Remember, we are 500 strong. If all 500 of us strike, one blow apiece will surely end you. The pirates rallied, brandishing their swords with fierce determination, encircling Moonlight and his companions. Meanwhile, Luffy was blissfully unaware, engrossed in his meal. Do they truly believe that numbers alone can secure victory? Zoro scoffed, drawing his 3 swords and assuming his combat stance. No need to intervene, Zoro. Moonlight raised a hand to halt him. This was the perfect opportunity to test a particular ability he had long wished to explore, albeit with limited control until now. You'd best keep your distance, otherwise you might get caught in the crossfire. Moonlight advised Nami with a smile. Understood. Nami nodded, astonished by Moonlight's request, but she swiftly retreated, soon vanishing from sight. Moonlight smiled faintly as he approached the Buggy pirates. What is he planning? Is he truly going to confront 500 alone? Zoro wondered, though he refrained from acting. Are you suggesting that you can take on all 500 of us by yourself? You must be courting death. No matter how formidable you are, should we attack together, you will meet your demise without a trace. The pirates roared, their confidence swelling. Brothers, let us show this kid the extent of our might. Eliminate him. They charged toward Moonlight, their voices a cacophony of rage. Suddenly, Buggy felt a jolt of unease, an unsettling sensation washed over him. For reasons unknown, he sensed a formidable power emanating from Moonlight. Having been aboard the Pirate King's ship and witnessed the world, he recognized it. Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, as the 500 pirates advanced, Moonlight simply smiled serenely. Conqueror's Haki unleashed. A wave of invisible force erupted from him, affecting all within 1,000 meters radius. As the pirates charged forward, they suddenly found themselves immobilized, as if ensnared by an unseen force. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness, paralysis. In bewilderment, their bodies twitching in a disarray of confusion. In an instant, all 500 pirates lay defeated, stripped of their combat prowess. What transpired here? Even Zoro felt the weight of this overwhelming presence, yet he remained resolute. However, upon witnessing the sudden downfall of his comrades, a sense of dread washed over him. Luffy, startled, halted his meal, eyes wide in astonishment at the scene unfolding around him. Conqueror's Haki, Buggy exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the moonlight, speaking with deliberate clarity. With his extensive experience, he recognized this formidable force. He had not anticipated encountering such power in the East Blue. This was a strength reserved for the chosen few. What is Conqueror's Haki? Luffy inquired, his confusion mirrored by Zoro, both grappling with the sheer terror of a power capable of vanquishing 500 foes in an instant. Yet Buggy paid them no heed, his focus solely on the moonlight as he murmured in disbelief. It was astonishing to witness someone wielding such strength in the notoriously weak East Sea. Hand over the sea chart and vacate this village, Buggy, the moonlight intoned coolly, raising the grass cutter sword as the armament Haki surged forth. The blade transformed into a deep black hue, emanating an enigmatic aura of power. Armament Haki? This complicates matters. Buggy's expression soured at this revelation. The true might of a devil fruit user lay in their extraordinary abilities, which often surpassed human comprehension, especially for one like him. A user of the Chop fruit. Ordinary strength posed no threat to him, but when infused with Haki, even a Logia-type user could be harmed. Nevertheless, who was Buggy? Once a crewmate of Roger, a master of the Chop fruit, and the captain of his own pirate crew, he had vowed to seize the ultimate treasure, One Piece. To cower before a strong opponent was not the way of a pirate. Upon realizing the situation, Buggy bellowed, "You want my sea chart? Dream on. Though you possess formidable strength, do not underestimate me, Buggy the Clown. Kabaji Machi." To me. At his command, two figures descended from the sky, a man with a mane of white hair riding a lion and another wielding a large blade while riding a motorcycle. These two were the elite officers of Buggy's crew, skilled fighters capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. It seemed they had encountered a formidable challenge. Yet with their presence, all would be well. So, you dare to declare war on the Buggy pirate crew? Prepare for the consequences. They sneered, surveying their surroundings before turning their gaze to the moonlight. Kid, this is the true might of the Buggy pirate crew. Let us demonstrate it to you. Buggy commanded, rallying his comrades. Attack together. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, one drove the lion forward while the other, mounted on a bicycle, brandished a greatsword, charging towards the moonlight with lethal intent. Meanwhile, Buggy was not idle. His form shattered into countless fragments, each wielding a dagger, all converging upon the moonlight. The trio launched a coordinated assault, besieging the moonlight. How audacious it was for three to gang up on one, as if they were taking advantage of our solitary presence. At that moment, Zoro unsheathed his sword, intercepting the approaching swordsman. Your opponent is me. Luffy also appeared before Buggy, his fist ready for action, having replenished his energy. He was eager to engage in a fierce battle. Hey, I was just about to take them down together. You are stealing my glory, Buggy exclaimed, visibly displeased. Characters like Machi and Kabeji were hardly worthy of his regard. Chapter 12 versus Buggy's pirate crew. The only challenge posed by Buggy lies in his disjointed abilities. With his current mastery of Haki, it is improbable for him to eliminate his foes in a single strike. Together, we shall confront him. You truly underestimate us. We are the officers of Buggy's pirate crew, distinct from mere insects. Observing the moonlight without a glance, Machi's fury ignited. He lashed out with his whip, striking Ricky fiercely. In pain, Ricky bared his teeth and lunged at the moonlight. Sighing at the scene, the moonlight drew his sword, swiftly sheathing it. With a resounding crack, a crescent of sword energy erupted, cleaving the air into three segments that viciously struck outwards. After sheathing his blade, the oncoming Ricky and Machi were already sent sprawling by a single blow. Blood splattered as they fell unconscious. With a single stroke, They were utterly helpless before the moonlight. Machiriki, how infuriating. Witnessing this, Kabaji and Buggy could not help but roar in anger. However, against Zoro and Luffy, they could not afford to be careless. Unable to divide their attention, was it truly vanquished in one blow? As expected of you. Leave this one to me. It's the perfect opportunity to hone my swordsmanship. Zoro, secretly astounded by the moonlight's prowess, turned his gaze towards the advancing Kabaji, his expression growing grave. This was no mere underling he had previously dispatched. This fellow is an ability user. Allow me to handle it. Luffy also engaged Buggy. Though Buggy's fragmented powers were troublesome, Luffy had his own means. Only those with abilities could confront ability users. Others were helpless against him, yet he had a strategy. Very well, I shall leave it to you. I will take care of the rest. With that, the moonlight shrugged and leaped from the ship, observing the throngs of villagers rushing forth. They had joined forces with the village chief who had been gathering intelligence, and upon sensing the commotion, they charged in. The renowned Buggy's pirate crew was being dealt with in such a manner? At that moment, Nami emerged joyfully carrying a large sack filled with the entire wealth of Buggy's crew, only to be met with a startling sight, her astonishment palpable. Buggy's crew was no mere rabble. They held considerable notoriety in the East Blue. To think they could be dispatched so easily. Who are they? Her attention was soon captured by the rushing villagers. Her curiosity piqued. Halt! Just as the group reached the ship, the village chief abruptly halted, blocking their path. He too stared in disbelief at the scene aboard the vessel, astonishment washing over him. What transpired? A power struggle within? No, this was not an internal conflict. Those three should not belong to Buggy's crew. My heavens, look! That beast tamer Machi has been defeated, and his beast lies slain. The officer Kabaji has been subdued. And that captain, who is the young fighter battling him? Another ability user? Remarkable, he can extend his own arm. What is happening here? Not only the chief, but all the villagers were also left in a state of shock. They arrived with a resolute determination to face death, only to be confronted by an unexpected scene. Everyone remained rooted in place, unwilling to take a step further and disturb them. In the face of the thronging villagers, Moonlight unleashed a single sword strike. In an instant, a chasm several feet deep was cleaved between Moonlight and the onlookers. Moonlight spoke tersely and succinctly, showing no inclination to explain himself. He intended to leave once the matter was resolved. He still had to journey to the Grand Line. He could not afford to squander time in such a place. This cannot be real. Has a single sword truly ruptured the very earth? Such power. The villagers stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such might. Compared to this man before them, the Buggy pirates seemed utterly weak. Who are you? What is your purpose? What are they doing? Observing the scene, the village chief inhaled sharply, fear evident in his eyes. Yet he gazed intently at Moonlight, asking gravely, Our aim lies with the Buggy pirates. It has nothing to do with you. Therefore, if you wish to avoid trouble, remain here quietly, Moonlight replied coolly. Village chief, it seems he speaks the truth. Look, the members of the Buggy pirates have already been dealt with. Indeed, 2 others appear to be his companions, engaged in battle with the pirates. He is so formidable that there is no need for deceit. At least for now, we need not provoke him. Upon hearing this, the village chief hesitated, pondering the veracity of Moonlight's words, while the villagers around him murmured in agreement. Is that so? We shall remain here motionless. However, should you intend to destroy this village, we will fight to the death to thwart your desires. The village chief nodded, gazing at Moonlight, his teeth clenched. Moonlight acknowledged him with a nod, turning his attention to the battlefield. At this juncture, the fight was nearing its conclusion. Initially, Zoro had been caught off guard by Kabaji's dazzling tricks, sustaining numerous injuries, but ultimately unleashed his sword technique, cleaving Kabaji in 2. Meanwhile, Luffy's battle also reached its end, despite enduring continuous injuries. He found himself at a disadvantage in a one-on-one confrontation. Even his rubber body could not withstand the barrage of Buggy's blades. Eventually, Nami discovered Buggy's weakness. His feet could not leave the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she assisted Luffy, who then delivered a powerful blow that sent Buggy flying. In the end, victory was theirs. The Buggy pirates were utterly vanquished. Relieved, Luffy gazed at his hat, now marred by cuts, feeling a twinge of sorrow. This had held profound significance for him. and he had made a promise to someone. He never expected it to be damaged in such a manner. Thank you for saving me. I can help repair your hat, Nami offered. Is that true? I truly appreciate it. However, Moonlight has already extended an invitation to you. Allow me to do so again. Join us as our navigator. Luffy looked at Nami, reiterating the invitation. Joining you is impossible. My goal does not lie in the Grand Line. I have a greater affinity for treasure. However, we can collaborate. I assume you wish to travel to many places, and I can guide you while gathering treasures along the way. Nami replied with a smile. Having survived numerous life-threatening experiences, they have indeed become steadfast companions through adversity. Shall we collaborate? Absolutely, replied Luffy, nodding in agreement. He then gestured towards the slumbering Zoro on the ground, saying, Moonlight, let us set forth towards the Grand Line. Captain, to embark on the Grand Line, we must at least possess our own vessel. And this fellow, how audacious he is to sleep so soundly. Upon hearing this, Moonlight cast a helpless glance at the sleeping Zoro. To be able to rest in such a place, surviving until now is truly a miracle. Rest assured, we will certainly acquire a ship, Luffy confidently affirmed, his expression imbued with an enigmatic assurance. Chapter 13. The observation Haki Moonlight was rendered speechless, a sentiment shared by Nami. He then gestured towards the ship of the buggy pirates and stated, Let us make use of this vessel until we acquire our own. Ah, what a splendid idea! Luffy exclaimed, clapping his hands in agreement. I just noticed that the supplies aboard are rather scarce. We must replenish them promptly. Otherwise, given your appetite, we won't last a day. With a sigh, Moonlight boarded the ship, surveying its interior before declaring, Clearly, this island offers no prospects for resupply. Thus, let us set sail. Nami nodded, casting a glance at the hostile villagers across the chasm, their settlement marred by the devastation wrought by Buggy's cannon fire. She sighed indeed. Luffy agreed with a nod, offering no objections. Moonlight hoisted Zoro, weighed anchor, and unfurled the sails. Hey, wait for me, Luffy exclaimed, extending his arm to grasp the edge of the ship and leaping aboard. Nami chuckled, her smile radiant, as the group departed from Orange Island. Have they truly left? Are these individuals not villains? The villagers pondered, observing the distant figures. They commandeered Buggy's ship. Could they also be pirates? In these waters, if one is not a member of the Navy, they must be a pirate. As the four figures receded into the horizon, the villagers of Orange Island stood in stunned silence, murmuring among themselves. Regardless of their true nature, they are heroes to us. Had they not intervened, we would still be under attack from that band of pirates. Reclaiming our village would have been an insurmountable challenge. We owe them our gratitude, the village chief mused. Indeed, they are our benefactors. Another villager concurred. Have they truly departed without our thanks? Quick, call them back. We must express our appreciation. At the chief's words, the villagers snapped to attention, calling out to the retreating figures. Hey, thank you. We truly appreciate your help. Benefactors, allow us to express our gratitude. The chorus of voices resonated from the island. What are they saying? Luffy inquired, gazing curiously at Orange Island. Who knows? Perhaps they are expressing their thanks, Nami shrugged, glancing at the currents and the clouds above, breathing a sigh of relief. Well, the currents and clouds indicate that our course is secure. We can relax now. Oh, Moonlight, what are you up to? Luffy asked, turning his attention to him. After Nami had finished speaking, Moonlight approached Luffy, who regarded him with curiosity. Attack me. Assist me in my training, Moonlight stated calmly. He intended to hone his observation haki. They have embarked on their journey, and the foes they encounter will undoubtedly grow stronger. His swordsmanship is sufficient to traverse the Eastern Sea with ease. However, should he face an adversary imbued with demonic powers, victory may come easily. Yet inflicting damage becomes a formidable challenge. Thus, he must intensify his training. The observation haki is a skill honed through continuous evasion. With the system at his disposal, he can train independently, but nothing compares to the efficacy of battling against others. Would you assist me in my training? Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, just focus on your attacks. The more relentless, the better. I shall concentrate on evasion. Moonlight nodded and promptly closed his eyes. Are you not going to fight with your eyes open? Nami inquired, perplexed by his actions. There is no need. If I were to keep my eyes open, It would hardly be called training, Moonlight replied with a smile, beckoning Luffy with a gesture. Come now, unleash your attacks with fervor. All right, this shall be entertaining. In that case, prepare yourself, Moonlight, Luffy exclaimed, rubbing his palms together as he launched an assault. Gum Gum Pistol. Bang. A powerful fist shot forth with remarkable speed. Whoosh. Yet, Moonlight effortlessly evaded the attack with a swift motion. Despite his eyes being closed, the first level of observation haki enabled him to sense the surrounding energies. Just as he dodged, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. You have utilized observation haki once, earning 100 experience points. Ding. Observation haki 110,000. Indeed. This method proves effective, allowing for rapid adaptation in combat. Moonlight's heart swelled with determination. Impressive. In that case, I shall not hold back. Luffy was taken aback, his face lighting up with exhilaration. Good. Do not restrain yourself. Unleash your full power. Moonlight nodded, assuming a defensive stance. Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy shouted, his fists igniting with energy as he launched a torrential barrage of strikes. Instantly, dozens of fists surged forth, assaulting Moonlight like a tempest. Bring it on. Feeling the onslaught. Moonlight nodded, activating his observation haki and commencing his evasion. Ding. You have utilized observation haki, earning 100 experience points. Ding. You have utilized observation haki, earning 100 experience points. Ding. Observation haki level has increased. Observation haki LV 21-100, 000. Each use grants 100 experience points. After 100 punches, Moonlight's observation haki leveled up. Upon reaching level 2, he found it effortless to sense the energies, movements, and the gust of punches surrounding him, enabling him to evade with greater finesse. Luffy could no longer land a single blow. What an astonishing spectacle. What manner of creature is this? Luffy's assault resembles a tempest, relentless and overwhelmingly dense. Remarkably, he evades with his eyes closed, effortlessly sidestepping every strike. Indeed, Luffy cannot land a single blow, moving with exquisite grace. Witnessing this, Nami was utterly astounded. What is happening? At that moment, Zoro awoke, rising from the ground, not from natural slumber, but rather due to Luffy's rubber barrage inadvertently striking him, jolting him awake. What is this? Subsequently, Zoro beheld the scene of Luffy engaged in combat with Moonlight. Initially taken aback, he surmised they were locked in battle, but upon closer inspection, he realized the truth was far from his assumptions. Rather, Luffy was the one attacking, while Moonlight deftly evaded, eyes closed. Yet, what astonished him further was that despite this, Luffy could not land a single punch. Moonlight evaded with such effortless elegance, while Luffy, in stark contrast, was beginning to pant, his stamina waning. Ultimately, he came to a halt, utterly exhausted and famished. Luffy stuck out his tongue, a visage of hunger etched upon his face. Chapter 14. The Usopp Pirates Don't Stop. At these words, Moonlight involuntarily opened his eyes, expressing his helplessness. Under Luffy's fierce onslaught, his observation haki was rapidly growing in experience. It was on the verge of another upgrade when Luffy suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Incredible! Let me take a turn." Seeing this, Zoro's fighting spirit ignited. He was a swordsman, and Moonlight was also a swordsman, one who surpassed him. His ambition was to become the world's greatest swordsman. Witnessing someone stronger than himself awakened a profound sense of battle within him. All right. In response, Moonlight nodded and closed his eyes once more. Prepare yourself. I shall not hold back. If I happen to cut you down, do not blame me. Zoro chuckled coldly. Bring it on, if you can hit me. Moonlight replied indifferently. All right. Zoro bellowed, drawing his sword and launching an attack. His momentum was fierce and unrelenting. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Zoro unleashed a sword technique that rivaled Luffy's against Moonlight. Amidst the tempest of sword strikes, Moonlight effortlessly evaded, displaying remarkable ease and grace. Zoro, faster. Moonlight remarked casually. Damn it. Two-sword style. Zoro roared. With the dual blades in hand, a chime echoed. Ding. Observation haki level increased. Ding. Observation haki LV 311 million. Upgraded to LV 3. At that moment, Moonlight felt a transformation before him. Although his eyes were closed, he could perceive Zoro's aura, attacks, and even his movements with clarity. He could even foresee Zoro's next strike. Is this the essence of LV3 hockey? Zoro utilized three-sword style. Moonlight noted, sensing the shift in his body. Sure. Zoro nodded, feeling the pressure without needing to be told. He unleashed all three swords in a ferocious assault. It was as if a tempest of sword rain had erupted on the ship, fierce and rapid. Moonlight, amidst the sword storm, deftly evaded, remaining completely unaffected. By the end, Zoro was left breathless, collapsed on the ground. If even his beastly physique succumbed to exhaustion, one could only imagine the extent of Moonlight's prowess. How is it possible? I couldn't land a single hit on you? The gap between us is truly this vast? Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. He knew Moonlight was stronger, but he never anticipated the difference would be so significant. Incredible, Moonlight. How did you manage to evade Zoro's attacks? Luffy gazed at Moonlight with admiration. Indeed. How did you do that? Nami added, equally astonished. It was astounding that with so many strikes from Zoro and Luffy, not a single one connected. And to think he dodged them all with his eyes closed. This is Haki, specifically observation Haki, which allows one to sense the opponent's aura and strength. Unfortunately, this power is rather enigmatic, and I cannot teach it to you. Moonlight smiled softly. The essence of dominance resides within everyone. However, few possess the ability to cultivate it. As for teaching others this prowess, he is indeed at a loss. His gift is bestowed by the system, an innate endowment akin to a birthright, distinctly separate from others. Dominance? What is that? Never mind. I am famished. Nami, is there an island nearby? Luffy paused, perplexed, and then, feeling the emptiness in his stomach, directed his inquiry to Nami. I shall not learn from you. I intend to defeat you and grow stronger. Zoro asserted decisively. He harbors his own pride and confidence. Even if Moonlight wished to impart knowledge, he would remain unyielding. An island? Let me see. Ah, there it is, just nearby. It's called Syrup Island. I believe we can replenish our supplies there. Nami examined the nautical chart, her finger resting on a nearby isle, announcing. Upon concluding, they beheld a small island emerging gradually on the southeastern horizon. Ah, it's an island. Splendid. Luffy exclaimed joyfully at the sight. Indeed, a testament to her prowess as a navigator. Zoro, prostrate on the ground, gave a thumbs up, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Naturally, with me as the navigator aboard this vessel, it poses no challenge. Nami proclaimed with confidence. In matters of navigation, she holds an undeniable mastery. Syrup Island, you say? Moonlight murmured, gazing toward the distant isle. Meanwhile, on Syrup Island, a man with a long nose, adorned with goggles, and a backpack slung at his waist, observed Moonlight and his companions from afar. The conspicuous pirate flag fluttered, strikingly vivid. Captain, have you spotted anything? Regardless of what it is, our Usopp pirates shall surely handle it. Indeed, no matter what transpires, we are valiant warriors of the sea. The man was flanked by 3 children. Green Pepper Head, Radish Head, Onion Head. Is this some pirate game, or are they actual pirates? Usopp's demeanor became unusually grave as he spoke. Haha, Captain, cease your jesting. Who would believe such tales? Certainly. Although we are crew members of the Usopp pirates and hold you in esteem, let us not indulge in such talk. The village elders call you lying Usopp. Captain, let it go. Upon hearing this, the trio erupted in laughter, utterly disbelieving. It is simply customary. Usopp has deceived the villagers so often that, over time, his words bear no weight. This is human nature. After being misled once, twice, thrice, by the 4th or 5th time, who would still trust? Even his own crew began to doubt him at that moment. This time is genuine, unequivocally true. I am not deceiving you. Usopp's expression was grave, beads of sweat trickling from his brow. All right, Captain, while your acting skills have indeed become increasingly refined, we can hardly. Upon hearing this, the 3 men shook their heads in disbelief. They instinctively took the telescope handed to them by Usopp and gazed through it. Suddenly, they were jolted, stammering. SS sailors. Real pirates. Genuine pirates. Panic not, Captain. What shall we do? The trio began to tremble uncontrollably. Although they frequently engaged in pirate-themed games, they were acutely aware that those were mere illusions. When confronted with actual pirates, they found themselves devoid of the courage to face the imminent threat. What shall we do? Quickly, you three, inform all the villagers and urge them to flee. This time, the pirates have truly arrived. Usopp exclaimed urgently. And what about you? The three, on the verge of escape, suddenly noticed Usopp standing resolutely in place, prompting their inquiry. I must remain here to thwart them. I will not permit the pirates to harm the villagers. I absolutely refuse. Usopp declared, trembling, yet his stance remained unwavering. Chapter 15. My 8,000 subordinates. Very well, Captain. You shall remain here. We shall inform the villagers. Farewell, Captain. Wishing you the best of luck. Upon hearing Usopp's words, the three companions wasted no time and sprinted away. It was one thing to engage in a game of pirates, but encountering genuine pirates was a different matter altogether. Who would stay behind to await their demise? You. Hurry and inform the villagers. Run. Usopp's voice trembled, and his legs quaked, yet he resolutely chose to remain. A man determined to thwart the pirates from landing. I will not permit you to set foot on the shore. You shall not lay claim to this village. Usopp declared with unwavering conviction, steeling himself. Suddenly, his body ceased to tremble, and his gaze turned resolute as he ventured into the thicket. At that moment, Moonlight and his three companions had already reached the shore, casting anchor and securing the vessel before leaping ashore. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami, having disembarked, briefly oriented themselves before heading towards the village. Suddenly, from the crest of a nearby hill, shadows stirred, and the foliage swayed as if a multitude of troops were approaching. Halt! This island has been claimed by the illustrious Usopp pirate crew. You wretched thieves had best vacate at once, lest you provoke my 8,000 subordinates. A voice boomed forth, and the shadows grew ever more chaotic, as if indeed 8,000 figures were about to emerge. Wow, how impressive! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Fool, this is clearly a ruse. Zoro and Nami discerned the deception in an instant. Zoro even shouted towards the hilltop. Do not be so arrogant. If that is the case, I shall summon our 8,000 subordinates to take action. Yet, from atop the hill, the voice rang out once more, the commotion growing increasingly ominous. Buzz. At that moment, Moonlight, growing impatient, drew his sword. Instantly, a crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving towards the hill. Boom. The massive hill was abruptly severed in two, splitting down the center. Following this, Usopp and an array of props tumbled down from the hill. Aya! Usopp shrieked as he plummeted, landing headfirst before the others with a resounding thud. Well, someone just fell down. Luffy exclaimed in surprise. Is it only one person? Zoro, hand poised on his sword hilt, braced himself for a confrontation. However, upon seeing just one figure rolling down the hill, he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was only one person. Nami chuckled, having suspected as much, though she had previously hesitated to confirm. Now, with her suspicion validated, she breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Usopp, we are the Usopp pirate crew. Release our captain, or we shall fight you. At that moment, Onion Head, Pepper Head, and Radish Head rushed toward Usopp, approaching him with urgency. Two of them attempted to pull Usopp up, while the third stood before them, casting a cold glare at the Moonlight crew. Oh, it hurts so much. Fortunately, the ground is soft. Otherwise, I could have met my demise. Usopp exclaimed as he clutched his long nose, repeatedly crying out in pain, yet feeling grateful for not having fallen to his death. Onion Head, Pepper Head, Radish Head, what brings you here? Did you manage to warn the villagers to flee? Usopp's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the trio, and he quickly shielded them behind him. Captain, it's futile. We have deceived them too many times before. They no longer believe us, one of them lamented. Indeed. The villagers have suffered greatly from our lies, and now no one in the village trusts our words, another added. We have no choice, Captain. We must stand guard over the village, they replied despondently. Their frequent deceit had eroded the villagers' trust over time. How could it come to this? If so, allow me, Usopp, to protect this island. Mark my words, Usopp declared, though a trace of disappointment lingered in his tone. He then turned to face the Moonlight crew, issuing a stern challenge. You're lying. You don't have 8,000 subordinates, he accused. Before he could finish, Nami interrupted him, exposing the truth. Usopp faltered, struggling to defend himself. Your so-called Usopp pirates consist solely of you and these three, correct? Zoro remarked casually, pointing at the trio. Usopp hesitated again, at a loss for words. Just then, Luffy pointed at Usopp's long nose and burst into laughter. I know you. You're Usopp, right? Huh? You know me? Usopp was taken aback, bewildered by the recognition from someone he had never met. Haha, indeed. I met your father, Usopp, on Shank's ship. He often speaks of you. And I must say, I've heard so much about you that my ears are nearly calloused. Luffy proclaimed, mentioning a name that struck a chord. Usopp. You know my father? How is he? Usopp trembled with emotion, looking at Luffy with newfound hope. The mere mention of that name indicated that Luffy was not an ordinary person. It was the pirate flag that called me to the sea, a phrase he often repeated. He also mentioned having a newborn son. Though he couldn't resist the call of the pirate flag, which led him to set sail, Luffy explained. He is doing well, often shooting ants between the eyes. He ranks among the finest marksmen on Shank's ship. That's wonderful. My father is safe, and he remembers me. Usopp sighed with relief, filled with admiration for his father, Usopp. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that instilled in him an immense yearning for the sea. Is he a friend of Luffy's? It seems so. It must be. Upon witnessing this scene, Nami and Zoro spoke in succession. Moonlight, with a gentle smile, revealed that he had already been aware of the situation, having experienced it firsthand. Just then, Luffy's stomach let out a loud growl, causing him to lose his spirited demeanor. He turned to Usopp and inquired, I am so hungry. I desire meat. Are you hungry? Well, fear not. Follow me. I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Usopp exclaimed joyfully, waving his hand with great flair. Hooray! There is meat to be had. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed toward the village. Zoro's eyes also lit up with anticipation. There will be drinks, he declared, swiftly following suit. Thus, only Nami and Moonlight remained, appearing relatively composed. They exchanged a wry smile and followed behind, strolling leisurely toward the village. Chapter 16. Clabatel. As a notorious glutton and drinker, Clabatel was evidently unable to resist temptation. Luffy's insatiable craving for meat was particularly extreme, thanks to his father's acquaintance. Usopp generously took them to the finest restaurant in the village. At the dining table, Luffy devoured meat with wild abandon, while Zoro indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Nami and Moonlight nibbled on fried rice, watching the two with exasperation. Halfway through his meal, Usopp glanced at the time and suddenly excused himself, leaving Onion Head, Radish Head, and Green Pepper Head to entertain. Where did Usopp go? Luffy asked, noticing his absence an hour later after finishing his feast. Only now did you realize? Nami exclaimed. Luffy, what on earth is your stomach made of? You can eat an astonishing amount. Goodness. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Luffy. Even Zoro chimed in. Incredible. Is this what a true pirate is like? Eating enough for at least 50 people in one sitting is simply astounding. Not just 50. I would say it could feed 100. Green Pepperhead chimed in. As the trio gazed at Luffy with admiration, their eyes filled with awe. He's gone? I still had questions for him. Luffy expressed his disappointment. Anything you wish to ask, we can answer just the same. The trio assured him. If there's anything we can do to assist you, do not hesitate to ask. Helping a genuine pirate would be such an exhilarating experience. Thank you so much. We want to acquire our own pirate ship. Do you know who the wealthiest person on this island is? We must ask him for a ship, Luffy declared boldly. The wealthiest? Everyone in the village is rather similar in means. Their isn't really a standout. However, we could all contribute a little, Radish Head suggested. That may not be ideal, considering everyone's modest circumstances, Green Pepperhead added thoughtfully. But perhaps that person could help. Suddenly, Onionhead's eyes brightened with inspiration. That person? Luffy's eyes also sparkled with interest. Indeed, she is the wealthiest in our village. If you were to approach her, she might be able to assist you. Are you referring to Miss Kaya, who resides in the villa on the hill? Green Pepperhead and Radish Head recalled. Miss Kaya? Now not only Luffy, but also Zoro and Nami looked intrigued. Since they intended to set sail together, having their own ship was a fundamental necessity. However, acquiring a vessel was no simple task. Nami could hardly use her own funds, and both Zoro and Luffy were notoriously impoverished. Moonlight had only recently arrived and lacked any resources, making the prospect of obtaining a ship seem like a distant dream. The ship belonging to Buggy is neither his own nor in good condition, rendering it impossible for them to reach the Grand Line. Luffy was well aware that waiting was not a viable option. Securing funding for a ship was the most expedient and practical solution. Indeed, she was the wealthiest individual in their village, residing atop the mountain. The trio nodded in agreement, pointing towards the mountain where a grand villa could be faintly discerned through the window. Wonderful. In that case, let us take action, Luffy exclaimed with excitement, not hesitating to set off immediately. Let us go. The three companions of Zoro followed suit. At that moment, in the villa on the mountain, Usopp stealthily climbed through a gap in the backyard, ascended a tree, and quietly called out to her room, Kaya. Instantly, a window swung open, revealing a frail young woman, not yet 20, who beamed upon seeing Usopp. Usopp, you've come. Yes, Kaya, I'm here to share tales of my valiant exploits at sea, Usopp replied, his eyes shining upon seeing her. She was the mistress of the villa, Miss Kaya. He nodded earnestly, aware of his reputation for fabricating stories, which had led the villagers to regard him with disdain. Though not quite a pariah, he was certainly not well liked. Yet, Kaya was the sole individual who believed in him, and her faith offered him a sense of warmth he had not felt in a long time. Captivated by her beauty, Usopp yearned to see her every day, often sneaking in to recount his embellished maritime adventures. With his proclivity for storytelling, Usopp launched into his narratives, leaving Kaya in a state of wonder and awe. Confined to her bed due to illness and accompanied only by a butler, she had rarely interacted with anyone, making Usopp's tales a refreshing diversion. Their relationship blossomed, with one relishing the art of storytelling and the other eagerly absorbing every word. Oh dear, the captain is spinning tales again. At that moment, the trio led by the Green Pepper, along with Luffy and his party of 4, arrived. They too took an unconventional route, climbing in through the backyard, and upon witnessing the scene, could not help but express their exasperation. Usopp, who are they? Kaya inquired, her eyes widening upon seeing Luffy and the others. Kaya, these are my friends, who are also pirates. This is Captain Luffy, and, his 3 subordinates. Usopp introduced as he slid down from the tree. They had come for a particular purpose. Usopp then proceeded to explain their intentions. Miss, do not heed the nonsense he speaks. He is nothing but a charlatan. A cold voice interrupted. A man dressed in a butler's uniform, around 30, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and black gloves approached, looking at Usopp with blatant disdain. Bartle, Kai exclaimed upon recognizing him. Butler Clabatel. Usopp's expression shifted at the sight of the man. Miss Kaya, did he not boast of being a great pirate, often embarking on adventures at sea? Such tales are mere fabrications of his imagination, well known to the villagers. Furthermore, his father is a notorious pirate, and as the son of a pirate, he cannot be anything virtuous. Miss Kaya, one must never place trust in the words of such a person. Clabbertle scoffed. Yet, Usopp. Upon hearing this, Kaya could not help but interject. What do you mean, a person like me? Usopp interrupted, his eyes instantly aflame with fury as he glared at Bartle. The disdainful expression Bartle wore when mentioning his idolized father ignited a wrath within him. It was one thing to insult him, but to defame the father he revered was absolutely intolerable. Chapter 17. Depart. I shall not comply with your demands. What? Am I mistaken? Are you not the son of a pirate? Does the tainted blood of a wretched pirate not course through your veins? This matter is well known to all. And do you not possess any awareness of your own actions? Shall I enumerate them one by one? Every utterance from a person like you is nothing but filth. And as for your father, what manner of man begets such a son? However, Clabatel remained impervious to Usopp's fury, sneering coldly and continuing his soliloquy. Clabatel, cease your words. Enough. Kaya interjected, unable to contain herself. Though bedridden, she had heard whispers of Usopp's predicament and had a vague understanding of the situation. Yet, she bore no animosity towards Usopp. Clabatel's remarks, however, were excessive. This scoundrel dares to label us as filthy. Such words are truly unpalatable. Luffy and his companions felt a wave of displeasure wash over them upon hearing Clabatel's taunts. Yet, they were powerless to retaliate against an ordinary person. Moreover, Clabatel's words held a semblance of truth. In this era of rampant piracy, where murder and chaos reign, he was not entirely wrong. After all, if one fears the scorn of others, what right do they have to call themselves a pirate? Thus, the quartet chose to ignore him. Captain Usopp, how dare this scoundrel belittle us? The nerve. Though they remained silent, it did not signify that Onion Head and his companions were unaffected by Clabatel's insults. Their fury boiled within, and they were poised to retaliate against him. However, someone acted first. You wretch, do not belittle my father. Usopp's countenance turned a shade of iron as he bellowed, launching a punch toward Clabatel. Bang! Clabatel stood his ground, absorbing the blow directly. He staggered back 5 paces, his glasses flying off his face. Clabatel! Kaya exclaimed in alarm, her concern evident. My lady, fret not. I am unscathed, Clabatel replied with a faint smile. Retrieving his glasses and adjusting them, brushing away the blood from his face as he gazed at Usopp with disdain. Indeed, the offspring of a filthy pirate, resorting to brute force to resolve disputes. Clearly, I have spoken no falsehood. Usopp seethed, ready to strike once more. Stand down, Usopp, Kaya shouted. But her fierce exertion led to a violent coughing fit. Kaya. Usopp's heart clenched as he turned his attention to her. My lady, it is time for your medication. I shall deliver it forthwith. Begone, and do not dare to scale the walls from the backyard again. Furthermore, I shall not acquiesce to your requests, Clabatel remarked coldly, casting a scornful glance at Usopp before retreating to his quarters to fetch the medicine. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Usopp, filled with reluctance, was helpless upon witnessing Koya's grave condition. And he departed in sorrow. Captain! Captain! The trio of green peppers hastily pursued him. Hey! What did that guy mean by his last words? Did he refuse us? It must be so. Otherwise, what else could it signify? Ah, our plans for the ship have fallen through. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, upon hearing Clabatel's final remarks, could not help but feel despondent. He had outright rejected them, and their aspirations for the ship were evidently dashed. As for the pirate Kuro, Moonlight gazed in the direction of Bartel's departure, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Particularly, he recalled the striking gesture of Bartel adjusting his glasses with his palm. Such a peculiar action was certainly not characteristic of an ordinary person. Since our plans have come to naught, we must seek alternatives elsewhere. Luffy lamented as he exited the villa. He could not resort to theft, having been turned down and offended the butler. Thus he had to devise another strategy. Usopp! Suddenly, he remembered Usopp and rushed out after him. Hey, Captain, where are you going? Luffy. Upon seeing Luffy abandon them and dash away, Zoro and Nami called out. However, Luffy was already out of sight, having sprinted away at an astonishing speed. How irresponsible can our captain be? Nami and Zoro remarked in frustration. Haha, do not be concerned. Perhaps he will stumble upon a different discovery, and I have observed something intriguing. Moonlight smiled at their bewildered expressions. Something intriguing? What have you discovered? The two inquired. That butler, do you not find him somewhat odd? Moonlight remarked. Odd? Indeed. His gesture of adjusting his glasses is rather peculiar. Who would do that in such a manner? Indeed, now that you mention it, it is quite abnormal. The two reflected, acknowledging the strangeness. The obvious conclusion is that he is not an ordinary person. While we cannot disregard the possibility of some other affliction or habit, such an idiosyncrasy is far too unusual. Absent any disease, such habits must be cultivated rather than innate. Consider this. At sea, with unconventional actions and habits, and with the previous owner of this villa deceased, leaving only a young lady and the butler, what thoughts come to mind? Moonlight mused with a faint smile. It is a straightforward logic, yet no one has noticed it. Now, upon thorough reflection, it becomes increasingly unsettling, and the answer is almost palpable. Hearing you say that, it does seem abnormal. Are you suggesting that the butler is not an ordinary individual? Could he possibly be a pirate or a bandit? Moonlight, this. The two were taken aback, pondering Moonlight's words. The more they contemplated, the more terrifying it became. Nami even ventured a deduction. Indeed, at sea, aside from ordinary folk, who else could it be but pirates? Although there is no concrete evidence, I have an instinct that he is not simple. I do not like that butler at all. As a subordinate, it is rather displeasing to witness someone usurping the authority of the rightful master and making decisions in their stead. Furthermore, without a ship, One cannot embark upon the Grand Line, and I have no desire to squander my time here, Moonlight remarked. What shall you do? Nami nodded in agreement with Moonlight's sentiment. I too felt a surge of curiosity. Zoro also nodded, his intrigue piqued. It's quite simple. We shall split up to investigate either the back mountains of the village or other directions to see if there are any pirate ships docked. Since they are pirates, a ship must be present. If we can locate a pirate vessel, everything will become clear, Moonlight stated. Very well, we arrived from the west, and there were no anomalies there, so I shall take the east. Zoro will handle the south, and you, Moonlight, will cover the north. Nami nodded, swiftly organizing the plan. Hey, could you refrain from dictating my actions? Did I not say I would go south? Zoro expressed his dissatisfaction with Nami's unilateral decision-making. Chapter 18. The Kuro Pirates, however. Nami had already ventured far away, without a doubt. The moonlight smiled softly as it illuminated the northern path. Zoro, at a loss for words, surveyed the vastness around him. Hey, which way is south? Is it this direction? After a moment's hesitation, he carelessly chose a path and departed. Meanwhile, in the eastern woods, Onion Head, Radish Head, and Green Pepper Head were in pursuit when they unexpectedly spotted a man walking backward, adorned with a silver ring and a gentleman's hat. Look over there. Someone is walking backward, they exclaimed. How strange. What could be the reason for his backward gait? Does he have a foot ailment? Should we offer assistance? Approaching the man, they inquired, Excuse me, is there something wrong with your feet? Why are you walking backward? Are you unwell? Who are you, and why have we never seen you before? No. I am Zhang, famously known as the strongest hypnotist in history. Don't you think walking backward looks quite dashing? The man chuckled upon noticing the trio. Dashing? A hypnotist? What is that? They responded, perplexed and gazing curiously at Zhang. What's the matter? Don't believe me? Then look over here. When I say 1, 2, Zhang, you will all fall asleep, Zhang declared, shaking the silver ring in his hand. The trio's eyes were irresistibly drawn toward him. 1, 2, Zhang. Zhang began to count. Indeed, as soon as he uttered the word Zhang, the three of them collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Hypnotized. Just a bunch of little rascals. Never mind. I shan't dwell on this. I must regroup with Captain Kuro, who is notoriously unwelcoming to tardiness. Zhang glanced at the trio before continuing to walk backward, swiftly exiting the woods. Hey, Usopp, is that you? At that moment, on the edge of an eastern cliff, Luffy spotted Usopp and called out. Luffy, is that really you? Is it true what they say about my father, that he is a notorious pirate? Does the blood of a filthy pirate course through my veins? Usopp questioned. Upon seeing Luffy, if it were anyone else, he would have paid no mind. However, Luffy brought news of his father, and instinctively, he felt a deep trust in him. Why are you fretting over such matters? So what if he is notorious? If you choose the path of a pirate, you must learn to endure the gossip of others. Otherwise, what sort of pirate would you be? Luffy replied, momentarily taken aback before patting Usopp on the shoulder, nonchalantly. Must one grow accustomed to the rumors of others if they choose the pirate's life? You are right, Luffy. This journey is inherently arduous, yet having made the choice, I must be prepared, for this is the essence of being a true pirate, a genuine man. Usopp's eyes brightened at Luffy's words, which served as a guiding light, illuminating his path. Thank you, Luffy. Usopp began to express his gratitude, but before he could finish, a murmur of conversation drifted up from the cliff below. The precipice is not particularly high, merely around 30 meters in height. Below the cliff, the butler Clabatel converses with a man donning a gentleman's hat, who holds a pair of silver rings in his hand. It is none other than Zhang. Is everything prepared? Clabatel inquires. Rest assured, all is in readiness. Zhang nods affirmatively. Excellent. For this moment, I, the illustrious Captain Klo, have endured the presence of a mere girl for 5 long years. Yet all of it is worthwhile, once accomplished. The world will completely forget my existence. No one shall ever know my true identity, Clabatel sneers. As the moonlight reveals, Clabatel is not an ordinary man, but a pirate. Captain, I have no issues on my end, but what of yours? I have heard you encountered some minor troubles. Is everything truly all right? Zhang responds. Indeed. There are some minor inconveniences, yet they are trivial and easily resolved. Now, instruct everyone to rush in and create chaos. I shall appear at the pivotal moment to repel you and simultaneously eliminate Koya. We will rendezvous on the hillside north of the village in half an hour. Clabatel states nonchalantly. Understood, Captain, Zhang Yao affirms, preparing to turn away. At that moment, a thunderous shout interrupts them. Both men turn in astonishment to see Luffy glaring at them with fury from atop the cliff. Hey, you intend to kill the villagers and Miss Koya? Aren't you the butler of the villa? Meanwhile, Usopp, filled with rage and overwhelming fear, gazes at the suddenly upright Luffy, becoming increasingly anxious. Why are you standing up? Shouldn't we wait for them to leave and quickly inform the villagers? No way. This scoundrel intends to murder all the villagers. I must take him down, Luffy exclaims, disregarding Usopp's concerns. Suddenly, they overhear the conversation and discover that the butler Clabatel is, in fact, the captain of a pirate crew lying in wait. Is it you? You worthless fool? Just seeing your nose brings back the pain of the blows I once endured. It is quite irksome. Zhang Yao, dispose of them. Clabatel commands with a cold smirk. Yes, Captain. Zhang Yao nods, shaking the silver rings in his hand as he fixes his gaze on Luffy. Look here. I shall count to 3, and upon uttering Zhang Yao, you will fall into a deep slumber. What? Luffy exclaims in surprise, turning his attention towards Zhang Yao. 1, 2, Zhang Yao. With that, as Zhang Yao articulates the name, Luffy's eyes snap shut, and he tumbles headfirst off the cliff, burying his head into the ground, unconscious and utterly defeated. Ah! Usopp gasps in sheer terror at the sight. All right, let us depart, Clabatel sneers, turning away. Zhang Yao nods without hesitation and heads in the opposite direction to summon the crew for the impending carnage. You, halt. I am Captain Usopp, with 8,000 subordinates. I shall reveal your true nature to the villagers. Your scheme shall not succeed. You will not harm Koya. Usopp trembled with fear, yet he resolutely shouted, Ha! Go ahead and speak. Do you truly believe the villagers will trust you over me, you filthy scoundrel? Bartle sneered dismissively, entirely disregarding Usopp's presence. Usopp felt a chill envelop him as he suddenly recalled his notorious habit of deceit, having frequently duped the villagers, leaving no one to believe him now. Damn it. Regardless of the circumstances, I must save everyone. I cannot allow them to be deceived any longer, especially Kaya. I must reveal the truth. Gritting his teeth, Usopp dashed away. Meanwhile, atop a northern cliff, the moonlight illuminated the pirate ship anchored at the island, and a voice exclaimed with delight, at last. I have found it, the notorious Kuro pirate crew. Chapter 19 indeed. Everything unfolded as Moonlight had anticipated. A faint smile graced Moonlight's lips as she triumphantly declared, I found it. Now, with irrefutable evidence in hand, Clabatel could no longer defend himself. Just as Moonlight prepared to act and bring an end to these pirates, a figure emerged suddenly from the slope. It was the hypnotist, Zhang Yao. He strode purposefully toward the distant pirate ship. Zhang Yao has arrived. Splendid. It appears business is about to commence. The pirates aboard the ship excitedly exclaimed upon spotting Zhang Yao. All right, everyone. The captain has issued orders. Let us storm the village and unleash chaos. Zhang Yao proclaimed as he reached the ship's bow. Ah, at long last, we can set foot ashore. I've awaited this day for far too long. Now, let these wretched villagers witness the might of the Kuro pirate crew. The pirates cheered, brandishing their swords as they leapt from the ship, filled with murderous intent, ready to charge toward the village. Stop right there, you despicable pirates. With me, Usopp, present, you shall not lay a finger on these villagers. I strongly advise you to flee at once, or my 8,000 subordinates will ensure your demise. Usopp emerged from the thicket just in time, his heart racing with fear. Yet his voice boomed defiantly. Who is this person? A pirate, perhaps? 8,000 subordinates? Ha! This boy talks big. He ought to draft a speech if he expects to deceive us. Do you think we would fall for such nonsense? The pirates erupted in laughter, mocking Usopp's bravado. Fool! While you boast of 8,000, I command 100,000. What do you think you are? One of them sneered, fixating on Usopp's prominent nose. I'll cut it off and serve it as a delicacy. As the pirates scoffed at Usopp, their disdain was palpable, and they pressed forward, blades gleaming with menace. How could my ruse be so easily unraveled? Usopp trembled, feeling utterly cornered by these bloodthirsty marauders. He was merely a master of tall tales, lacking any real strength. Hey, is this the southern side? Just then, A voice broke through Usopp's anxiety. Zoro ambled into view, looking around with a perplexed expression. You are Zoro? Thank goodness. You must stop them. They are pirates intent on slaughtering the villagers. Usopp implored, relief flooding over him at the sight of his companion. Pirates, you say? It appears I have indeed found the right direction. Just as Moonlight theorized, there are indeed pirates anchored in this inconspicuous part of the island. Zoro, still bewildered, smirked upon hearing Usopp's words and observing the menacing pirates approaching from the slope below. To the east, there was nothing. To the south, nothing as well. And that Zoro, clearly a complete novice when it came to directions, somehow ended up heading north when instructed to go south. An utterly contradictory course of action. Was that not Zoro? Had he stumbled upon the pirates? Just then, Nami emerged from the jungle, having already scoured the east and south, now arriving at the north. For a navigator, swiftly searching a location was simplicity itself. However, upon witnessing Zoro and the pirates behind him, she was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, as Moonlight had surmised, they were indeed pirates. Nami murmured, recalling Moonlight's predictions. How infuriating. How did they find this place? From their conversation, had they been discovered? As Zoro and Nami appeared one after another, Zango's expression grew increasingly grim. If it were merely Usopp, he would not have been concerned, but with Zoro and Nami in the mix, he could not afford to be dismissive, especially Captain Kuro, who had a fierce disdain for tardiness. Those who had previously failed to keep time had all met grim fates. The thought of Captain Kuro's terrifying reputation sent a chill down Zango's spine. There could be no delays, otherwise he too would face dire consequences. With that, he shouted to those behind him. Everyone must exert their utmost to rush forward. They could not afford to delay their meeting with the captain, or the repercussions would be dire, as you all surely understand. Yes, Mr. Zango, let us go. We must not delay our rendezvous with Captain Kuro. The pirates roared, surging forward with reckless abandon. They charged ahead, fully aware of Captain Kuro's formidable prowess, leaving no room for hesitation. Here they come. Leave it to me. Zoro's eyes sparkled. With a cold smirk, he unsheathed his 3 swords, invoking the 3-sword style. With a frenzy of slashes, Zoro lunged into the fray, transforming into a relentless cutting machine, barreling into the ranks of the pirates. It was as if he had become a reaper wherever he went. He harvested foes without a moment's resistance. In the blink of an eye, he plunged into the heart of the pirate mob, and when he emerged again, they lay scattered on the ground, grievously wounded. Damn, he is that strong? If that is the case, Cap brothers, I entrust you with this. We absolutely cannot afford to be late. Witnessing this scene, Zango's demeanor turned icy as he called out to the ship behind him. Instantly, 2 brothers, one stout and the other slender, with feline claws, emerged from the ship. They timidly approached, their eyes filled with trepidation upon seeing Zoro. Lord Zango, are we to handle him? Isn't that a bit too much for us? The brothers quavered, their fear palpable. That man looks terrifyingly strong. Will we not be eliminated? Enough chatter. Eliminate him, or we will jeopardize our agreed time with Captain Kuro. Zangao, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, Captain Klo? Bougie, what do you propose we do? Should we engage him? Surely not. How could we possibly stand a chance against him? However, the 2 immediately became more timid, shaking their hands in refusal as they approached Zoro. What is this? Is this your trump card, Captain brother? It appears to be rather. At that moment, observing their cowardly demeanor, Zoro could not help but feel a profound disappointment and pointed at the 2. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the 2 exchanged a glance, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. Their movements suddenly became swift, akin to that of a cat. Particularly, the claws in their hands lunged toward Zoro with remarkable speed. Chapter 20. Either leave or I will take action. The 2 individuals caught Zoro off guard, leaving him bewildered. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. With a sudden burst, blood splattered as Zoro let out a pained grunt. A deep claw mark appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth, and in an instant, he was gravely injured. Zoro. No. Nami and Usopp exclaimed in shock. Hee. Individuals like you always fall for it. You thought we looked clumsy, yet you unknowingly walked into the trap set by the 2 of us brothers. This is the price of judging by appearances. A swordsman, is it? Nearly FAAD. The duo sneered, their expressions cold and mocking as they gazed at Zoro. Haha. Truly worthy of the Cap brothers, you are indeed formidable. In our pirate crew, aside from Captain and Mr. Zango, the Cap brothers are the mightiest. Go on. Unleash your claws and mercilessly slay this man. How dare he obstruct the Kuro pirate crew? He is a century too early. Upon witnessing the scene, the pirates erupted in laughter, chanting for Zoro's demise. Do not waste any time, Cap brothers. The captain has given you only half an hour. If you're late, you know the consequences. Hurry, kill them. Zango glanced at the time and urged the Cap brothers. Yes, we shall act at once. The two shivered at the thought of the dire consequences of tardiness, their wicked grins widening as they extended their claws towards Zoro with ferocity. Meet your cruel end. They bellowed. Damn it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zoro drew his sword and engaged in a frenzied clash with the Cap brothers. Their claws were vicious and their speed astonishing. Zoro found himself continuously on the defensive, utterly suppressed. The three of them exchanged blows, a fierce contest of speed. This is bad. Zoro is completely overwhelmed. At this rate, he will surely perish. Usopp voiced his concern. Zoro's three-sword style was the mightiest under normal circumstances. But now the Cap brothers' speed was overwhelming, leaving him no room to maneuver. If this continued, he would inevitably meet his demise. He needed assistance to create an opening. Nami observed the fierce battle, deep in thought. She had discerned the underlying issue, yet creating an opening would be exceedingly difficult. No, even if I cannot create an opening, I must force one. Gritting her teeth, Nami suddenly drew a dagger from her person and hurled it towards the fray. You fool! Zoro shouted in alarm. Humph, seeking death. How dare you disrupt our battle? Kill her. The Cap brothers' gazes hardened, their attention swiftly shifting to Nami. With a swift motion, one of them raised a claw and struck the dagger back towards her. The dagger flew through the air like a shooting star, impossibly fast. Damn it! Zoro roared, preparing to leap into the fray to shield Nami. Otherwise, her demise was all but certain. Do not fret, fight with all your might. Yet, at the very moment he prepared to act, the voice of Moonlight erupted with intensity. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped sword aura surged forth, cleaving through the air like a meteoric dagger, which was instantly engulfed by the sword's energy. The dagger vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed, while the sword aura swept across, striking a nearby hill. Crack! The hill shattered into fragments. The mountain was cleaved in two. Witnessing this, Usopp gaped in astonishment. Good heavens, is this a jest? What kind of power is this? Surely it cannot be real. By the gods! All the pirates stood frozen, their eyes wide as they beheld the severed hill, utterly astounded. Hiss! Zango inhaled sharply, his face a mask of shock as he observed Moonlight, who was descending the slope while cradling Nami. Who is this person? Ah! The Cap brothers were also rendered speechless, staring vacantly at the might of that strike, their fighting spirit completely extinguished. Moonlight. Zoro regarded Moonlight, his pupils tightening. This strike had deeply impressed upon him the chasm that lay between them. Moonlight, thank you for saving me. Nami expressed her gratitude upon seeing him. She had realized, the moment she hurled the dagger, that she had acted foolishly. Fortunately, Moonlight appeared just in time, where her fate would have been sealed. It's merely a trifling matter. Zoro, proceed with your ensuing battle. Moonlight gestured dismissively towards Zoro, indicating he had no intention of intervening. Understood. Hey, he want to interfere. Zoro immediately focused his mind, directing his gaze towards the Cap brothers, the three-sword style materializing. How dare you underestimate us? Attack. Although the two were astounded by Moonlight's terrifying strength, it did not instill fear of Zoro within them. They bellowed in anger and launched their assault once more. Due to the looming threat of Moonlight not far off, they unleashed their full strength, aiming for a swift resolution. Three-sword style, Demon Slash. Observing this, Zoro scoffed. In his three-sword state, he was an entirely different entity. With 3 slashes, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind the two. The marks of 3 sword slashes were starkly evident across their chests. Despite their swift movements, they could not outpace Zoro in his three-sword state. Ah! They screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground with a thud. How is this possible? The Cap brothers have been defeated. This cannot be. How could anyone possibly overcome the Cap brothers? This How is this conceivable? The sight of the Cat brothers' defeat left all the pirates in utter disbelief. Their faces were etched with incredulity. Damn it. There is not enough time. Zango's expression grew grave as he surveyed the scene before him. The defeat of the Cat brothers was unexpected, especially with Moonlight standing atop the slope like a towering mountain, having felled a small hill with a single stroke. As he glanced at the rapidly dwindling time, Zango's visage became increasingly grim. The task ahead is now entrusted to you. After vanquishing the Catman brothers, Zoro collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He was gravely injured, the claws of the Catman brothers having inflicted deep wounds upon him. Moonlight stood atop the hillside, surveying Zhang Yao and the rest of the pirates. You may either retreat or face my wrath. The choice is yours, Moonlight stated calmly. What did you say? Do you intend to defeat us all single-handedly? I must concede that you possess remarkable strength, but to think you could best us so easily is rather presumptuous, Zhang Yao retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, while Moonlight was formidable, the notion of single-handedly eliminating all of them was an underestimation of their capabilities. Humph. Although we may not be as powerful as the Catman brothers, it is certainly not something you can resolve alone. Chapter 21 Zhang Yao, you are indeed formidable. But to believe that you alone can resolve the plight of us all is sheer arrogance. We acknowledge your strength, yet do not underestimate us. All the pirates roared. For they were ruthless renegades who had never feared anyone. Is that so? Upon witnessing this, Moonlight let out a cold smirk, preparing to strike. You're all here. Just then, a ghostly voice echoed silently, and Captain Kuro appeared. To be precise, it was Captain Kuro. The captain has arrived. How splendid. With the arrival of Captain Kuro, all the pirates erupted in excitement, cheering with joy. Oh no, time has already passed. Yet, Zhang Yao felt a heavy weight in his heart, realizing that Captain Kuro could no longer wait and had come seeking them. This signified that Kuro was now enraged. At last, it's you, the villain. Usopp shouted upon seeing Kuro, though his body trembled. It was evident he was terrified. How could he not be afraid of the strongest man aboard? Especially now that he was aware of Kuro's sinister plot, his heart quaked even more. A man who endured humiliation and bore the weight of a plan for 5 long years, lurking beside Kaya for another 3, what a terrifying figure he was. Indeed, it was him. No further proof was necessary. His earlier statement had already revealed his identity. Nami's mind became heavy with gravity. There was no longer any doubt. Yet simultaneously, her heart tightened. If the Cat brothers were already this formidable, one could only imagine how powerful the captain must be. What are you doing, Zhang Yao? However, Kuro paid them no mind. To him, they were inconsequential. His gaze was fixed on Zhang Yao, a profound smile gracing his face. Seeing that smile, Zhang Yao's heart raced. He knew that if he did not act swiftly, their doom was imminent. Cat brothers, look here. Everyone, gaze this way. When I utter 1, 2 Zhang Yao, you shall all become ferocious. Zhang Yao declared to all the pirates, shaking the silver ring in his hand. Hypnosis, fury, he commanded. Instantly, those who beheld the silver ring had their eyes turn hollow, only to ignite with a bloodthirsty gleam. Each individual transformed into a menacing figure, brandishing their weapons and charging ferociously at Moonlight. Meow. The most dramatic transformation was that of the Cat brothers, who suddenly doubled in size, their movements and speed becoming even more agile as they lunged toward Moonlight with deadly intent. Oh no, these men have become even more ferocious. This is dire. Was it yet another hypnosis? This hypnotist? Usopp and Nami exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this transformation. Indeed, my hypnotic prowess not only induces slumber, but also allows one to forget bodily pain and fear, rendering them akin to a beast devoid of sensation. Their combat prowess magnified tenfold. You are finished now, Perish. Zango chuckled coldly. Humph. Upon hearing this, Moonlight scoffed and prepared to draw his sword. Rubber. Machine gun. Yet, at that moment, a fervent voice suddenly erupted. Luffy leapt from the thicket, confronting the oncoming throng with a thunderous roar. Countless arms surged forth, launching an assault against all. It was Luffy, arriving just in time. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of successive explosions rang out as Luffy charged through, unstoppable, sending both the Cat brothers and ordinary pirates flying. No one could withstand his path. Luffy, you finally made it. Where have you been? Usopp and Nami exclaimed in delight. Usopp sighed in relief, while Nami shouted in anger, Damn it, this brat isn't dead? Zango was astonished at the sight of Luffy's sudden appearance. Even Kuro's eyes gleamed with astonishment, for they had witnessed Luffy succumb to hypnosis, plummeting from the cliff's edge, headfirst into the depths below. A normal person would have perished. Boom. At that moment, Luffy had dispatched all, including the Cat brothers, who lay sprawled on the ground, having been directly struck down by Luffy. He then turned to Zango, seething with rage. You, what strange concoction did you use to put me to sleep? I will send you flying. Rubber. Pistol. With that, his arm stretched out dramatically, aiming a punch at Zango. That arm, it has elongated. A monster. He is not a normal person. The pirates who had been knocked down immediately scrambled to their feet, their senses dulled by hypnosis, but as they witnessed this spectacle, they were jolted awake, their eyes wide with shock. He is a devil fruit user. That explains it. He survived a fall from such a height. Zango, observing this scene, began to comprehend. There had always been legends of demons upon the seas, akin to dragons. Everyone had heard tales of dragons, yet none had ever seen a true dragon. The sensation Zango experienced before him was precisely that. However, he quickly regained his composure, being a seasoned warrior with ample experience. After dodging Luffy's rubber pistol, he brandished a silver ring in his hand, shaking it vigorously. Look at me. Hypnosis, forced slumber. 1, 2, Zango, he declared, as the final word left his lips. Luffy's eyes closed, slipping back into unconsciousness. Yet, just before succumbing to sleep, he called out to Moonlight. Damn it, this trick again? Moonlight. Aye, but he had not finished his sentence before he fell asleep. Luffy, Luffy, quickly shut your eyes. Usopp and Nami could not help but exclaim. However, it was already too late. Were they asleep? TCH. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Ao let out a sigh of relief, followed by a cold smirk. Hey. You actually fell for the same trick a second time? Seeing this scene, Moonlight was left speechless. He had anticipated that with Luffy's emergence, the situation would be swiftly resolved, thus sparing him some trouble. Now it seemed he had overestimated the situation. In the end, it all fell upon himself. Your capable comrades have all fallen. And now you stand alone. What will you do? After dealing with Luffy, Zhang Ao turned his gaze towards Moonlight. If he is not a devil fruit user, then he is much easier to handle. I shall hypnotize you once more. We shall charge together. Though he knew this would affect you, it was a trivial concern compared to Captain Kuro's wrath. Zhang Ao pondered as he once again shook the silver ring in his hand, calling out to everyone. Everyone, look this way. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him once more. 1, 2, Zhang Ao. As he uttered the final word, every pair of eyes turned blood red. More ferocious than before, charging fiercely towards Moonlight. Chapter 22. Just like that Moonlight. Be careful. Oh no. Nami and Usopp exclaimed in unison. First it was Zoro. And now Luffy. The enemy's strength had surpassed all expectations. Even Luffy, a formidable user of a devil fruit, had been bested. Could Moonlight truly be a match for them? Kid, you're quite the fighter, but do you really believe you can take on all of us alone? Zhang Ao sneered. Especially since they are under the influence of my hypnosis, their combat power has increased tenfold. Indeed, Moonlight was impressive, yet he remained but one man. You have 10 seconds left. Crocodile began counting down, his impatience palpable. If you don't want to incur the captain's wrath, finish him quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ao felt a jolt of anxiety and hastily shouted to his comrades. The hypnotized crew trembled at his words, as if they had struck a chord with their entranced souls. Growing increasingly frenzied. Kill him. Complete the captain's task swiftly. Otherwise, the captain will be displeased. They were resolute. The captain's discontent was not an option. We have only 10 minutes. Panic surged among them. Moonlight, run. Nami and Usopp urged urgently. Do not worry. They are of little concern to me. Moonlight replied with a smile, unfazed, as he approached the throng. Move away? Be affected by us? Nami and Usopp exchanged bewildered glances. He truly was charging in alone. Zhang Ao scoffed, feeling utterly belittled. Damn it, I am a member of the Crocodile Pirates. When have I ever been so underestimated? Seeking death. Die. The pirates erupted in a collective rage. They were hardened individuals, accustomed to bloodshed and plunder. Moonlight's arrogance was intolerable. Underestimate? That is merely your perception. Moonlight chuckled. Conqueror's Haki. His pupils gleamed as a wave of blue energy erupted violently from his form, radiating outward. Within 100 meters, all were affected. Thud thud, one by one. The charging pirates froze, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and frothing at the mouth. Ultimately, within that 100-meter radius, every pirate lay incapacitated, some entirely drenched. Even Zhang Ao's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly knelt, drenched in sweat, having been enveloped in a nightmare, rendered powerless. Beyond the 100 meters, the pirates poised to charge appeared as though ensnared by an immobilization spell, frozen in place. Zhang Ao, weakened, felt the hypnosis dissolve. What just happened? What is going on? Is this real? They gasped, faces etched with disbelief. Yet, no one could comprehend the nature of this phenomenon. They stood frozen in place, not daring to advance a single step. What had transpired? Usopp's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Is this the work of moonlight? Nami was equally stunned, gazing at the moonlight. Kuro's pupils constricted as he adjusted his glasses. A flicker beneath his feet. The silent killing step. In an instant, he appeared behind Moonlight without a sound, his hands transforming into lethal claws. Hiki. Moonlight offered a faint smile, brandishing the Kazuki sword. The three-stage slash, bang. From the sword's blade erupted a crescent-like sword energy. The energy exploded, unleashing a series of 3 successive strikes. Crack. Kuro's left iron claw was instantly severed, and his half-body was hurled away by the sword's force. Captain Kuro. He actually managed to counter Captain Kuro's silent killing step. Could such a thing be possible? Witnessing Kuro not only return empty-handed, but also grievously wounded left all the pirates astonished. This was the renowned Captain Kuro, famed for his cunning. How formidable! This moonlight is truly impressive. Usopp gaped in disbelief, his face a canvas of shock as he beheld moonlight. Not merely impressive. It was a complete annihilation. Nami was also taken aback. Well-versed as she was, yet she had never encountered a powerhouse like Moonlight before. Pathetically weak, with such meager strength. He dares to assume the role of captain? With a single sword strike, Kuro was sent flying, Moonlight scoffed. Hiki. However, Kuro remained unfazed. A cruel smile dancing on his lips. His hand dropped limply, his body swaying as though intoxicated. Upon witnessing this posture, all the pirates erupted in terror. Their expressions mirrored the horror of encountering something truly dreadful. No, Captain Kuro, please do not employ the spoon. The spoon, Captain Kuro, I implore you. Refrain from using that technique. We will heed your every command. Just please do not unleash that move. Captain Kuro. The pirates displayed expressions of utter despair, as if the end of days had arrived. Clearly, this technique was of grave significance. What is the spoon? Observing this, Usopp and Nami were perplexed. This is Captain Kuro's ultimate skill, a lethal technique centered around the silent killing step, executed with such rapidity that even Captain Kuro struggles to control it, rendering it an indiscriminate killing art. Zango stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Witnessing Kuro's stance, he too trembled. What? An indiscriminate killing art? Meaning he does not even know who he is slaying? Usopp and Nami shivered involuntarily. Indeed. Zango nodded, his face etched with despair. No one can now impede Kuro. The silent killing technique? Merely a trick of bodily torment and high-speed movement. Hee. Upon hearing this, Moonlight let out a disdainful chuckle. Hee, I concede that you are formidable. Yet you underestimate Captain Kuro. This silent killing technique is far more terrifying than you can fathom. With a bemused smile, Zhang Ao regarded the Moonlight with a sense of indifference. Is that so? The Moonlight responded with a faint smile. In an instant, Crow's body vanished. The art of silent assassination commenced. Captain Crow, no. I do not wish to die. Please, stop. I implore you. At this sight, the pirates were thrown into disarray, pleading fervently. Humph. The Moonlight issued a cold chuckle. The sword of Kazuki was drawn. A resonant hum filled the air as a crescent-shaped sword aura emerged, slicing through the atmosphere. With a single stroke, a thunderous explosion erupted. The vanishing Crow was abruptly propelled away, his iron claw disintegrating in an instant. He was flung backward, crashing violently against the artificial mountain behind him. Bang! Blood gushed forth as he suffered grave injuries, falling unconscious. The arena fell into a profound silence. All present stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word at the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 23. Usopp boards the ship. Captain Kuro has been defeated? And in such a state of wielding a spoon. My goodness, is this a dream? This swordsman is astonishingly powerful. After a considerable time, all the pirates regained their senses, overwhelmed by an unparalleled shock. Zhang was rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably, and ultimately fainted. He had just endured the might of the conqueror's haki unleashed by the swordsman known as Moonlight. It was a miracle he did not collapse on the spot. Now, however, he could no longer bear it and succumbed to unconsciousness. Incredible! This swordsman called Moonlight is truly formidable. One swift strike, and he has bested Kuro. Usopp quivered, gazing at Moonlight as if he were beholding some divine entity. How strong! Truly remarkable. He may even surpass Arlong. Nami was shaken to her core. This man is indeed someone I can hardly contend with, but I shall triumph over him. Zoro, sword firmly planted in the ground, struggled to rise, his face brimming with battle intent as he regarded Moonlight. He then turned to Luffy and urged, "Hey, Captain, it's all over now. It's time to wake up." Huh. Luffy, still dazed, roused from his slumber. His gaze swept around until it finally settled on Moonlight. Moonlight, is there any meat? I'm hungry. Moonlight, Zoro, Usopp. Everyone was rendered speechless. The first thing you inquire upon waking is whether there is meat? Aren't you the least bit concerned that we might be killed? Nami erupted in frustration, delivering a punch to Luffy's head. What are you doing? Why worry? With Moonlight around, he could handle them with ease. Luffy, rubbing his sore head, replied indignantly, All right. All right. I truly appreciate everyone's help. Let me treat you all to a meal. There will be plenty of meat. Usopp quickly interjected, sighing in relief. The formidable foe had been vanquished. This was indeed good news. Everyone, are you all here? Just then, a graceful figure rushed over, panting heavily. It was Kaya. As she looked at the group, poised to speak, her gaze fell upon the scene before her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Captain Usopp, trouble is brewing. That butler, Kiribatel, is actually a ruthless pirate captain. He intends to slaughter everyone in the village and eliminate Lady Kaya. Simultaneously, the trio of Carrot Top, Onion Head, and Bell Pepper Head arrived, breathless, addressing Usopp. However, upon witnessing the disheveled pirates below, devoid of fighting spirit, along with the fallen Kuro, Zhang and the Cat brothers, they too were left in shock. Haha, you are too late. They have already been dealt with by my companions, Captain Usopp, he began to boast. But upon noticing the cold expressions on Nami and Zoro's faces, he quickly amended his words. Wow, Captain Usopp, you are incredible, truly worthy of being our captain. However, the three of them believed, gazing at Usopp with tears streaming down their faces. Usopp, thank you all, thank you. It appeared that Kaya understood something, as she flashed a radiant smile at Usopp before expressing her gratitude to Luffy and the others. She had already grasped the entire truth. What? Are there really pirates? That lying Usopp actually drove them away and protected us? It cannot be false. Meanwhile, the villagers of the town were also taken aback, having received the news. After all, the entire Kuro pirate crew was a formidable force, numbering in the hundreds, an undeniable spectacle, especially after the butler residing in the villa atop the hill confirmed it. Everyone was convinced. Damn it, I never imagined this could be true. That kid didn't deceive us this time. Incredible, he actually protected us. It seems he is not entirely useless. I never thought I would be protected by him one day, but I am truly grateful. All the villagers began to laugh, their emotions a tapestry of mixed feelings. At that moment, with Kaya treating them, Usopp led Luffy and the others back to the village. Upon their arrival, the villagers erupted in cheers. Usopp, thank you for saving everyone. Although we may have wronged you before, thank you this time. Well done, young man. I have high hopes for you. Seeing this, Usopp trembled, tears streaming down his face. It was precisely for the sake of protecting these people that he had dared to stand strong. TCH, we did it, yet he alone takes all the glory. Nami complained. It doesn't matter. We are pirates, not heroes. Luffy shook his head, gazing at Usopp's radiant smile and chuckling. Hiki. Zoro laughed quietly. Moonlight shrugged. You guys, indeed, we are pirates. Upon hearing this, Nami was taken aback, then turned to Moonlight and the others, beaming with joy. Time for meat. Time for meat. I want to eat meat. Cheers. Hey, Moonlight, don't steal my curry. Before long, amidst the villagers' warm hospitality, Luffy and the others cheered exuberantly. Luffy searched for mate. Zoro drank, while Nami and Moonlight fought over curry rice. It was a scene of pure joy. The next day, after finishing their meal, Luffy and the others bid farewell to everyone, continuing their next journey. Due to the events with Kuro, they did not bring up the topic of the ship with Kaya. However, upon reaching the shore, they discovered a magnificent sailing ship anchored by the coast, with Kaya and others waiting nearby. Seeing Luffy and the crew, she smiled. Usopp told me about your deeds. I cannot repay you, so I will gift you this going merry as a token of my gratitude. I hope you will not find it unworthy. Kaya expressed her thanks. We have a ship. It's so big, wonderful. Luffy exclaimed, leaping onto the ship, eagerly exploring every corner. Zoro remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed gratitude. Thank you. Nami and Moonlight expressed their gratitude, to which Kaya modestly responded that there was no need for such formalities. Just then, a colossal sphere suddenly rolled down the hillside, bursting open and scattering an array of clothing and everyday items across the ground. Emerging from within was Usopp, looking exceedingly awkward as he gazed at the crowd. It was simply too heavy, and I slipped. He chuckled. However, Usopp declared, from this moment forth, I shall set sail and become a great warrior of the sea. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of longing appeared on Kaya's face. The sea was her greatest aspiration, yet her frail constitution held her back. Wow, that's so cool. Then let me join you as a companion. Chapter 24. The formation of the Straw Hat Pirates. At that moment, Luffy directly invited Usopp aboard the ship. You want to invite me on board? Usopp exclaimed, his mouth agape, staring at Luffy in disbelief. He had witnessed the prowess of Luffy and his crew firsthand, especially the scene where Moonlight effortlessly dispatched Kuro, which had etched itself into his memory. How could such a formidable pirate crew extend an invitation to someone like him? You are quite interesting. My ship is in need of someone like you, Luffy said with a beaming smile, radiating sincerity. But, don't they have any objections? Usopp quickly glanced at Zoro, Nami, and Moonlight. Hey, Luffy, although you're the captain, you should at least consult us. Nami interjected. Exactly, we aren't invisible. Zoro added with a smirk. I don't mind. Moonlight shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Hey, do you want to join my pirate crew? Luffy shouted, oblivious to the surrounding banner. This guy. Nami sighed, face-palming. If it weren't for your position as captain, I would have taken you down. Zoro growled menacingly. Moonlight remained silent, unable to find words. In response to Luffy's earnest invitation, Usopp was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he fervently nodded. He then leaped forward and embraced Luffy. Luffy laughed heartily, the two appearing as if they were destined companions, rolling about in jubilant camaraderie. Seeing this, Kaya smiled warmly. Nami joined in the laughter. TCH. Zoro smirked. Though he said nothing, the smile at the corner of his mouth was unmistakable. With Usopp aboard, this ship would surely not be too lonely. Moonlight mused quietly. He, Nami, and Zoro had always been absorbed in their own tasks, interfering with one another rarely. When the ship was small, this was hardly noticeable, but as it grew larger, the quietness became palpable. Usopp seemed to be the very thread that connected them all. Kaya. I am setting sail. I aspire to become a great warrior of the sea. Usopp then bid farewell to Kaya. You will indeed, Kaya replied earnestly, her faith in Usopp unwavering. Well, as the ship sailed further away, Usopp could not help but shed tears once more. All right. Now that we have decided to set sail, let go of everything and strive for success. Luffy comforted him. Thank you, Luffy. You truly are a good person. Usopp was once again moved, rolling about with Luffy in an exuberant embrace. The two continued their playful antics, tumbling on the deck, creating a lively atmosphere. Although having more people around brought cheer, excessive merriment could easily turn into chaos. Nami watched the pair with a slight frown. I feel the same. Zoro nodded in agreement. Hey, Zoro, come help me train. Moonlight called out as he moved to a spacious area. All right. At this, excitement lit up Zoro's face as he swiftly drew his sword and charged forward. My heavens, is there not a single rational soul aboard this vessel? Observing the clash between the Moonlight and Zoro, and then glancing at the tangle of Usopp and Luffy, Nami could not help but feel a profound headache. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself unexpectedly relishing this sensation. After discerning their course, they set sail. The sky over the sea is perpetually capricious, akin to the countenance of a child. One moment it is resplendent, and the next it transforms into a tempest. Moonlight, lower the sails. Zoro, take the helm. Usopp, use your scope to survey the surroundings. Luffy, the front is entrusted to you. Nami promptly organized the crew with remarkable composure, displaying the poise of a seasoned navigator. Despite the tumultuous winds and torrential rains, the thunderous claps and the surging undercurrents, the Golden Mary sailed steadily under Nami's command. After a while, the clouds dispersed. The heavens regained their clarity, and the ocean calmed once more. Phew, that was close, Luffy exclaimed, seated at the bow, or written across his face. It seems this woman has her uses. Zoro nodded, an uncommon gesture of approval. In these vast seas, the navigator is indeed paramount. Moonlight acknowledged with a nod. Nami was undeniably vital. This is the ocean I have longed for. Usopp emerged from the cabin, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He then turned to Luffy and declared, Luffy, since we've formed a pirate crew and set sail, we need a flag. Of course, we need a flag. But what shall it be? I cannot draw. Luffy frowned, deep in contemplation. I can. Usopp volunteered eagerly. Really? That is splendid. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a mischievous grin, Usopp produced an image of a long-nosed caricature, brimming with pride. Look, henceforth Captain Usopp shall set sail. Hey, I am the captain, Luffy retorted, visibly displeased. When did we become your subordinates, Usopp? Zoro and the other two glared at Usopp, their expressions darkening. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Usopp fell in line and ultimately designed the pirate flag based on Luffy's hat. The Straw Hat Pirates were officially established. Fantastic, this aligns perfectly with my aspirations. Luffy beamed upon seeing the straw hat emblazoned on the flag. Not bad. Zoro and Nami nodded in agreement. Luffy embodied the spirit of the crew, and his straw hat symbolized the dream of becoming the Pirate King. Had the Straw Hat Pirates finally come into existence? Moonlight mused, a surge of emotion coursing through her. Suddenly, from the depths of the sea, a colossal wave surged skyward, accompanied by a sea beast of formidable size, towering at 10 meters. Wow, that is enormous. Luffy exclaimed, his astonishment evident. What is that? Zoro gripped his sword hilt tightly. Ah, a sea beast. Usopp shrieked, collapsing onto the deck in terror. How massive. Nami stood in shock, for in the East Blue, she had never encountered such a gargantuan creature. At that moment, the sea beast charged towards the Moonlight with a ferocious roar. Watch out, Moonlight, Nami exclaimed hurriedly. Huh? Upon witnessing this, Zoro surprisingly relaxed his grip on his sword. Moonlight, don't kill it, Luffy called out, his curiosity piqued. Usopp was rendered speechless. Get lost. Moon glared fiercely. With a thunderous roar, the rampaging sea beast suddenly froze. Its lantern-sized eyes filled with terror, beads of sweat trickling down its forehead. Letting out a wail, it turned tail and fled. Usopp, what? Zoro, no way. Nami, what is happening? Luffy, don't leave. The four reacted in various ways. My apologies, I miscalculated. Moonlight shook his head, astonished that the overwhelming force of his conqueror's haki had frightened the sea beast away. What a blunder. What do you mean a blunder? That is utterly insane. You actually scared it off. Usopp retorted incredulously. What kind of magic did you use? This is astonishing, Nami exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. Zoro remained silent, his resolve intensifying with each display of Moonlight's power. The more Moonlight showcased his abilities, the more Zoro sensed the vast gulf between them. Yet he was determined to surpass it. Chapter 25. The Dragon's Celestial Ding. You unsheathed your sword, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. You executed an armed color haki, earning 10,000 experience points. Ding. The blade draw technique has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. The armed color haki has been upgraded to level 3. After the earlier shock, Luffy and the others grew solemn, no longer daring to be careless. Usopp took the helm, while Luffy sat at the bow, surveying the surroundings. Nami observed the clouds above, diligently recording in the navigation log. Zoro, on the other hand, was asleep, while Moonlight practiced swordsmanship in the lookout tower. With relentless swings, the Kusanagi sword finally reached level 3. Excellent. At level 3, the swordsmanship is sufficient to sever tempered steel, and with the enhancement of armed color haki, it can attain the might of level 4. Hearing the sounds, Moonlight murmured to himself. Moonlight, basic swordsmanship, system granted. No grade, 3 section / system granted. No grade, blade draw level 311, 000, upgradable. Dragon Celestial / level 11100, 000, upgradable. Unlockable, observation haki level 3200. 0001, 000. 000, upgradable. Armed color haki level 370, 0001, 000, 000, upgradable. Conqueror's haki level 170, 000-100, 000, upgradable. The Conqueror's haki is notoriously difficult to cultivate, especially with their presence, which risks collateral damage to the innocent. Thus, I shall focus on honing my swordsmanship. Observing the training progress, within mere days, I reached level 3. This level is sufficient to sweep aside first-rate swordsmen, and with the enhancement of armed color haki, I could exchange blows with my hawk, showcasing the system's remarkable prowess. Yet, this is not enough. Moonlight shook his head, gazing at the tranquil sea, the Kusanagi sword in hand, and unleashed his sword technique. Dragon's Celestial Slash. Moonlight exclaimed inwardly, his body vanishing from the lookout tower in an instant. The next moment, he appeared upon the sea, the sword and body merging as one, executing rapid strikes across the surface. Wherever he passed, tumultuous waves surged with great intensity. The Dragon's Celestial Slash is a swift technique that envelopes the practitioner and sword in a harmonious flow of energy. Because of this unity, the speed is astonishing, creating numerous afterimages in motion, especially upon the sea, resembling a dragon traversing the river. Moreover, the sword energy raged fiercely, slicing through the air, producing a cacophony of howls that echoed ominously, reminiscent of distant cries resounding across the waters. What is that? Nami, engrossed in studying the nautical charts, suddenly heard the sound and gasped in horror. Is a tsunami approaching? Quick, we must flee. Usopp's eyes widened in terror. Wow, incredible, Moonlight. Luffy, observing the traces of Moonlight's movement and the thunderous roars, recognized it instantly, exclaiming with delight. It is Moonlight. What sword technique allows such movement upon the sea? Zoro, abruptly awakening, stood up, his keen perception realizing the truth, leaving him utterly astonished. What? That is Moonlight? Upon hearing Luffy's exclamation, Nami gazed in disbelief at the surface of the sea. Indeed, Moonlight had vanished from the lookout. Usopp quickly glanced toward the lookout, only to discover that Moonlight was, as expected, absent. My goodness, Moonlight can actually run on the water. How astonishing! Usopp exclaimed in shock. This is bad. At that moment, Moonlight suddenly realized he was in trouble. As it was his first time wielding this sword technique, the fusion of man and blade propelled him at an incredible speed, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He found himself gliding across the water, unable to halt his momentum. He continued to run farther and farther away, quickly disappearing from sight. Where is Moonlight headed? Luffy questioned. Puzzled. I don't know. Could he have discovered something? Nami speculated. It might be an enemy. We should flee. Usopp urged hastily. An enemy? Why should we run? Zoro replied, brimming with combativeness. All right, let us pursue him. Luffy declared with enthusiasm. Usopp, steer left and follow. Nami instructed, nodding in agreement. Hey, wait. You guys. Usopp, drenched in sweat, attempted to escape, yet his body uncontrollably obeyed the steering commands and followed. Had they arrived at an unnamed island? At that moment, Moonlight finally came to a stop after his rapid movement, only to find himself before a lush, uncharted island. How amusing it was to have ended up like this. Moonlight chuckled bitterly, deciding to refrain from disembarking until Luffy and the others arrived. They would surely catch up soon. Indeed. It wasn't long before the silhouette of the Going Merry appeared on the horizon, with Luffy and the others in pursuit. Moonlight, you're incredible. What was that move just now? It was so cool. Luffy shouted from a distance. This guy. Zoro narrowed his eyes. You're quite extraordinary. Aside from the legendary fishmen, I've never seen a human swordsman who can move on water, Nami exclaimed, utterly astonished. Hey, Moonlight, did you already discover this island and lead us here? Usopp inquired. Returning to the matter at hand. I saw it from the lookout. Yes, I spotted it from afar and thought I'd take a look. Moonlight was about to elaborate when he paused at Usopp's words, quickly recovering and responding. He certainly couldn't admit to being unable to control his power. That would be too embarrassing. You're truly remarkable. But speaking of which, I'm feeling hungry. Is there anything to eat on this island? Luffy asked, unconcerned. Patting his stomach and looking toward the interior of the island. There should be something, as it's an island, plenty of fruit, I imagine, Usopp replied, scanning the surroundings. This island is quite small. It's my first time seeing one like this, Nami remarked as she measured the area. Let us go, now that we're here. We should explore the island. Zoro nodded in agreement. The group had no doubts about Moonlight's words, and with Luffy leading the way, they stepped onto the island. Observing this, Moonlight breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit. The island is indeed quite diminutive, as Nami remarked, after a brief stroll. A small group could almost behold the entirety of its landscape. They later ventured into the forest in search of sustenance. Alas, foolish and ignorant beings. This is the realm of the divine. Should you dare to step further, you shall invoke the wrath of the gods. Thus, I beseech you to halt here. Yet, scarcely had the group entered the forest when suddenly, the surrounding woods began to tremble violently, as if a ferocious beast were about to emerge, instilling terror within their hearts. Oh, divine beings, let us flee. Usopp exclaimed in sheer panic. How splendid! Are there truly gods? Come forth, that I may behold your visage, Luffy declared with unrestrained joy. Eager to glimpse the divine. Is there genuinely a deity in this world? Nami, too, was struck with fear, her complexion turning pale. Chapter 26. Treasure Island. What divinity is this? Merely a charlatan? Come out at once, or I shall slay you. The Moonlight spoke coldly, as the Kazuki sword was drawn. You ignorant mortals dare to. Yet, the voice continued to resonate, ethereal and grand. The Moonlight, growing impatient, swung the sword with a commanding shout. Come forth. Buzz. A crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air with unparalleled sharpness, sweeping across the surroundings. Instantly, a 10-square-meter section of the forest was cleaved away. Great trees, wild grasses, and even the very earth were sent flying, revealing amidst the foliage a menagerie of fierce beasts, lions, bears, deer, leopards, and among them, an exceedingly peculiar figure. This individual was entirely encased within a treasure chest, grotesque and exceedingly short and stout. He gazed in horror at the unsheathing Moonlight. Upon sighting this person, Luffy and the others were taken aback. What rare creature is this? Luffy stepped forward to inspect, pondering aloud. This must be a chest, he mused. Usopp furrowed his brow. Odd. Has a person grown upon this chest? Or is this person born from the chest itself? Nami speculated. A human is born of a human. A demon of a demon, and a chest of a chest. There is nothing remarkable about it. Zoro, however, remained composed. Well said. Moonlight remarked, unable to suppress a thumbs up. Is that truly the case? Strangely enough, Luffy and the others seemed to accept this. Even Nami looked at the person within the chest, puzzled. What nonsense is this? I am Carmen, a genuine, bona fide human. Yet, Carmen, enraged by their scrutiny, was about to erupt when he caught sight of the cold smirk on Moonlight's face, recalling the terrifying sword strike from before. He felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily declared, Esteemed sirs, I assure you, I am indeed a person, an authentic human being. One day, I accidentally tumbled down a mountain and fell into a chest. My body became trapped, and over time, the chest fused with me, leading to my current state. Ah, is such a thing possible? Is there truly someone so foolish in this world? How amusing. Upon hearing this, Luffy and his companions stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at Carmen. Even Moonlight, though aware of the situation, could not help but be astonished at the sight. After all, this was a person encased within a chest. The absurdity was simply too comical. So be it. Whether you choose to believe it or not, you may leave. This is my home. Observing the bewilderment on the faces of the four, Carmen sighed in resignation. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Luffy let out a sigh, his compassion overwhelming, and prepared to depart. You were lying. However, Nami was not so naive. She looked at Carmen, her gaze piercing through his ruse. I have measured this island. It is a remarkably small landmass, devoid of anything save for that hillside. Beneath the slope, I discovered numerous footprints and remnants of battles. You are a pirate, are you not? You unwittingly arrived on this isle and subsequently became separated from your comrades, leading to your current predicament. Nami's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With each word spoken, Carmen's complexion grew increasingly pallid, until at last, he appeared as pale as parchment. You know, don't you? Carmen gazed at Nami, as if a secret had been laid bare. Hey, after all this, you must be lying. Usopp exclaimed, his displeasure evident. He, the illustrious liar, had never been so thoroughly deceived. How despicable to dare trick us. Zoro's hand instinctively rested upon the hilt of his sword. Hey, judging by your demeanor, you don't seem to be a villain. Why would you deceive us? Luffy questioned, his face reflecting utter confusion. Humph. Moonlight scoffed, remaining silent yet emanating a palpable aura of dread that was profoundly unsettling. I must clarify, the matter is as follows, as this young lady has indicated. I am indeed a pirate. One day, my companions and I stumbled upon this place, and we came in search of treasure. Realizing that further evasion would lead to dire consequences, Carmen recounted the entire story with unwavering honesty. He spoke of his excitement upon discovering the treasure and his desperate call to his comrades, only to suffer a misstep that sent him tumbling down the hill, becoming ensnared within a chest. For decades, he had endured, coexisting with exotic beasts and the elusive treasure he could never reach, and as he recounted his tale, he broke down in tears. Indeed, there is treasure here. Nami's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. I never imagined your tale could be so extraordinary. It is truly moving. Usopp wiped away tears. Humph. Zoro scoffed, evidently surprised that such bizarre circumstances could exist in the world. You poor man, fear not. I have resolved to assist you in locating your treasure. Luffy, brimming with sympathy, was determined to help Carmen. The others shared no objections. Their curiosity piqued regarding this peculiar individual who had safeguarded his treasure for decades. What might it be? Gold? Jewels? Or perhaps berries? Nami and the others felt a surge of anticipation, while Moonlight remained solemn, his gaze fixed upon the distant hillside. This island is truly enigmatic, being so small. It must have been visited countless times. The slope is not particularly steep, and despite the multitude of seekers, no one had unearthed its secrets. It is remarkable that you noticed it and even discovered a treasure chest. Moonlight pondered silently. Although he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he sensed that this island was extraordinary. If Carmen's account held truth, then the mystery lay within this island. With a serious demeanor, Moonlight scrutinized the landscape, hoping to uncover something more. Yet he was met with disappointment. The island appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of anything exceptional. Dear uncle, the treasure shall be mine. At that moment, Luffy and his companions had brought Carmen to the foot of the hill. With a mighty leap, Luffy ascended and, to his astonishment, discovered a treasure chest. However, upon opening it, he found it to be utterly empty. Observing Carmen's eager anticipation, Luffy offered a cold smile. What? Yet, Carmen, Usopp, Nami, and Zoro tensed at his words. Excluding Usopp, both Nami and Zoro were acutely aware of Luffy's character and instantly grasped the implications of his statement. Although Usopp initially reacted with anger, he soon comprehended the situation. Carmen, on the other hand, trembled as if the faith he had upheld for decades had crumbled. Yet, unexpectedly, he smiled. You truly are a good person, aren't you? There was nothing in that treasure chest, was there? He had already surmised this outcome, but for years, he had dared not confront it, needing to see it with his own eyes to find closure. Chapter 27. Joseph, is it true? Luffy? Although Nami had long suspected the truth, she still clung to hope, yearning to hear it from Luffy's own lips. Luffy chuckled softly as 6 boxes were unceremoniously dropped, revealing them to be utterly empty. Indeed, there is nothing at all. Usopp sighed. That old man wasted decades. Zoro waved his hand dismissively. It's astonishing how he managed to make it all so unrecognizable. Nami shook her head. Well, actually, it's not so bad. At first, I felt quite sorrowful and thought it was all in vain. However, After meeting them, I realized that it's not so terrible. If I hadn't lost other things, I wouldn't have gained this. In a way, I feel lighter now. Thank you, Straw Hat Kid. I am not sad, for I have found the true treasure. Carmen sighed, then shook his head, his gaze firm and sparkling as he regarded the extraordinary creatures surrounding them, warmth flooding his expression. It was their companionship over the years that had enabled him to persevere step by step. Hey, Moonlight, what are you doing? At that moment, Luffy caught a glimpse of Moonlight suddenly raising his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy. Huh? Moonlight, what is happening? Is there an enemy? Are you going to strike that mountain? At this, Nami and Usopp were taken aback, while Zoro immediately noticed where Moonlight's gaze was fixed, on the mountainside. With a resonant hum, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation as a colossal crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth. Boom! The mountainside was cleaved in two, debris cascading down with an awe-inspiring force, revealing a hollow interior of the mountain. Indeed, the legends were not mere fabrications. Moonlight felt a surge of excitement as he approached the mountain's interior, where he discovered a series of strangely inscribed characters' ancient script, though he could not decipher it. What is this? Is this the treasure? A mere inscription? Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp crowded around, their expressions filled with confusion. I've never encountered anything like this. Carmen was equally astonished, never anticipating such a revelation upon splitting the mountain. Nami, do you have a rubbing plate? I wish to make a record of this. Moonlight directed his attention toward Nami, ignoring the others. Yes, Nami nodded, producing the necessary tools. As a skilled thief, she possessed an array of items. If my assumptions are correct, these inscriptions are indeed the true treasure. They are written in ancient script, which I cannot comprehend. Luffy, when you invite new crew members, be sure to include a historian. Only a historian would be able to decipher these writings. Moonlight explained while making the rubbings. Indeed, that is essential, Luffy replied, nodding, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Alas, the ancient script remained a mystery to all present. Well, the matter is settled. We should raise anchor and set sail. Hey, old man, come with us to sea and join our crew. At last, when all had come to an end, the group prepared to depart. Luffy turned to Cayman, extending an invitation. No, I have long yearned and awaited this moment, missing out on far too much. Treasures are no longer singular, for they are my true treasures. Cayman shook his head, his expression resolutely firm, declining without hesitation. Very well, old man, do take care of yourself, Luffy exclaimed, waving his hand. Under the moonlight, the ship set sail as Usopp took the helm, Nami observed the course, and Zoro surveyed the surroundings. The crew departed from Treasure Island. To be honest, Moonlight, how did you discern that there was something amiss with that mountain? Nami inquired, her face a mask of confusion aboard the ship. Indeed, if it were us, we would never have considered it, Usopp nodded, despite his self-proclaimed title as the world's smartest man, unable to fathom the idea of splitting open a mountain to investigate. Not just you. I had not thought of it either, Zoro concurred. It's nothing, merely an instinctive perception. I heard that man mention this was the fabled Treasure Island. Yet he remarked that none of his companions had discovered it. The only place unexplored was the hillside. Are they all fools or blind? With so many of them, why has no one ventured up? That alone is illogical. That man must be lying. They must have all ascended, yet only he has laid eyes on the chests. Moonlight shook his head, sensing the peculiarity. It was merely an attempt, yet he did not expect to uncover a secret. Truly impressive, Moonlight. Your thoughts are remarkably astute. Nami remarked with admiration. Indeed, I, Usopp, rarely find anyone worthy of my respect, but you are one. Usopp raised his thumb in approval. Zoro merely grunted. Yet the fire of battle in his eyes intensified. This man, with both swordsmanship and intellect, was exceedingly sharp. He could only look up to him. But he would surely surpass him. I'm so hungry. I want to eat meat. Luffy, having lost interest, sat in the prime seat at the bow of the ship, rubbing his belly with a dejected expression. The crew fell silent, unsure of how to respond to Luffy's antics. Moonlight, think of something. I'm on the verge of starvation. Luffy turned his head, his eyes pleading. Food? Out here at sea, what we have in abundance is food, Moonlight chuckled. With a commanding presence, he drew his sword. Buzz. A crescent-shaped sword aura cleaved through the ocean. Instantly, the sea parted, revealing a massive shark lurking 10 meters away, poised to ambush the Golden Bell. Only to be preempted by Moonlight's strike. Impressive. Moonlight. Nami and the others exclaimed in awe at the spectacle. At that moment, a surge of sword energy swept through, cleaving the shark in two. One half was deftly seized by Luffy, while the other was propelled far away by the sheer force of the blade. What an excessive display of strength, Moonlight remarked with incredulity, realizing he had overestimated the shark's resilience. Wow, shark meat. Usopp. Roasted. We shall feast upon shark. Luffy exclaimed, already grasping his portion and directing his words toward Usopp. Leave it to me. Barbecuing is my forte, Usopp declared with confidence, promptly igniting a fire for the roast. Observing Luffy's swift actions and the unsheathing of swords, Nami and Zoro exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the antics of the duo. However, upon catching sight of the sizzling shark meat, their stomachs betrayed them with audible growls. Ha! Luffy erupted in laughter at the sound. The group shared knowing glances, unable to contain their mirth. Suddenly, a thunderous wave crashed nearby, accompanied by a resounding shout. Who tossed that shark over here? Our boat has capsized. Joseph, you must not perish. Coughing, the group ceased their laughter, turning to investigate the commotion. Their gaze settled on a small boat overturned by the shark, with two individuals floating helplessly in the water, leaving them in stunned silence. Can a shark truly collide with a person? Chapter 28. Hoppity, what a coincidence. Moonlight, you. Oh no, it's a person. Quick, save him. Upon hearing this, Usopp and the others exchanged bewildered glances at Moonlight. Brother, your aim is astonishingly precise. In this vast ocean, we happen to collide with a person. What now? Moonlight gazed at the two approaching figures, one unconscious and the other dragging himself towards them. You scoundrels! What do you mean by using a shark to kill? Johnny shouted as he drew near, pointing accusingly at Moonlight and his companions. Come aboard. Luffy extended his arm, swiftly pulling both individuals onto the deck. Is it you? Zoro, spotting the two, wore a look of astonishment. These two were ruffians he had once rescued. He had not expected to encounter them here. Brother Zoro. Johnny's eyes lit up upon seeing Zoro, and he immediately abandoned Joseph, exclaiming with great joy, Brother Zoro, how did you end up here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? How did you find yourselves here? Zoro gestured towards the two. Oh, brother, ever since you saved us that time, we turned over a new leaf, vowing to become great pirates. We found a ship and sailed along the coast, but alas, we lost our way and drifted here. And then, as you know, your friend attempted to kill Joseph with a shark. Wah! As he spoke, Johnny began to weep. This man was not killed by Moonlight. He was merely suffering from malnutrition and had contracted septicemia. Just then, Nami stepped forward to examine the situation. Septicemia? Johnny was taken aback. What is septicemia? Luffy inquired curiously. Is he not dead? Zoro sighed with relief. These two could be considered his friends, and he would have felt sorrow if Moonlight had inadvertently taken their lives. Septicemia, yes, I have heard of such a condition. It arises from prolonged nutritional imbalance, failing to meet the body's needs, especially in this vast ocean. Over time, it can lead to septicemia, which is a very dangerous ailment. Usopp murmured, his knowledge surfacing. Is there a way to save him? Moonlight asked Nami, as this was his greatest concern. Although he despised pirates, he did not wish to wrongfully take the life of an innocent. Yes, Usopp, go fetch some lime. He is merely nutritionally deficient. Once replenished, he will be fine. Nami instructed Usopp. Usopp nodded and quickly procured the lime, administering it into Joseph's mouth. Half an hour later, Joseph's complexion improved, and he regained consciousness. Initially, he looked at Johnny with confusion, but upon spotting Zoro, his face lit up with joy as he lunged towards him. Brother Zoro, I never imagined we would meet in this vast ocean, but, midway through his leap, his body weakened, and he fainted once more. Down he goes again. I have merely revived you. To completely cure this sepsis, several days of rest are still required. Why the arrogance? Nami could only express her disbelief. That's wonderful. Brother, you are all right, Johnny exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude towards Nami. Well, since you are fine, let us recuperate here, Zoro suggested. It seems we must recruit a chef to join our crew, Luffy mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The precedent set by Joseph and Johnny served as a stark reminder, and the urgency of the situation became palpable. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing waves erupted from the waters ahead, startling everyone. They turned to see a massive warship, flanked by several smaller vessels, which appeared to serve as protectors. The insignia was unmistakably that of the Navy. Moreover, they were approaching at an alarming speed. "It's the Navy. Run away, it's a naval fleet." As they drew closer, the group could finally discern their features, and Usopp was the first to cry out. "TCH, encountered the Navy, have we?" Zoro remarked with an unperturbed demeanor. "I never anticipated a Navy encounter. What shall we do? Their numbers are overwhelming." Nami's expression turned grave as she regarded the formidable naval force before them, her usual composure wavering. "Ah, the Navy. What a colossal ship!" Luffy exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the approaching vessel. "Captain Hobody, we have sighted pirates ahead." Meanwhile, aboard the naval flagship, a sailor reported to a strikingly handsome man clad in a pristine white suit, whose iron fist was a testament to his authority. This man was Hobody, and beside him stood an elegant lady, both engaged in amiable conversation, the atmosphere warm and congenial. Hobody felt a deep sense of satisfaction, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This enchanting lady would be his by nightfall. Indifferent to the news, he inquired, "What pirates? How many?" "They bear an unfamiliar pirate flag adorned with a straw hat." "And there are 7 of them," the Navy officer reported. "Only 7 pirates? Merely insignificant scoundrels. Since fate has brought them to me, let us obliterate them." Hobody chuckled lightly, reassuring the concerned lady beside him. "There is no need to fret. A handful of minor pirates cannot possibly rival our Navy. Let us head to the sea restaurant and indulge in fine wine and exquisite cuisine." With that, Hobody extended an invitation to the lady. "Ha! Captain Hobody, you are truly remarkable. Those pirates are in for misfortune upon encountering you. I have indeed heard of the sea restaurant. It is renowned for its exceptional cuisine." The lady replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Hobody. "Please." Hobody felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria, as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Fire. Following Hobody's departure, the Navy promptly issued orders to open fire on Luffy's ship. Suddenly, a cannonball hurtled towards them. In their eyes, a vessel like Luffy's could be obliterated with a single shot. Moreover, out of the Navy's benevolence, they would first fire a warning shot. "This is bad. The enemy has struck. The cannonball. We must avoid being hit, or our ship will be sent flying. I will slice it." As the cannonball soared through the air, Usopp and Nami cried out, while Zoro unsheathed his sword, determined to shatter the projectile. Moonlight merely chuckled, for he had already perceived Luffy's impending action. Rubber, rubber. Luffy inhaled deeply, his body swelling to an enormous size, brimming with unparalleled elasticity. The cannonball seemed to penetrate cotton, rendering it ineffective. Then, with a powerful rebound, Luffy deflected the projectile. "Phew, that startled me." Seeing this, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 29, The Bartai Restaurant. "Hey, Luffy, where are you aiming that?" "Oh no." Just as Usopp sighed in relief, he and Nami were left in shock as the cannonball that Luffy had shot careened towards another naval ship. Boom. A large hole was blasted open. "Oh no. This is bad. Luffy, you're in trouble." Upon witnessing this scene, Zoro and the others couldn't help but face bomb in exasperation. If they were ordinary pirates, they would simply let it go, but they were far from ordinary, and Luffy was even less so. "Oops, I missed. But it's fine. I'll handle it myself. Just wait for me. I'll be back quickly." Seeing this, Luffy could only smile awkwardly, stretching out his arm as he soared toward the ship. "Is this the famed Bartai restaurant?" At that moment, Johnny and Joseph awoke one after another, stunned by the sight of the enormous ship resembling a building. "The Bartai? Have you heard of it?" Usopp inquired, curiosity piqued. "Yes, it's a very famous restaurant in the East Blue. In this restaurant, whether you are a pirate, a marine, or a mountain bandit, as long as you have money, you will be served, for the food here is exquisite, and the chefs are incredibly skilled. Thus, both pirates and bandits hold this place in high regard. We have always longed to dine here, yet we never expected to encounter it in such a manner," Johnny explained. Indeed, Joseph nodded in agreement. "This is not the time for a meal," Usopp. Moonlight, we should also go. Nami, Johnny, Joseph, please stay behind to watch the ship. Luffy might just make things worse. Zoro shouted towards Moonlight and Usopp. Oh, a restaurant? Just when I was feeling hungry. I'm eager to meet the fierce chef, Usopp mused, nodding in response. Indeed. Moonlight agreed, acknowledging that Luffy's personality could indeed complicate matters further. Suddenly, as the three boarded the ship, a scream echoed, accompanied by a figure hurtling from within. Moonlight reached out and caught a strikingly handsome man, who bore a pair of iron fists. Is that Captain Hoppity of the Navy? Moonlight thought, his heart racing. Thank you. Thank you. How outrageous. This restaurant is so brutal. That chef is excessively violent, attacking customers without hesitation. This is intolerable. I will mobilize the Navy and obliterate you all. Hoppity exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on the restaurant as he stormed away without even acknowledging Moonlight. Such rudeness from a naval officer. They remarked in disbelief. Indeed. He didn't even show gratitude for being saved. Could this be the work of Luffy? The three exchanged knowing glances as they observed Hoppity leave without a word. A smirk creeping across their faces. Zoro even dared to speculate. With that, the trio ventured inside, only to find the restaurant bustling with patrons savoring their meals. Completely unfazed by the earlier incident. Huh, they exclaimed in surprise. Make way. At that moment, a man clad in green attire, adorned with a patterned headscarf and embroidered with a red serpent motif, abruptly entered the establishment. With an expression of utter indifference, he strode into the dining area, seized a seat, and nonchalantly propped his legs upon the table, commanding, "Bring me food." What manner of person is this? A pirate, perhaps? The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes towards him. Yet, the fierce demeanor of the man sent shivers down their spines. It seemed that only pirates possessed such a menacing aura upon the seas. Ah, esteemed guest, I am Patty, the host of this vessel. Welcome to the floating restaurant Baratai. Feel free to order anything you desire, provided you can afford the price. Our establishment offers a plethora of options. Just then, the chef-host Patty hurried over, wearing a beaming smile. I have no money, but I demand food, the man retorted coldly. No money? You wish to dine? Patty's expression abruptly soured. Humph, I am a member of the Kuroha pirate crew. Hurry and prepare my meal. And make sure to prepare extra, as I intend to take some with me. The man continued, his tone icy, seemingly oblivious to Patty's growing displeasure. What? He is from the Kuroha pirate crew. A collective gasp arose. That crew is the tyrant of the East Sea. It is said they command a fleet of 50 pirate ships. If their crew is here, does that mean the Kuroha pirate crew is lurking nearby? Upon hearing this, the patrons were struck with terror. The Kuroha pirate crew was no nameless band of rogues. They were the rulers of the East Sea. Led by the insidious and ruthless Captain Kuroha, a man feared by countless souls, prompting all pirates to steer clear of him. The very presence of such a pirate in their midst sent a wave of panic through the crowd. The Kuroha pirate crew? A formidable band of pirates. We should leave at once. The reactions varied among Zoro, Usopp, and Moonlight. Zoro's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was evidently familiar with this notorious crew, renowned throughout the East Sea. Usopp, on the other hand, was gripped by fear, with only a small vessel at their disposal. How could they possibly contend with the likes of the Kuroha pirate crew? Moonlight's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If Kuroha was indeed nearby, it likely meant that the man pursuing them, Hawkeye Mihawk, was also present. This man, regarded as the world's greatest swordsman, had long been a figure Moonlight yearned to encounter. With his current level 3 swordsmanship, coupled with Haki, he could rival the might of level 4. At level 4, swordsmanship transcends to a realm where one can effortlessly cleave both steel and paper, embodying the essence of a true swordsman. Moonlight pondered the disparity between his skills and the black blade of Hawkeye, named Yuru, with eager anticipation. Get out. I care not who you are or what pirate crew you belong to. If you wish to dine here, you must adhere to our rules. No money? Then get out. Just then, Patty let out a thunderous shout that startled everyone. He abruptly interrupted the man's speech, seizing him and forcefully hurling him away. Thud. The man landed on the deck, racked with pain, unable to rise for a considerable time. Cursed be it. Had it not been for my prolonged hunger, I would never. Anger flickered in the man's eyes. However, he lacked the strength to act, rendered powerless. After a while, he managed to struggle to his feet, intent on leaving and devising another plan. Wow, how impressive. Truly worthy of being a chef from Baratai. Such a mere pirate posed no challenge. Chef, you are truly courageous for driving away the pirate. Chapter 30. The Click Pirate Crew. Thank you, Chef. If it weren't for you, we would have been doomed. The despicable pirates, indeed, had to flee from this restaurant in disgrace. Truly, it is the renowned sea restaurant, Baratai. Witnessing this scene, the patrons around all raised their thumbs in approval of Patty. It is my duty, Patty replied with a grin, rubbing his nose. He then boldly stepped towards the entrance. I am Patty, the head chef of the Baratai. Regardless of who you are, as long as you are here, you are my guest. I shall ensure you feel at home. However, if you think of dining and dashing, I shall not let you off easily, Baratai declared emphatically, exuding confidence. What a fiery temperament this chef possesses. The crew of the Click Pirate Crew seemed insignificant in his eyes. Indeed, the chefs in this establishment have quite the fiery disposition. Usopp and Nami marveled at the scene. Are chefs not merely skilled in cooking? How can they be so brave and combative? Moonlight chuckled softly, found a spot, and sat down to order. Having arrived here, one must surely savor the culinary delights. After approximately 2 hours, a sudden, heavy thud echoed through the establishment, startling everyone. Moments later, a panicked individual burst through the door, breathlessly exclaiming, "This is bad. The Click Pirate Crew is here." What? The Click Pirate Crew? The tyrants of the East Sea? Run. Quick. Escape. Panic ensued among the diners, who, forgetting about their meals, scrambled for the exit. With their lives at stake, who could think of indulging in fine cuisine? Just as they surged towards the door, a man entered, accompanied by a towering figure. Upon seeing this man, the patrons recoiled in fear, as if confronted by a monstrous beast. He is the Click Pirate. This is terrible. He has actually arrived. Shock reverberated through the crowd, causing them to retreat further. Please, spare us some food. Our captain has not eaten in quite a while. To everyone's astonishment, the earlier man knelt before Click, begging the onlookers with a deep bow. What is happening here? Is this truly the infamous and ruthless tyrant of the East Sea, the Click Pirate Crew? All gazes were filled with confusion, questioning the bizarre turn of events. Look, their pirate ship. Goodness, is that true? It looks utterly dilapidated. What has happened to cause this? At that moment, an exclamation arose from outside. Everyone turned to look, only to see an enormous ship anchored beside Baratai, its pirate flag barely visible, unmistakably belonging to the Click Pirate Crew. However, this once mighty vessel now appeared to be in tatters, resembling a beggar's ship. Once again, astonishment swept through the crowd. It is absurd to consider providing sustenance to such a person. He is now utterly famished and devoid of strength. If we were to allow him to recover, he would once again become the infamous and fearsome Captain Click. Indeed, it is a rare sight to behold the tyrant of the East Sea in such a state. And we must not permit his resurgence. Such a person deserves to perish from hunger. Upon hearing this, the patrons around could not suppress their derisive laughter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they collectively sighed in relief. The notion of offering him food was nothing short of a fantasy. This man is universally reviled. It would be better for him to starve. Who would have thought that the notorious captain of the Click Pirates would find himself in such a pitiful state? To desire a meal is inconceivable. He should just leave. Is this what they call the dominator of the East Sea? What a disgraceful sight. He currently resembles nothing more than a dog. If it were not against the rules of our establishment to take a life, I would gladly rid the world of you to prevent future troubles. The chefs of Baratai emerged upon hearing the commotion, only to sneer at the scene before them. Please, I beg you, grant our captain a morsel of food. I implore you. The man beside Click, filled with despair yet unwavering, continued to bow and plead. His pitiable appearance tugged at the heartstrings, yet no one around felt sympathy. The mere thought of them being pirates, particularly the infamous tyrant of the East Sea, incited only contempt. There must be something detestable about such wretched individuals. They deserve their fate. I cannot bear to witness a starved soul suffer in my presence. At that moment, a man clad in a black suit, a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached. His hair was disheveled, and his brow was furrowed. exuding an air akin to that of an artist amidst swirling smoke. He set a plate down before Click and spoke nonchalantly. "Mr. Sanji, thank you, truly thank you." The man expressed profound gratitude upon witnessing this act. Click, in a display devoid of grace, ravenously began to eat, having been pushed to the brink of starvation. Unable to withstand the humiliation any longer due to his utter lack of strength. "Are you out of your mind? Why would you show sympathy for such a person? Do you not realize who he is? He is the ruthless and cunning tyrant of the East Sea, Click. You are insane. Do not drag us down with you." Sanji's actions ignited a wave of outrage. "Sanji, what are you doing?" they exclaimed. "Indeed, Sanji, who gave you permission to serve food to others? You scoundrel!" The chefs shouted in unison. "I apologize, but as a chef, I cannot stand by and watch a starving person before me." Sanji inhaled deeply, his expression solemn as he spoke. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a powerful gust of wind erupted from behind him. Bang! Sanji was propelled backward by this force, crashing violently against the restaurant's staircase before collapsing to the ground. His body trembled as he coughed up blood, having lost the cigarette that had once rested in his mouth. After satisfying his hunger, Click stood up. At that moment, the despondency he once exhibited had vanished, replaced instead by a fierce and imposing countenance. This was the true visage of the captain of the Click pirate crew, who dominated the East Sea. In this instant, he had risen from the dead. Alas! It was dire news. Click had returned to life. Cursed be this situation, it was a calamity. This chef has gone too far. Observing this, all the diners were drenched in sweat. How could one treat their benefactor with such contempt? The captain of the Click pirate crew was indeed as vile, unscrupulous, and insidious as rumored. He was, without a doubt, a fickle and treacherous individual. Chapter 31. Hawkeye Mihawk. The chefs, including Patty, erupted in furious shouts. How despicable! Usopp could hardly contain his indignation. If someone of his temperament felt such outrage, it was evident how vile this individual truly was. "Ha! I am the ruler of the East Blue, Click. This ship now belongs to me. Listen well, all of you. If you wish to avoid death, you will promptly disembark and leave. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to dispose of you. And as for the chefs aboard this vessel, you too must depart. But first, prepare me 100 servings of food." Upon witnessing this, Click laughed heartily, showing no concern for the others. He issued commands with a cold tone, as if he were a master dictating orders, leaving no room for refusal. "I do not wish to kill today, so you had best move quickly. Otherwise, I may change my mind at any moment. Hurry up. Flee for your lives." How infuriating! In this vast sea, confined to a mere small boat, how can we navigate? If a large wave strikes, we shall surely capsize. Our fate rests in the hands of the heavens. What can we do? It is certainly better than being killed right now. Move quickly. Upon hearing this, the diners hesitated for a moment before rushing out in a panic. Soon, only the chefs and a few others were left on the ship. 100 servings? Dream on. This ship is ours, Click. Get out. The chefs shouted in unison, showing no fear even in the face of Click. "Ah, it appears that some do not shed tears until they see the coffin." Click sneered, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was no benevolent figure. How else could he dominate in these lawless seas? "Please, agree to the captain's request. We mean you no harm and will not kill you. Our crew has gone several days without food. Once we eat, we shall depart." At this moment, a man beside Click hurriedly pleaded with the crowd, then turned to Click. "Captain, did you not say it was just a meal, no killing?" "Ha ha, Kin. When did my affairs become your concern? I will do as I please." Click scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent the man flying. Indeed, he was a treacherous and ungrateful fiend. Click. At this juncture, Sanji regained his composure, stood up, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and gazed at Click. "It seems you chefs are not inclined to cooperate." Upon witnessing this, Click's expression turned icy. Humph. The chefs remained silent, but were clearly preparing for a confrontation, their faces betraying their resolve. The Baratai restaurant had managed to thrive for so long, even engaging in business with pirates, precisely because these chefs were not to be trifled with. "Ah, it seems you intend to resist. How delightful. I relish suppressing those who defy me." Click roared with laughter. Suddenly, he shed his outer garment, revealing a suit of golden armor beneath, equipped with a shield, guns, cannons, spears, and swords. He appeared as a radiant war god, gleaming with golden light. This scene left everyone utterly astonished. What is this? Golden armor? My heavens! They gazed at Click, their faces a tableau of shock. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that lay concealed beneath his grand cloak. Have you been wearing these all along? Never taken them off? Usopp was rendered speechless, as was Zoro. They had never encountered a figure of such magnitude before. Indeed, the reason I dominate the East Blue is not due to any cunning schemes. Those are merely a means to an end. My true reliance lies in this golden armor, which bestows upon me formidable power. Any who dare defy me shall meet their demise. I had offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Therefore, allow me to resolve this matter swiftly. Click erupted into laughter, and suddenly, a row of machine guns emerged from the golden armor, their ominous barrels aimed squarely at the assembled crowd. A sinister grin illuminating Click's face. Cursed be this fate. Upon witnessing this, the atmosphere grew heavy with dread, for a gunshot would surely spell doom. Is this how it ends? Usopp's face contorted in terror, drenched in sweat. Humph. Zoro's hands gripped the hilt of his sword, poised for action. Die. Click sneered, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, bang, a massive sack was hurled forth, landing heavily before Click, producing a dull thud. An old man emerged, a leg amputated, coldly fixing his gaze upon Click. Depart, Click. Inside this sack are provisions for 100. The old man spoke with a chilling tone. Captain, hush. When did the captain prepare the meal? With the appearance of the old man, a wave of relief washed over everyone. However, the sight of provisions for 100 evoked astonishment. When did he manage to prepare this? They had been completely oblivious to any commotion. You are Redleg Zeph? Yet, upon closer inspection, Click's expression shifted drastically. The name Redleg Zeph resonated profoundly. He had heard it echoed far and wide. The surrounding cooks remained unfazed, having long known their captain's identity. Usopp, on the other hand, was taken aback, never imagining Click could harbor a fearsome adversary. What of Redleg Zeph? Alas, you are no longer the man you once were. Click quickly regained his composure, particularly as he gazed at Zeph's amputated leg, a breath of relief escaping him. Laced with disdain. Click, were you not bound for the Grand Line? How did you end up here, and in such a disheveled state? However, Zeph paid him no mind, instead surveying the dilapidated pirate ship, inquiring. Indeed, we ventured to the Grand Line and have traversed the first half of the sea. Yet upon reaching the latter half, we encountered a man with eagle-like eyes who single-handedly decimated our fleet of 50 ships. At this mention, Click fell silent, clearly unwilling to revisit this memory, a lifelong humiliation and shadow that haunted him. However, Akin spoke up. What? Stopped by a single individual? 50 ships severed? Surely this is a jest. Does such a being truly exist in the Grand Line? My heavens! Upon Akin's revelation, everyone present was left in shock, gazing incredulously at Click and the ships outside. Could it be that the Grand Line is so terrifying that one person could vanquish 50 vessels? What a formidable presence that must be. Usopp was astounded. Indeed, only someone of such caliber would be worthy of the Grand Line. My anticipation knows no bounds. At that moment, Luffy emerged from an unexpected corner, clad in the attire of a restaurant server, exclaiming with excitement. Luffy! Usopp, upon seeing Luffy, breathed a sigh of relief. With Luffy around, there was no need to fear Click. A person akin to Mihawk, capable of such feats. Could it be him? Zoro also relaxed. Yet upon hearing those 4 words, a name suddenly flashed in his mind. Dracula Mihawk. At that, Zep inadvertently uttered a name. He has arrived. Just then, Moonlight's expression shifted as he glanced toward the exterior of the ship. There, a Western-style coffin ship floated toward them from afar, its bow and stern adorned with 2 flickering green candles. Beneath the eerie green flames stood a man, sword strapped to his back. Chapter 32. The Black Blade of Night. A figure emerged, characterized by short black hair and piercing yellow eyes, sharp as an eagle's gaze. He sported a distinctive mustache and adorned a black top hat with white fur trim. His attire consisted of a wine-red patterned jacket layered over a black vest, complemented by white shorts. He exuded an air of ruggedness and chilling indifference. Most striking were his eyes, when he cast a glance. An unsettling coldness crept into the hearts of onlookers. It was this man who had thwarted our pursuit, following us relentlessly from the Grand Line to this very place. Why had he come? Upon seeing him, Akin's expression morphed into one of sheer horror, as if confronted by a specter. It was he. Cold sweat dripped from Kleeki's brow as he beheld the man before him, an intensifying sense of dread swelling within. Who was this individual? Luffy's face reflected confusion. He appeared immensely formidable. Usopp gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. Merely a glance at him sent chills down his spine. Such sharp eyes, reminiscent of an eagle's, evoked a sense of dread with just a single look. Truly remarkable. It was astonishing to encounter such a person in this world. The group of cooks gazed in astonishment at the man before them. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Zoro and Zepp fixed their unwavering stares upon the man, uttering each word with gravity. Zoro recognized him as his target, while Zepp, seasoned and knowledgeable, had heard of his illustrious name. The 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The crowd looked on in confusion, clearly unfamiliar with this name. The 7 warlords of the sea are 7 notorious pirates recognized by the world government, each possessing strength formidable enough to rival nations. They serve the world government, standing as adversaries to all pirates, and Dracul Mihawk is one among them. Zepp inhaled deeply, elucidating each word with precision. What? A great pirate, acknowledged by the world government? Strength to rival nations? An enemy to all pirates? The revelation left everyone astounded. Such a figure is truly terrifying. Suddenly, Zoro made his move, transforming into a blur as he appeared before Mihawk. In the presence of this man, Zoro's eyes sparkled with boundless fighting spirit. He had awaited this day for far too long. Today, he would engage in battle, regardless of the cost, even if it meant death. A frog in a well. The moment Zoro's gaze met Mihawk's, no words were necessary. The swordsman understood Zoro's intentions. Another challenger had emerged. As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk had faced countless challenges throughout his life. Yet, he was surprised to find someone daring enough to challenge him in the humble East Blue. Such courage was commendable. With this thought, Mihawk nodded, drawing a small knife from his chest. He looked at Zoro with an expression of regret. I am sorry, this is all I possess. An insult? In Zoro's eyes flickered a glimmer of anger. He was, after all, a renowned pirate hunter. When had he ever been so underestimated? Onigiri, Zoro roared, drawing his sword with fervor. Oh, the 3-sword style? How intriguing, yet pathetically weak. Upon witnessing this, Mihawk's gaze narrowed slightly with his exceptional swordsmanship. He could easily discern Zoro's capabilities, and a hint of interest emerged within him. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. Zoro, as swift as lightning, unleashed a full-force onigiri, only to have it effortlessly parried by Mihawk with a mere dagger. How is this possible? Is the disparity so vast? Stunned, Zoro stared incredulously at the scene before him. He glanced again at Mihawk, feeling an insurmountable chasm separating them. Awaken and behold the world. It is vast. Mihawk stated coolly, his dagger dancing in the air. I refuse to believe the world is so distant from me. In that moment, Zoro felt his worldview shatter. All his previous understandings and agreements disintegrated into infinite slashes, and he was consumed by rage. Suddenly, Mihawk extended his hand, and in an instant, the dagger pierced Zoro's chest. All of Zoro's movements halted abruptly as he stared blankly at Mihawk. Is this the world? He murmured, as though gaining a new perspective, a spark igniting in his eyes. Why does he still possess fighting spirit? Mihawk found himself astonished, observing the rising determination within Zoro's gaze. He was the world's greatest swordsman. And here stood merely an unnamed swordsman from the East Blue. Despite being overwhelmed, Zoro still radiated resolve, and this unwavering dedication to the sword art intrigued Mihawk deeply. This is the most fundamental and precious quality of becoming a strong warrior. As long as one possesses this, their future achievements are boundless. Because of a promise. Zoro bellowed, his essence, spirit, blood, and power converging into one. In an instant, his eyes became fiercely sharp. With 3 blades in hand, he resembled a primordial beast. The 3 swords merged into one, spinning ferociously. 3,000 worlds. In an instant, man and sword became one, transforming into a whirlwind that surged forward with devastating force. Interesting. Mihawk mused, his eyes narrowing. His keen sight recognized the intricacies and might of Zoro's technique. Though the gap remained vast, it was nonetheless commendable. With that, he grasped his black blade, Yoru, firmly in hand. Swish! The two clashed and separated. Blood gushed from Zoro as he sustained a wound on his back. Is the disparity this profound? He murmured, yet suddenly spread his arms wide before Mihawk. Mihawk was taken aback. A wound on one's back is a disgrace for a swordsman. Zoro chuckled. Remarkable. I shall remember you, Roronoa Zoro. Grow swiftly. You will undoubtedly become a formidable swordsman. I shall be waiting for you to surpass me. Upon hearing this, even the formidable Mihawk could not help but be moved. What is the essence of a sword soul? This is it. The individual before him may possess rudimentary swordsmanship, yet his sword soul is astonishingly powerful. Without hesitation, Mihawk unleashed a decisive slash, leaving a deep gash before Zoro, who was subsequently sent hurtling towards the sea. Brother! Brother! Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in alarm, quickly leaping into the water to rescue him. Zoro! Luffy shouted, his arm stretching towards the horizon, rushing forth. He was still alive. Mihawk effortlessly evaded Luffy's assault, remarking with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Luffy could not help but exhale in relief. Is this the might of the warlord of the sea, Mihawk? It is terrifying. Even the renowned pirate hunter Zoro is rendered utterly defenseless. They are on entirely different levels. The disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. The surrounding spectators, witnessing the famed pirate hunter being so easily vanquished, collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. That scoundrel! Akin and Click regarded Mihawk with wary expressions. The strength of this man is indeed fearsome. Buzz. At that moment, a crescent-shaped sword energy suddenly sliced through the void, hurtling towards Mihawk. The sword energy cascaded like rain, pouring down. How intriguing. Is there a swordsman of this caliber in the East Blue? Upon observing this sword energy, Mihawk's eyes sparkled with interest as he brandished his black sword, Yoru, ready to respond. Chapter 33, Luffy vs. Click. With a swift motion, a green sword aura surged forth, meeting the crescent-shaped blade of energy in a fierce clash. The impact resonated like thunder as the two sword energies collided, unleashing a torrent of devastation. The sea around the point of contact erupted into a boiling frenzy, while several small pirate ships under Click's command were cleaved in two. The sharpness of the sword energy rendered the outcome momentarily indecisive. Who dares to withstand Hawkeye's strike? That is the world's foremost cut. Witnessing this spectacle, Zepp widened his eyes in astonishment. It is him, the swordsman from the crew that shattered our ship. Sanji's gaze sharpened as he recognized the figure of Moonlight. His surprise palpable. Is it truly him? To think he would confront Hawkeye and successfully block his strike. Incredible! This individual is astonishingly powerful, even surpassing pirate hunter Zoro. As Sanji's eyes followed, the chefs of the Baratai gazed at Moonlight in awe. Remarkable! So this is Moonlight? Usopp's eyes bulged in disbelief. Moonlight! Luffy exclaimed with delight. The might of Hawkeye left him astounded. Even Zoro was swiftly overpowered. To think Moonlight could hold his own against such a formidable opponent, this is extraordinary. Could this lad also be one of their crew? Click's expression darkened, as the battle between the two imparted a fresh perspective on strength. Truly formidable. Akin's countenance shifted dramatically as he observed Moonlight. Previously, he had dismissed Moonlight, but now things were different. Such a powerful strike. Who would have thought there existed a swordsman of his caliber in the East Blue? Hawkeye regarded Moonlight with a nod, acknowledging his prowess. I am Moonlight, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and as Zoro is my comrade, I shall restore his honor by confronting you. Moonlight stated calmly, his gaze unwavering against Hawkeye. An aura of dominance enveloping him as he instantly activated his haki, enveloping his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu. Faced with such a powerful adversary, holding back was no longer an option. What had appeared evenly matched merely moments ago now revealed itself as a mismatch. He had exerted all his strength in a three-slice attack, only to find Hawkeye effortlessly counter it, dismantling his three slashes in an instant. The disparity in their abilities was starkly clear. No longer hesitating, he released his full power, his haki surrounding him as the Sandai Kitetsu transformed into a deep black hue. Haki, indeed. It was unexpected to discover such a person in the East Blue capable of haki. It seemed one could not afford to be complacent. As Moonlight's haki enveloped his blade, Hawkeye's expression grew serious. Gripping his black blade, Yoru, as if facing a dire threat, he prepared for the next move. With that, Moonlight launched another strike. A sword aura akin to Moonlight sliced through the air with astonishing speed. This strike was unparalleled in swiftness. Moonlight seamlessly fused haki with his swordsmanship, executing the maneuver in an instant. Such rapid sword energy. The speed of this strike was extraordinary, even causing Hawkeye to momentarily be taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure. Black Blade the Knight unfurled once more, as the verdant sword energy danced and collided with the Moonlight's blade strike. The two forces of sword energy clashed with a resounding impact, neutralizing each other once again. The surrounding sea roared like a tempest, waves surging tumultuously. Were they thwarted once more? The title of the world's strongest was indeed well-deserved. Yet I still possess my own techniques. Observing this, Moonlight felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The prowess of Eagle Eye was likely at the realm of level 5 or 6, creating a considerable gap between them. Even if he exerted himself fully, it would merely result in a stalemate. After 100 strikes, he feared he would be swiftly defeated. Eagle Eye was simply too formidable. However, faced with this world's premier swordsman, he still yearned to give it a try. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed the dragon's breakthrough slash. Instantly, Moonlight entered a state of unity between man and sword, enveloped in sword energy, propelling himself forward with tremendous force, leaving behind multiple phantoms upon the sea. The cries of ah are resonating once more. On the surface of the water, countless phantoms of Moonlight darted about, moving with such speed that none could discern his true form. Marvelous, marvelous. This journey to the East Sea had not been in vain. Yet it must end here. Moonlight, I acknowledge your strength. The obstacles are too numerous now. We shall choose another day to battle. With that, Eagle Eye's gaze narrowed. However, he refrained from striking again, instead swinging his black blade, Knight, to intercept a bullet mid-air. The bullet was deflected, and after this act, Eagle Eye cast a deep glance at Moonlight and soared away. It turned out that Click had intervened, attempting to catch Eagle Eye off guard amidst the intense clash with Moonlight, seeking to deliver a decisive blow. Truly, the cunning and ruthless overlord of the East Sea, despicable and shameless, attacking from the shadows. Witnessing Eagle Eye's departure, Moonlight was acutely aware of the unfolding events and glared at Click, consumed by fury. At that moment, Luffy suddenly spoke to Zeph. If I help you drive him away, will that compensate for your losses? Luffy regarded Click with an icy demeanor, addressing Zeph and the others. Certainly, Zeph nodded in agreement. Excellent. Luffy clenched his fists, turning his attention to Click. How dare you interfere with my duel? Moonlight, observing Click, felt a glint of cold light in his eyes. A hard-won duel had been abruptly interrupted, and anyone in his position would feel an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction, especially Moonlight. Since his arrival in the pirate world, he had long awaited this battle, only for it to conclude so hastily. Leave him to me. Just then, Luffy soared toward Click. All right, Moonlight nodded in response. Though he was displeased with such a despicable character, he felt no desire to engage. Too weak. Not worth his effort. You underestimate me? Click sneered coldly. Regardless of whether it was Eagle Eye, Moonlight, or Luffy, he held them all in contempt. To him, the means were irrelevant as long as victory was achieved. The outcome was all that mattered. Luffy, be cautious. Although this fellow is somewhat despicable, his strength is formidable, Usopp hastily cautioned. It matters not. Whether for freedom or for the Moonlight, I shall send this guy flying. Luffy's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Kliku. Ha, such audacity. You, a mere child, wish to challenge me? I have lost count of how many like you I have dispatched over the years, Kliku scoffed coldly, looking down upon Luffy with disdain. To challenge our captain is a grave misjudgment. Though we have met our match in the Grand Line, you are not the sort to take us on. You seek your own demise. The captain bellowed, let this brat learn the might of the Kliku pirate crew. Chapter 34. Captain, leave these minor fishes to me at this moment. The members of the pirate crew, having received food brought by a kin, began to regain their strength. Upon witnessing Luffy daring to challenge their captain, they exchanged derisive glances. You wish to challenge me? You lack the qualifications, youngsters. Come forth and let them witness the might of the Clique pirates. Clique scoffed, for although Luffy had issued a challenge, he was not someone who could be challenged at will. This was the authority of the East Blue's overlord. Come on, let this brat understand our prowess. Huh? You think you can challenge our captain? Such naivety. Our captain is not someone anyone can face. Hearing these words, the pirates erupted into laughter, preparing to charge forward. There's no need for that. I shall handle these insignificant characters myself. Just then, a man resembling a giant sea turtle, towering over 2 meters, appeared. He rolled forth from the pirate ship, blocking Luffy's path, and cast a cold gaze at Luffy and the others. It's Captain Barrow. Charge and eliminate these fools. Captain Barrow was formidable, second only to their fleet captain. They must take them down. Go, Captain Barrow. As this man appeared, all the pirates nodded in agreement, halting their advance, and cheered in excitement, as if he possessed unparalleled strength. Haha. Barrow grinned, eyeing Luffy. Luffy furrowed his brow. It seemed that in order to defeat Clique, he must first deal with the man before him. Buzz. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a crescent-shaped sword aura suddenly sliced through the air beside him. In an instant, Barrow's entire body was cleaved in two. With a splashing sound, he fell into the sea. Lifeless. Thus, he was slain by a single stroke. To deal with such trifles, why should our captain intervene? Come on, Captain. I shall handle these small fry. Moonlight stepped forward, coldly surveying the pirates before him. Once Barrow was eliminated, the pirates, who had been filled with excitement, were now left in a state of shock. Their mouths agape. As Moonlight finished speaking, gasps of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd. Hiss. Impossible. Captain Barrow was just so easily dispatched? Is this swordsman truly that strong? He took down our captain with a single strike. How powerful. They stared at Moonlight in awe. Humph. How dare you kill my subordinate before my very eyes? Everyone, charge at him and slay him. Clique's face darkened immediately upon witnessing Barrow's demise. To have his subordinate killed in front of him was a grave humiliation. At his command, the pirates surged forward en masse. With 8,000 subordinates, they rushed forth like a tidal wave, creating an overwhelming spectacle. This is bad. There are far too many of them. One's fists cannot contend against many. Moonlight, I shall assist you. Upon witnessing this scene, Luffy and Usopp gasped in astonishment, quickly turning their attention to Moonlight. The crowd was overwhelming. No matter how formidable he was, he would inevitably succumb to such an onslaught. We must lend our assistance, for these pirates are utterly detestable. Indeed, their objective is our restaurant, which we must resolutely protect. Since a confrontation is inevitable, let us engage. Upon witnessing this scene, the chefs of the restaurant were instantly filled with righteous indignation, shouting fervently. They readied themselves, prepared to clash head-on with the Krieg pirates. A smirk graced Moonlight's lips as he observed the throng of pirates before him. With a commanding voice, he declared, Haki of the Conqueror. Instantly, a wave of azure energy emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions. Suddenly, every pirate charging forth within a radius of 1,000 meters appeared as if ensnared in a paralysis spell, their bodies freezing in place before collapsing one after another, unconscious. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde of pirates lost their fighting spirit, sprawled upon the ground. Not only did the pirates succumb, but the restaurant's chefs who had rushed forward were also affected by this overwhelming aura. Those who had advanced too quickly abruptly halted, falling to the ground. Some even frothing at the mouth. What is happening? Krieg's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a scenario he had never anticipated. Is this what Moonlight referred to as the Haki of the Conqueror? Usopp felt a chill of fear, glancing at Luffy, who nodded appreciatively at Moonlight before wholeheartedly charging at Krieg. Damn it! What is going on? Why has everyone collapsed? There are at least 5,000 people here. How could they all fall at once? What kind of sorcery is this? Krieg pondered, confusion and alarm coursing through him. Not only the enemies, but our own people as well. What could this possibly mean? The chefs stood agape, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and shock, completely at a loss for an explanation. Those remaining dared not advance another step, their faces reflecting astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. With their limited experience, They could not comprehend the phenomenon before them. "Old man, what is happening?" Sanji exclaimed, utterly astounded, as he turned to Zeph. "I cannot say for certain, but it is clear that this swordsman is the strongest among them. No wonder he can contend with Mihawk on equal footing. I initially thought Mihawk refrained from fighting in such a setting, but it seems this individual is far from ordinary," Zeph murmured. Though he did not understand the Haki of the Conqueror, he could feel Moonlight's immense power, transcending the bounds of ordinary imagination. Such a powerful individual exists in this world. Sanji gazed at Moonlight, utterly awestruck, feeling like a frog at the bottom of a well. "Until the outcome between our captain and the enemy is determined, no one is to intervene." After declaring this, Moonlight casually clapped his hands and sat down, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to question his words. Gum gum. Pistol. Just then, Luffy sprang into action. His arms suddenly elongated, fists coalescing as he charged towards Cleek. He intended to gather all his strength and launch a single, powerful blow. "Huh, you fool. You seek your own demise." Sword Mountain Cloak. As Cleek observed Luffy rushing towards him, he swiftly moved his body. Suddenly, his armored form erupted, unleashing a myriad of sharp, spiky steel protrusions. Unprepared, Luffy's fist collided with the array of steel spikes. "Ah!" Luffy let out a cry of agony as his body sustained injury. But it was not over. "How dare a mere pirate like you challenge me? I shall show you true power." Battle Spear. With a cold smirk, Cleek produced a spear, towering to the size of 3 men, in his hand. Chapter 35. This is Luffy's battle. No one shall interfere. With a swift thrust, the air shattered. Boom. Before Luffy could draw near, an explosion erupted around him. He was hurled back violently, his body battered and bruised. What is this? Fortunately, Luffy, being a rubber man with extraordinary vitality, quickly regained his footing. He gazed in astonishment at the formidable weapon, the great gun, held by Click. There it is. The captain's unique weapon, the great gun, which contains explosive thunderfire. With a single shot, it can ignite a powder explosion. With this, our captain is invincible across the East Sea. Ha ha ha, do you see, kid? This is the power of our captain, far beyond the reach of weaklings like you. He, captain. Finish him off. The crew of Click erupted in cheers. Luffy, Usopp called out anxiously. He then turned to Moonlight. Moonlight, this guy is too powerful. I fear Luffy may not be his match. Before he could finish, Moonlight waved his hand dismissively. This is a battle between captains. I shall not intervene. If Luffy falls, it is not anyone's fault but his own for lacking strength. If he wishes to become the Pirate King, this is the path he must tread. Moonlight shook his head, refusing to intervene. Moonlight, you. Usopp was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with concern for Luffy, yet words failed him at that moment. As Moonlight stated, if one aspires to be the Pirate King, such trials are inevitable. He must succeed. Failure is not an option. To fall here would render his dream of becoming the Pirate King utterly futile. Is becoming the Pirate King truly so simple? Moonlight was absolutely right. Would these onlookers simply stand by? That Straw Hat Kid is on the brink of defeat. Hey, are you not going to act? The chefs in the nearby restaurant cried out, witnessing the unfolding chaos. If you stand idly by while your comrade faces certain death, I shall take action, Sanji declared coldly. Though he had only recently met Luffy, their spirits aligned, and he could not bear to watch Luffy perish. With that, he prepared to move. However, buzz. A crescent-shaped sword aura suddenly surged forth. The sword energy flashed before the onlookers, revealing a deep fissure etched across the Bartai restaurant. Sanji's imminent action came to an abrupt halt as he squinted at the suddenly intervening Moonlight. Hiss! The other chefs collectively gasped, staring at the sword aura. Was this even within the realm of human capability? Their eyes converged on Moonlight, who had merely intended to assist. Why was he now obstructing them? Were they not comrades? This is our captain's battle. Whoever dares to interfere shall face my wrath. Moonlight declared coldly, an aura of terrifying menace radiating from him without reservation. The palpable aura of menace sent shivers down the spines of all present, especially as memories of the previous battle with Hawkeye and the chilling moment when Moonlight effortlessly dispatched Baroque resurfaced, instilling a profound sense of dread. Even Sanji, confronted by such overwhelming sword energy, could not suppress a gasp, immobilized by fear. It was no jest when Moonlight spoke. This was not a mere threat, but a genuine promise of death. No one would dare question the words of a swordsman wielding a blade. Instantly, everyone exchanged glances, paralyzed by trepidation. Boom. At that moment, Click once again brandished his formidable battle spear. With relentless fervor, he launched his attacks, each strike sending Luffy hurtling through the air. Yet, like a phoenix, Luffy would bounce back, rising to face his foe time and again, embodying an indomitable spirit that left the onlookers speechless. Even Click's pirate crew found themselves at a loss for words, utterly astonished by Luffy's astonishing vitality. "Luffy," Usopp called out anxiously, but as he witnessed Luffy's unwavering resolve, rising again and again to charge at Click, he felt a surge of inspiration. Rubber. Gatling gun. With each fall, Luffy grew stronger. As if forged from resilient rubber, his speed intensifying as he surged toward Click, fists flying like a barrage of gunfire. In an instant, a multitude of fist shadows enveloped Click. Observing this, Click scoffed, "Haven't you grasped the situation yet? How many times must you fall before you comprehend your own limitations?" He then swung his battle spear once more. Despite his diminishing stamina and speed from prolonged combat, the might of his weapon remained undiminished. He unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, fiercer than any prior encounter. In an instant, Luffy was engulfed in the blast, the surrounding ship's structure obliterated in the chaos. "Luffy!" Usopp exclaimed in horror at the devastating sight. "This power is too overwhelming. That kid might be finished." The chefs, including Sanji, were equally astonished. Yet, none dared to step over the chasm created by Moonlight Slash. "Ha, our captain is truly remarkable," cheered Click's crew. "Now you understand the might of our captain. Opposing him is sheer folly. Hee, captain, finish him off. The Click pirate crew is invincible." Amidst the raucous cheers, Usopp cast another worried glance at Moonlight. "Have no fear. Luffy won't go down so easily. Keep your eyes wide open." Moonlight replied with a subtle smile, pointing forward with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the flames of battle, standing tall. Who else could it be but Luffy? At this moment, his gaze was piercing, and the aura surrounding him grew increasingly formidable, showing no sign of yielding in the face of Klee. Notably, in his hands, he wielded the sharp tip of a spear. Unmistakably the point of Klee's formidable weapon, which Luffy had audaciously extracted. Without this, what means do you possess?" Luffy remarked coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. This fellow. In this very moment, whether foe, ally, or companion, all were struck with trepidation by Luffy's presence. Zep let out a sigh, reflecting on the nature of those who sail the seas. There are two types of individuals. One, like Klee, relies on external weapons, crafting a facade of invincibility and immense strength. The other, exemplified by the Straw Hat Kid, depends solely on his own hands and heart, confronting any adversary with unwavering bravery and relentless determination until victory is achieved. It remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail in this clash of wills. Chapter 36. M.H. 5 Gas Bomb. Is its strength derived from formidable equipment or from an indomitable spirit? Sanji was momentarily taken aback. Japu's words resonated deeply within him. Those who appear powerful on the outside may instill fear, yet it is the truly strong at heart who possess the fortitude to venture further. In an instant, Sanji found clarity, his gaze shifting towards Luffy. This is the true embodiment of strength. Before long, the unmistakable sound of a crack echoed through the air. It was as if something had shattered, compelling everyone to look on in astonishment as the mighty weapon in Kleeky's grasp was utterly broken by Luffy. That seemingly indestructible golden armor, under Luffy's relentless assault, could no longer withstand the pressure and crumbled away. Bereft of his golden armor, Kleeky was momentarily stunned. But there was no time for reaction as Luffy's fist struck him squarely in the face. The impact sent him flying, crashing into the already dilapidated ship's cabin, rendering it even more ruinous. Kleeky, the captain, had been flung away? How could this be? This boy has defeated Captain Kleeky. The pirates aboard the ship stood in stunned disbelief, their expressions a mixture of incredulity and shock. With Kleeky's defeat, it felt as though some fundamental belief within them had been shattered. The captain had fallen. Akin, dazed and disheartened, gazed at Clique, who had been sent sprawling by a single blow. He had always viewed Clique as his ideal, vowing to emulate such a man. Now, witnessing his idol's downfall, Akin felt as if his convictions had been obliterated. No, Captain Clique cannot be defeated. We shall not succumb. Suddenly, Akin's demeanor shifted, his gaze hardened with resolve. Gripping two iron crutches, he shouted towards Clique, "Captain, rise. You are the strongest man in the East Blue. You cannot be vanquished. Should anyone dare question your strength, I shall strike them down immediately." With that, Akin brandished his crutches and charged at Luffy. How despicable, to intervene at such a critical moment. Clique has fallen. Yet this rubbery boy proves to be formidable. However, this individual lacks honor to interrupt now. Beware, Straw Hat. The initially jubilant chefs shouted warnings to Luffy. How infuriating. I never anticipated you would resort to such tactics. Sanji's gaze turned icy. He had offered Akin a meal, believing him to be grateful, only to discover he was merely a petty individual. Indeed, how could anyone raised by someone like Clique be virtuous? He had been so naive. I shall not allow you to interfere. With this thought, Sanji sprang into action. Step aside. Akin bellowed, striking out with a crutch. Bang. In an instant, Sanji was sent flying, unable to withstand even Akin's blow. Sanji. The onlooking chefs gasped in astonishment. This individual possesses remarkable skill. Even Sanji cannot. Could there truly be such a formidable opponent? They never anticipated that the usually silent Akin possessed such remarkable skills. Truly, he is the illustrious Captain Akin, formidable indeed. Captain Akin, you have finally taken action. Go forth, Captain Akin, eliminate these foes. As Akin made his move, the surrounding pirates erupted in cheers. This fellow is actually the captain of the Clique pirate crew? Usopp stood in shock, unable to believe that the unassuming Akin held such a prestigious position. It wasn't just him. The entire crew of cooks was taken aback, especially Patty, who had previously chased Akin away. How could someone like him be a person of significance? I have stated before that our captain's battles are not to be interfered with by outsiders. Otherwise, death awaits. Yet at that moment, moonlight struck fiercely. A crescent-shaped sword aura sliced toward Akin. He had warned that no one should cross the line. Yet someone dared to defy him. Did they consider his words mere whispers in the wind? Buzz. The sword aura pierced through the air, striking with tremendous force. Akin's heart trembled as he hastily raised his twin canes to counterattack. However, only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly grasp the terrifying nature of Moonlight Strike. This sword aura, capable of rivaling the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, transcended human limits. Crack! Akin's twin canes, along with his very being, were sent flying into the sea. Captain Akin! Hiss! Captain Akin was struck down by the swordsman. How infuriating. Could this person truly be so powerful? The surrounding pirates, who had been cheering moments before, now gasped in astonishment at the scene. Moonlight, you are astonishingly strong. Usopp exhaled in relief, his face filled with shock as he gazed at Moonlight. This swordsman, Sanji, clutching his wound, looked at Moonlight with wide-eyed surprise. A man who could contend with Mihawk, without a doubt, possesses immense strength. He is on a league entirely above everyone present. Zepp laughed, entirely unfazed by the unfolding events. The cooks were left speechless, staring at Moonlight in awe. How frustrating. To be struck down to such a degree. You were the first to achieve this in history. Just then, Clique emerged from the dilapidated cabin. Looking utterly disheveled without his battle rifle, and his golden armor was significantly damaged. He glared at Luffy, and upon seeing Akin being sent flying by a single sword strike, his expression darkened completely. Crack! Crack! His arm suddenly emitted a mechanical sound, and his golden armor transformed abruptly, revealing a round gun barrel. This is bad. Quickly don your masks. Captain Clique is about to unleash that technique. Hurry, put on your masks. The surrounding pirates gasped in alarm. As if they had glimpsed something incredibly terrifying, their astonishment palpable. They then retrieved masks from a nearby ship and donned them. What is that? What is happening? This doesn't seem good. The cooks exchanged puzzled glances with the surrounding pirates, bewildered. Could it be that he intends to? Sanji and Zepp appeared to realize something, their expressions shifting dramatically. No. Usopp, Moonlight, and everyone, hurry and run. He is about to unleash poison. At that moment, Luffy suddenly dashed back, calling out loudly to Moonlight and the others. His expression was filled with urgency, as if something terrifying were about to unfold. Given Luffy's usual demeanor, such a reaction indicated that Click's next move was indeed formidable. Haha, splendid. Let you experience my ultimate move, M.H.5. A concoction specifically designed for the conquest of the Grand Line. With just one blast, it can transform a vast expanse into a realm of toxic peril. Those without gas masks will surely perish. So what do you think? Are you afraid? Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret. You have forced me to this point. So now, let you all meet your demise. Chapter 37. All Blue Click's visage contorted with rage as he bellowed. In the next moment, a violet projectile erupted from his arm, hurtling towards the patrons of the Bartai restaurant. Damn it! Quickly, head to the kitchen and retrieve the gas masks for everyone. As he witnessed the unfolding chaos, Zeph's expression shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended why the Click pirates donned masks. Click had launched a gas grenade at them. Though the potency of such a gas grenade may not rival that of a cannonball, its lethality was undeniably horrific. A single gas grenade could annihilate a village of 100 souls, a force so ghastly it defied the very laws of nature. Only the most malevolent individuals would resort to such tactics. Click had the audacity to employ this against them. He was a fiend. Hurry, fetch the gas masks. This devilish man, this despicable and scrupulous Click. The chefs dashed about in a frenzy. You scoundrel! Luffy shouted in fury, yet he found himself powerless against the impending gas grenade. What cruelty! Usopp mused, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never fathomed that anyone could be so merciless. Amidst the collective shock and frantic search for masks, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air with tremendous force. It was Moonlight, drawing his sword at that very moment. The sword energy swept in all directions, dispersing the encroaching gas, shattering it into a multitude of fragments that scattered in the wind. Dragon breaks the sky, Moonlight proclaimed. Merging with his sword, the blade enveloped his form, propelling him across the surface of the sea with astounding speed. In an instant, the ocean was filled with his phantoms, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind that swept away the remnants of the gas, until it was utterly dissipated. At that moment, a wild, piercing scream erupted across the waters, only to abruptly cease before Click. Moonlight sheathed his sword with composure. Click found himself frozen in place, his golden armor splintered and rendered to scrap by Moonlight's blade. In one swift strike, his entire being was cleaved in two. You shattered my golden armor? Click's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of shock as he beheld Moonlight. His eyes remained unclosed in death. He could scarcely believe that someone possessed the ability to cleave through his gilded armor. How could such a thing be possible? It was astonishing. To think that one sword strike could sever Captain Click's golden armor. Was this man even human? He was no ordinary man. He was a demon. What mortal could wield such power? Just moments ago, that rubbery lad had failed to breach the captain's golden defense, yet this swordsman accomplished it with ease. Who was he? Not only Click, but all the pirates who had witnessed Click's might were left in utter astonishment. They had followed Click on countless campaigns, having witnessed firsthand the strength of this sovereign of the East Blue. Yet now, he had been felled by a mere sword strike? A profound sense of faith crumbled within them. How remarkable! The chefs in the restaurant widened their eyes in disbelief. They were about to rush to the kitchen to fetch gas masks to shield themselves from the toxic gas bomb when, in the next moment, the Moonlight resolved everything, even slaying Click himself with a single stroke. How astonishing it was that he was not even the captain, these fellows. Sanji was taken aback, his cigarette falling from his mouth unheeded. Gazing at the Moonlight, he felt that this individual's strength was on an entirely different plane from their own. Moonlight. Luffy joyfully leaped up. How wonderful! Truly worthy of the name Moonlight. Hey, come aboard my ship and be my chef. However, this exhilaration lasted merely 10 seconds. Luffy swiftly turned to Sanji with an invitation. During their time together, he had already developed an admiration for Sanji. Everyone was speechless. Was this the right moment to say such things? Especially in front of the Bartai restaurant staff. Was he attempting to poach? Sanji instinctively wanted to refuse. But upon seeing Moonlight and recalling the past, the words he wished to speak lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to articulate them. How about we set sail together for the Grand Line? Luffy fervently invited. The Grand Line, you say? Sanji swallowed hard. To be honest, Luffy's invitation stirred his heart profoundly. Moreover, with a character like Moonlight as captain, what a crew it would be. He had certainly heard of the Grand Line, a place that beckoned adventurers. Most importantly, Luffy's words resonated with a long-held dream within him, all blue. As a chef, no one could resist the allure of such a place. Sanji, have you ultimately been swayed? Observing Sanji's expression, the chefs of Baratai fell silent. They had spent the most time with Sanji. Despite their frequent bickering, they understood one another well. How could they not know of Sanji's dream? Sanji, if you wish to go, then go. We are old. Remaining in this restaurant is no longer our desire. Nor do we wish to venture outside. You are still young. You should explore the vast seas and fulfill the dream of all chefs, all blue. Seeing this, Zeph chuckled softly, gazing at Sanji. Everyone, old man, I. As he looked at everyone, especially Zeph, Sanji suddenly knelt down, overcome with emotion. He could hardly speak through his tears. Thank you all for your care during this time. Old man, your immense kindness, I can never repay. I. Sanji articulated each word with conviction, yet as he reached the end, he could say no more. He was a decisive man. Otherwise, he would not have defied the odds to cook for Aladdin. All Blue was the place he had dreamed of visiting. As a man, he ought to set sail and seek the Grand Line, to embark on an adventure. Yet, familial ties were his greatest constraint. And now, encountering Luffy presented him with the greatest opportunity. This group of individuals, which he witnessed firsthand, was precisely to his liking truly the companions he had long yearned for. Such individuals were worthy of his culinary prowess. However, Sanji's heart quivered with unease. This is dire. Nami has set sail alone, her destination being Arlong Park. At that moment, Joseph and Johnny emerged from the sea, urgently calling out to Luffy and the others, conveying the gravity of the situation. What? Nami has fled? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Arlong Park, you say? A glint of cold light flashed in Zoro's eyes. My navigator has run away? And without a word? No, we must pursue her. Luffy, initially taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, All right. Luffy, go retrieve Nami. How dare she escape? I demand an explanation. Zoro panted. Chapter 38, Turbulent Waves, let's go. Luffy shouted. Without hesitation, as he grasped Moonlight, Usopp, Zoro, Joseph, Johnny, and Sanji, extending his arm towards the small boat. Hey, are we really going to? Joseph exclaimed in astonishment, as if he had suddenly understood something. Captain, Johnny cried out, struggling. Zoro is injured. Usopp gasped in disbelief. No need. I can manage on my own. Moonlight shimmered lightly, and before Luffy could react, he swiftly floated onto the ship like a bolt of lightning. Finally, only Sanji remained, staring blankly at the unfolding scene, utterly perplexed. Bang! Luffy's arm, like a slingshot, suddenly retracted, and the five of them were propelled towards the ship, their bodies involuntarily crashing down. Bang, 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 bang. They landed headfirst. Hey, is everyone still alive? Sanji was the first to regain his senses, looking at Luffy with a face full of regret. Is this really our captain? What a chaotic mess. Am I on a pirate ship? Contemplating this, Sanji pulled out a cigarette and lit it, glancing at the others. I'm fine, but I must remember one thing. Cherish life and steer clear of Luffy. Usopp, clutching his elongated nose, remarked with newfound awareness. Is this really what a captain is like? So violent. Brother, how are you? I'm all right, not dead. Joseph and Johnny quickly turned to Zoro, only to find him still sound asleep, completely unaware of the chaos, which left them in admiration. All right, everyone. Let us set sail to bring Nami back. Luffy laughed heartily, nonchalant, as he sat at the bow of the ship, shouting loudly. Hey, Captain. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? This is too reckless. Indeed, this is quite chaotic. It cannot happen again. Moreover, without Nami, who will guide us? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Joseph, Johnny, and Sanji began to voice their dissatisfaction vehemently. Oh, is that so? Luffy pondered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Zoro is directionally challenged. I'm rather dim-witted myself, and I lack navigational skills. You two are useless. and you're just a cook. The only one who seems capable is Moonlight. Moonlight, please guide us. Usopp looked up at Moonlight on the lookout with admiration, while the others scoffed dismissively. Hey, hey, who are you underestimating? Although I'm a chef, I've lived on the sea for over a decade. I know simple routes. Sanji retorted, his anger flaring, his eyebrows raised. You little brat, who are you calling useless? Do you dare to provoke me? Besides, we witnessed Sister Nami leave. I know her general direction. Indeed, we are eyewitnesses. Without us, who would know the way Sister Nami went? Joseph and Johnny chimed in, pointing at Usopp's long nose. As Luffy gazed at the group, he nodded, exhibiting an air of understanding. No, I am merely stating the facts. Hey, Moonlight, could you at least utter a few words? Upon witnessing the anger etched on their faces, Usopp waved his hand and turned his gaze toward Moonlight. Suddenly, Moonlight, standing atop the lookout, wielded his longsword, unleashing crescent-shaped waves of sword energy. The sheer sharpness of the sword energy struck the sea, triggering a cascade of surging waves. The tumultuous waves transformed into a force, propelling their small vessel onward. Wow, using sword energy as propulsion to sail. How remarkable. Brother Moonlight, your swordsmanship surpasses even that of Brother Zoro. The previously quarreling group, upon observing Moonlight's actions, was filled with admiration. Sanji squinted. Though he prided himself on his prowess, he couldn't help but feel a shiver of respect for Moonlight's formidable presence. In the realm of the sea, strength reigns supreme. Wow, Moonlight, you truly are reliable. Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Reliable? Look, Moonlight is swinging his sword with his eyes closed. What does that mean? He is merely practicing his swordplay, not navigating. Usopp shouted, pointing at Moonlight. His gaze was piercing. And while others were captivated by the ferocity of Moonlight's sword energy, Usopp noticed that Moonlight's eyes remained completely shut throughout. My apologies. While you all engage in your incessant bickering, I am uncertain when a resolution will emerge. Thus, I have decided to leave everything to fate. I shall practice my swordsmanship while steering the ship, and as for our destination, it is entirely in the hands of destiny, Moonlight calmly declared, turning to face the group without altering his training. At his words, the group was momentarily taken aback. Leave it to fate? Rely on luck? Surely not. The five exchanged incredulous glances. Even Luffy appeared astonished at that moment. Suddenly, all five erupted in unison. Stop. Quickly halt. Your luck is abysmal. We are drifting further away from Nami's direction. No wonder I sensed something amiss earlier. Joseph and Johnny shouted frantically. Ha ha ha, Moonlight, you were truly amusing. Luffy laughed heartily, finding the situation exceedingly entertaining. Hey, Moonlight, you cannot be serious. Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Moonlight. Is this the same formidable Moonlight who fought evenly with Hawkeye, relying on fate? Luck? Unbelievable. Enough fooling around. Since no one can take charge, I shall step up. I am an aspiring chef with dreams. I do not wish to lose my way so soon after setting sail. Sanji's expression contorted with frustration, and he soon erupted in anger. After delivering a swift reprimand, the group fell silent, allowing Sanji to take the helm of the ship. Although not a professional navigator, it is evident that Sanji possesses superior skills and seamanship compared to others. With clear skies and a smooth journey, the group effortlessly traversed the maritime expanse, and before them, a coastline gradually emerged, resembling an island. Look, it's an island, Usopp exclaimed, peering through his binoculars and being the first to react, his excitement palpable. Indeed, how wonderful. Joseph and Johnny turned their gazes towards it, and faintly, a white line became discernible, prompting joyous cheers. Wow, there's an island. That means there will be meat. Luffy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. An island signified the presence of a restaurant, and a restaurant meant food. The thought only fueled his impatience further. Hey. With a top-notch chef like me around, do we even need a restaurant? I can cook for you. Upon hearing this, Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and replied nonchalantly. However, our ship is merely a makeshift speedboat. We lack ingredients, materials, and tools. Even the finest chef cannot conjure a meal from thin air. Usopp gazed at Sanji with wide eyes. A third-rate cook relies on tools and ingredients. A first-rate chef relies on heart. Without ingredients, one must source them from the surroundings. With such a vast ocean, can we truly fear the absence of ingredients? Sanji scoffed, gesturing towards the sea. Watch closely. I will procure a bounty of ingredients in no time. With that, he prepared to plunge into the water. Suddenly, a fierce wave surged violently, crashing forth with tremendous force. Chapter 39. The Evil Dragon Pirates. Suddenly, a colossal creature, resembling a small mountain and measuring over 10 meters in length, emerged before the astonished onlookers. Its body was adorned with a hue reminiscent of CAF Ole, and its fierce eyes radiated a menacing aura upon spotting Luffy and his companions. Wow, it's enormous! Luffy exclaimed in awe. What kind of monster is this? Is it a manatee? Usopp gasped, his eyes wide with fear as he instinctively dashed behind Moonlight, feeling that only he could provide a semblance of safety aboard the ship. This is bad, a Sea King. Brother, wake up. Joseph and Johnny urgently called out to Zoro. Fantastic. A ready source of ingredients, Sanji remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke with a gleeful expression. He was about to make his move. Come here. However, Moonlight intervened suddenly, his pupils narrowing as an invisible aura of menace emanated from him. The ferocious manatee trembled in terror, visibly shaken. With a subtle smile, Moonlight beckoned it forward. And the massive creature, like an obedient child, complied and laid down before him. What? What did you do to it, Moonlight? Moonlight. I knew you were the most reliable. Wow. The sight left Sanji and the others in utter disbelief, particularly Luffy, who excitedly leaped onto the manatee, exploring it as if it were a newfound toy. Let us use it to pull the ship. As for the ingredients, Moonlight gestured towards Sanji, indicating the manatee, before directing his gaze towards the sea and unsheathing his sword. With a hum, a crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving through the waves. The ocean parted swiftly on either side, as if a chasm had opened, and countless fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish soared into the air, landing upon the deck. That's enough to eat, Moonlight stated nonchalantly. Usopp, Joseph, and Johnny, Sanji, everyone stood in astonishment, realizing the sword's remarkable utility. While they were still in shock, Nami piloted the Mary to a nearby island, leaping ashore and greeting two marine beasts along the way before striding towards a grand amusement park. The Evil Dragon Pirates, Arlong South Arlong Park. Nami's back. Ha ha ha, our little thief cat has returned. I wonder which crew of pirates is so unfortunate. As Nami traversed the path, the pirates of the Evil Dragon Pirates warmly greeted her. Nami nodded in acknowledgement before approaching Arlong, tossing a bag of gold and a sea chart at him. Here is the haul, Nami stated coolly. Ha ha ha, just as expected from our little thief cat. She never returns empty-handed, and this sea chart is remarkably precise. Even as a fishman, I couldn't draw such a chart, Arlong exclaimed, his attention fixated on the map rather than the gold. Indeed, though we belong to the Fishman tribe, no one can craft a nautical chart like this. Nami, you are truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, a fishman resembling an octopus glanced over and gave Nami a thumbs up. Xiaoba, you are absolutely correct. Although Nami is merely a human, she is in no way comparable to ordinary humans. Another fishman clad in a deep blue karate uniform with fish scales adorning his back solemnly concurred. Xiaoba, Kruby, your words hold truth when it comes to humans. I only acknowledge Nami. A nearby fishman, dressed in dark blue trousers and brown shorts, with yellow hair and lips reminiscent of a triggerfish, chimed in, casting a glance at the nautical chart in agreement with Xiaoba and Kruby. Nami, I am increasingly reluctant to see you go, Arlong remarked with a smile directed at Nami. Heh. Nami's body trembled slightly before she retorted with a cold smile. I will soon gather 100 million berries. Do not go back on your word when the time comes. With that, she departed without hesitation. This was the pact she had made with Arlong. If she could amass 100 million berries, she would redeem her village, Kokoyashi, and her freedom. It was for this very purpose that she had joined the Arlong pirates, striving tirelessly across the seas. Brother, it seems Nami is about to leave. Kruby observed her retreating figure. I truly will miss Nami. Xiaoba sighed. Is there truly no way to keep her here? A frown creased Chu's brow as he looked towards Arlong. A talent like hers may be one of a kind in this world. While it would be delightful to let her go, I, Arlong, value my reputation above all else. However, I can. Arlong smirked ominously and shared a plan with the three. Upon hearing this, they exchanged knowing, sinister smiles. This is the domain of the Arlong pirates. Arlong Park? It appears enormous. Who knows where it truly lies? At this moment, Luffy and his companions, propelled by the sea cow Mumu, finally reached the shore. Upon spotting the Mary anchored on the beach, excitement lit their faces, and they swiftly disembarked, ready to retrieve Nami. Given their entry onto Luffy's pirate ship, disembarking would not be so simple. Once ashore, the group marveled at the expansive island surrounding them. "Let us split up," Sanji proposed immediately. "All right, if anyone makes a discovery, signal promptly. They are the Arlong pirates, and we must avoid acting alone." Usopp nodded, then took the initiative to grab hold of Moonlight. "Thus, I will pair with Moonlight." After saying this, he clung tightly to Moonlight as though fearing to be abandoned. "Fine, I shall venture alone in this direction," Sanji replied, indicating a path. "We will take care of Zoro," staying nearby. Joseph and Johnny pointed towards Zoro. "As for me, Usopp, you will operate solo and head that way." Luffy directed towards another path, casting a look at Usopp. "I have unfortunately contracted an illness that prevents me from going to the island, so I have returned to the Mary." Upon hearing this, Usopp clutched his stomach, his face contorted in agony. You're ill? Are you all right?" Luffy asked, his expression filled with concern, genuinely believing the words. "I am fine. I merely need to rest on the ship and cannot accompany you," Usopp replied as he staggered towards the Mary. Hey, if you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly. Hurry up, don't waste time. Nami has fallen into the clutches of the dragon pirates and could be in grave danger." Sanji, witnessing this, nearly delivered a swift kick. "Nami, fine. Even if it means facing a terminal illness, I will do everything in my power to retrieve Nami." Upon hearing this, Usopp clenched his teeth, apprehension swirling within him. Yet he still agreed. "Moonlight." Then Luffy turned to Moonlight, who nodded in affirmation. The four of them set off in the cardinal directions north, south, east, and west, vowing to signal immediately should any information or developments arise. Meanwhile, in the village of Kokoyashi, Nami gazed contentedly at her treasures accumulated over the years. A fortune of 100 million berries nearly within her grasp. Soon, she and her comrades would be free. The thought brought a radiant smile to her face. "Indeed, here. Little thief Nami, all the treasures you pilfered have now been seized by our marines. How abundant they are, ha ha ha. This is quite the windfall." Just then, a group of marines encircled her, their eyes glimmering with greed as they beheld the treasure. The leader, a figure resembling a rat, let out a sinister cackle, his expression one of triumph as he looked at Nami. Chapter 40. Nami's Tears. The Marines. Nami stood frozen, gazing at the sudden appearance of the marines. An occurrence she had never anticipated. Why were the marines here? Moreover, how did they fortuitously know the location of her treasure? This place was a secret known only to her. "Take all these treasures back with you," a voice, reminiscent of a rat's squeak, commanded as it pointed at the treasures unearthed around. The eyes sparkled with greed. "Step away. These treasures are mine. You have no right to touch them." Nami's fury was palpable, her eyes blazing with anger. "Little thief Nami, you are a member of the Arlong pirates. You are a pirate, and we are marines. If you do not wish to be captured, you better step aside. Otherwise, I will take you along with your comrades from Kokoyashi village, who are undoubtedly in league with you." The rat sneered, gesturing towards the villagers who had suddenly appeared, led by a cane, the village guard marine. "Colonel, you are being utterly unreasonable. These treasures were acquired by this child from the pirates, and you have no right to desecrate them. Furthermore, since you are aware of the havoc wreaked by the Arlong pirates, why not apprehend them instead of targeting us?" Akane retorted angrily upon witnessing this scene. "Indeed. You are marines. You cannot bully Nami." At that moment, a dark-skinned woman stepped in front of Nami, pointing at the marines and reprimanding them coldly. It was Nami's ally. "Nojiko, leave, marines. Protect Nami. She has sacrificed too much for us," shouted the villagers, rallying around Nami. "You all." Nami was once again taken aback. Hadn't they despised her for joining the Arlong pirates? Why were they acting this way? "Fool, we have long understood your true intentions." Nojiko smiled sweetly at Nami. Although she had joined the Arlong pirates, her true goal was to negotiate with Arlong, tirelessly working in secret to redeem the village for 100 million berries. The villagers had seen through this from the very beginning. Despite her meticulous nature, Nami could not deceive the astute Akane and Nojiko. You all. Nami's heart trembled. Are you intending to oppose the Marines? Seeking death. The rat smirked as he observed the villagers encircling them and issued his command. Everyone, prepare. If these people make any move, eliminate them without mercy. Yes. In an instant, the Marines radiated a menacing aura, their guns aimed at the villagers. Any hint of resistance would be met with ruthless force, showing no mercy. A profound silence enveloped the area. Who would fear for their lives in the face of the Marines' ominous firearms? Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, the rat led the Marines to unearth every treasure Nami had hidden away. Bundles of berries and heaps of gold, a wealth so dazzling it leaves one breathless. Ha ha ha. All of this now belongs to me. The mouse grew increasingly arrogant. But is that truly the case? Just then, a cold voice pierced through the air, followed by the emergence of a young man clad in black, stepping forth from the thicket and into the view of all present. Every gaze turned towards him. Who are you? The mouse's expression darkened instantly. Who could he be? The villagers looked on in confusion, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this youth. Moonlight, is that you? Nami recognized him at once. Who else could it be? After parting ways, Moonlight had followed the agreed-upon path and unexpectedly arrived at Nami's treasure trove, culminating in this very moment. Nami, here you are. What's wrong? Do you need assistance? Upon seeing Nami, Moonlight offered a faint smile and cast a glance at the mouse and his accomplices. Moonlight, I. Nami struggled to find her words, her betrayal weighing heavily upon her. She had returned alone, forsaking her comrades, no longer a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Faced with Moonlight, she found herself at a loss for speech. Nami, do you know him? Norki inquired, puzzled. Are you a friend of Nami's? Please help her. Her treasures are being robbed. The villagers hastily implored. So you're an ally, huh? Well, I'm in a good mood today, so you'd best behave, or I won't hesitate to drag you back to the Navy prison for a good 40 or 50 years. The mouse smirked at Moonlight before coldly declaring, he is a Navy colonel. Who would dare provoke him? So what if allies have arrived? They'll still have to stand aside. The incessant noise was truly bothersome. Nami, I don't know your reasons for leaving, but if you wish to depart, you must provide Luffy a justification. Otherwise, I want to acknowledge it. Moonlight smiled gently at Nami, then turned his gaze to the mouse and company. Leave. A wave of invisible malice surged forth, enveloping the mouse and his cohorts. Conqueror's Haki. Thud, thud. Those caught in its wake, all Navy soldiers, succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground, including the mouse, who trembled and fell to his knees. In an instant, all the Navy lost their combat capability, lying incapacitated. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Moonlight's mind. Ding. Conqueror's Haki has leveled up to LV 100,000. At last, it has reached LV2. Well then, now that we are undisturbed, Nami, come with me to meet Luffy. Hearing this voice, Moonlight felt a surge of joy, standing amidst a sea of 100 million berries as he gazed at Nami. What has happened? What is going on? Why are these Marines like this? The onlookers were utterly astonished. The once formidable and menacing Navy, what could have caused them to suddenly fall to the ground? What deeds has this man, known as Moonlight, committed? Is this sorcery? Are you an adversary of Nami? Nojiko's body trembled, yet she positioned herself protectively in front of Nami. She sensed that the situation was far from simple. He is not, Nojiko asserted. Nami stepped forward, her body convulsing, her eyes brimming with tears. Moonlight, please help me. I am on the verge of collapse. Nami gazed at Moonlight, her eyes filled with anguish. She had come to a realization. She understood why the Navy had discovered this place, and precisely at this moment. It was all the doing of Arlong. The thought plunged her into despair. This expression from Nami was something Moonlight had never witnessed since their acquaintance. All right. Divulge everything to me, he urged. Moonlight nodded. His purpose for being here was undoubtedly to assist Nami. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of the Arlong pirates? Seize him. This long-nosed individual is the companion Nami spoke of. They shouted. At that moment, Usopp fortuitously arrived at the Arlong pirate stronghold, Arlong Park. Before he could approach, he was detected by the vigilant fishman, who promptly raised the alarm. Some even recognized Usopp. Terrified, Usopp hastily fled for his life. Chapter 41. Nami. I have come to bring you home, oh dear. Please do not chase me. Ah! Usopp fled in a frenzy, for the fishmen appeared utterly formidable. If captured, his life would surely be forfeit. Luffy, Moonlight, Sanji, come save me, he exclaimed, hastily igniting the fireworks in his hand as a signal. That direction. Usopp had found Nami. Sanji, upon witnessing the fireworks soaring into the sky, immediately altered his course and sprinted towards Usopp's location. Usopp, Luffy, indulging in a feast within the village and having gathered some information, was just finishing his meal when he caught sight of Usopp's signal fireworks. Satisfied, he patted his belly and dashed towards Usopp's direction. Over there, Joseph and Johnny, accompanied by Zoro, also raced towards the direction of the fireworks. This is bad. It must be Usopp. He must have stumbled into Arlong Park and been discovered. Nami gasped, her heart sinking as she realized the implications of the signal. She was already aware that Luffy and the others had separated to search for her, and panic gripped her. Moonlight, we must hurry. There's no need to fret, nor to underestimate Usopp. Despite his appearance, he is quite resolute in critical moments, Moonlight reassured, dismissing her urgency with a wave of his hand. Usopp was a character who thrived in dire situations. Though timid, he had yet to be pushed to the brink. Moonlight remained untroubled. Do you hold such a high opinion of this long-nosed fellow? Nami was taken aback, never anticipating someone as formidable as Moonlight would regard Usopp in such a light. Moonlight offered no reply, continuing on his path toward Arlong Park. Arlong Park. Have they arrived? Arlong observed the fireworks shooting skyward, a cold smirk spreading across his face. His men were scattered throughout the island. He would know of any occurrence the instant it transpired. The moment Usopp intruded, he had taken note, though he had dismissed the ordinary human. They have appeared, not only him but also other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Our men have already detected their presence, Ju reported. This sea was teeming with fishmen. Any outsider setting foot on the island would be immediately aware of it. How unexpected. They are indeed the companions Nami spoke of. It is a pity they have come seeking their own demise, blind to the danger, Crocodile remarked coolly. In his eyes, no pirate crew in the East Blue could rival the Arlong pirates. Those who ventured over were merely courting death. Heh, my blade has long been thirsting for action. Xiaoba chuckled, twirling a knife skillfully with his tentacles. Indeed, our Arlong pirates are the mightiest crew in the East Blue. A mere handful of rookie newcomers are hardly worth our concern. The fishmen around erupted into laughter, utterly dismissing Luffy and his companions. Very well. Let us open the doors and welcome our guests. After all, they are fellow seafarers. Along. Mirthful smile spread across Arlong's face as he commanded his men to open the grand entrance, welcoming Luffy and his companions. Why is the door ajar? Do they harbor such disdain for us? Or is this a deliberate affront? Nami, I have come to escort you home. Luffy, Sanji, you have finally arrived. Not long after, Luffy and Sanji reached the entrance simultaneously. As they beheld the open gates of Arlong Park, Sanji pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the situation, his expression darkening. To his chagrin, he had been underestimated. Luffy, however, boldly shouted into the depths of the park. At the sound of this commotion, Usopp cautiously emerged from the nearby foliage and hurried over, his heart brimming with joy upon seeing Sanji and Luffy. Well then, since they have welcomed us as guests, we must comport ourselves accordingly. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as the trio strode forward. Where is Nami? Nami, I have come to take you home. Upon entering, Luffy disregarded all the fishmen surrounding them and called out loudly. Luffy, keep your voice down. These fishmen are ferocious. Usopp cautioned, a tremor of anxiety coursing through him. It matters not. The situation is already laid bare. Sanji waved dismissively, scanning the vicinity until his gaze fell upon Arlong, seated regally upon his throne at the center of the park. As anticipated, he was the captain. Ha. So you are Nami's comrades? My apologies. But Nami is mine. She has merely been deceiving and using you. Arlong chuckled upon seeing the trio. Nonsense. Nami is our ally and has never exploited me. Who are you? Hand Nami over immediately. Wait, Usopp, His nose is even longer than yours. Luffy glared at Arlong, shouting. He then glanced at Arlong's nose and then at Usopp's, continuing, "You scoundrel, is this really the time for such remarks?" Usopp, incensed, delivered a swift blow to Luffy's head. "I understand now," Luffy said, nursing his head, feeling wronged. "Let us dispense with the trivialities. The situation is clear, 3 against a multitude. Let us not squander time. They will not willingly surrender Nami." Sanji exhaled smoke, his gaze fixed on the 3 individuals flanking Arlong. These 3 must be the officers of the Arlong pirates. "Luffy, allow me to handle them. You deal with their captain." Sanji pointed at the trio, known as the 8. "Very well," Luffy said, cracking his knuckles as he fixed his eyes on Arlong. "Hey, you with the curled eyebrows, do not underestimate us." Sanji's words ignited a fire within the 8, who could not remain seated, for he was a swordsman, after all, and could not tolerate such disrespect. Heh. Kurubi chuckled, remaining silent but casting a cold, disdainful gaze upon Sanji. "Allow me to handle you," he huffed, charging forward. Sanji, returning the challenge with an icy snort, leaped forward, delivering a fierce kick. Bang! The 2 forces collided, neither yielding an inch. How intriguing. No wonder you, as a human, dare to be so arrogant. Yet, that is all there is to it. Feeling the strength of Sanji, Crocodile smiled faintly. Indeed, Sanji's kick possessed considerable power, enough to cause discomfort even to his fishman physique. "Luffy," Sanji called out to him. "Okay." Luffy replied without hesitation, charging directly towards Arlong. He intended to knock Arlong away and bring Nami back. "Do you think we don't exist? You underestimate us." Upon witnessing this, Chopper and Shachi sneered. Shachi unleashed his tentacles, and swords danced as they slashed towards Luffy. Meanwhile, Chopper opened his mouth and unleashed a water arrow that surged forth towards Luffy. Bang! Just then, a flash of sword light appeared, and Shachi's blades were abruptly blocked. A green shadow darted in, revealing Zoro arriving at a critical moment. Clap! Simultaneously, a steel bullet struck Chopper's face, courtesy of Usopp. Faced with formidable foes, both of them sprang into action. "Do not disturb our captain," they shouted in unison. Chapter 42. Dare to make my navigator weep. The Straw Hat Trio moved together. "All right." Luffy nodded, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists and gazed at Arlong. "I will send you flying." "Ha ha ha. Is that so? Such a bold declaration. But can you truly accomplish it?" Arlong laughed heartily, looking down on Luffy with disdain. "These humans are so brazen, daring to act so recklessly in the presence of Lord Arlong. They truly know nothing of their own insignificance. Not to mention Lord Arlong, even Lord Hachi, Lord Crocodile, and Lord Chu are beyond their capabilities. They underestimate us far too much. Humans always indulge in foolish endeavors. A mere quartet dares to intrude upon our Arlong Park. What else could it be but sheer stupidity?" The surrounding fishmen erupted into laughter. The 4 of them charging in alone appeared no different from fools in their eyes. Bang! 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 At that moment, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji engaged in a brief skirmish, only to be sent flying. Usopp, particularly, found his iron bullet caught in Chu's jaws, which he then spat back with such velocity that it far surpassed its original speed. Sanji was also propelled away by Crocodile's formidable physique. Despite his exceptional kicking skills, he found himself unable to budge this powerful fishman. Zoro, already injured, faced Hachi's 6 sword style, which struck like a tempest. At the very moment Zoro swung his blade, his wound throbbed painfully, causing him to stagger backward, breathless and weakened, barely escaping Hachi's range of attack. Meanwhile, as Luffy unleashed his Gum pistol, Arlong recognized the power of the Devil Fruit user immediately. With a swift motion, he bit down, shattering the ground beneath Luffy's feet, who was caught off guard and tumbled into the shallow waters at the center of the park. His fate hung in the balance. Indeed, the abilities of a Devil Fruit user are formidable, causing great distress. However, they are at a distinct disadvantage in the water. The fishmen, thriving in their aquatic domain, possess strength tenfold compared to their prowess on land. Shaking his head, Arlong mused that Luffy had faltered without much effort on his part, far too weak. The other 3 were also struggling to cope, swiftly finding themselves in dire straits. Haha, humans are so fragile. And this is merely the beginning. Look at that long-nosed one. He is utterly pathetic. Faced with Lord Chu, he can do nothing but flee. What a waste. Chew. Why not take a bite out of his nose for fun? And that curly-haired one, looking ridiculous enough, runs like a fool while puffing on a cigarette. What a sight. The green-haired swordsman is already battered and bruised, yet dares to duel with Lord Hachi. Now he can barely defend himself, let alone counterattack, swaying like a drunken fool. This is truly comical. Haha, are these people truly serious? They are hilarious. The battle concluded swiftly, and the fisherman roared with laughter. So weak. Is this what humanity amounts to? He shook his head, harboring a fleeting hope that Usopp might demonstrate some remarkable prowess. Yet, at this juncture, it seemed evident that his only talents lay in boasting and deceit, rendering him utterly ineffectual. In a swift motion, he darted toward Usopp, seizing him with a vice-like grip. Usopp, taken aback, could hardly react, flailing his legs in desperation. However, against the formidable fisherman, he possessed no strength to resist. I shall bite off your nose and then sever your neck, allowing you to perish in such a pitiable manner, he declared coldly. Usopp, filled with dread, struggled incessantly. But his efforts were in vain. The chasm of their strength was insurmountable, and despair washed over his features. Usopp, Sanji exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist, only to be suddenly confronted by Crocodile, who thrust his massive palm forward. Fishman karate. A terrifying shockwave erupted from his hand. Sanji was struck instantly. Blood spewing forth as the cigarette he held flew from his mouth, sending him tumbling backward into the shallow waters of the Central Paradise, his fate uncertain. Simultaneously, the onslaught from Shachi intensified, relentless as a torrential storm. Zoro, fatigued and overwhelmed, collapsed to his knees, his energy spent, his wounds gaping and bleeding profusely. Resembling a figure drenched in blood, Shachi mercilessly swung his 6 swords with ferocity. Zoro seemed oblivious, as if the pain rendered him utterly weak. Keek, it's over. Arlong chuckled, turning away, disinterested. Yet at that moment, a crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth, descending with divine might, violently expanding in a fan-like arc toward all present. Draw your sword. A chilling voice rang out. Bang. Shachi was sent flying, Crocodile was struck down, and Ju was hurled away. Every fishman in the vicinity was sent reeling. The 3 elite members of the Arlong pirates were dispatched with a single stroke. Even the shallow waters of the Central Paradise churned violently, a whirlpool rising as Sanji, alongside Luffy, returned to the shore. Who? Arlong leaped to his feet. Who goes there? Shachi, Crocodile, and Ju immediately sprang up, although the blade had wounded them. Their robust physiques had sustained only minor injuries. Who are you? The surrounding fishmen turned their gazes, astonished by the one who had felled the 3 elite members and stirred the waters of the paradise. From the Straw Hat Pirates, Moonlight. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged slowly from the direction of the entrance. All eyes converged, revealing a youth clad in black, wielding a sharp sword, stepping forward with deliberate grace. Following behind him was a woman, Nami. Yet at this moment, Nami trailed behind the young man, her face streaked with tears as she clung to him like a lifeline. When her gaze fell upon Arlong and his crew, her eyes burned with boundless hatred. Straw Hat Pirates? Moonlight? Never heard of them. Upon hearing this, the surrounding fishmen shook their heads dismissively. The name meant nothing to them. You bastard. Sneak attacking me like that. That hurt. Hachon roared, his elegant octopus tail now marred by a crescent-shaped scar from Moonlight's slash. His fury was palpable. Impressive swordsmanship. So the Straw Hats have someone like this among them. But that's all there is to it. Kurubi flicked at his own wound dismissively. For a fishman, such an injury was trivial, hardly worth concern. Filthy coward. Humans really are despicable vermin. I'll bite you to death. Chu bellowed before lunging straight at Moonlight. Nami, is it? Seems you found yourself a helper. Though he doesn't look like much. Are you finally daring to defy me? Arlong sneered, his gaze locking onto Nami behind Moonlight. At that look, Nami trembled uncontrollably. Those eyes were her nightmare, seared into her soul, tormenting her for over a decade. Moonlight, she cried out involuntarily. Don't worry. Moonlight gave her hand a reassuring squeeze before turning his icy glare upon Arlong and his men. You made my navigator shed tears. Now, you'll pay the price. Conqueror's Haki. With those chilling words, an invisible wave of overwhelming pressure erupted from him. Chapter 43, A single sword strike dismantles the three major officers with a swift motion. The aura emanating from Moonlight and Nami surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. All the fishmen nearby trembled violently, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and frothing at the mouth. As they fell one after another, only a handful of those with exceptional physical prowess managed to remain standing, albeit with quaking bodies. At that moment, aside from Zoro, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, who were unaffected and still conscious, only Arlong and his three subordinates, along with fewer than 10 scattered fishmen, remained upright. The Level 2 Conqueror's haki had developed into a controlling force. Moonlight's mastery of haki skillfully bypassed Zoro and the others. Otherwise, apart from Luffy, they too would have succumbed to its effects in their injured states. Even so, due to the imperfect control, they were slightly affected, but it was of no significant consequence. What has transpired? Was it the work of that human swordsman? How infuriating! The fishmen, struggling to maintain their footing, exchanged bewildered glances as they gazed at their fallen comrades. Astonished and perplexed. Moonlight, you have arrived just in time. Usopp inhaled deeply, looking at Moonlight, and then, without a hint of grace, plopped down onto the ground. What was the need for decorum now? Simply surviving was the greatest blessing. It is now in your hands, Moonlight. Zoro exhaled in relief. He was gravely injured and had barely managed until now, finally granted a moment to breathe. Moonlight, his strength had grown even more formidable since their last encounter. Sanji was inwardly astounded. Although he had witnessed Moonlight's power before, seeing it again, particularly as a comrade, left him in awe. Moonlight. Nami tightened her grip on Moonlight's clothing. You scoundrel, what have you done to my companions? Kocho brandished his sword and bellowed. Despicable human, what is this phenomenon? Kirby gazed at Moonlight in astonishment. His eyes filled with trepidation. What an impressive human swordsman, truly remarkable. Chu, brimming with battle intent, acknowledged that despite Moonlight's prowess, the fishmen warriors thrived on conflict. The stronger the enemy, the stronger they became. Do not underestimate him. This human is extraordinarily powerful. Arlong's expression grew grave. Even one as arrogant as he could not help but take Moonlight seriously in this moment. Buzz. At that instant, Moonlight swung his sword once more. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged forward in a fan-like formation, slicing towards the three adversaries. The crescent-like sword wave surged forth with an overwhelming force, swift and relentless. Bang! The sword energy was both rapid and precise. The three had barely registered the attack before the lethal force struck. Even with the fishmen's heightened reflexes, their responses were still delayed. With a series of muffled thuds, three sharp blades pierced flesh, sending the trio hurtling through the air, leaving deep gashes upon their bodies as they fell to the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit. One sword strike dispatched the three major officers. The sword energy surged forward relentlessly, sweeping towards Arlong with immense ferocity and vigor. This is bad. Arlong dared not confront it head-on and swiftly dodged to the side. Boom. The sword energy struck violently against the towering structure behind him. The entire edifice appeared as though its foundation had been severed, leaving it hanging in the air like a mere illusion. Suddenly, it collapsed entirely, transforming into a heap of ruins. How formidable! Witnessing this scene, Usopp was utterly astounded, overwhelmed by shock. This individual had grown even stronger after his encounter with Mihawk. Zoro felt a surge of awe, his fighting spirit intensifying. The brighter the moonlight, the more fervent his resolve became. Previously, he had only regarded Mihawk as a grandmaster swordsman. Now, he had another to reckon with under the moonlight. Indeed. Having ventured beyond the East Blue, he realized the vastness of the world, recognizing himself as but a frog in a well. Clatter. Sanji's cigarette, just lit, fell to the ground as he stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, glancing at Moonlight, who had already astonished him with his prowess, now leaving him even more in awe. Truly remarkable. Nami clutched the hem of Moonlight's garment tightly, her beautiful eyes transforming from anxiety to confidence. Standing behind such a man, she felt the safest in the world. A profound sense of reliability surged within her heart. Shachi, Crocodile, and Ju, alarmed. They realized that their trio had been dispatched with a single stroke. How could this human be so formidable, effortlessly vanquishing our three chief officers with just one strike? Not only that, Our Arlong Park Tower has been utterly obliterated. This human is terrifying beyond belief. The fishmen around them stared in utter shock at the scene, their astonishment palpable. I'm sorry, Arlong. I never expected a human could possess such mastery. Shachi gasped, still drawing breath. Captain, forgive us for our arrogance. We prided ourselves on our strength, yet we were felled by a single blow. Crocodile panted, gazing vacantly at the sky. Why is there such a fearsome swordsman among humans? This power exceeds tenfold. Damn it! How could I not withstand a single strike? Jill lay on the ground in dismay, unable to move, utterly helpless. How dare you, human, commit such acts against my subordinates and destroy my tower, which housed my treasures and cherished sea charts? I will make you pay dearly for this. As he witnessed all this and heard the lamentations of Shachi and Crocodile, as well as the astonished murmurs of the surrounding fishmen, a surge of fury welled up within Arlong. His eyes turned a fiery red, resembling a bloodthirsty shark in a state of rage, emanating a fierce and savage aura. This is bad. Arlong has been provoked. What should we do? The last time Arlong was enraged was half a month ago, when he obliterated our hard-built Arlong Park. This time, we are in deep trouble. Is the enemy truly that powerful? Arlong, please do not unleash your wrath. Indeed, these humans are utterly insignificant. The surrounding fishmen, upon witnessing Arlong in such a state, were struck with an overwhelming sense of dread, hastily exclaiming, "This is bad. Is he on the brink of rampage? We must prevent the captain from losing control. Otherwise, our painstakingly constructed paradise will be utterly obliterated." It is true that should the captain succumb to his rage, the entire paradise would face utter annihilation. We must act swiftly to avert such a catastrophe. We cannot allow this to transpire. Alas, my body is completely immobile. Shaba and his companions, witnessing Arlong's current condition, were filled with astonishment, yet their own grievous injuries rendered them incapable of movement, leaving them in a state of anxious despair. Chapter 44. A trivial matter for that man, filthy human. How dare you inflict such cruelty upon my kin and devastate my paradise? I shall rend you asunder, and with your blood, I will honor them. Arlong's eyes burned crimson as he succumbed to a furious rage. Locking onto Moonlight, he moved with lightning speed, exuding an overwhelming force, leaving a path of destruction reminiscent of a bulldozer's passage. Boom! The ground beneath him shattered underfoot as he grasped a colossal stone pillar, hurling it with tremendous force towards Moonlight. The pillar, imbued with the weight of 1,000 tons, crashed down violently. Buzz! Moonlight retaliated, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy that sliced through the air. The stone pillar shattered upon impact, while the blade of energy tore through, striking Arlong's form with ferocity. Crack! Arlong staggered back, retreating 10 paces, yet he quickly regained his footing, unscathed, and charged forward once more. He had withstood Moonlight's blade with his very body. What manner of creature is this? Usopp gasped, fully aware of the devastating power of Moonlight's swordsmanship, capable of cleaving through steel. How could Arlong, this monster, absorb the blade with his flesh? Was his body more resilient than iron? Incredible! Sanji inhaled sharply, realizing he had gravely underestimated Arlong's might. Indeed, Arlong's physique is the pinnacle among our kind. The strength, speed, and power of fishmen surpass that of humans tenfold. As a combat machine among fishmen, Arlong's velocity and might are unparalleled. That swordsman, though formidable, stands no chance against Arlong, as Little 8 chuckled in confidence. True. That human swordsman is indeed the most skilled I have encountered, capable of inflicting wounds upon us. Yet, in comparison to Arlong, he falls woefully short. Thus, your fate is sealed. Crocodile sneered, dismissively regarding Zoro and the others. How could he possibly compare to Arlong? With a derisive curl of his lips, he observed the rampaging Arlong, akin to a bulldozer. What? Upon hearing this, Nami gasped, her gaze shifting to Moonlight, filled with concern. Moonlight! Usopp exclaimed, anxiety evident in his tone. Damn it, it seems I must intervene. Sanji stretched his limbs, the previous blow still causing him discomfort. But he could not afford to dwell on it. If Moonlight were to fall, they would meet the same fate. No need. To that man, Arlong is nothing to be concerned about. However, Zoro simply crossed his blades, speaking coldly, exuding an air of indifference, brimming with unwavering confidence in Moonlight. Zoro. Sanji's eyes widened. Zoro, that Arlong is a monster. Usopp shouted in alarm. Indeed, Zoro. Nami echoed, her worry palpable. Hiki. Zoro merely smiled faintly. Disregarding the concerns of others, his meaning unmistakable, Arlong was utterly insignificant. Clang. At that moment, a sudden and violent explosion resonated, revealing Arlong with his jagged jaws wide open. Aiming to bite the Moonlight sword, his intention was to sever the blade, rendering Moonlight weaponless. For a swordsman, having his sword bitten in two is an unparalleled disgrace. Arlong. Witnessing this scene, all gazes converged upon him. Do you dare to bite my sword? Moonlight chuckled. His Kazuki sword, a supreme artifact bestowed by the system, was incomparable to any blade in existence, even the legendary black sword of Hawkeye. Without employing his armed color haki, he could withstand a direct clash with Hawkeye's black blade unscathed, and with haki, he would be even more formidable. Did Arlong truly believe he could shatter it? Crack. Arlong, summoning all his strength, bit down ferociously, attempting to convey his intent to Moonlight. However, in the next instant, a sound akin to breaking echoed from Arlong's mouth. As teeth shattered and fell to the ground, his teeth had been shattered by the recoil of the blade. Brother's teeth broke? Xiaoba, Krubi, and Shio were left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of weapon is this? Arlong's teeth were among the hardest parts of his body, capable of piercing through a warship. Yet they could not break the sword wielded by this swordsman? Could it be a divine artifact? The mermen, struggling to maintain their footing, were equally astonished. This is simply outrageous. Moonlight, Usopp, and the others rejoiced. Indeed, Arlong was no match. Even before Moonlight unleashed his blade, his hardest weapon had proven ineffective. Damn it! What kind of sword is this? A divine artifact that is even harder than my teeth. Arlong, clutching his mouth, retreated abruptly, bewildered. He gazed at Moonlight, astonished that his once invincible fangs had become utterly feeble. Do you wish to know? Go be reborn in your next life to find out. Moonlight smiled faintly. Armed color haki. Crack. Instantly, dark patterns coiled around the Kazuki sword. Moonlight struck with a single slash. Arlong's body was indeed formidable, surpassing steel. This was the strongest physique Moonlight had ever encountered, truly worthy of a whale shark dwelling at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean. To pierce through such a robust physical defense would require time, and Moonlight was not inclined to prolong the battle. He aimed to conclude it swiftly. Three-part slash. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped three-part strike surged forth, aiming directly at Arlong. The attack was both rapid and fierce, especially at such close range. It was terrifying. Arlong had nowhere to evade and was struck by the sword's aura. The sword's energy shredded the air with unparalleled ferocity, and Arlong braced himself with his nose, the hardest part of his body. He faced Moonlight's sword aura head-on. However, it lasted less than a second. Crack. His nose was instantly severed, and the sword's aura tore through, manifesting as three distinct attacks that penetrated his body. Arlong retreated 3 steps, his body trembling violently, and then, with a thud, he collapsed, kneeling before the Moonlight. What? Lord Arlong has actually been defeated? How could such a thing happen? If even Arlong is fallen, this human swordsman must be terrifying beyond measure. This. Observing this scene, all the fishmen around were left speechless, utterly astonished. How could it be that even my elder brother is no match for him? Little Eight was visibly shaken. How infuriating. Has he grown so powerful? What a freak. Crocodile's eyes widened, seemingly unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. It's too exaggerated. This. Gio was rendered speechless. How wonderful. I knew it. Moonlight is invincible. For in all my acquaintance with him, he has never suffered defeat. Usopp let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, Indeed, he is one. This green algae head was right. Sanji also breathed a sigh of relief, as Arlong's overwhelming strength had left him deeply unsettled. Chapter 45. That man, although aware of the formidable prowess of Moonlight, who had once stood toe-to-toe with Hawkeye, the terrifying performance of Arlong rendered him involuntarily tense. Meanwhile, after being submerged in seawater, Luffy was being relentlessly squeezed by Joseph and Johnny, struggling to expel the water from his lungs, still yet to regain consciousness. For those who possess the abilities of a devil fruit, contact with seawater renders them utterly powerless. Nami, kill him. At that moment, Moonlight held Arlong's head down, presenting him before Nami. Arlong remained devoid of any resistance, his body battered and bruised by Moonlight's sword aura. Kneeling on the ground with just a flicker of consciousness, yet unable to move. Upon hearing those words, Nami's eyes flickered with a hint of fear as she gazed at Arlong. After all, for so many years, she had grown under the shadow of Arlong, his oppression deeply ingrained in her soul. The thought of killing him made her tremble, her body quaking in fear. To escape her nightmare and liberate her bound heart. It seemed to me that there was only one way, to kill him, for then no one could restrain her any longer. Moonlight spoke softly, tossing the grass cutter sword to Nami. Nami, already terrorized by Arlong, found not an ounce of courage before this man. Her heart was filled with dread. This was the shadow of a demon sown during her youth, a burden only she could bear. Nami, murder is not the ultimate solution. But if you choose to kill him, I have no objection. Just then, Luffy regained consciousness, looking at Nami with a sober expression. He had come to understand everything and stood neither in support nor opposition to Moonlight's proposal. Such individuals are not rare in this grand era of piracy. Countless souls carry similar burdens. This is a tragedy left by the times. Even if you kill him here, another Arlong will inevitably appear in the next place. Only by thoroughly unshackling your heart can you attain true freedom. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he spoke slowly. I understand your feelings better than anyone. Ever since I discovered Crocodile's true identity, I was engulfed in shadows. Were it not for your intervention, I would have lived forever in that man's shadow, even if I survived. Yet, when I had the chance to kill him, I refrained. For I suddenly realized that killing out of vengeance is not the best path. To surpass him, to stand before him as someone stronger, is the mark of a true warrior. Thus, my dream is to become a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp, with an unprecedented seriousness, added, indeed. Zoro, however, had succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep, completely detached from these matters. Even if he were awake, fear? He had faced the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, without a hint of trepidation. Such a notion did not exist in his lexicon. Everyone, Nami gritted her teeth, her grip tightening around the grass-cutter sword. Arlong, indeed, was not an uncommon figure in this vast age of piracy. To eliminate one Arlong would only give rise to another. She could never extinguish them all. Nami, I respect your choice. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated. Nami turned around to find the villagers of Nokigo from Kikojo wielding hoes, preparing for resistance. Nokigo looked at Nami with a smile and said, indeed, Nami, you are fortunate to have such wonderful companions. It is enviable. They truly care for you, willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Aiken nodded, adding with a grin, Nami, whatever you decide, we will honor your choice. Absolutely. The others chimed in, nodding and smiling. In that moment, Nami felt a surge of warmth and turned her gaze towards Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp, a smile suddenly gracing her lips. She tossed the grass-cutting sword back and clapped her hands, beaming in the sunlight. Never mind, I am no longer the naive child I once was. After all these years of trials, I know what must be done. With that, Nami departed with grace. Ah, Miss Nami, your elegance is truly captivating, Sanji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hearts as he rushed towards her, eager to impress. Witnessing this, Luffy and the others sighed in relief. Thank you so much. You are our benefactors. Please allow us to host you. At that moment, Aiken, along with the villagers, approached Zoro and the others with expressions of deep gratitude. Is there meat? Luffy's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes. Aiken nodded with a smile. All right. I want meat. Luffy shouted exuberantly, dashing towards the village, resembling a thief who had stumbled upon treasure. Bang! Just as he rushed out, a muffled thud echoed, as if he had collided with something, followed by a barrage of curses. What the hell? Who dares to bump into me? It was Colonel Mouse, flanked by the Navy, surrounding the area. Luffy had been so eager that he had crashed into him. Who are you? Luffy asked, bewildered, looking at the mouse. The Navy. They are the Navy. The realization struck him. Why would the Navy appear at such a moment? And this Colonel Mouse was no good person. Indeed, when Arlong was around, I often witnessed their covert dealings. They conspired with pirates. The crowd erupted in indignation upon witnessing this. For years, they had resisted, sending distress signals to the Navy. only to be intercepted by Colonel Mouse, enduring relentless oppression and servitude. Now, facing their adversary, their anger was palpable. An evil navy, is it? Colonel Mouse? Usopp, Sanji? And Zoro's expressions turned icy at the words. As pirates, they naturally feared not the navy, especially such wicked forces. Listen up, if you wish to avoid capture. Each of you must pay 10 million berries. Colonel Mouse cackled, resembling the chittering of an actual mouse, pointing at Luffy and the others with a derisive sneer. It is you, mingling with those individuals, causing Nami distress, is it not? Upon witnessing this, Luffy's expression darkened. Enough with the trivialities. If you do not wish to oppose the navy, then act swiftly. The rat, oblivious to the situation, continued to speak loudly. Rubber. Battle axe. In a sudden move, Luffy stretched out his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Bang. Before the rat could finish his words, he was instantly knocked down. How dare you attack me? Come at me. Dazed from the blow, the rat finally regained his senses and barked orders in fury. Boldly. You dare to assault a Navy colonel. It appears you wish to challenge the Navy. Say the colonel. Charge. Immediately, the Navy surged forward. At this moment, Moonlight stood before them. It's him. The rat trembled at the sight of Moonlight. He would never forget the terrifying encounter he had when Nami held a bounty of 100 million berries. It was too dreadful. Ah, it's that man. Run away. Oh no, that man has appeared again. Why is he here? And why is he with these people? Mother, I never wish to feel that way again. Chapter 46. Bounty of 30 million berries. Upon witnessing the Moonlight, the naval officers could not help but tremble, as if the previous scene replayed vividly before their eyes. What is happening? Why do the Navy officers falter before the Moonlight? Sanji took a puff of his cigarette, perplexed. Hey, what's wrong with you all? Weren't you just shouting fiercely? How have you turned into this? Luffy inquired with a look of bewilderment. He genuinely did not comprehend why the once bold and valiant Navy had suddenly become so feeble. Perhaps they are frightened by the illustrious name of Captain Usopp. Usopp laughed heartily. No, it is the Moonlight. It aided me before. Nami gazed at the Moonlight, her expression complex, revealing the events that transpired between her and the Moonlight. These Navy officers are mere rabble, true elite, even when faced with such a presence, would not waver, unlike them. Akin shook his head, observing the quaking Navy officers before the Moonlight, disdain evident in his tone. Indeed, it is this man. Before him, they cannot maintain their composure. Noki nodded, her eyes shimmering as she regarded the Moonlight. Having experienced such a remarkable event, it was her first encounter with someone as formidable as the Moonlight. The Moonlight? You mean they are like this because of the Moonlight? Hearing this, Luffy's eyes widened as if he had discovered a new world. He scrutinized the Moonlight from head to toe, yet after much contemplation, he could not fathom what terrifying quality it possessed to invoke such fear in them. Turns out it's not because of me. Usopp exclaimed, disappointment etched on his face, realizing he had overthought the matter. Is it this fellow again? Just how strong is he that even the Navy before him lacks any fighting spirit, even losing their sense of awareness? Sanji inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling, his astonishment towards the Moonlight intensifying. They entirely disregarded Nami's hidden bounty of 100 million berries, instead astonished by the terror the Moonlight inspired, leaving the Navy utterly daunted. We are the Navy. Do not approach. The rat trembled as it gazed at the Moonlight. If I don't approach, then you should leave. The Moonlight replied coldly. Very well, we shall depart, but you are ultimately a pirate, and we are not of the same allegiance. This matter will not end here. The rat trembled, unwilling to linger further, and after uttering its threats, hastily retreated with the other quaking Navy officers. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Not a single one remaining. I truly appreciate your assistance. From this day forth, this small island shall return to its former tranquility. Akin expressed his gratitude to the Moonlight and the others. Not at all, it was a trifling matter. They replied, urging everyone not to dwell on it. Hey. It was solely the Moonlight who resolved everything. You hardly contributed. Faced with the villagers' enthusiasm, Sanji and the others felt a wave of embarrassment. However, Luffy and his companions strode boldly towards the village without a hint of modesty. Observing this, Nami could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation. Subsequently, accompanied by the crowd, they returned to the village to commence their celebrations. The atmosphere was filled with exuberance and excitement, a stark contrast to the long-standing gloom since Arlong's reign. However, amidst the revelry, the mouse, accompanied by a contingent of naval officers, returned to the base. He swiftly made his way to the office and picked up the snail phone, dialing directly to headquarters. "What is it?" A grim and chilling voice resonated from the other end. "Critical intelligence! Critical intelligence!" the mouse exclaimed. "A formidable crew of pirates has emerged in the East Sea. Known as the Straw Hat Pirates, they have defeated the East Sea Overlord, Kuro, and even Arlong has fallen. The East Sea is now beyond control. I request the headquarters to issue a bounty notice. Both Kuro and Arlong have been vanquished? They must indeed be remarkable. What are the names of their crew members?" Upon hearing this, the voice on the phone fell into silence for a moment before resuming with an ominous tone. "Yes, the captain is Monkey D. Luffy, accompanied by the unnamed swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, Usopp, and the nimble thief, Nami." The mouse reported hastily, having forgotten to mention Sanji. "Understood." The phone call was abruptly terminated. An hour later, a bounty notice was dispatched from headquarters, delivered by a seagull to various locations. Instantly, the existence of the Straw Hat Pirates became known worldwide. However, the attention they garnered was minimal, as a bounty of 30 million berries deemed them merely a small fry amidst the deluge of pirates in the vast era of the seas. Meanwhile, within the naval prison, someone managed to obtain a poster and, upon gazing at the bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates, was taken aback. He urgently called out to a bespectacled man nearby. "Captain Kuro, look, the bounty for that Straw Hat kid has been released. He has defeated Kuro and Arlong, and the Navy has placed a 30 million berry bounty on him. This kid is advancing far too quickly," he exclaimed in astonishment. At this, a glint of cold light flashed in Kuro's eyes. In another naval base, Kobe and Helmeppo, serving as deckhands, were cleaning when they suddenly spotted a poster. Kobe froze in place, his expression one of shock. "What's wrong?" Helmeppo inquired. Yet, Kobe remained speechless, merely trembling as he stared at the poster. Noticing Kobe's reaction, Helmeppo turned to look as well. Instantly, he felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, both were overwhelmed with excitement. "Wonderful! Lord Luffy, you have finally become a great pirate. And Zoro, I never imagined you would achieve such renown so swiftly," they exclaimed joyfully. Soon after, Kobe's gaze turned resolute. "Lord Luffy has been striving towards his goal. Thus, I too must work hard. I shall become an official Marine," Kobe declared with determination. "I will also become an official Marine." Helmeppo nodded in agreement, his eyes equally steadfast, exchanging a glance filled with resolve. They became infused with energy and busily set to work. At this moment, across the East Sea, all who were familiar with Luffy cast smiles upon seeing his wanted poster. In the Grand Line, on Windmill Island, Shanks and his crew, still nursing their hangovers at the break of dawn, were caught in a state of drowsiness when suddenly a crew member rushed over in a flurry, approaching Shanks with trembling urgency. "Captain, something terrible has happened," he stammered in distress. "Calm down. Take a swig to steady your nerves." Shanks chuckled, tossing him a bottle of liquor. The crew member seized it eagerly, gulping it down until, after a brief moment, his composure returned. "It's bad, Hawkeye," he began, but his words faltered as he felt a chill and the hair on his body stood on end. For Hawkeye had appeared abruptly behind him. All his words ceased in an instant. Upon seeing Hawkeye, the crew members sprang to their feet, alert and ready, as if facing a formidable adversary. Chapter 47. The red-haired pirates. No one dared to underestimate this master swordsman, renowned as the world's greatest. "Hawkeye, here for a duel?" "I'm feeling a bit unwell," red-haired Shanks remarked, his gaze slightly glazed. "I had no intention of battling you, a man who has lost an arm. I merely recalled some words you once shared with me and fortuitously encountered someone who might interest you. A rather amusing gift," Hawkeye replied coolly, tossing Luffy's bounty notice toward Shanks. "This is Luffy. Has he finally arrived?" Shanks' pupils constricted, a flicker of anticipation crossing his face, as if something or someone long awaited had finally made an appearance. It was indeed Luffy. Jessup eyes also widened at Luffy's radiant smile on the notice. "This guy has finally shown up," Riki exclaimed, devouring a chicken leg with delight. "I wonder how he has fared after all this time." Ben Beckman's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, as if he were recalling days gone by. "Is it truly Luffy? Captain, is he on his way? It has been a while since we last saw him. I've missed him." Laughter erupted among the crew as they heard the news of Luffy's arrival. They had shared moments with the fiery youth and held him in great affection. Loyal, courageous, and eager to stand up for them, he was a true man despite his youth. "Moreover, I encountered another individual who, in the future, will surpass both you and me." At that moment, Hawkeye revealed another bounty notice, this time bearing the visage of Moonlight. "Who is he? Luffy's companion? To earn such high praise from you is remarkable," Shanks inquired, his gaze shifting to the notice. "He is indeed a companion. His name is Moonlight. When I traveled to the East Blue, I crossed swords with him. Despite his youth, his mastery of hockey is extraordinary, and his swordsmanship is uniquely fierce. I was thrilled to exchange blows with him. I sensed he held back his full strength, but our duel was interrupted by an ambush, compelling us to agree to meet again," Hawkeye stated gravely. "Is there such a formidable individual aboard Luffy's ship?" "Luffy, you are truly fortunate," Shanks murmured, his gaze returning to Luffy. Though surprised by Moonlight, his focus remained on Luffy. A swordsman who could earn Hawkeye's admiration must indeed be remarkable. Jessup took the Moonlight bounty notice, examining it closely. "It is indeed formidable. Even the bounty notice radiates an aura of deadly swordsmanship," Riki commented. "Since Hawkeye has spoken so highly of him, this man must be exceptional. It appears Luffy is soon to seek us out." Ben Beckman's eyes sparkled with intensity. "A swordsman capable of astonishing even Hawkeye? This is truly monumental news. What a marvel this Moonlight is. I truly wish to behold its essence. It is undeniably a remarkable figure, with a bounty of 50 million berries, surpassing even that of Luffy." The surrounding crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Who is Mihawk? The world's greatest swordsman, standing at the pinnacle of power, where no one else exists in his eyes. To earn his admiration, one must possess extraordinary qualities. Now that you have arrived here, bearing such significant news, Mihawk, do not expect to depart so easily. At that moment, Shanks cast a mischievous glance towards Mihawk, a grin creeping across his face. The crowd instantly understood and joined in the laughter. Even Mihawk, usually unflappable, felt a chill as he sensed Shanks' intentions. "Come now. In celebration of Luffy, let us indulge in another round of drinks." Just then, a large crate of exquisite wine was presented to them, and Shanks filled Mihawk's cup to the brim. "Hey, are you not worried about a hangover?" Mihawk thought, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. "No worries, no worries. Let us rejoice." Shanks chuckled. Mihawk felt as though he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Meanwhile, in Kokasia village, after a night of revelry, the partygoers had fallen asleep on the ground, the earth serving as their mattress and the sky as their blanket, indulging in deep slumber. Suddenly, Noki rushed over, panting heavily. A look of urgency plastered across his face, clutching several newspapers. "What's the matter, Noki?" Nami inquired, the first to awaken. Following her, Usopp and Sanji rose as well, while Moonlight merely opened his eyes to glance before resuming his slumber. What could possibly be more important than sleep at this moment? You've been issued bounties, and a new wanted poster has just been released. Noki gasped, handing over the papers. To their astonishment, it displayed the bounties for the Straw Hat Pirates. Each member's price revealed. "Ah, we have bounties?" Nami exclaimed, stunned. "Is this true? Have I finally become a legitimate pirate?" Usopp, tears welling in his eyes, gazed at his wanted poster. "Is there none for me?" Sanji pouted, noticing his absence from the list. 30 million? Wonderful, Luffy exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement as he saw his bounty. Now, he was on the path to becoming a renowned pirate of the world. "Is mine 15 million? Zoro awoke, grinning at his bounty. This brought him one step closer to his aspirations. "Wait, Moonlight, how is your bounty greater than ours combined?" Usopp noticed Moonlight's wanted poster, astonished. It boldly displayed a bounty of 50 million berries, surpassing even the total of Luffy's and Zoro's bounties. The Navy, being composed of rational individuals, would undoubtedly recognize the prowess of Moonlight. This bounty is allocated according to strength. However, The notion of him being a vice captain is something I cannot accept, Zoro remarked nonchalantly, unfazed by the idea. His objection to Moonlight's vice captain status is not a matter of comparing strengths. Indeed, Moonlight possesses an astonishing power, capable of exchanging blows with the likes of Hawkeye, which justifies the bounty placed upon him. Luffy nodded calmly, acknowledging Moonlight's formidable capabilities. If word of his battle with Hawkeye were to spread, the bounty could potentially double. Nami's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Moonlight, fully aware of the man's unimaginable terror. What I mean to convey is that you are being hunted. The Navy is aware of your presence here. If you do not depart, you may very well encounter them. Noki looked at the group with a mixture of disbelief and concern. Are you not worried? Are you not afraid? This is a bounty. Being wanted means not only the Navy is after you, but also pirates and bounty hunters have set their sights on your heads. What is there to celebrate? Any ordinary person would be in tears, gripped by fear. Chapter 48. A truly reliable companion, it matters not, Zoro replied nonchalantly. We are pirates, sworn enemies of the Navy. Why should we be concerned? If they come, we shall simply cut them down. Indeed, mere Navy forces are nothing to fear, Sanji said, taking a puff of smoke, the mist swirling around him as he nodded in agreement. Hey, you two, must you speak so casually? It is the Navy we are discussing. No one has ever heard of anyone who could confront them head-on at sea, Usopp exclaimed, astonished by their conversation. While the Navy may not be particularly daunting, they are undoubtedly a nuisance. Since we are heading to the Grand Line, we cannot afford to waste time here, Moonlight remarked. You all, Noki cried, tears streaming down her face. What sort of people are you? Are you truly pirates? All right, let us depart. Luffy waved his hand. Having feasted and rested, there was no reason to linger. As Moonlight stated, their destination was the Grand Line. They must not squander any more time here. Wait, where's Nami? As the group boarded the ship, they suddenly realized that Nami had not yet arrived. Could it be that she overheard our words and chose not to come? Joseph and Johnny immediately feared that their previous conversation with Noki had deterred her. No, I have faith in Nami. She will surely come. Luffy shook his head, confident in her resolve. Nami, you must come. Sanji lit a cigarette, his mood turning somber. Nami, Usopp murmured softly. Suddenly, Moonlight flickered and dashed towards the village. Moonlight, what are you doing? Usopp and the others were taken aback, perplexed by Moonlight's sudden leap from the ship. I am going to find Nami. If she does not come, I shall forcibly bring her back, Moonlight stated matter-of-factly, his voice resonating in their ears. What? Forcibly bring her back? Usopp was left speechless. A flicker of surprise crossed Zoro's eyes. Sanji's freshly lit cigarette fell to the ground. Joseph and Johnny stood frozen, exclaiming, Lord Moonlight, how domineering you are. Only Luffy nodded, a smile creeping onto his face. He understood Moonlight's intent. They were pirates, after all. Why should they adhere to so many formalities? Mother and all my other companions, do not worry. The village has been reclaimed, thanks to my wonderful friends. Everyone is joyous, including Noki and Grandpa Aiken. Rest in peace. At that moment, in the village of Kakoja, Nami knelt before a grave, speaking softly. Behind her, Aiken and the other villagers bowed their heads in solemn tribute. These were lives lost at the hands of Arlong. They had shared countless years together, intimately familiar with one another. The suddenness of their demise, and the sight of the gravestones, evoked tears as she thought of the young souls beneath. Nami, do you truly wish to become a pirate? After a considerable time, everyone managed to compose themselves. A keen-eyed Akane questioned Nami. Indeed, my aspiration is to chart every ocean across the globe, to become the most formidable navigator in existence. This dream has been my longing since childhood. Nami wiped away her tears, nodded gently, and smiled radiantly. Those individuals are truly trustworthy companions, and with them by your side, I feel at ease. Observing this, Akane nodded in agreement, holding a profound respect for Luffy and his crew. Indeed, Nami, those individuals are remarkable. They may be relatively unknown now, but one day they will make their mark upon the world. I am assured in following them. Noki also nodded, having seen through Luffy and his crew's characters in their brief interaction. If such individuals are not worthy of trust, then whom could one rely upon? Nami, go forth. This time, we support you. We wholeheartedly endorse your pursuit of piracy. There is nothing wrong in that. This vast ocean embodies freedom and expansiveness. Alas, I am of advanced age. Otherwise, I too would yearn to traverse these waters. Go forth, Nami, fulfill your dream, and together with them, let your names resound throughout the world. The villagers beamed at Nami, offering encouragement. Upon hearing this, Nami nodded emphatically, her face illuminated with joy. Rest assured. Now that Nami has boarded our ship, she shall not be wronged. Should anyone dare, they must first reckon with my sword. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. The moonlight appeared before the crowd, unnoticed until that moment, causing a stir as they looked towards it in awe. It is Lord Moonlight. Both Akane and Noki, along with everyone else, held deep reverence for Moonlight, for he had single-handedly defeated Arlong, leaving even the Navy humbled in his presence. He is a peerless powerhouse. In the vast ocean, nothing commands more respect than an unparalleled stronghold. Moonlight, are you here to escort me? Upon seeing Moonlight, Nami exclaimed in delight, astonished at her own significance. Not just me, but also Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp. We all wish for you to join us as our companion. Moonlight gestured behind him, revealing Luffy and the others, who had silently disembarked following him, now hastening towards them. Everyone. Nami's eyes sparkled with tears of joy. Hey, Moonlight. How could you be so inconsiderate as to secretly come to find Miss Nami alone? Were you hoping to touch her heart and win her affection? How devious. Sanji cast a skeptical glance at Moonlight. Hey, the only one with such thoughts is likely you. Zoro promptly exposed Sanji's true intentions. You insufferable mosshead. I'll kick you to death. Sanji retorted, flaring with indignation. You twisted brow, do you dare to challenge me? Zoro shot back, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of banter. The two fellows sighed. Usopp lightly pressed his forehead, displaying a sense of helplessness. Nami, come back. We cannot journey without you, Luffy exclaimed, gazing at Nami. Nami's emotions were tumultuous. She had not anticipated their arrival. Just as she was about to speak, a multitude of words lodged in her throat, leaving her speechless. Luffy, act now. At that moment, Moonlight suddenly called out to Luffy. All right. Luffy nodded, a cunning smile spreading across his face. His arm stretched out abruptly, seizing Nami, and without a second thought, he turned and fled. Run. Nami is in our grasp. Upon witnessing this, Zoro and Sanji ceased their banter and sprinted away as well. Moonlight, along with Usopp, swiftly boarded the ship, departing with the swiftness of the wind. Had they truly abducted Nami? Hey, who are these people? Kidnapping? Wasn't Nami already resolute in joining them? Why go to such lengths? I don't know. Perhaps they fear Nami might change her mind. Truly dependable companions, indeed. Athahaha. Chapter 49. A sword divides the sea as Luffy and his companions successfully invited Nami aboard their ship in a certain region of the East Sea on a new vessel. The clown Buggy gazed at the wanted poster of Luffy and his crew in the newspaper, a cold smirk appearing on his face. That wretched rubber, suddenly worth 30 million. Nevertheless, it is reassuring to finally ascertain your whereabouts. Thus, my great vendetta shall be thoroughly settled with you, he chuckled. After searching for so long, I have finally located the first man to ever lay a hand on me. I am determined to have my revenge. Beside Buggy stood a woman adorned in a black hat and attire, her figure strikingly graceful, her skin smooth and reflective like polished marble. She was Erlita, who, after being sent flying by Luffy, fortuitously acquired the slippery fruit. After consuming it, she became incredibly slick, rendering her impervious to any attack. Upon meeting Buggy, they quickly struck a chord, devising a plan to confront Luffy together. Wonderful, Captain. At last, we have news of the Straw Hat. Judging by their course, they too are headed for the Grand Line, with their next destination being Lobe Town, the place where the pirate King Roger was executed. The beast tamer Moji cackled, his lion Ricky nodding in agreement beneath him. Not only the Straw Hat, but also this fellow. Now I can settle that score with one sword. Kabaji sneered as he gazed at Zoro's photograph. Men, adjust our course. We shall make our way to Lobe Town, Buggy declared. Splendid, Captain. The Buggy pirate crew is finally poised to redeem our former disgrace. Straw Hat brat, prepare yourself. This time we will make you kneel and call for your mother. With that, all the pirates erupted in fervent cheers, redirecting their course towards Lobe Town. Ding! You executed a sword draw, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. You performed a Dragon's Descent slash, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. You utilized Armament Hockey, gaining 100 experience points. Ding. Sword Draw has advanced to level 4. Ding. Dragon's Descent slash has evolved to level 2. Ding. You have acquired a new skill, Phantom Sword Dance, level 1. Ding. Armament Hockey has been promoted to level 4. On board the Going Merry, after departing from Kokoyashi Village, Moonlight fervently trained atop the lookout. Finally, he achieved a significant milestone. A thought crossed Moonlight's mind as he surveyed his current attributes. Moonlight, Basic Swordsmanship, System Gift. No rank, 3-step slash System Gift. No rank, Draw slash LV 51. 100 000 0000 Fierce Dragon Breaks the Sky slash LV 211000000 Phantom Sword Dance LV 100,000 Observation Hockey LV 41 100000000 Armament Hockey LV 41 100000000 Conqueror's Hockey LV 250,000 1 million Basic Swordsmanship and 3-step slash are both automatically maxed out. As one's training deepens, their power intensifies. Due to frequent practice, the draw slash has finally reached LV 5. At this level of sword technique, the fusion of spirit and sword energy is achieved. Without the need for physical movement, a powerful aura can inflict mental illusions upon the opponent. The sword energy is extraordinarily sharp. Nothing in this world can withstand such a strike. This is also the realm of the Hawkeye. Now, when facing Hawkeye again, Moonlight feels confident in engaging in a true battle. Both Observation Hockey and Armament Hockey have ascended to a new level, particularly Armament Hockey, which is no longer merely external armor but has achieved a unity of internal and external forces. A single slash can inflict damage internally, enhancing its destructive power. As for Conqueror's Hockey, it has been difficult to cultivate due to environmental constraints. However, in the new world, as enemies abound, it will flourish. The LV2 Fierce Dragon Breaks the Sky slash has already acquired the ability to briefly remain on the sea. Lastly, the newly acquired skill, Phantom Sword Dance, condenses all sword energy into a single point, striking forward rapidly, culminating in an explosive release of all gathered sword energy. The faster the strike frequency, the more the sword energy overlaps, resulting in terrifying power. Boom. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly rolled in, fierce winds whipped up, and the sea surged violently. Waves crashed tumultuously, coming in with immense force. Not good. The wind direction has changed. A massive wave is approaching. Nami, who was scanning the surface of the sea, shouted urgently, "Usopp, adjust the course and head west." On the deck, Nami commanded decisively. Understood. Usopp did not dare hesitate and immediately altered their direction. Luffy, patrol the sea surface. Zoro, keep an eye on your surroundings. Sanji, stand by. Moonlight, lower the sails. Nami continued issuing orders. Yes, Miss Nami, Zoro nodded in response, while Sanji replied with a love-struck expression. Only Moonlight remained silent, standing up and gazing ahead at the enormous waves, towering nearly 10 meters high, surging towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward. Hey, Moonlight, what are you doing? Nami exclaimed in shock as she saw him dart towards the waves. What is going on? Zoro was startled, instinctively resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, anticipating an imminent threat. Is there an enemy? Sanji asked, his expression wary. Usopp glanced over, confused. Moonlight, what are you doing? Luffy gazed at the Moonlight and suddenly leaped down, perplexed. The Moonlight offered no reply. And amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of those around, the dragon's sky cleave erupted with ferocity. The entire sea was instantly filled with the phantoms of his rapid movements executing the dragon's sky cleave, accompanied by thunderous sounds created by the friction with the air. He approached the towering 10-meter-high wall of water, standing firm upon the surface, and then, with a flourish of his phantom sword dance, he unleashed a powerful strike. Swish, 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 swish. In that moment, the Moonlight stood resolutely upon the ocean, delivering fierce slashes. Around him, phantoms emerged in swift succession, followed by apparitions of sword energy appearing ahead. This was a consequence of his rapid strikes, and rather than dispersing, the sword energy coalesced into a singular point, continuously stacking. Boom, boom, boom. The ocean surged tumultuously, and the 10-meter-high wall of water came crashing down. At that moment, the moonlight resolutely took action. A massive sword energy, accumulated from numerous strikes, surged forth towards the sea wall. Swish! The 10-meter-high wall was cleaved in two beneath the onslaught of this sword energy. The energy rolled forth, carving a path through the sea. Hiss! Luffy and the others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His swordsmanship has progressed once more. This fellow has even split the sea wall. Moonlight, you remarkable being. Wow, Moonlight, you are truly impressive. Chapter 50. Phantom Sword Dance. Upon witnessing this scene, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp stood with mouths agape, their expressions one of sheer astonishment. The sea has been cleaved asunder? This is simply too extravagant. Not bad, Moonlight remarked, returning to the ship. The power of the Phantom Sword Dance is undoubtedly the most formidable technique among those he has mastered, albeit requiring approximately 3 seconds of preparation time. Moreover, with continued training, the frequency of slashes will increase, and the potency of the attacks will become increasingly terrifying. Hey, isn't that a bit excessive, Moonlight? With such power, you merely deem it not bad? How are we supposed to survive? Usopp lamented with a wry smile. This fellow had long been aware of his prowess. He had even witnessed him in combat with Arlong, where he displayed undeniable strength. Yet, it felt as though he were an unfathomable abyss, and one day, one might discover that he had surpassed the limits previously conceived. What on earth is this anomaly? Sanji expressed his astonishment, gazing at Zoro. Zoro, a monster in his own right, akin to a mythical beast, had sustained severe injuries yet swiftly recovered after a few days of rest, now restored to his former self. This guy is a monster. But Moonlight is truly a monster among monsters. Does this guy have no limits? Zoro muttered through clenched teeth, fixating his gaze on Moonlight. He is overwhelmingly strong, however. The most frightening aspect is that with such strength, he is relentlessly training. Where lies his limit? Surpassing Mihawk? One might fear he has already achieved that. For the first time, Zoro felt an overwhelming sense of being unable to discern the true visage of an opponent, a feeling of perpetual pursuit that could never catch up. Hey, Moonlight, you are truly terrifying. The first time I met you, you were merely a fledgling swordsman, and now I feel you can contend with that Mihawk. Impressive, Luffy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. It's not that everyone else is weak. If I don't become stronger, how will I face formidable foes? I don't wish to lose any of you before we even reach the Grand Line. Moonlight shrugged, his expression one of resignation. You? What do you mean by that? Don't underestimate me, Zoro retorted, indignant. Humph. The moment those words left Moonlight's lips, discontent rippled through the group. Usopp and Nami remained silent, fully aware of their own standing, while Zoro and Sanji were visibly displeased, pointing accusingly at Moonlight with faces full of resentment. Moonlight waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of helplessness. Ha. Luffy burst into laughter, feeling that everything around him was utterly delightful. Moonlight, it turns out, values us so highly. Usopp and Nami exchanged knowing smiles. Not wanting to lose any of them is the very reason he strives to strengthen himself. I'm feeling a bit hungry, Sanji. I'd like to eat. Moonlight shrugged and, after uttering those words, returned to the lookout. Why should I cook for you, you scoundrel? Sanji replied, irked. Shut up. I want to eat too. Zoro interjected, waving his hand dismissively. And me. I want meat. Luffy chimed in eagerly. TCH. I really can't deal with you guys. So, what do you want to eat? Sanji sighed, glancing at Moonlight. Among the group, Moonlight possesses a unique palate, while the others are content to eat whatever is available. As a competent chef, he is naturally well acquainted with each person's tastes. Egg fried rice, in generous portions, Moonlight remarked casually. In this reincarnation, although the world is abundant with culinary delights, Moonlight still has a penchant for egg fried rice, making him quite the outlier among the crew. Remarkably, the flavor of egg fried rice varies significantly depending on the chef's skills. Wait. Sanji waved his hand as he made his way to the galley. The others chuckled, filled with eager anticipation for the meal. Sanji's culinary prowess is indeed noteworthy. Town, situated in the East Blue near the entrance of the Grand Line, is renowned as a town of beginnings and endings. It is the birthplace and the place of demise of the pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Pirates frequently visit. Yet the town enjoys excellent security thanks to the famed Marine Colonel, Smoker the White Hunter, who ensures that no pirate dares to cause trouble here. The townsfolk live a very comfortable life. After their meal, having sailed for half a day, Luffy and his companions finally arrived at Town. After mooring the ship in a concealed spot at the harbor, they disembarked onto the town. My sword is broken. I need to get a new one. I want to see the place where the Pirate King was executed. I need to purchase some ingredients. I must procure some clothing. I'm off to buy some gear. Upon landing, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, and Nami split up to tend to their errands, while Moonlight was left to guard the ship. Moonlight nodded, as he had no immediate need for shopping. Besides, Nami would handle anything he required. With Moonlight watching over the ship, everyone felt at ease. So he wandered near the vessel. Hurry, hand over everything of value on you. I am a pirate, and if you don't want to die, cooperate. Boomed a voice in the distance, followed by the sounds of panic. Indeed, it is an era dominated by pirates, as such figures seem to emerge anywhere, at any time. Moonlight furrowed his brow and turned down an alley, where he beheld a broad street, dominated by a towering man over 3 meters tall, with a scar running across his forehead. Clad in pirate attire and wielding a large sword, he strode menacingly with a band of followers. Without hesitation, they seized whatever they could find, striking down anyone who resisted. The street was engulfed in chaos, with civilians fleeing in terror. You there, step aside, or I'll cleave you in two. The scarred man soon spotted Moonlight and sneered. Moonlight remained silent, merely gazing at him with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Are you deaf? My boss is speaking to you. If you wish to die, just say the word, and I'll oblige. Move aside quickly, today. I'm in a good mood and don't feel like killing anyone. The scarred man's crew echoed their threats. If you're looking for trouble, we'll take you down. Is everyone gone? At that moment, the Moonlight cast a fleeting glance at the distant, retreating civilians, and a smile graced his lips. He was poised to act but hesitated, fearing the collateral damage to the innocent. Thus, he awaited their departure before making his move. What are you running from? I'll end you. One of them barked. Didn't you hear what my lord said? You're courting death. Cut him down. Upon hearing these words and witnessing the expression on the Moonlight's face, the pirates erupted in furious shouts. Moonlight was blatantly disregarding their presence, an affront too brazen to tolerate. Instantly, several of them brandished their swords, charging at him with wild abandon. Conqueror's Haki. Moonlight's pupils constricted as an invisible aura of menace surged forth from him, radiating outward in a powerful wave. Chapter 51. The two previous pirate kings in an instant, under the luminous glow of the moon. All the pirates within a 300-meter radius trembled violently, collapsing to the ground. Some fainted, others foamed at the mouth, while many succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving none able to stand. Even the pirate captain fell to his knees, utterly drained and powerless, unable to utter a single word as he gazed at the Moonlight. The Level 2 Conqueror's Haki had expanded its range threefold, its potency rendering it even more terrifying. Colonel, it is here that someone has detected the presence of pirates. A sudden female voice pierced the air, followed by the appearance of a bespectacled female swordsman who shouted towards the outside. Is it Dashki? Then the one arriving must be the White Hunter, Smoker. Upon seeing the woman before him, Moonlight felt a stirring within, swiftly vanishing from the street. Soon after, a man on a motorcycle arrived, followed by a considerable number of Marines. What transpired? Have they been dealt with? Dashki looked in astonishment at the pirates sprawled on the ground, her expression one of disbelief. Did I arrive too late? Who did this? Smoker also gazed at the scene in astonishment. From the moment we received the intel until now, we rushed here without pause, and it has only been about 10 minutes. Colonel and Dashki arrived even faster. Who possesses such power to dispatch this group of pirates in less than this brief span? These individuals are exceedingly formidable pirates. The fallen pirates bore no wounds, suggesting they had not engaged in a fierce battle. Rather, they seemed to have been struck down in an instant. Who could possibly incapacitate so many in a mere heartbeat? It was utterly outrageous. As the Marines arrived, some hurried to inspect the scene. Upon reaching their conclusions, Astonishment swept through the ranks. These individuals bore not a single injury, nor was there any evidence of a struggle, indicating that the pirates had been felled in an instant by some unknown force. This is peculiar. Could it have been the work of a devil fruit user? Yet, unless one is a Logia type like the Colonel, it is improbable to achieve such a flawless execution. Smoker exclaimed. Dashki, her expression one of incredulity, absorbed the astonishing sight. This scene transcended the limits of her understanding. Conqueror's Haki. Smoker inhaled deeply, exhaling circular puffs of smoke. As a colonel, he possessed the authority to access certain classified information. This scenario could only be explained by such a phenomenon. Otherwise, even a Logia-type devil fruit user would leave traces behind. He understood this firsthand. Conqueror's Haki? What is this? The others were perplexed, as it was their first encounter with such a term. It is a new form of power, also known as the qualities of a king, Smoker stated emphatically. The qualities of a king? Dashki questioned, bewildered. What does that mean? The surrounding Marines were equally perplexed. This is a power that can only be found within the Grand Line. I discovered it in classified documents. Those who possess such strength need not lift a finger. They can intimidate, terrify, or even incapacitate their opponents. However, this power is innate, and not everyone is endowed with it. If we were to consider 1,000,000 people, only one would possess this extraordinary ability. Smoker recalled the contents of the document with a grave expression. What? Only one person in 1,000,000 can possess it? Dashiki exclaimed in shock. What does this signify? This is truly the mark of a chosen one. The thought of being able to render an opponent unconscious, dazed, or stripped of combat capability without any physical confrontation is utterly terrifying. The qualifications of a king imply the potential to reign. And the fact that such individuals exist in this world is astounding. If such a person were to take action, it would indeed be dreadful. All the naval officers involuntarily gasped, overwhelmed by the revelation. Regardless, the arrival of such a formidable figure in Logtown raises uncertainty about whether they are friend or foe. Moreover, with the Straw Hat crew already present, along with other pirates who have landed, we are ill-equipped to handle the situation. Dashiki promptly notified headquarters to dispatch reinforcements. While Smoker, shaking his head with a steely gaze, commanded, "Everyone, follow my lead." Understood, came the reply as the Navy began to mobilize. Have they already been discovered? This could spell trouble. On a rooftop nearby, Moonlight furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. Smoker is indeed powerful, and if Luffy and the others encounter him, their chances of survival seem grim. I wonder if they have completed their tasks. If the Navy's reinforcements arrive and encircle them, it would be perilous. Utilizing observation Haki, Moonlight sought to sense Luffy and the others' movements. At the 4th level of observation Haki, he had developed the ability for active perception. While it may not be as extensive as Rayleigh's ability to cover an entire island, sensing half a town was certainly within his capabilities. An invisible current of energy emanated from Moonlight, enveloping the surroundings. In his mind, images began to manifest as he sensed their auras. Logtown is merely a small settlement. It did not take long to locate them. In the East Street, Usopp was engaged in a duel with a bounty hunter named Dottie. Zoro was perusing a weapons shop, selecting a new blade. Sanji, captivated by the beauty of a female chef, was engrossed in a culinary contest over a rare ingredient. Meanwhile, Luffy had ascended the execution platform at the town center, where the former pirate king, Roger, had met his fate. Approaching the platform were Buggy, Kabeji, and Yarlita of the Buggy Pirates, their intent clear, vengeance against Luffy. Luffy is in danger. A sudden realization struck Moonlight, prompting him to dash towards the heart of the town. At this moment, on the execution platform, the very site where the former pirate king Roger was executed, stood a man wearing a straw hat. It was Luffy. With a visage full of yearning, he ascended to the highest point, gazing down upon the multitude below. In that moment, occupying the very position of Roger, an unprecedented sensation surged within his heart. The two pirate kings stood side by side. Luffy could not help but chuckle. At that instant, Luffy's actions captured the attention of those around him, who swiftly gathered in curiosity. Look, someone has ascended the execution platform, the very place where the former pirate king, Roger, met his fate. That man in the straw hat, what does he intend to do? Is he also a pirate? This location is under the vigilant watch of the Navy. It has been ages since anyone has stepped onto the execution platform. Who is he? The crowd expressed their astonishment. Hello everyone, my name is Luffy, and my dream is to become the Pirate King. Luffy cheerfully introduced himself. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a chilling voice pierced the air, accompanied by the sharp edge of a cold blade pressed against his neck. Hee, Straw Hat Kid, I finally found you. Chapter 52. So you shall die in splendor. Upon hearing that voice, Luffy involuntarily turned his head, astonished to exclaim, Is that you, Buggy the Clown? Before him stood none other than Buggy the Clown, accompanied by Kabeji, Alvida, and other members of the Buggy Pirates. They had been preparing for this moment, and had finally tracked down Luffy. As Luffy reveled in the sensation of being the Pirate King, Buggy stealthily approached using his Chop Fruit abilities, seizing control of Luffy. Luffy, made of rubber, was vulnerable to blades, and at that moment, Buggy pressed a sharp edge against him, sneering, Indeed, it is I, Foul Rubber. I shall avenge the humiliation of your previous arrow. Buggy spat with venomous anger. As a proud crew member of the Pirate King, he had once been invincible in the East Blue after acquiring the Chop Fruit. But he had met his downfall at the hands of Luffy. This was a disgrace he could not bear, and he was determined to exact his revenge. And I, Foul Rubber, shall also seek vengeance today. Kabeji sneered, eager to reclaim his honor after being bested by Zoro. I too shall not forgive you for your ruthless actions against my beloved steed. Machi declared coldly, having suffered greatly at the hands of Luffy as a beast tamer. And I too. Straw Hat, Luffy. Alvida smiled wickedly at Luffy. Who are you? Luffy asked, bewildered as he looked at Alvida. He could comprehend Buggy's desire for revenge. But who was this striking woman? You are the only man to have touched my body in years, and you dare to forget me. This is unforgivable. Alvida seethed with rage. Once a pirate captain feared in the East Blue, she had never been so belittled. The fact that Luffy had struck her and then forgotten her was a humiliation beyond compare. Huh? Luffy remained perplexed, struggling to recall. Kill him. Alvida roared in fury. Since you cannot remember, then you shall die. Hee, Foul Rubber. Is it not your dream to become the Pirate King? Well, look around. So many eyes are upon you. This scene resembles that of Roger's execution. Now, you shall join Roger in death. Though you may be invincible in rubber, the blade in my hand can slice through iron. Watch as I sever your head. I dare say, such a death would be quite splendid. Buggy chuckled darkly, raising his blade to strike Luffy down. At that moment, Smoker, transformed into a figure of smoke, arrived at the central square, climbing to the rooftop. Upon witnessing this scene, he was taken aback. He had encountered Luffy on several occasions. And to his shock, this was the infamous Straw Hat, the bounty of 30 million berries, now on the verge of being executed. Who is that boy claiming he will become the Pirate King? Uncertain and unacquainted, the former Pirate King was Roger. Who is he? And does he wear a straw hat? The one wielding a blade is Buggy the Clown, captain of the Buggy Pirates. Who would have anticipated his presence in Logtown, and so brazenly at that? Have pirates grown so audacious in this town? The onlookers, witnessing the scene unfold, could not help but express their astonishment. Logtown has seldom experienced such commotion. It has remained rather tranquil until today, which is unprecedented. An increasing number of people were drawn to the commotion. And soon the news spread throughout the town. A lad adorned with a straw hat was to be executed by another group of pirates on the gallows. In West Street, Sanji, having triumphed over a beautiful chef and acquired rare ingredients, strolled contentedly toward the town's central square where they had arranged to meet before returning to their ship. However, not far into his journey, he heard the alarming news of the Straw Hat Boy's impending execution, causing a stir within him. Could it be that this fellow is Luffy? Realizing this, he hastened toward the main avenue of the town. This is dire. Luffy is in peril. Is someone attempting to take his life? That rascal has landed himself in trouble again. This is bad. I must hurry. Simultaneously, Usopp, Zoro, and Nami also received the news and rushed toward the central square. Upon their arrival, they beheld the 10-meter-high gallows where Buggy the Clown raised his massive sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, you shall meet your grand demise before all eyes. Buggy cackled maniacally, striking without mercy. Luffy, the four companions, witnessing the scene, frantically rushed toward the gallows. That is their captain. How could he perish in such a manner? He still has dreams to fulfill, to navigate the Grand Line, to chart the world, to seek the fabled all blue that every chef longs for, and to become a valiant warrior. Their dreams have only just set sail. How could this be the end? Is it beginning? This straw hat lad, receiving treatment akin to that of Pirate King Roger at the time of his demise, could it be said that he dies honorably? Perhaps so. Observing the spectacle, the crowd sighed and shook their heads. Yet, many remained indifferent. Death is a frequent occurrence at sea. Life and death are but normalities. What distinguishes this man is that he faces his end upon the gallows. Straw Hat Boy, perish! Buggy roared. The blade gleamed ominously. Nami, Moonlight, Usopp, Sanji, Zoro cried out. Luffy, we are coming. Luffy, after struggling momentarily, seemed to relinquish some burden, ceasing his resistance. Instead, he glanced down at the crowd, offering a smile to Moonlight and the others. He actually smiled. Smoker was taken aback. He had witnessed countless instances of life and death. Yet this was the first time he encountered someone who smiled in the face of mortality. It was evident that Luffy's smile was one of solace, as if he had found peace in his fate. Luffy, Zoro, and the others, their eyes wide with fury, let out anguished cries. There is no hope. Doom is imminent. How absurd it is to smile in the face of death. One can hardly fathom the mindset of such a person. Humph. The onlookers shook their heads in disapproval, while some timid souls turned away, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, an ominous cloud drifted into the sky, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as if a bolt of lightning were about to descend. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth from the crowd, slicing through the air with terrifying force. The sword's power was overwhelming, and it struck the execution platform with a resounding crack. In an instant, the platform shattered into countless pieces, sending all those upon it tumbling down. Chapter 53, The White Hunter Smoker. What transpired? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The execution platform collapsed. Moonlight, you have arrived. Luffy leaped down from the sky, retrieving his hat that had been blown to the ground by the wind. His gaze fixed on the figure emerging from the crowd. Moonlight. How fortuitous. Zoro exhaled in relief, watching the appearance of Moonlight. I was terrified. I thought our captain was done for. Usopp also sighed in relief, truly believing Luffy was about to meet his end. This fellow always shows up at the most opportune moments, indeed. Sanji set aside the ingredients, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and nodded appreciatively. Moonlight. Nami exclaimed with delight. Did he do this? He is part of the Straw Hat crew? How impressive. The crowd marveled at Moonlight's arrival. Finally understanding the situation, the swordsman named Moonlight had severed the execution platform. Such swordsmanship is utterly terrifying. Cursed be this man. How dare he ruin my plans? Kill him. You insufferable rubber. I shall not spare you. Just then, the clown Buggy and his crew descended from the sky, landing firmly and spotting Moonlight immediately. They shouted in fury. Buggy and all Vita's pupils constricted. Moonlight had left an indelible impression on them. This formidable man had thwarted their schemes time and again. With a furious cry, all the members of Buggy's pirate crew charged toward Moonlight and his companions, intent on avenging this affront. Chaos erupted in the square. This is bad. The Navy is here. Run. Leading the charge is the White Hunter Smoker. Those vile Navy scoundrels, how dare they attempt to capture us all? At that moment, a throng of Navy personnel appeared in the square, having taken notice of the commotion. However, the sheer number of pirates gathered deterred them from immediate action, prompting them to secretly assemble a considerable force to ensnare the pirates en masse. The already tumultuous square became even more chaotic with the Navy's intervention. This is terrible. It's the Navy. Nami and Usopp's expressions shifted in alarm. Our objective has been accomplished. Thus, let us depart before the Navy increases in number, Sanji suggested. Agreed. The group nodded in consensus, with no dissent. However, just as they prepared to leave, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly billowed forth, revealing a man clad in a white justice cloak, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, and wielding a tin-handled steel fork on his back, blocking the path of Luffy and his companions. He gazed coldly at them. It was none other than Smoker. He had been observing Luffy for quite some time, having clashed with him previously. With a chilling tone, Smoker declared, The bounty of 30 million and 50 million on your heads is no mere jest. The Straw Hat Pirates shall not escape this day. No, it's this fellow. He is remarkably formidable. Everyone, step back. I shall confront him. Upon witnessing this, Luffy raised his hand and stepped forward. An extraordinary individual has arrived, none other than a Navy colonel. Zoro chuckled softly, though his gaze was fixated on Das Bones. This guy is the spitting image of that other fellow. His eyes could not stray from her. Oh no, here comes the clown Buggy. At that moment, Usopp shouted in alarm. Buggy had breached the Navy's defenses, pursuing them with a throng. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to keep Luffy here. With Smoker in front and the clown Buggy behind, the group found themselves in dire straits. At that moment, however, Moonlight extended a hand, calmly addressing the crowd. Luffy, take everyone and leave quickly. I will handle this. We shall meet at sea in 10 minutes. Moonlight's voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Moonlight, I entrust this to you. Seeing Moonlight take charge, Luffy nodded, brimming with confidence. Smoker was exceedingly powerful, and he felt somewhat outmatched amidst the chaos. The only one capable of influencing the current situation was Moonlight. Without further hesitation, he led the group towards Smoker's obstructive position. Seeing this, Zoro and the others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Moonlight's prowess, they held unwavering trust in him. The group charged towards Smoker, undeterred by the swirling smoke enveloping him. Believing in Moonlight's strength. Am I invisible? Smoker sneered, a thick cloud of smoke erupting from his form, ensnaring Luffy and the others. However, just as the smoke ascended, a figure suddenly appeared. Bang! The smoke dissipated entirely, and Smoker fell to the ground, with Moonlight's foot firmly planted upon him. Smoker-san. Des Bones exclaimed in astonishment at this unforeseen turn of events. How could this happen? He is a smoke fruit user. It is impossible for anyone to touch his physical form. This must be a joke. Could it be he is also a devil fruit user? The surrounding Navy personnel gazed at Moonlight in astonishment. Moonlight. Luffy and the others were both astonished and elated, never anticipating that a Navy colonel could be so easily subdued. With a sense of relief, Luffy led the group toward the harbor. Upon witnessing this, none of the Navy dared to intervene. What the hell is happening? Smoker bellowed. Struggling fiercely amidst the smoke, yet Moonlight's foot felt like a 1,000-pound weight, rendering his efforts futile. Smoker seethed with rage. It's Haki. Buggy, in pursuit, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Devil fruit users are exceedingly powerful, especially those of the Logia type, who cannot be grasped physically. The only force capable of inflicting harm is Haki. But how could such a phenomenon exist in East Blue? Buggy was astonished. Haki, Eureka and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Bucky had once sailed with Roger, thus he was well versed in the world, yet none among them possessed any knowledge of this. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki surged forth. As they remained in a state of confusion, Smoker commanded Das Bones and the others to disregard him and continue the pursuit, while the Moonlight cast a chilling smile. His pupils constricted. The Conqueror's Haki erupted fiercely. Instantly, a pale blue aura emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions, within a radius of 300 meters. Apart from Bucky, Smoker, and Das Bones, those ensnared by the aura suddenly stood frozen in place, as if struck by a paralyzing blow. The chaotic cries abruptly ceased, plunging the entire square into a profound silence. Subsequently, all onlookers widened their eyes, collapsing to the ground in a cacophony of thuds, some fainting, others frothing at the mouth, or rendered utterly blank-minded, all succumbing to the earth. In the blink of an eye, the square, which had housed at least 1,000 marines and pirates, was rendered utterly vacant. Chapter 54, Naval Encirclement. The iron chain across the river. It turns out it was you who dispatched that gang of pirates. Dasky shuddered, gazing at the scene around her, her voice trembling. Under the oppressive might of the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Moonlight, she barely managed to remain standing. Yet her spirit for battle was utterly extinguished. How infuriating! Smoker roared, but it was in vain, no matter how he exerted his abilities. He was firmly subdued beneath the relentless force of the Moonlight, rendered immobile. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. How could such power exist in the East Blue? Buggy's eyes widened in shock. This was a chosen one, a rarity among millions. Even aboard Roger's ship, individuals possessing such qualifications were exceedingly few. How could such a figure emerge in the weakest sea of all? Very well, Colonel, this is where it ends. If you intend to pursue further, I shall not hold back. Observing Luffy and his companions departing from Low Town towards the sea, Moonlight released Smoker and, casting a casual glance around, spoke coolly. With that, he leapt away, moving with such swiftness that no one could possibly track him, let alone give chase. Moreover, at that moment, who would dare pursue him? How infuriating! Smoker rose, surveying the fallen figures around him, still shaken. The power he had just witnessed was utterly overwhelming. It was so intense that he hadn't even had time to react before being crushed underfoot, let alone mount a resistance. Before that man, he felt like nothing more than a fool. Colonel Smoker, Dasky cried out, but she could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Given her strength, it was commendable that she had endured this long. As he looked around at the fallen figures, Smoker drew in a long breath from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke, and resignedly sank to the ground, abandoning the pursuit. Even the clown buggy was no longer a concern. He had always harbored his own sense of justice, yet when faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, he despondently realized just how far he still had to go. Luffy, is Moonlight going to be all right? Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions raced towards the Mary. Along the way, Usopp glanced back towards the square, expressing his concern. After all, besides Smoker, there were many other enemies. Can Moonlight truly handle a situation where he faces hundreds? Indeed, Luffy, leaving Moonlight behind seems rather unwise, Nami added. While she had confidence in Moonlight in a one-on-one confrontation, this situation was different. There were simply too many foes. You all underestimate him. Those foes are no challenge for him. Did you not see how that naval colonel was dispatched in an instant? Zoro scoffed, his expression betraying no worry at all. He possessed unwavering confidence in Moonlight. After all, the Moonlight is a man who has faced the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, and emerged unscathed. Can such a man truly be defeated? Indeed, rather than worrying about that fellow, it would be wiser to concern ourselves with our own precarious situation. We have yet to escape from danger. Sanji gazed out at the sea, his brow furrowed. At that moment, at least 20 large ships appeared on the horizon, each bristling with cannons. Leading them were 3 colonels, each as formidable as Smoker himself. With an imposing presence, they advanced across the river like a colossal beast. Instantly, the entire island of Low Town was sealed off. They had received word of Smoker's distress call, reporting a significant gathering of pirates in Low Town, prompting the Navy to dispatch a large force to support him and capture all the pirates in one fell swoop. Oh no, we're surrounded. Usopp was the first to scream. That was fast, Zoro remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. TCH. Sanji scoffed. The two of them hurried towards the Going Merry. Although the Navy was formidable, it seemed there were no noteworthy experts among them, rendering them less of a concern. Quickly, aboard the ship. Luffy, you take the lead and fend off the enemies. Usopp, take the helm. Sanji, unfurl the sails. Zoro, the perimeter is yours, even if we are confronted with insurmountable barriers. With a skilled navigator aboard, we shall prevail. However, it was Nami who moved the quickest. She was the first to board the Going Merry, gazing confidently at a particular cloud in the sky. Nami, do we still have a chance? Usopp asked, astonishment etched on his face. He believed their fate was sealed. Nevertheless, he quickly took command of the ship, adjusting its course. No issue at all. Miss Nami's confidence was truly remarkable. Sanji gazed at her, his eyes sparkling with admiration, entirely captivated by her presence. Meanwhile, Zoro and Luffy remained vigilant, ready to confront any imminent danger. With everyone working in unison, the Going Merry set sail. Spotted the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the Navy had also identified Luffy and his companions, shouting an alarm. The bounty of 30 million and 50 million are both aboard that ship. These are ruthless criminals. Prepare to engage and eliminate the Straw Hat crew as an example. Prepare for bombardment. As per procedure, they would first fire around them, offering a chance to surrender. Otherwise, they would face annihilation. The 3 colonels exchanged brief words before issuing commands. No matter the type of pirate they faced, their protocol was to fire warning shots to illustrate the Navy's justice. Those who surrendered would be spared, while those who resisted would be dealt with mercilessly. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, at least 10 cannons roared simultaneously. Cannonballs soaring through the air, crashing around the Going Merry. The waves surged violently, causing the ship to sway precariously, struggling to maintain its balance. What fierce firepower! It truly is the Navy, Sanji exclaimed, taken aback. Luffy, protect the ship. Usopp, steer 30 degrees to the left, shake them off. Nami remained composed as she directed the team. Good. Luffy nodded, his expression turning grave. Such formidable cannon fire would undoubtedly overwhelm the Going Merry. Usopp immediately began to change the ship's course, steering the Going Merry along the coastline. Utilizing the shock wave generated by the cannon fire, the ship surged forward like an arrow. They swiftly exited the range of the Navy's bombardment. Nami, you truly are remarkable, Usopp exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Miss Nami, you are incredible, Sanji added, his admiration evident. All right, let's capitalize on this momentum and shake them off. Luffy burst into laughter, pointing ahead and shouting enthusiastically. Leave it to me. I am the finest navigator. Nami responded with an approving thumbs up. Damn it, they actually escaped using the currents created by our cannon fire. They have an exceptional navigator on board. A white-clad colonel among the Navy seethed upon witnessing this. Rest assured, they will not elude us. We are well prepared to sweep across the sea with this formation. Indeed, they were overly naive, believing that mere pirates could exploit the currents to break free from their blockade. Such underestimation was foolish. Chapter 55. The Man Running on the Sea Among the Naval Ranks. The three colonels watched in astonishment as Luffy and his crew skillfully maneuvered the Going Merry to make a swift escape, utilizing the waves generated by cannon fire as propulsion. The vessel surged forward with remarkable speed, an endeavor far from simple. This required an intricate mastery of navigation, along with precise calculations regarding timing and ocean currents. How could the Straw Hat crew possess such an exceptional navigator? Yet, despite their escape, it mattered little to the colonels. They had launched a full-scale assault, and it was not so easily thwarted. Suddenly, trouble loomed. On board the Going Merry, Nami peered through her telescope, her brow furrowed as she spotted something in the distance. What's wrong? Oh no, this is bad. After stabilizing their course, Usopp hurriedly took a look through the binoculars he had acquired. He froze, his body shaking as if he had seen something utterly terrifying. Could it be that they calculated this from the very beginning, surrounding us to capture us like fish in a barrel? What is happening? Sanji inquired, glancing over. However, without binoculars, all he could see with his naked eye was the endless expanse of the ocean. It's the Navy. We're surrounded, Luffy exclaimed, his keen eyes fixed on the horizon. In the distance, over 20 large ships formed a formidable ironclad blockade, advancing towards them. Just like the previous wave of naval forces, they were now caught in a vice. They would soon face a barrage of at least 40 cannons. Damn it, is it the Navy? Did they plan this from the start to sink us? Sanji's expression darkened. This was indeed dire. It seemed that today would not end well. Zoro grinned, tying his bandana tightly. With his newly acquired sword, Snow, and the Sandai Kitetsu in hand, he prepared for battle, his demeanor resolute and vigilant. Hey, Zoro. Are you seriously considering fighting them head-on? Usopp's heart raced with unease at Zoro's readiness. Under such circumstances, any sane person would be fleeing. Exactly, Luffy replied, cracking his knuckles as he surveyed the approaching naval fleet, a cold smile gracing his lips. He was itching for a fight. Indeed, Sanji lit a cigarette, his gaze steely as he regarded the surrounding navy. At this point, we have no choice. When brave souls meet in a narrow passage, only the valiant prevail. I'll handle the ship, but we must not let them hit it. Otherwise, escape will be impossible. Nami, her expression grave, turned to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, imparting her serious instructions. Hey, are you all insane? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, staring at them. Brothers, are you all mad? Even now? You want to fight them? What do you take the Navy for? Rest assured. The three nodded resolutely, bracing themselves for the impending clash. Hey, Nami. Why have you succumbed to their madness as well? That makes over 3,000 of us. Usopp implored her urgently. Nami, the helm is now in your capable hands. She replied with a radiant smile. All right, I suppose we must give it our all, Usopp thought to himself. Resigned, but aware that there was no turning back now. As he gazed at the approaching Navy forces, he steeled himself for the inevitable confrontation. It seemed they had no intention of surrendering. On board the Navy's ship, the three commanding officers conferred, ultimately reaching a unanimous decision. They swiftly issued the command, "Fire! Sink them!" In an instant, the cannons of every Navy vessel aligned their sights on the Going Merry and, at the sound of the order, unleashed a barrage of no less than 40 cannonballs. This time, the target was unmistakably the Going Merry, hurtling toward them. Boom, 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 with a thunderous roar. All 40 cannons fired simultaneously, sending the projectiles screaming through the air. The speed of the cannonballs was breathtaking, their power overwhelming. They soared directly towards the Merry with unerring accuracy. Although Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji reacted swiftly, the sheer number of cannonballs was insurmountable, no matter how formidable they were. They could not possibly fend off the relentless onslaught from all directions. The adage that 2 fists cannot match 4 hands held truer still, especially when facing such a barrage of artillery. What made the Navy invincible at sea, suppressing pirates with ease, was precisely this artillery power. Which pirate could muster such a formidable naval force? Nami skillfully maneuvered the Going Merry with the currents, attempting to evade the cannon fire, yet many cannonballs struck the vessel, causing it grievous damage. The ship was riddled with holes as explosions rocked its frame. Not only that, but the surrounding waters roiled violently, monstrous waves crashing and swirling, forming a vortex that spanned dozens of meters. This whirlpool exuded an insatiable pull, drawing everything in its vicinity toward it. The relentless bombardment continued without respite, leaving them no moment to breathe. Luffy and his companions fought valiantly, but they were overwhelmed. The sheer number of Navy personnel was staggering, the cacophony of cannon fire terrifying. They found themselves besieged from all sides, and now beset by the swirling currents, they were plunged into dire straits. Damn it, are we totally outmatched? Usopp thought, despair washing over him as he closed his eyes. We cannot evade this many cannonballs. Sanji's brow furrowed tightly, feeling utterly helpless. Luffy, we cannot keep defending like this. We must take the initiative, Zoro urged, looking at Luffy intently. All right, I'll send them flying, Luffy replied, nodding with resolve, his arm stretching as he prepared to charge into the fray. Wait, Luffy. By the time you've sent them all flying, the Going Merry will be nearly destroyed. We need to hold on a little longer. Another storm is approaching, Nami shouted, her gaze fixed on the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Luffy halted, turning to Nami, and nodded, a look of trust in his eyes. All right, Gum Gum Balloon. At present, as Nami stated, they remained aboard the ship, refraining from retaliation. Taking a deep breath, her body swelled dramatically like an inflated balloon, transforming her into a rotund figure that passively defended against the incoming cannon fire. Is this how it is? Sanji and Zoro nodded in agreement. Since Nami had declared it, it would surely come to pass. They braced themselves, determined to defend with all their might. Hey, Usopp lamented, feeling helpless and steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Now, they could only hope that everyone could hold on a little longer. And these clouds. Your speed must increase, otherwise, we might truly meet our end here, Nami prayed, gazing at the increasingly dense clouds overhead. Should they resist to the bitter end? If so, they would intensify the cannon fire, shattering their ship. At sea, a pirate without a vessel was hardly a threat. On board the naval flagship, the 3 major captains observed this scene with cold smiles, issuing commands that unleashed an even fiercer barrage of cannon fire. The frequency of the attacks had now doubled compared to before. This is bad. The Navy's speed has increased. They had underestimated their adversaries. Curse you, Nami. The crew, struggling to withstand the cannonade, realized the dire situation. Usopp quickly turned his gaze toward Nami. At that moment, Nami stared in disbelief at the port of Rogue Town, utterly astonished as she witnessed an individual leap from the dock, sprinting toward the Navy across the water. Chapter 56, that is, Moonlight at this moment. In the port of Rogue Town, all pirates faced their demise. As ship after ship of the Navy approached, a multitude of soldiers disembarked with sweeping force to eradicate the notorious pirates. Even the infamous buggy pirates of the East Sea were ensnared, plunging all pirates into despair. Some resolutely abandoned resistance. In these treacherous waters, it was only the Navy that could roam freely, invincible against all foes. No matter how formidable a pirate might be, when confronted by the Navy's overwhelming might, they would inevitably find themselves cornered. Soon, the Navy sealed off all ports. At the eastern port, a youth clad in black and bearing a sword strode towards the sea. Initially, he drew little attention until he effortlessly dispatched a Navy soldier, prompting the surrounding forces to spring into action. Stop. You are surrounded. A pirate, is it? Truly, they do not shed tears until they see the coffin. Even in such dire straits, they dare to resist. In that case, let us show no mercy. These were notorious villains, their hands stained with blood kill. Suddenly, at least a dozen Navy soldiers armed with rifles closed in, their weapons aimed at the black-clad youth, ready to fire. However, the youth's gaze hardened, and an ethereal blue aura erupted from his form. This energy radiated outward from his center. Within a radius of 300 meters, all Navy soldiers suddenly stiffened, and moments later, collapsed to the ground, some frothing at the mouth, others lying motionless or fainting altogether. In the blink of an eye, none within that 300-meter span remained standing. The youth continued his advance towards the shore. What is that? What is happening? This commotion instantly captured the attention of those nearby, their gazes drawn in astonishment. It is he, the swordsman of the Straw Hat crew, the Vice Captain Moonlight. At that moment, the captured buggy also looked over, his eyes sweeping across the black-clad youth as he exclaimed, "What? Is he from the Straw Hat crew? A swordsman? Remarkable. He dispatched so many Navy soldiers in an instant. How did he do that? I have heard of the Straw Hat crew. They recently surged forth, having defeated the likes of Clown and Arlong. They are formidable indeed, with Straw Hat Luffy being a bounty target. Rumored to have a bounty of 30 million berries. I have seen that wanted poster. I have seen it too, but the Vice Captain Moonlight boasts an even higher bounty, at 50 million berries. Is that him?" As Buggy shouted, many began to realize. The wanted posters of the Straw Hat crew had circulated the world. Many were aware of such a powerful pirate crew emerging from the East Sea, yet they had not anticipated encountering them here. "Colonel, trouble. We have identified the Vice Captain Moonlight from the Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 50 million berries. This individual is extremely dangerous. Our forces are no match, requesting reinforcements." Simultaneously, the Navy sprang into action. Several soldiers hastily reported to their superiors. "Ah, the Straw Hat crew? The Vice Captain, no less. It is indeed a magnificent catch. It seems today is a day of great bounty." Immediately, reinforcements were dispatched to detain this individual, for he boasts a bounty surpassing even that of their captain, a notorious pirate with a staggering reward of 50 million. Upon hearing this, the station Colonel's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly issued commands. Capturing such a formidable pirate would undoubtedly pave the way for his illustrious future. However, a sudden exclamation interrupted his thoughts. "Colonel, that Moonlight." Just as he was about to augment his forces and seize Moonlight with fervor, another sailor rushed in, his expression one of sheer horror, exclaiming in shock, "What is the matter? Why such alarm?" The colonel retorted, clearly displeased. Suddenly, a chorus of sailors outside erupted in astonishment. "Look, what is that? Is someone about to jump into the sea? In this vast ocean, who would be so despondent? Even pirates cannot survive in these waters." Curiosity piqued, the colonel made his way to the deck, only to witness a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. Hey, what is he doing? Is he out of his mind, actually preparing to leap into the sea? What on earth is happening? What could he possibly be up to? Meanwhile, Buggy and the other pirates gazed in disbelief at Moonlight, realizing he was none other than the illustrious vice captain of the Straw Hat crew, whose bounty eclipsed that of the captain himself. A collective astonishment washed over the crowd, their gazes fixated upon him. At that moment, having dispatched the obstructing sailors with his conqueror's hockey, Moonlight stepped confidently towards the shore. Amidst the gasps and incredulous stares of the onlookers, he launched himself into the ocean. He has jumped into the sea. Yet, before the crowd could fully react, Moonlight raised his sword, the grass cutter, his gaze locked onto the distant Going Merry. 100 meters away. Dragon's breath. In an instant, he fused with his sword, transforming into a blur as he sped across the water's surface. His velocity was astonishing, creating afterimages as he sliced through the waves. With each powerful stroke, the friction of the blade against the air resonated with thunderous roars that echoed across the sea. Riding the wind and breaking through the waves, he surged forward with breathtaking speed. In that fleeting moment, everyone beheld a colossal blue streak racing towards the Going Merry. He not only leapt into the sea unscathed, but he is also traversing the water with incredible speed. Buggy gasped in astonishment. Even with his extensive experience, he was utterly astounded. Having witnessed countless formidable warriors aboard Roger's ship, he had never encountered anyone like Moonlight before. Is he even human? The rest of the spectators, including the Navy, exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene before them. Who could possibly move across the water with such swiftness? Such a phenomenon, if not witnessed firsthand, would be deemed impossible. Colonel, should we pursue him? At that moment, a sailor reporting to the colonel swallowed hard, his voice trembling with uncertainty. The naval commander gazed intently at the moonlight dancing upon the sea, remaining silent for an extended period. Should he pursue it? He incessantly questioned himself. Was that the moonlight? At this moment, Luffy and the others noticed Nami's peculiar demeanor and instinctively followed her gaze, only to behold a figure leaping from the port of Rogue Town, swiftly gliding across the water's surface. Through the magnifying lens, Usopp instantly discerned the true identity of this figure. His mouth agape enough to accommodate a duck egg, exclaiming in astonishment. What? Luffy and the others were suddenly shaken, their faces etched with disbelief as they turned their eyes toward the sea. Was that truly the moonlight? Although they were aware of its potency, the sheer extent of its power was utterly astounding. Chapter 57. The storm. Sanji inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the profound shock within him. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, the relentless cannon fire continuing to echo around them, prompting him to fight with renewed vigor and determination. Wow. Haha, Moonlight. You truly are magnificent. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, shouting towards the swiftly moving Moonlight on the surface of the sea. Moonlight, take care of them. Understood, Captain, came Moonlight's calm voice, resonating back from the ocean. Without hesitation, he surged towards the naval warship. Is that a person? At that moment, the three Navy colonels noticed the extraordinary sight on the water, lifting their telescopes in disbelief as they observed the rapidly approaching Moonlight. That is, soon. All the sailors beheld Moonlight racing across the sea, their mouths agape in astonishment, utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Some even dropped their weapons, oblivious to their actions. Running across the water solely by the prowess of his body, was he truly human? Buzz. In that instant, Moonlight had arrived at the sea, unleashing the Dragon-S breakthrough at its peak speed. Approaching the naval ship, he did not board but instead invoked his Conqueror's Haki. Freed from restraint, he unleashed his full potential without hesitation. Waves of pale blue energy emanated from his form, surrounding him within a 300-meter radius. All the sailors collapsed to the ground, unconscious, foaming at the mouth, utterly incapacitated. As Moonlight continued to advance, in mere moments, the cannon fire directed at the Merry was silenced, every sailor rendered powerless, leaving only the three Navy colonels, who struggled in vain, already devoid of combat capability. Ding! The Conqueror's Haki ascended to level 3. As Moonlight halted, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The Conqueror's Haki had reached level 3. Meanwhile, the combined forces of the Navy, numbering at least 3,000, fell silent, stripped of their fighting spirit. Only 40 or so warships remained, standing still on the surface of the sea like iron chains across the river. The surroundings were calm, with only the tumultuous whirlpools stirred up by cannon fire around the Merry, undulating fiercely. The whirlpools grew larger, expanding continuously, while an ominous dark cloud brewed overhead, signaling an impending storm. Yet Luffy and the others stood in stunned silence, their faces painted with disbelief. Is that how it ended? That was at least a 3,000-strong naval force. Not only they, but everyone on the coast, witnessing this scene, was equally astounded, unable to fathom that such a formidable and determined navy could be defeated by a single individual. If this event were to spread, no one would believe it. It was simply too outrageous. At that moment, Moonlight returned to the Merry, disregarding the awestruck expressions of those around him. Instead, he raised his gaze, furrowing his brow at the increasingly dark and ominous clouds above. The situation appeared dire. These marines pose little threat, yet ominous clouds loom overhead, heralding the impending storm. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the greatest fear is not any living creature, but the sea itself. The ocean is boundless. To annihilate a soul is but a trifling task. Nami, we must depart swiftly. The tempest approaches. Moonlight swiftly turned to Nami. Yes, yes. At these words, Nami snapped back to reality, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the storm is on the horizon. She had initially intended to use the storm as a shield against the Navy's cannon fire, but with the Navy's threat dissipated, the next source of concern was undoubtedly the storm. This was far more terrifying than the Navy. Usopp, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji move quickly. The whirlpool has already formed, and the storm is imminent. Our predicament is dire, and we must act swiftly, or we shall meet our doom. Nami exclaimed. Understood. Luffy and the others, jolted back to awareness, cast a profound glance at Moonlight, and promptly sprang into action. Among all on this vessel, it was Nami's words that they trusted most unequivocally. Boom. Just then, thunder roared from the darkening clouds above. In an instant, lightning flashed and crashed down violently upon the tumultuous sea. The storm arrived without warning. The winds howled. The ocean roared, and the Mary, already ensnared in the whirlpool, faced an even graver situation. This is bad. Nami's heart sank as she realized the worst had come to pass. No matter how adept her navigation skills, they were rendered futile against the ferocious sea. Boom. The gale raged, torrential rain descended, and immense whirlpools formed one after another. United with the deluge, a colossal waterspout materialized around the Mary. The tempest unleashed its fury, and the tornado roared with a thunderous might, sweeping, tearing, and obliterating everything in its wake. This is a tornado, and it is massive. Usopp was the first to shout in alarm. Damn it, is it too late? Sanji exhaled a deep smoke ring, sensing the dire circumstances. Indeed, Zoro too felt a stir of trepidation. This storm was beyond comprehension. Is abandoning ship the only option? Moonlight sighed. The worst had indeed materialized, with the tornado assaulting. There remained but one path, to abandon ship. Look, a waterspout. Simultaneously, the crowd at the Roguetown harbor beheld the scene. The might of the tornado was overwhelming, so fierce that they barely had time to react before it began its rampage. Before the Mary, it resembled a mere leaf in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Such a formidable tornado, it seems the Straw Hat crew is doomed. Buggy could not help but revel in their misfortune. Alas, even if they could thwart the Navy's blockade against this tornado, they would be utterly defenseless. The true sovereign of these waters is the sea itself, and not any individual. Indeed, whether one is a naval officer or a pirate, no matter how formidable one's strength may be, before the vastness of the sea, one is but an insignificant insect. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, lamenting the dire situation. The Straw Hat crew is destined for ruin. Must we truly abandon ship? The Going Mary, under Nami's skilled navigation, continued to forge ahead. Nami possessed remarkable abilities, however. The merciless sea and the ferocity of the storm rendered even the most adept navigation futile. As the tornado wreaked havoc, Usopp's face betrayed his despair. Was there truly no escape? How frustrating. Had they reached a dead end? Sanji's eyes flickered with hopelessness. Abandon ship, Zoro declared with resolute clarity. Luffy. Nami turned to Luffy. He was the captain, the master of the vessel, and it was he who would determine their fate. There seemed to be no other option. Mary, I am so sorry, but we must part ways with you. Luffy sat at the bow, unmoved by the surging tides of the sea, gazing at the Going Mary with a poignant expression. They had traversed countless storms together, endured trials and tribulations. How could he bear to separate now? Yet, there was no alternative. As captain, he must shoulder the responsibility. Chapter 58. Monkey D. Luffy no. How could this be? The Going Mary is our invaluable companion. At that moment, Usopp clung tightly to the mast, his voice filled with anguish. The Going Mary held profound significance for him. It was a cherished ally worth risking his life to protect. Usopp, Nami, and the others fell silent. Though their time together had been brief, they had already come to recognize Usopp's importance. The thought of abandoning their ship was unbearable. A pirate without a ship could hardly be considered a pirate at all. Luffy. Usopp turned to Luffy, the captain. For the fate of the Going Merry rested in his hands. Luffy remained silent, staring out at the tumultuous sea, his fists clenched tightly, gritting his teeth. For a pirate, a ship is a crucial companion. How could they forsake it? How could they? Boom. Just then, the ocean roared even more violently, a tornado storm raging towards them, sweeping everything in its path, howling in fury, intent on destruction. Armament. At that moment, moonlight suddenly illuminated the ship's bow. Gazing at the overwhelming storm that threatened to annihilate everything, the armament haki enveloped the sword, Kitetsu. The sword transformed into a deep black hue. Moonlight. Do you really intend to? But it's a tornado storm. Nami and the others gasped in astonishment. Observing the moonlight's stance, they began to grasp his intentions. I know, but I cannot bear to flee without trying. Moonlight shook his head, his eyes burning with determination as he faced the ferocious tornado. The thought of abandoning ship was unfathomable to him. Moreover, for a swordsman, everything in this world is meant to be cut down. A tornado storm is no exception. If I cannot sever it, then it is merely a testament to my inadequacy. He yearned to test his strength. Usopp, if this fails, then we truly have no recourse. Though it pains me, I value everyone even more, Moonlight declared, casting a detached glance at Usopp. Moonlight. Usopp gritted his teeth, solemnly nodding. They had exerted their utmost efforts. If the outcome remained unchanged, it would simply signify their weakness in protecting the Going Merry. He bore no regrets. This was the essence of a true swordsman. Zoro nodded. Gazing at Moonlight, his eyes ablaze with passion. This was the swordsmanship he had always dreamed of. Phantom Blade Dance. Moonlight shouted coldly, launching himself towards the oncoming tornado storm with a fierce slash. Instantly, a torrent of violent sword energy erupted, each wave compounding upon the last, coalescing into a formidable mass of sword chi, surging towards the tornado storm. The sword energy surged forth, sharp and relentless, striking the sea with tremendous force. Swish. The surrounding whirlpools were cleaved apart in an instant, the sword energy fierce and potent, cutting through the waves as it surged towards the tornado storm. Such a powerful strike. Yet, would it succeed? All eyes were fixed on the sword chi, filled with anticipation. However, witnessing the ferocious and tumultuous tornado storm, a shadow of doubt flickered in their hearts. After all, it was a tornado. No matter how formidable, can one truly slice through a tornado? Just then, the sword energy collided with the tempest, raging fiercely. Despite facing the whirlwind, its momentum remained unabated. However, after 3 seconds, the tornado roared, devouring the sword energy entirely. The storm raged on, continuing its ferocious roar. Though the moonlight was strong, it appeared utterly insignificant in the face of such a terrifying natural disaster. Had they failed? Usopp resolved within himself, wearing a determined expression. If even the moonlight had faltered, who could alter this outcome? This was the end. After all, it was a calamity. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Moonlight, prepare to retreat. Luffy exclaimed. At that moment, the tornado drew nearer. If they did not flee soon, there would be no chance left. Once they were swept away, who could predict what fate awaited them? Apologies, Mary, the moonlight gritted its teeth. Human strength was utterly trivial against the might of the sea. To slice through the tornado, he would need to double his training, but now it was unfeasible. Let us go. Usopp gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resolve. He took the lead in departing. Though reluctant, the moment had arrived when they had no choice but to part ways. Boom. Just as they resolved to abandon ship and escape, suddenly, a tempest more ferocious than the tornado appeared. This storm did not spread. Instead, it clung tightly to the Mary, as if manipulated by unseen hands, wrapping the ship closely and lifting it from the sea, soaring into the sky. In an instant, they passed through the tornado, ascending into the heavens, vanishing within the storm. The tempest raged on, terrifyingly fierce. After losing sight of the Mary, the storm grew even more violent. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea was consumed. Were they saved? What was happening? What transpired? A strange wind suddenly blew in. At this moment, several miles away from the tornado's wrath, the sea was tranquil, the sun shining brightly in the sky, presenting a scene of stability and warmth. Luffy and the others exchanged bewildered glances, astonished. Had they truly escaped? Were they saved? If not experienced firsthand, who would dare to believe such a phenomenon could occur? A dragon? However, the Moonlight soon realized that only the dragon could possess such power. That leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. The wielder of the Wind Fruit, possessing the ability to manipulate the winds. At such a critical moment, it was he who had transported them, along with their ship, to safety. No one else could have accomplished this. The strength of Dragon was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the pirate world. Otherwise, he could not have remained a revolutionary leader for so long, exuding such effortless charisma. This power was truly formidable. The Moonlight marveled inwardly, fearing it surpassed even that of an admiral. He still had a long way to go to reach that realm. Luffy and the others gazed at each other, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what had transpired. Had they truly been rescued in such a miraculous manner? The sea was indeed astonishing. Then Luffy shouted his desire for meat, prompting Sanji to reluctantly head to the kitchen. Nami let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, they had been saved. Mary, how wonderful! Usopp cheered, relieved that they would not have to part with the Going Merry. He hurriedly sought ways to repair the damages. Meanwhile, Zoro leaned against the ship's cabin and promptly fell asleep. After such a fierce battle, he had exhausted much of his strength and needed to recuperate. At the port of Logetown, atop a vantage point, a man cloaked in a brown robe gazed in the direction where Luffy and his crew had vanished, murmuring to himself, "Pirates, you say? Not a bad choice at all. If this is your decision, I shall support it. What reason could there be to hinder a man from setting sail? Go forth. The world awaits our answers. Let us change the world." As a fierce wind howled, a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the surroundings in a silvery glow. Beneath the brown robe, a face filled with dreams emerged. Should anyone have seen this visage, they would have recognized him as none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the formidable leader of the Revolutionary Army. Opposed to the world government and carrying a bounty of 5 billion, he was a man whose head was sought by nearly everyone. Indeed, it was he. Simultaneously, aboard the Going Merry, the Moonlight retracted its gaze. Though hazy, it revealed a figure that unmistakably resembled Dragon. Chapter 59. ABI's concern for Luffy. She made a special trip to take a look. Truly, as a wielder of the Wind Fruit, the tempest she conjured was indeed formidable. It appears I must intensify my training. Otherwise, encountering a powerhouse of this caliber would greatly hinder me, Moonlight mused. The emergence of the dragon instilled a sense of urgency within him. He needed to grow stronger to navigate these seas and safeguard his comrades. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his attributes. Moonlight, basic swordsmanship, system gift, unranked, 3-stage / system gift. Unranked, draw / LV 550,010,000,000,000 fierce dragon breakthrough / LV 190,010,000,000 phantom sword dance LV 285,000,000 100 0000 observation hockey LV 450,010,000,000 armament hockey LV 430,010,000,000 conquerors hockey LV 320,000 10 million. His current training status was promising. The conquerors hockey had reached LV 3, allowing for preliminary control. The path ahead for further cultivation was clear. Other skills, however, required continued refinement. The encounter with the whirlwind made him acutely aware of his shortcomings. Only by elevating the level of his swordsmanship could he withstand natural disasters like a tornado. The prowess exhibited by the dragon revealed the immense strength of top-tier warriors, highlighting the considerable distance he still had to cover. It was imperative to train even harder. In these waters, weakness could cost one their life. Naturally, the cultivation of hockey also needed to be enhanced. As they ventured further, formidable foes would inevitably approach, including many powerful ability users. To navigate freely and ensure his comrades would no longer face such peril, mastery of hockey was crucial. After a thorough reflection, Moonlight resolved firmly. Having departed from Roguetown, they were now perilously close to the Grand Line. Among the 4 seas, the East Blue was the weakest, and entering the Grand Line would present unprecedented adversaries. He had to become increasingly powerful to protect his companions from harm and pursue his aspirations. Otherwise, all discussions were moot. With this in mind, he grasped his Kusanagi sword and gazed out at the sea. Following the storm, everyone had evidently become more cautious. Usopp diligently repaired the ship. Nami meticulously studied navigation techniques, acutely aware of her inadequacies due to the changing maritime climate. Sanji devoted himself to preparing exquisite meals, ensuring each dining experience was flawless. Zoro, inspired by the formidable challenge, trained with even greater fervor. Meanwhile, Luffy remained seated at the bow, lost in thought, oblivious to the world around him. Thus, the Going Merry drifted gently across the ocean. Simultaneously, hundreds of miles away, aboard a colossal warship, a young girl with golden hair seized an opportune moment and leaped overboard, plunging into the sea and riding the currents far away. Due to the lack of attention and the minimal noise, it was a considerable time before anyone noticed. When they finally did, shock ensued, and they hurriedly reported the incident. Alas, ABI's has vanished. Look, there is a figure moving over there. It must be ABI's. She has jumped into the sea. Everyone, prepare for immediate action. Quickly report to Admiral Nelson. The sailors hurriedly searched, and upon spotting a small girl drifting on the ocean, they became alert and promptly reported back. Meanwhile, in the opulent center of the warship, a rotund man, weighing over 300 pounds and clad in bright attire, was indulging in a feast when he heard the report from below, causing his brow to furrow. Has she managed to escape? This little girl certainly does not make things easy. Someone, go after her. He was about to issue a pursuit command. He is Admiral Nelson, a high-ranking figure in the headquarters, commanding a vast expanse of sea. Wait. Just then, a man dressed in blue and white stripes, resembling a scythe with piercing eyes, stepped forward, halting Nelson's decision. Eric, is it? How rare. You are actually preventing me from taking action. Do you have something in mind? Nelson inquired with a smirk at the man who emerged. Indeed, that little girl is quite special. If you wish to avoid a failed plan, it is imperative that you do not mobilize a large force for the chase. The commotion would be far too great. Grant me a ship, and I shall find her alone. The efficiency will be significantly greater. Eric replied with a sharp smile. Is that so? Very well, I shall grant your request. Nelson nodded, having immense trust in Eric, and promptly dispatched a ship for him. Rest assured, I shall bring her back swiftly, but do not forget our prior agreement. Eric nodded, casting a keen glance at Nelson before boarding the swift vessel. Without any visible effort, the ship sped forth like an arrow across the sea, slicing through the water as if a scythe had deeply cut the surface. Haha. At this, a glint of coldness flashed in Nelson's eyes. Hey, look over there. There is someone. After a night had passed, Luffy and the others finally recovered from their fatigue, each brimming with vitality, and the Mary had also regained its strength. Brothers, let us set sail towards the Grand Line, Luffy declared with enthusiasm. All right, I have rested enough. Let us witness what kind of monsters dwell in the Grand Line. Zoro nodded, filled with fighting spirit. Hee hee, all blue. I must find you. Sanji also nodded, his face filled with longing. I will chart every sea map in the world and become the greatest navigator. Nami declared ambitiously. I aim to be a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp raised his hand, resolute. I will become the Pirate King. The five of them raised their hands, gazing at the moonlight. Someone is on the sea. However, the moonlight pointed towards the ocean. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and turned their gaze. They beheld a small girl floating on the surface, drifting along with the current. There truly is someone, Luffy exclaimed, his arm stretching out to grasp the little girl, swiftly pulling her aboard the ship. She was merely fatigued. Nami, possessing a modicum of medical knowledge, glanced at her and breathed a sigh of relief. It was peculiar. From where had she drifted? Had she encountered pirates? Usopp pondered curiously. We'll ask her once she regains consciousness, Luffy remarked. Is this girl Abyss? Moonlight's gaze flickered as he surveyed the child's attire, and a vague recognition began to form in his mind. Where is this place? After a while, Abyss stirred awake, her eyes meeting the unfamiliar faces of Luffy and the others. Initially bewildered, her gaze then shifted upwards. Upon spotting the pirate flag hoisted atop the mast, her expression morphed into one of sheer panic. This is a pirate ship. I've boarded a pirate vessel. I've encountered pirates. I'm doomed. Abyss cried, hastily seeking refuge. Chapter 60. Eric, hey. Who are you? Why are you floating in the sea? At that moment, Luffy stretched his arm out and approached her, inquiring. Ah, your arm is elongated. What a monster! Eyes exclaimed in astonishment, hastily retreating. How could a normal person's arm stretch like that? Who exactly are you? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the nearly retreating Eyes. Ah, curled eyebrows. Eyes was taken aback once more, stepping back repeatedly. Curled eyebrows. You seem to see quite clearly, Zoro remarked nonchalantly, standing with his sword, observing Eyes as she pushed closer to him, casting a sidelong glance at Sanji. Green algae head? Before Sanji could express his anger, Eyes noticed Zoro and gasped in shock again, collapsing to the ground in tears. It's over. Not only have I encountered pirates, but a group of monsters as well. Oh no. Green algae head, curled eyebrows. Upon hearing these nicknames, Usopp burst into laughter, finding them remarkably apt descriptions of Zoro and Sanji. They suit them perfectly. Shut up. Sanji and Zoro shouted in unison, their eyes locking in a cold stare. A palpable aura of menace emanating from both. Do not fret. Though we are pirates, we are good pirates, not the kind you might imagine. At that moment, the only crew member with a kind expression, Nami, stepped forward to offer comfort. Indeed, little girl, we are not villains. Consider this, if we were truly bad, would we have rescued you? Moonlight chimed in. Will you really not kill me? Perhaps reassured by Nami's sweet visage, Eyes felt a sense of relief and inquired. As Moonlight stated, if we intended to harm you, why would we let you drift in the sea until now? Nami smiled warmly, radiating gentle sunlight. Abi's heart began to calm. With a sigh, she lamented, I encountered terrible villains who slaughtered my family, leaving me all alone. Please, save me. I promise to repay you. She gazed at Nami with great hope. Terrible villains? Why would they capture you? Luffy flew over, asking curiously. With Nami by her side, Abi's anxiety gradually subsided. Shaking her head, she replied, I do not know, and I no longer wish for revenge. I just want to go home. Please, take me back. Hey Luffy. We've arrived here and are not far from the Grand Line. This little girl has an unclear background, refuses to disclose her name, and her words are filled with lies. There is no need for us to involve ourselves, otherwise we may end up going in circles. Usopp furrowed his brow, gazing at the surrounding waters. He prided himself on being a master of deception. Surely Abi's fabrications could not fool him. Yet, he chose not to expose her. They were already nearing the Grand Line. And with just a little more effort, they would enter that legendary sea. Assisting her at this moment would undoubtedly delay their journey significantly. Usopp was not mistaken. The way this little girl casually bestows nicknames is rather vexing. Zoro chimed in. Not necessarily. I actually think that nickname suits you quite well. Sanji chuckled with a sly grin. Green algae head swordsman. What a perfect title. Say that again, and I swear I will slice off those curled eyebrows of yours. Zoro retorted, his anger palpable as he glared at Sanji. I'll kick you away. Sanji refused to back down, and the two began to bicker. Lucci. Nami turned her gaze towards Luffy. Her silence speaking volumes. There was no need to waste time here. They were merely strangers who happened to cross paths. Saving your life was sufficient. Why should they assist further? They were pirates, not the Navy. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Abi's face fell in disappointment. In these waters, being rescued by pirates and having your life spared was already a stroke of fortune. Who would be so foolish as to ask for help? Especially from pirates. Hey, what's your name? At that moment, Luffy turned to Eyes, inquiring. Eyes, she replied glumly, having lost all hope. Eyes, nice to meet you. We are friends now. And since friends are in need, I will certainly help you. Everyone, change course. Oh, where's your home? Just then, Luffy burst into laughter, flashing a radiant smile at Eyes. Ah, Luffy, is this true? Abi's heart, once shrouded in despair, now felt a glimmer of sunshine at Luffy's smile. Her spirits lifted as she exclaimed. Of course. Luffy thumped his chest proudly and addressed Nami, Usopp, and the others. Hey, Luffy, are you serious? Usopp gasped in astonishment. Why would Luffy want to help her? Well, fine. You are the captain and have the right to decide the ship's course. Nami was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. TCH. Sanji and Zoro continued their relentless quarrel, and upon hearing Luffy's words, they merely scoffed before resuming their battle. Adopting an attitude of indifference to the captain's decision. Moonlight. Luffy gazed at the moonlight, chuckling. I have no objections. I will follow the captain's arrangements. However, we might not be able to stay out of trouble, as it seems trouble is already upon us. Moonlight remarked nonchalantly, yet his gaze was fixed on the ocean. Suddenly, a man with a scythe-shaped head appeared, standing on a small boat, cutting through the waves like an arrow. An enemy? Luffy rushed to the bow, scanning the sea. What incredible speed! Who could it be? Zoro and the others also turned their attention to the approaching figure. Meanwhile, AB's eyes paled at the sight of the man, instinctively retreating in fear behind Nami. What's wrong? Nami asked, concerned. Yet AB's eyes merely cowered, her body trembling in evident terror. Pirates? Or perhaps the infamous Straw Hat crew. But here you are. As the crowd turned their gaze, the man with the scythe had also noticed them. First, he glanced at the Jolly Roger of the Merry, then his eyes locked onto Nami's companion, AB's. With a cold smirk, he leapt forward, soaring directly towards her. Halt. Upon witnessing this, Moonlight resolutely sprang into action. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a slash. Buzz. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy emanated from Moonlight, fanning out in all directions. The blade's ferocity was unparalleled. The air around it rippled with its might. Alarmed, the scythe-headed man was taken aback, instinctively dodging without a moment's thought. Whoosh! The sword energy grazed past him, cleaving into the sea behind him. The ocean surged as if it had been struck by an enormous blow, leaving a scar several meters deep etched into its surface. Fortunately, Moonlight sought not to take a life. Otherwise, that strike could have been fatal. Hiss. Such a formidable opponent exists. The scythe-headed man gasped in shock, swiftly executing a roll in midair to return to his vessel. Who are you? Luffy inquired. Chapter 61. Admiral Nelson at Sea. A minor disagreement can swiftly escalate into a confrontation. Under the command of Admiral Nelson Roy, Lieutenant Eric from the Navy's 8th Division declared, You harbor a wanted criminal aboard your vessel, the Straw Hat crew. If you wish to avoid trouble, surrender the fugitive. With trepidation, Eric cast a wary glance at Moonlight, pointing accusingly at AB's standing behind Nami. The Navy? The 8th Division? Admiral Nelson Roy? A wanted criminal? Upon hearing these words, everyone froze, their gazes converging sharply upon AB's. They were pirates, inherently marked as fugitives, yet it was evident that Eric was not referring to them. The implication pointed solely at AB's. How could such a young child be a wanted criminal by the Navy? What transgression could warrant the pursuit of an admiral? It is crucial to grasp that an admiral holds authority above a colonel, commanding 50 fleets and thousands of personnel. During the events in Logtown, Smoker had called for reinforcements from headquarters, resulting in a significant naval response that encircled the town, capturing every pirate within. This force, albeit formidable, consisted of less than 40 ships. In stark contrast, Admiral Nelson commanded such a fleet single-handedly, showcasing his immense power and influence. It is no exaggeration to assert that he is an unrivaled force upon the seas. The fact that such a prominent figure was pursuing a mere girl indicated that she was far from ordinary. Indeed, the Straw Hat crew might possess considerable strength. But before an admiral, they were but insignificant ants. Should you dare impede his mission, be prepared for the consequences, Eric sneered. Remember the naval blockade that surrounded us with iron chains, Luffy? This man is 10 times more formidable. If we provoke him, we shall surely meet our doom at sea. Usopp trembled in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that a mere child could attract such a powerful adversary. It was utterly astonishing. Faced with such a titan, what difference was there between them and a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Luffy, this is a significant figure. Nami quaked, her astonishment directed toward AB's. Zoro and Sanji remained silent, clearly recognizing the daunting challenge posed by such an individual. Moonlight's eyes glimmered with understanding, yet he refrained from speaking, seemingly acquiescing to the reality at hand. Indeed, they could not afford to provoke such a personage. What say you, Straw Hat crew? Your course appears to lead into the Grand Line. If you wish to traverse safely, surrender the fugitive, and I shall pretend I never saw you. Otherwise, bear the repercussions of your choice. Eric's tone turned icy, a veiled threat. And yet, what of it? Luffy suddenly broke into a smile, his demeanor unyielding. So what? He replied nonchalantly. A glimmer of determination flashed in Eric's eyes. Did this mean that he would venture into the Grand Line without needing anyone's consent? He would boldly and honorably set forth, regardless of Admiral Neal or any pursuers who dared to obstruct him. ABIs, you are my friend, and I will ensure your safe return home. Anyone who dares to impede my path will be dealt with. Luffy declared coldly, providing his answer. Luffy. ABIs was taken aback. She had assumed that, in the face of Admiral Nelson's formidable power, Luffy and his crew would hand her over. After all, who would dare provoke such a prominent figure? Yet, to her astonishment, this captain, whose arms could stretch like a monster's, would utter such words. Friends? A spark of hope ignited in Abi's eyes. It seemed that the Straw Hat crew was indeed prepared to stand against them to the very end. Eric's gaze turned icy as he reaffirmed the Straw Hat crew's intentions. Are you deaf, or simply a fool? Did you not hear what our captain said? Zoro scoffed, dismissively. So what if it's an admiral? Let him come. I won't allow such a lovely lady to be taken away. Sanji lit a cigarette and offered a gentlemanly gesture to ABIs. You lot, that's an admiral we're talking about. However, if he intends to threaten our friend, we will fight to the bitter end for her. Usopp asserted, steeling himself. The mention of Admiral Nelson had sent shivers down his spine, but with Luffy speaking up, there was no room for doubt. If Luffy had made this decision, he would unwaveringly support it. All right. Eric nodded, repeating the word thrice as he cast a deep glance at everyone before turning away and departing. He had miscalculated. He had expected to easily pursue a young girl, not realizing that ABIs would be rescued by the Straw Hat crew. Now, invoking Admiral Nelson's name seemed futile. The Straw Hats were indeed audacious. Reflecting on the unparalleled power of Moonlight's sword, he felt uncertain about single-handedly taking ABIs away, especially since the others aboard had yet to make their move. Outnumbered, he had no choice but to retreat. Everyone, I truly thank you all. I am immensely grateful. ABIs expressed her gratitude to the group after Eric's departure. No need for thanks. We are already friends. As friends, such formalities are unnecessary, Luffy replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. I merely dislike being threatened. Whoever this Nelson is, we are pirates. If we were afraid of the Navy, why would we even venture out? Zoro remarked nonchalantly. Indeed. Since we are heading to the Grand Line, we shall do so boldly and honorably. To abandon our course upon the first threat would be to underestimate our resolve. Sanji concurred, nodding in agreement. Now, please tell us where you reside, Nami inquired, turning her gaze to ABIs. I reside on a small island known as Battleship Island. And to reach it, one must sail eastward. ABIs expressed her gratitude repeatedly, gesturing towards a specific direction in the east. That direction? Very well, no problem, my comrades. Let us set forth. Upon witnessing this, Luffy nodded and exclaimed. Usopp promptly altered their course, heading towards Battleship Island. Meanwhile, as they journeyed towards their destination, Eric returned to the naval base, reporting directly to Nelson. The Straw Hat crew, you say? Ah, the recently emerged pirate crew. In these waters. There are still pirates bold enough to oppose me. Eric, I shall provide you with 10 grand ships and 20 cannons. Bring ABIs back to me. Should you fail, our dealings are at an end. Upon hearing these words, a glint of cold light flickered in Nelson's eyes. How dare mere pirates challenge him? Such audacity. He regarded Eric with a cool demeanor. Eric was a pirate he had hired for a price, as this matter was one that only he could know. Thus he spared no expense. Rest assured, although they are numerous and I am but one, with this fleet at my disposal, the Straw Hat crew is hardly a concern. I shall undoubtedly return with ABIs. Eric nodded, a trace of coldness crossing his face. The two had reached a certain accord, and it was precisely this agreement that prompted his collaboration with Nelson. Chapter 62. The blade that cuts through the void. This was a secret known only to the two of them. Here we are, my homeland, Battleship Island. At this moment, Luffy and his companions followed the course indicated by ABIs, arriving at a small island resembling a battleship. What a remarkably fitting name. The group observed the island before them, truly embodying its name as if it were an actual war vessel. Thank you all so much. Without you, I might have perished at sea. As a token of my gratitude, I invite everyone to a feast, ABI said warmly. A feast? Is there meat? Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, there is, ABI's nodded emphatically. Wow, I want to eat meat, Luffy exclaimed, bursting with enthusiasm and dashing toward a particular direction like a bolt of lightning. Hey, Luffy, wait. We haven't even been shown the way yet. Do you know where you're going? Zoro called out. However, Luffy had already vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the others speechless. This guy seems enchanted by the thought of meat, unable to hear anything else. Well then, let us rest and regain our strength before venturing into the Grand Line, Nami suggested, nodding. The Grand Line is no ordinary place. It is the dream of every pirate. In such a realm, one can never predict what encounters await, so it is essential to recharge and press forward with all our might. All right, I shall heed Miss Nami's words, Sanji said, gazing at Nami, his demeanor transforming entirely, with everything revolving around her. Yuegwang, aren't you coming? Usopp inquired, looking at Yuegwang, who remained on the ship, refusing to disembark. No, I will stay to guard the ship. Sanji, could you prepare a meal for me before we depart? Yuegwang waved his hand dismissively, brandishing his sword in a flurry. As they approached the Grand Line, his sense of impending danger intensified, prompting him to seize the moment and continue his training diligently. Very well, Sanji replied with an unusual seriousness, nodding as he boarded the ship to prepare food for Yuegwang. This guy, already powerful as a monster, is so hardworking. Given time, he will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, much like Mihawk. Nami murmured to herself. Talent and hard work, when possessed simultaneously by an individual, can be truly formidable. Usopp nodded, unable to suppress his admiration for Yuegwang. Indeed, he is powerful. He has already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even Mihawk, I believe he could contend with, though it is impossible to ascertain who would prevail. Zoro scoffed. Each person has their own way of training. While he possesses a beast-like physique, he cannot endure Yuegwang's reckless training. Nonetheless, he has his own methods and is confident he can surpass both Yuegwang and Mihawk. This is his conviction. This person is truly impressive. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Abi's eyes. She had witnessed Yuegwang's prowess, and in her moment of panic, it was his voice that brought her solace. He is a man whose words carry weight, earning the trust of others. All right, let us set forth. At this moment, Sanji had completed his tasks and, after casting a glance at the Moonlight, joined the others on the island. Meanwhile, Moonlight remained behind, skillfully wielding the Kusanagi sword. A notification chimed. You have executed the Phantom Sword Dance, earning 10,000 experience points. Another chime followed. Phantom Sword Dance has advanced to level 2. And yet another. You have met the advancement criteria and mastered the Void Slash. Void Slash level 1. 100,000. Have I truly grasped a new skill? Moonlight pondered as he contemplated the new ability. The Void Slash allowed one to accumulate several sword energies, coalescing them into a single, powerful strike. The longer one charged, the greater the power and range. This was a magnificent fusion of the Slash and the Phantom Sword Dance. Moonlight marveled at its potential, while the Slash possessed immense power. Its range was somewhat limited, and the Phantom Sword Dance, albeit potent, required an extensive charging time. The Void Slash, however, adeptly combined the strengths of both abilities. One could neither deem it wholly good nor bad, but it certainly appeared promising. A skill bestowed by the system would surely not be subpar. Void Slash! Moonlight bellowed. Instantly, a crescent-shaped sword energy began to coalesce on the Kusanagi. Rather than erupting forth, this energy continued to gather, forming a spherical mass resembling a crescent moon. After 3 seconds, the energy reached its zenith, and Moonlight unleashed a strike. With a roar, the sword energy surged forth like a dragon, expansive and formidable. An immense fan-shaped wave of sword energy erupted across the sea, extending over 100 meters. In sight, it was nothing but this crescent sword energy. Compared to the original Slash, the range had increased tenfold. The diameter of the sword energy's coverage reached a terrifying 50 meters. Thus, a circle with a 50-meter diameter centered around him was enveloped in sword energy, which continued to spread, ultimately reaching 100 meters. The sword energy parted the ocean, wreaking havoc as it passed through, displacing the water with ferocious force, causing countless sea creatures to flip over, perishing beneath the onslaught. The ocean surged violently, waves crashing as the sword energy cascaded, extending for hundreds of meters before abruptly dissipating. The scene resembled a tempestuous maelstrom wreaking havoc upon the sea, leaving chaos in its wake. The might of a single strike was indeed fearsome. Should they encounter the formidable naval forces once more, there would be no need for elaborate strategies. This one strike would suffice. Moonlight couldn't help but be astonished. The void slash was undeniably terrifying. Meanwhile, the others who had already reached the shore suddenly felt the intense storm erupting over the sea, halting their steps to glance back. However, from their vantage point, all they could see was the tumultuous waves and the crescent sword energy slicing through the air, with nothing else in sight. ABI's was taken aback. Is everything all right? It's Moonlight. He is training. It seems he has once again comprehended an even more powerful technique. Nami waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of nonchalance. She had grown accustomed to Moonlight's relentless training aboard the ship, frequently showcasing astonishing sword techniques that left them in awe. It no longer surprised her. That guy. Zoro pursed his lips, astonished by the remarkable talent displayed before him. Let us proceed, he declared. Usopp shrugged nonchalantly, adopting an air of indifference. They're a peculiar bunch. I shall remain a humble mortal, he mused. Very well, let us harness this momentum and elevate this skill. Moonlight nodded with satisfaction and commenced her training. Meanwhile, under the guidance of ABI's, the group arrived at the island's tavern. To their astonishment, they found Luffy already present and indulging in a feast. Did he navigate here solely by his nose? They collectively pondered, speechless, as ABI's warmly welcomed them. The islanders, aware of Luffy and his companions' heroic deeds in rescuing ABI's, expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Laughter and merriment filled the air as they shared food and drink. Before long, night enveloped them, and all were blissfully intoxicated, lost in deep slumber. Suddenly, ABI's stealthily shifted her body, carefully observing Luffy and the others to ensure they were truly asleep. Once satisfied, she discreetly packed away a meal sufficient for 100 and quietly made her way towards the mountain on the island, her footsteps light as a whisper. Keenly aware of the need for silence, particularly around Luffy and his crew. Chapter 63, The Legend of the Millennial Dragon's Longevity. However, at the very moment she set off, Zoro awakened. He was a swordsman, renowned for his keen instincts despite his fondness for alcohol. Following him, Usopp, known as the Master of Deceit, had long sensed that ABI's was lying and had been on guard. Soon after, Sanji and Nami also roused, all alert except for Luffy. Yet, to avoid alarming the snake, they chose to remain still until ABI's had distanced herself, at which point they rose. Indeed, I had anticipated that she harbored secrets, Usopp remarked, gazing in the direction ABI's had vanished. A little girl, pursued by such a formidable figure as the Admiral. Frankly, I find it hard to believe. Sanji inhaled a puff of smoke, his mind exceptionally clear. Thus, this young girl is undoubtedly extraordinary. Zoro nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. We will know more once we trail her, but is Luffy truly so oblivious? Nami concurred, yet seeing Luffy soundly asleep left her speechless. Damn, this guy. The sight rendered the others equally at a loss for words. After rousing Luffy and explaining the situation, he finally grasped the matter at hand. Curiosity piqued. The group quietly followed the direction ABI's had taken. Abi's pace was not swift, allowing them to catch up quickly. They observed her trudging up the mountain, her small frame struggling under the weight of an enormous food bag. The group remained silent, stealthily tracking her until they arrived at a cave. As they entered, they were astounded to witness ABI's throwing the food toward a gigantic creature. My heavens, it's... Meanwhile, aboard the Mary, after a day of training, Moonlight had grown weary. After savoring the meal left by Sanji, he contentedly drifted to sleep on the lookout. Time passed, and suddenly the sound of crashing waves jolted him awake. Instantly alert, he turned his gaze to the sea. It was dawn. The sun had just ascended above the horizon, casting a gray light across the sky. In the distance, a multitude of dark spots emerged, drawing nearer. 10 minutes later, as the light improved, he discerned at least 20 naval vessels surging forth. Among them, one flagship was immensely imposing, While it did not reach the level of a battleship, it was formidable nonetheless. Brimming with naval officers advancing with great vigor, Moonlight's keen eyes quickly spotted two figures standing atop the main ship, one of whom was none other than Eric, the very one who had pursued ABIs earlier. He had returned. Beside Eric stood a naval colonel, commanding the operation. At that moment, Eric also caught sight of the Mary and the figure of Moonlight on the lookout, a cold smile creeping across his face. Indeed, my judgment was correct. The Straw Hat crew has brought ABIs to the naval island. Perfectly, here, we shall ensnare them all at once. Colonel, this is the notorious crew of the Straw Hats. Order the sinking of their ship first, then capture them. Upon finishing his words, Eric turned towards the naval captain. The Straw Hat crew? Hearing this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This group of pirates had recently garnered immense notoriety, particularly due to the incident in Rogue Town, which had solidified their fame. After confirming with his telescope, he decisively issued the command to open fire. Pirates detected ahead. All personnel, prepare for cannon fire and issue a warning. Understood. The crew immediately fell into a state of alert. The cannonballs from over 20 large ships swiftly targeted the Going Mary. Oh, the Navy truly embodies a feeble and misguided sense of mercy. Is it truly necessary to show such compassion towards these ruthless pirates, each one stained with blood? What good is your benevolence? They ought to be executed without hesitation. At these words, Eric could not suppress a cold chuckle. Such ineptitude from the Navy. The naval captain furrowed his brow. The Navy acted without needing anyone's interference, and on this ship, he was the sole authority. His commands were not to be questioned. Eric was openly slapping his face. Had it not been for the Admiral's orders to cooperate with Eric, he would have already lost his temper. Enough, with you incompetent fools. Capturing ABIs is a futile endeavor. Bring me a ship, Eric commanded. Provide him one. The naval captain waved his hand, begrudgingly recalling the Admiral's instructions to provide him with whatever he needed. Last time, you had the advantage in numbers. This time, I have brought many as well. You hold no advantage now. Once aboard, Eric's ship surged forward like an arrow towards the Going Mary, and soon came to a halt before her. He did not board, but stood watching the moonlit vessel, sneering. After being forced back by Moonlight's sword last time, he had been troubled by it. But given the overwhelming numbers present then, it was understandable that he had to retreat. However, the situation was different now. He had come with 20 large ships, a force potent enough to obliterate any presence at sea. Boom. At that moment, the area surrounding the Going Mary was bombarded by cannonballs, the sea roiling violently. The powerful impact causing the Going Mary to tremble fiercely. Even the nearby island felt the repercussions. The bombardment had commenced. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? The sleeping inhabitants of the island were instantly awakened. Pirates ahead, you are surrounded. Surrender peacefully, or face the consequences. Simultaneously, the 20 naval ships anchored just meters away, halting their advance as the naval captain's voice rang out, issuing a warning of cannon fire. It's the Navy. The Navy is here. Oh no. Those detestable Navy men have returned. Quickly, notify the Straw Hat crew. Huh? Where are they? They were just here. The crew quickly realized the situation. It turned out the Navy had arrived. They were taken aback and hurriedly searched for Luffy and the others. To their astonishment, dragons truly existed in this world. It seemed the legends were indeed real. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, accompanied by ABIs, had arrived at a cave, witnessing an unbelievable scene. Before them lay a dragon, coiled within a cavern. Yet this dragon appeared aged. Though it retained an air of majesty, it was undeniably frail. Upon hearing the commotion caused by Luffy and his companions, ABIs was taken aback. Had they not been asleep? Realizing the futility of concealment, she reluctantly divulged everything. Admiral Nelson of the Navy, having been swayed by the rumor that consuming the bones of a millennium-old dragon could grant immortality, had scoured the lands and ultimately discovered this very place, seeking her out. Thus, the pieces fell into place, and the group understood why she had been marked for capture by the Admiral. Immortality, who among them did not yearn for such a gift? Yet, was there truly anyone capable of living forever? Previously, no one had dared to believe it. However, now, gazing upon this legendary creature, a sense of wonder enveloped them. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was indeed possible. Suddenly, the island began to tremble, sending shockwaves of alarm through the group, who were left bewildered by the unforeseen event. ABIs, being a user of the Whispering Fruit, possessed the ability to converse with the ancient dragon, and she immediately discerned the arrival of the Navy. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "What? The Navy has surrounded us." Chapter 64. As many come, so many shall fall. The arrival of the Navy caught Luffy and his companions by surprise. They never anticipated such relentless pursuit, nor the swiftness of their approach. "Not good. Moonlight is still on the ship," Usopp exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. "Indeed. If that is the case, Moonlight will be surrounded. We must hasten back to offer our support," Nami added with concern. "There's no need for alarm. That fellow's strength renders the Navy mere fodder," Zoro remarked with a calm smile, displaying indifference. He understood Moonlight's capabilities. Unless an entire fleet led by Admiral Nelson were to mobilize, no matter how many came, they would meet their demise. Moonlight's prowess was not something just anyone could contend with. True, while I am uncertain of his actual strength, based on the overwhelming presence we sensed earlier, there is no need for concern, Sanji nodded, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring. "If anyone on this ship deserves my trust, it is undoubtedly Moonlight," he continued. "ABIs, does that mean Lord Dragon wishes to return to his homeland? Once he is there, he need not fear anyone coveting his dragon bones." "And he could remember the past?" Luffy inquired, seemingly oblivious to the Navy's imminent arrival. Everyone fell silent, bewildered by their captain's apparent lack of awareness. ABIs couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Did you even hear what I just said? Your crew and ship are likely surrounded by the Navy. Aren't you even a little worried?" However, in response to Luffy's question, ABIs nodded. "Indeed, Lord Dragon has merely become separated from his companions. If he can return home and reunite with them, he would not fear anyone and could recall his former life. His homeland? Does that mean there are dragons that have existed for millennia? How astonishing. I never thought dragons were real. I believed they were mere legends." "I share your sentiment. To witness the homeland of dragons would be nothing short of magnificent." "Is it in the heavens?" Upon hearing this, Nami, Usopp, and the others became increasingly excited. "Dragons! True dragons! How many have actually seen a real dragon in this world? Let alone the homeland of dragons. Just thinking about it fills me with exhilaration. All right, I have made my decision. We shall assist Lord Dragon in returning to his homeland," Luffy declared resolutely. "Yes," Usopp and the others nodded in unison, an unusual agreement with Luffy's viewpoint. The opportunity to witness the legendary dragon before embarking on the Grand Line would be an unforgettable spectacle. "Thank you all, truly, thank you so much. However, Lord Dragon is quite large. We must devise a method to bring him down." ABIs expressed her gratitude hastily, astonished by the warmth of the pirates who had saved her. "No need for thanks. We are friends." Luffy beamed brightly, radiating warmth. "I believe we can use that," Usopp quickly proposed, pointing toward the slope outside the cave. "Excellent idea." The others' eyes brightened upon hearing this. Scythe Weasel. At that moment, near the Merly, Eric surged forward with astonishing speed. The surrounding air was hastened. As he descended from the sky, executing a powerful single-legged kick accompanied by a thunderous shout. Instantly, a razor-sharp, scythe-shaped gust sliced through the atmosphere, striking towards Moonlight with unparalleled ferocity. The velocity was so great that it seemed to arrive in an instant. With a swift draw, Moonlight unsheathed his sword and struck, causing the air before him to fragment as if it were pieces of tofu being severed, leaving behind distinct cuts. The surrounding seawater mirrored this phenomenon, appearing as if it had been cleaved by a sharp blade, revealing straight, linear scars. Two blades managed to confront my scythe head-on. With his attack thwarted, Eric furrowed his brow, clearly astonished that Moonlight had withstood his assault. It was important to note that he was a wielder of the scythe fruit, embodying the essence of the scythe itself, with a ferocious offensive capability that could cut through anything. Conventional swords were no match for him. The fact that Moonlight could block his strike spoke volumes of his strength. However, young one, this ends here. With this thought, a chilling glint appeared in Eric's eyes. He pivoted his body and unleashed a downward slash, resembling a colossal human scythe, channeling all his might as if cleaving mountains and shattering stones. The air was bifurcated with a savage precision, the attack coming in with unmatched ferocity, especially at such close range, leaving no avenues for evasion. Moreover, Eric danced through the air, making his assault nearly impossible to defend against. Your sword is formidable, but how strong can you be? If I cannot sever your sword, I shall eliminate you instead. Eric sneered, having discerned that the blade in Moonlight's hand was indeed a divine artifact. His powers were rendered futile against it. But what of the flesh? How could a mere mortal withstand my strike? Danger! Move aside. What kind of attack is this, that even parts the air? My heavens, Mr. Moonlight! At this moment, those on the island had reached the shore, witnessing Eric's terrifying strike that left long gashes in the air. And they could not help but shout towards Moonlight. This man, though arrogant and dismissive of others, undeniably possessed such strength. The naval colonel, upon witnessing Eric's prowess, halted the cannon fire, taken aback by the sheer ferocity of his strike. In the Navy, strength reigns supreme. Despite his personal disdain for Eric, he could not deny the power displayed before him. The sailors behind him nodded in agreement, having long resented this individual for daring to defy their esteemed colonel. Yet, as Eric's strength was revealed, all fell into a solemn silence. He may be audacious, but such power cannot be overlooked. Haha, are you frozen in place? I shall not hold back. Perish. Observing Moonlight seemingly paralyzed by fear, Eric smirked coldly, showing no mercy as he launched his fierce downward strike. Clang. However, an astonishing and utterly shocking scene unfolded before him. A dull, resounding thud echoed, and he transformed into a scythe, striking at the Moonlight, only to find his blow met with the resistance of tempered steel. Not only did he fail to sever it, but he also found himself ensnared within its grasp. The Moonlight, with a single hand, effortlessly seized his formidable strike with its palm. At that moment, a flicker of obsidian radiance glimmered upon its arm. Armament. The prowess of its haki had ascended to level 4, transcending mere external enhancement to condense its might, allowing for an inward strike from the outside. Although Eric's attack was fiercely devastating, under the augmentation of the Moonlight's haki, it could not even breach the surface, let alone sever a single hair. Instead, his body was firmly ensnared by the Moonlight, rendering him utterly immobile. How could this be? He actually managed to block such a terrifying assault with just his palm? Was he still human? How extraordinarily powerful he must be. To what extent did his physical prowess reach? Chapter 65. A sword that cleaves the Navy. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the villagers on the island, previously engulfed in worry, stood agape, utterly incredulous. It was astonishing. The assault from the scythe-wielding man was so formidable that it carved visible scars across the sea. Yet, the members of the Straw Hat crew, under the radiant glow of the Moonlight, resolutely shielded themselves against such a fierce onslaught with their very bodies. Were they even human? It was no surprise that the notorious bounty of 50 million was placed upon this individual, surpassing even that of their captain. How could this be? The naval colonel's eyes gleamed with disbelief as he beheld the scene before him, his mind reeling with shock. Impossible! How could such a phenomenon occur? At that moment, however, the most astonished of all was Eric. He had exerted every ounce of strength in what he believed to be a decisive strike, only to have it thwarted so effortlessly by another. And to make matters worse, it was done with mere physical prowess. He hadn't even drawn his sword. What a farce! How could this be real? He was the wielder of the scythe fruit. Just then, the Moonlight in Eric's gaze turned icy. With a single, forceful motion, he unleashed his armament haki. Bang! Eric was propelled away like a cannonball, soaring across dozens of meters before crashing into the Navy's flagship, creating a gaping hole upon impact. He came to a halt, blood spurting from his mouth, a grievous injury. His insides had been severely damaged by the haki. The naval colonel's face paled at this sight. He had not anticipated Eric's swift defeat. He immediately issued a command. From 20 large ships, cannons were unleashed, and in an instant, at least 50 cannonballs hurtled through the air. Particularly from the flagship, a massive, dark cannon was aimed squarely at the Moonlight. Without hesitation, the colonel ordered the firing of an iron projectile 3 times the size of the others, hurtling towards the target amidst the barrage. Drawing his sword, the Moonlight struck back. A crescent-shaped sword aura emanated from his body, cleaving through the air in a fan-like arc. Buzz! Every cannonball soaring toward him was sliced in twain, plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Even the shot from the main cannon met the same fate, severed by the might of the moonlight strike. Was this truly human? My heavens! The already astonished villagers on the island were now left in a state of utter disbelief. Was this strength not beyond the realm of normal humanity? Could one truly withstand such terrifying attacks from the Navy and effortlessly slice through their cannon fire? The colonel, too, was left in shock. Such terrifying swordsmanship was no wonder the bounty exceeded that of their captain. Initially, he had suspected a clerical error in the wanted notice, but now he realized his misjudgment. But what did it matter? They possessed over 20 cannons, and with ample ammunition, they could continue their relentless bombardment. Can you withstand the relentless bombardment? Suddenly, the deafening roar of cannon fire reverberated, causing the entire ocean to surge tumultuously. An unending barrage came crashing down with ferocity. In this moment, the Navy demonstrated their formidable might, unassailable upon the seas. All cannon mouths began to converge their firepower, unleashing a tremendous assault that sent waves crashing, creating tumultuous surges within a 100-meter radius of the sea. At that moment, the ocean appeared to be ravaged by a tempest of unimaginable strength. Though Moonlight valiantly wielded his sword, as the naval commander remarked, how could one man's swordsmanship contend against the simultaneous might of dozens of cannon fire? Back at Rog Town, there were other members of the Straw Hat crew to assist. Now he stood alone. What could he possibly do? Alas, the naval bombardment was overwhelmingly fierce. Moonlight found himself unable to cope alone. Truly, the Navy, with their ships and cannon fire, reigned supreme upon the seas, unmatched by any pirate. Yet, I wished for Moonlight's survival, for he had rescued ABIs. How terrifying this is. The island's inhabitants wore grave expressions, filled with concern. Yet, witnessing this scene, they felt utterly powerless. They were merely ordinary folk. Even a single Marine could outmatch 10 of them. How could they stand a chance? All they could do was fret. Utterly helpless. The cannon fire was too concentrated. Was the plan to exhaust me in this manner? Moonlight executed his sword-drawing technique repeatedly, cutting down every incoming cannonball. Despite the tumultuous sea, the Going Merry remained unscathed. He was determined to protect the ship from harm, hence his defensive stance. Without this concern, despite the Navy's strength, they would not withstand his strike. However, until Luffy returned, he had no choice but to persist in this manner. Moonlight. Just then, a loud shout echoed from the hillside of the island. Moonlight's heart stirred as he beheld Luffy and the others sliding down the slope, ABIs among them. And trailing behind them was an enormous, magnificent dragon. Had they truly found it? Moonlight's pupils constricted. This was indeed the dragon. A Millennium Dragon. A legendary creature. What was that? My heavens, a dragon. Did dragons truly exist in this world? All the Navy could not help but be drawn to the sight. Upon seeing the Millennium Dragon behind Luffy, they were taken aback. Even the naval commander trembled in astonishment. This was a creature of legend. Everyone had heard tales. Yet no one had ever laid eyes on one. My heavens! Indeed, the legends were true. Dragons exist in this world, and acquiring a dragon's bones could grant immortality. Eric, leaning against the mast, rose to his feet. Despite being injured by Moonlight, his recovery as a fruit user was remarkable, and he had regained some mobility. However, his gaze was fixated intensely on the Millennium Dragon behind Luffy, filled with fervor. With the dragon's bones, he could achieve eternal life. At that moment, he would become the most powerful being upon these seas. What an opportunity! At that moment, witnessing that all attention was captivated by the Millennium Dragon, the cannon fire abruptly ceased, and a cold smirk crept into my heart. The sword was raised. With a piercing sound, I unsheathed my blade. The moonlight resonated. Instantly, a crescent-shaped sword energy coalesced into a spherical form, manifesting upon the grass-clad sword. After 3 seconds of gathering energy, I struck forth with a single slash. A magnificent crescent of sword energy, measuring 50 meters in diameter and spanning 100 meters, surged forth. Crack! In an instant. Amidst the astonished and profoundly shocked gazes of all present, 20 naval vessels, including the flagship, were cleaved in twain by this sword energy, which cut through the air. The hulls shattered, masts splintered, and torrents of seawater rushed in, casting numerous sailors into the depths. Even the naval colonel found himself plunging into the ocean. One sword, and the Navy was vanquished. At this moment, the heavens and the earth fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 66. The Fury of Admiral Nelson. All-out assault. Is this a deception? After a prolonged silence, a villager covered his face, his voice trembling with shock. No, it is indeed true, Lord Moonlight. One person has defeated over 20 naval vessels, including a flagship. Another villager gasped in disbelief. Yet the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling him to accept it. Hiss. As they listened to the exchange, all the villagers regained their composure, collectively inhaling sharply. How formidable! This is what it means to be a titan of the seas. With sheer individual might, he has shattered 20 naval ships. Such a powerhouse stands before them now. The Straw Hat Pirates, Moonlight. Wow, Moonlight is incredible. At that moment, Luffy and his companions slid down the mountainside. From afar, witnessing this spectacle, Luffy erupted in uncontainable joy, laughing heartily as he leapt down the slope. What is the name of that strike? Zoro tightened his grip on his sword and inquired. Hawkeye single-handedly routed 50 of Krieg's ships, and now Moonlight has vanquished 20 naval vessels alone. But how could those pirates compare to the disciplined navy, especially that side-headed one, who is an ability user of the devil fruit? If that is the case, Moonlight's power now rivals that of Hawkeye. This implies that Moonlight has ascended to the ranks of the world's premier swordsman. I initially believed him to be strong enough, but it appears I have underestimated him. His potential resembles an abyss, eternally boundless. Sanji's cigarette fell as he witnessed this scene, accidentally burning Frankie. He quickly lit another and murmured, I've always thought you, Luffy. And even you were not ordinary humans, but monsters. However, it seems Moonlight is the monster among monsters, defeating the Navy with just a single strike against over 20 ships. Usopp's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. The word is spreading that Moonlight is our first mate, given the power he has displayed. I have no objections to that. Though Nami was equally astonished, she laughed, for the stronger Moonlight became, the stronger they would all be. This human swordsman is immensely formidable. He is an officer under Admiral Nelson. ABI's murmured, a glimmer of shock flashing in her eyes. Colonel, our ships have been severely damaged, leaving us with only a few emergency vessels. This swordsman is extraordinarily powerful. Fortunately, he targeted our ships, or else we would have suffered devastating losses. I have never witnessed such extraordinary swordsmanship, Colonel. What shall we do? Should we retreat? At this moment, the Navy was in disarray, suddenly confronted with such a calamity. Who would not be alarmed? At least half of the crew had fallen into the sea, while the other half scrambled to rescue their comrades from the wrecked vessels. Several aides approached the colonel, their faces pale with trepidation. Retreat. We must withdraw swiftly. The colonel, without hesitation, jested in the face of such a terrifying enemy. What purpose does it serve to remain if not to meet one's end? If he were to strike again, where would the escape lie? Whoosh. Just then, a figure moved faster than they could react. It was Eric, who seized a small boat and darted away like an arrow. This scoundrel, only boasting of his prowess, now fled faster than anyone. Observing this, the naval colonel cast a cold, disdainful glance. Look, Luffy, Zoro, everyone, Moonlight remarked, noticing the group sliding down the mountain. A smile gracing his face. They had indeed tracked down the Millennium Dragon and unveiled Abi's secret. However, as he waved to them, he suddenly witnessed Luffy leap directly from the mountain, heading straight towards him. He was taken aback, attempting to evade, yet it was too late. Luffy's speed was astonishing. Descending from the air, and with the added elasticity of rubber, he approached with the velocity of a cannonball, making his greeting too late. With a resounding thud, Luffy crashed directly into Moonlight. Crack! A human-shaped crater appeared on the ship. Hey, where's Moonlight? Luffy climbed out of the hole, bewildered and questioning, gazing at the crater. Everyone fell into speechlessness. Is this truly our captain? Hey, Luffy. Moonlight single-handedly held off over 20 naval ships, protecting the Mary without a scratch. And you come aboard only to damage the ship, Usopp exclaimed, pulling Moonlight up from the crater and pointing at the gaping hole. All right, everyone is here. So let us set sail, Luffy proclaimed, leaping to the bow with fervor. Did you even hear what I said? Usopp lamented, tears streaming down his face. Get used to it, Zoro reassured, patting Usopp's shoulder. What else can we do with such a captain? Sanji nodded in agreement. All right. The Mary is safe and sound. Let's set off. Nami smiled, directing everyone to tie the dragon to the back of the ship. After bidding farewell to the villagers and following Abi's directions, they embarked on their journey. Abi's possessed the power of the Whisper fruit, allowing her to converse with animals. Although the dragon was quite aged and occasionally forgetful, he could still recall crucial details when it mattered most. Before long, the group arrived at a small island. "Is this the Dragon Island?" they exclaimed, faces alight with excitement. Meanwhile, at the naval base, Eric and the colonel returned in a disheveled state, igniting a frenzy among the personnel. What? The colonel was defeated by the Straw Hat crew? They had 20 ships and over 40 cannons. The Straw Hat crew was indeed formidable. Truly, they were a group of pirates with a collective bounty exceeding 100 million. Their strength was undeniable. The naval officers exchanged astonished glances. "The Straw Hat crew, is it? How dare you impede my plans? I shall show no mercy." In the heart of the Grand Hall, Admiral Nelson, upon hearing the reports from Colonel and Eric, rose in fury from his seat. His imposing figure seemed to shake the very foundations of the chamber. Nelson turned his gaze toward Eric, incredulous. "Are you truly unable to contend with them?" He found it hard to believe, for he was well aware of Eric's prowess. Is there truly an adversary capable of matching him upon these waters? In a one-on-one confrontation, I would have no issue. However, the Straw Hat crew is far more formidable than the rumors suggest. I fell victim to their cunning, Eric confessed. He certainly would not admit to being bested by a single individual, especially not one who had dispatched him without him even landing a blow. Such humiliation was unbearable. Indeed. "Admiral, we have grossly underestimated the Straw Hat crew." The Navy colonel concurred. Aware that he could not confess to being defeated by a single person with over 20 ships at his command, such a disgrace would warrant 100 deaths. "Very well. The Straw Hat crew dares to thwart my grand design. I will eradicate you. Relay my orders. The entire fleet shall set sail, and I shall annihilate them upon the seas." Chapter 67. The mightiest force of the East Sea colonel's face was etched with astonishment. A full-scale military mobilization of this magnitude had not occurred for many years. The last time was during the lifetime of the pirate king, Roger. And now, history was repeating itself. Whether it was the so-called ruler of the East Sea, the Krieg pirates, or Arlong of the Arlong pirates. Although they reigned over their domains and were regarded as the mightiest pirates of the East Sea, all of it was mere flimsy paper before Admiral Nelson. Now, with the Straw Hat crew prompting a full military engagement once more, the entire East Sea was poised to erupt. This truly represented the most formidable power in the East Sea. "You have failed to complete your mission." After the departure of the naval colonel, only Eric and Nelson remained in the room. Nelson's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he regarded Eric. "Although I did not fulfill my mission, I encountered a millennial dragon," Eric stated calmly, unperturbed in the face of Nelson's scrutiny. "What?" Nelson's breath hitched, his eyes flashing with ecstasy. "Is this for real? A living millennial dragon?" "Indeed, but it seems to be nearing its end. Nevertheless, as long as I can acquire the most vital dragon bones from its body, it will suffice for immortality," Eric affirmed, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes at the mention of immortality. "Immortality, who wouldn't he desire it?" "Very well, let us proceed." Nelson nodded, eager to act without delay. Regardless of the Straw Hat crew or Eric, anyone who dared obstruct his pursuit of immortality would meet their demise. Is this truly the realm of the Millennial Dragon? It hardly resembles it. At this moment, Luffy and his companions had arrived at the island, only to stumble upon a dilapidated ruin and inadvertently fall into an underground palace. Observing the murals adorning the palace walls, devoid of any trace related to the Millennial Dragon, Nami couldn't help but voice her skepticism. Perhaps Lord Dragon is simply aging, leading to a lapse in memory, ABI's remarked awkwardly, casting a glance at Lord Dragon. A lapse in memory? Aging. So, does this imply we are merely wandering aimlessly? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned sharply towards ABI's. ABI's instantly felt like a needle on a pin, her unease palpable. Not necessarily. While this place is certainly not Dragon Island, it is undoubtedly related to it. Look at this mural. Does it not resemble Naval Island? Just then, moonlight pointed to a mural, although somewhat obscured by the passage of time. A closer inspection revealed it bore an uncanny resemblance to Naval Island. Really? This is Naval Island? The group exclaimed in astonishment as they scrutinized the image. Why does the depiction of Naval Island appear here? Zoro inquired, perplexed. Could it truly be connected to Dragon Island? Sanji exclaimed, excitement brimming within him. If he could obtain even a piece or two of the legendary dragon meat for his culinary creations, would he not become the legendary dragon chef? Perhaps this island served as a beacon guiding them toward Dragon Island. Usopp was filled with excitement, for this was the legendary adventure that ignited a long-lost fervor within him. Why do I look like a piece of meat? Luffy pondered, gazing curiously at the image before him. Goodness! At this remark, everyone fell silent. Can it truly resemble meat? Is there nothing else in your eyes apart from meat? What do you think, Moonlight? Nami inquired, turning to Moonlight, the only one among them who seemed reliable at that moment, with no clear direction and relying solely on a vague image that revealed little. There existed a possibility. The starting point might also be the end point. Dragon Island could very well be Warship Island. A gleam sparkled in Moonlight's eyes as he spoke. Warship Island is indeed Dragon Island. It merely sank beneath the sea due to oceanic currents, and it will take time to resurface. But how long will that be? Who knows? Moreover, I cannot guarantee it will reappear. The starting point is the end point? The crowd was perplexed, gazing at Moonlight in bewilderment. I am merely speculating. 1,000-year dragon is an extraordinary creature. Why would it appear specifically at Warship Island? Surely there are many islands nearby, some far more preferable than Warship Island. He claims to have been separated from his companions and, exhausted, chose to rest on the island. But did his comrades not notice his absence? Would they not return to search for him? The contradictions in the dragon's words led me to wonder, could it be that Dragon Island is indeed Warship Island? And his companions did seek him, only to depart due to unforeseen circumstances? Moonlight articulated, it is entirely possible. Upon hearing this, Usopp immediately clapped in agreement. Indeed. If that were the case, it made sense, yet there was no evidence to substantiate it. Sanji nodded, his eyes shimmering with wisdom, but ultimately, it remained mere conjecture. Unless the true Dragon Island was found, no one could provide proof. Furthermore, Dragon was currently in a state of confusion, leaving everyone in a fog. I estimate. Nami was about to speak when suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Countless cannonballs bombarded the island, shaking its very foundation. What is happening? The crowd gasped in shock. It's the Navy. Moonlight reacted swiftly, leaping outside the palace to find the entire island surrounded by naval forces. Damn it, has the Navy already arrived? That was quick. Upon hearing this, everyone was alarmed and hurriedly exited the palace to behold the Navy encircling the island in overwhelming numbers. My goodness, has the entire Navy mobilized? Even Zoro, with his stoic demeanor, was taken aback by the sight. 1 ship, 2 ships, 50 ships, 50 naval vessels, and they appear to be combat ships. How many personnel are there? 8,000, 10,000, 20,000. Ah, we are utterly doomed. Usopp trembled with trepidation, meticulously counting the naval warships that surrounded them. Upon reaching the final count, he was so frightened that he dropped to the ground in despair. To make matters worse, they also had a battleship. Sanji took a deep drag of his smoke, his gaze directed towards the naval center, where a colossal monstrosity loomed over the sea like a behemoth. This was the Navy's unparalleled weapon, a tool for suppressing pirates and asserting dominance upon the waves. The fact that even a battleship had arrived was an exaggeration of the situation. Nami was utterly astonished. Such a formidable naval force was nothing short of terrifying. It was Admiral Nelson, who had mobilized the entire Navy in pursuit of Dragon, driven by his insatiable ambition for immortality. What we now faced was the true might of the East Blue, a force like no other. Chapter 68. The most powerful man in the East Sea. Abis exclaimed in terror, her eyes filled with despair. Admiral Nelson had unleashed his entire fleet, 50 colossal vessels, and a single warship, an awe-inspiring display of might. Any pirate would be utterly powerless against such overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the 50 great ships commenced their bombardment, locking onto their targets and unleashing a torrent of fire. The sheer ferocity of the assault was terrifying. Cannons were aimed at the island, and in an instant, 100 projectiles soared through the air, crashing violently upon the land. The island trembled as if shaken by a great earthquake, echoing with anguished cries. Countless boulders, small hills, trees, flying creatures. and terrestrial beings, all life upon the sea was quaking under the relentless barrage. Such strength, the synchronized cannon fire, imbued with world-shattering power, was more than sufficient to obliterate this small island. Fortunately, the island was uninhabited. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Meanwhile, the Mary was tossed like a fragile leaf upon the waves, but thankfully, the Navy's focus was not on her. Every cannonball struck true upon the island, leaving the Mary miraculously unscathed. Incredible! This was the unmatched power of Admiral Nelson, the supreme ruler of the seas. We seem to have no possibility of retaliation, Zoro remarked gravely. The scene before them was astonishing. The force at play was beyond what a mere individual could withstand. We must have thoroughly provoked this admiral, after all. He is the highest authority in the East Sea, capable of such might. Sanji inhaled deeply, his tone somber. It is not merely that we have provoked him, rather, we have thwarted his ambition for immortality. Who would accept such interference, especially someone of his stature as a Navy admiral? Nami's expression was grave as she scanned the waters, seeking any opportunity to escape. As a navigator, harnessing the ocean was her forte. Stop speculating and think of a way to get us out of here. Usopp's face had gone pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Such power could slay gods and vanquish Buddhas. It was unfathomable. Even Zoro, who usually feared nothing, wore a troubled expression. What hope did he have? It's futile. Give up. Whatever Admiral Nelson intends to accomplish, he will undoubtedly succeed. No one can stand in his way, for he is the strongest man in the East Sea. ABI spoke each word with a heavy heart, utterly hopeless. With this man in motion, who could withstand his might? Luffy, we entrust everything to you. Just then, Moonlight stepped forward and spoke. Moonlight, what do you intend to do? Nami felt an uneasy sensation rise within her as she questioned. Indeed, Moonlight, in this situation, do not act foolishly. This is 50 ships, all commanded by a single man. This is not like the situation in Logtown. Usopp called out urgently. He had an inkling of Moonlight's intentions. But how could that even be possible? Moonlight. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward. Sanji, rarely losing composure, discarded his cigarette, his expression grave. Though his words were few, their meaning was unmistakable. If battle was imminent, he would fight. Luffy remained silent, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the moonlight. It was the first time such an expression graced his face. There is no need for concern. You must ensure the safety of Master Long. Though I may not be an equal match for such firepower, I can certainly hold them off. During this time, you should act swiftly. Once you are free, I will pursue them, rest assured, Moonlight said with a faint smile. With a sudden resolve, he enveloped himself in armament haki, brandishing his sword, the Kusanagi. 3-segment slash? A crescent-shaped sword aura surged down from the mountain with ferocity, as Moonlight charged along with it. Moonlight. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Was he truly going to confront 50 large ships alone? Everyone, hurry. Luffy suddenly shouted, his face as serious as a stormy sea, directing his attention towards the group. All right. It was the first time they had seen such a look on Luffy's face, and they dared not delay. Following Moonlight's lead, they swiftly retreated downhill with Master Long, drawing the full brunt of the Navy's firepower. Moonlight could not hold out for long, thus. They must not squander the precious time he had fought to secure with his life. Every second counted. That rotund man possesses such capabilities. At this moment, Eric stood nearby, witnessing the scene where Nelson commanded the troops to concentrate their fire, a barrage of cannon fire erupting in unison. His heart was filled with awe. Pirates swarmed like locusts, rampant across the seas, especially in this new era following Roger's demise. Yet, why had no pirate ever stood against the Navy directly? Even the legendary 4 emperors faltered. He had often pondered this mystery, but now it became clear. Regardless of one's strength, how could one withstand the Navy's relentless cannonade? This was merely the East Blue. What level of ferocity awaited at the Navy headquarters? Though many pirates existed, the Navy remained the strongest force. Now, those pirates should make their appearance. Otherwise, they will be swallowed by the sea along with the island, remarked a Navy colonel, gazing at Nelson with admiration. Indeed, they must emerge. If they do not, they shall sink into the ocean, Nelson replied with a knowing smile, confident that everything was under his control, as if to affirm his statement. A crescent-shaped sword aura suddenly descended from the mountain peak. The sword energy was fierce and tumultuous, cutting through all it encountered, unstoppable in its path. Rolling down the mountainside towards them. Have they truly emerged? The Navy colonel felt a surge of adrenaline and commanded, "Fire!" Instantly, 100 cannons soared, unleashing a barrage upon the sword energy. This sword energy was immensely powerful, segment after segment, comprising 3 distinct slashes, with Moonlight's armament hockey entwined around it. Its potency was magnified, each segment more formidable than the last. However, beneath the relentless barrage of the Navy's artillery, they were forcefully scattered. The cannon fire was fierce and invincible. What is mere sword energy in comparison? It was the vice-captain of the Straw Hat crew, the swordsman Moonlight, who single-handedly destroyed over 20 of our ships. Alas, now Admiral Nelson himself was at the helm, unlike before. No matter how refined your swordsmanship, beneath the bombardment, you shall inevitably sink into the depths of the ocean. The naval colonel scoffed. He had already spotted Moonlight. Just as he was about to issue another command for concentrated fire upon Moonlight, suddenly, Moonlight raised his grass-cutting sword once more. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped sword energy, 50 meters wide and 100 meters long, surged forth with ferocity. Where the sword energy passed, the sea churned violently, creating tumultuous waves that surged toward the Navy. Futile. At this moment, no matter how advanced your sword skills, you are merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The naval colonel sneered, and instantly, 100 cannons roared to life. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire blazed through the air, causing the entire ocean to lament in response. The sword energy unleashed by Moonlight was once again obliterated. Chapter 69. I acknowledge this, Vice Captain. The might of the Navy is indeed formidable. Upon witnessing this, Moonlight felt a shiver run through him. Under the pressure of level 4 armament hockey, he exerted himself to the fullest, yet could barely hold his ground against the Navy. The barrage of cannon fire was truly terrifying. However, this was also a testament to Nelson's impeccable command. Without his flawless leadership, even 100 cannonades would have been futile against him. This clearly illustrates the strength of this individual, undeniably a figure standing at the pinnacle of the East Blue. Yet, Moonlight glanced towards Luffy and his crew, who were swiftly approaching the Mary with the Dragon Master in tow. It seemed they would need a bit more time. With this thought, Moonlight's pupils flickered. Phantom sword dance. Boom. Countless sword energies surged forth, cleaving through the air, while phantoms continuously coalesced around him. A vast mass of sword energy concentrated forcefully, striking the tumultuous sea before him. The ocean roared, churning with monstrous waves. Remarkably, he still stands. This swordsman possesses some intrigue, managing to withstand my relentless barrage. Nelson's eyes sparkled with surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable swordsman. Admiral, we have located the Straw Hat crew. They are bringing the ancient dragon aboard. At that moment, a Navy colonel reported urgently upon spotting Luffy and his companions. Ancient dragon? Upon hearing this, Nelson's breath hitched, and he immediately seized his telescope to gaze into the distance. Instantly, he beheld the massive form of the ancient dragon. Excellent. You all continue to concentrate fire on this man. Do not relent. The rest of you, change course and intercept the Straw Hat crew. Nelson decisively commanded. What? Admiral, are you truly going to sail the warship into danger yourself? Isn't that too reckless? The Navy colonel exclaimed. Reckless? Not at all, for we have Eric. With his strength, dealing with the Straw Hat crew will pose no issue. Moreover, this warship is equipped with the revolutionary new weapon crafted by the esteemed scientist Vegapunk. The laser particle cannon. What is there to fear? Nelson replied, exuding confidence in the warship. What? Vegapunk? Laser particle cannon? The colonel gasped in astonishment. Vegapunk, the foremost genius scientist of the world government, could truly be considered the greatest in the world. If GOLD, Roger was the pirate king of the previous era, then Vegapunk is the foremost scientist of this age, reigning supreme in the realm of science, unmatched by any. That is not the issue, however. Admiral, I have one query. Do we truly require 50 warships to deal with Moonlight alone? Isn't that a bit excessive? The Navy colonel nodded hastily, but then hesitated, glancing at Moonlight. 50 warships. Just to combat one man? Surely, we are overestimating this individual. It is not about confrontation, but rather obstruction. This man has surpassed the realm we can contend with. It is already remarkable that we can hinder him here. Although he is formidable, not even the 7 warlords can match him. The emergence of such a man in the East Sea is astonishing, yet what does it matter? How can one individual stand against me while navigating the seas? Nelson smiled faintly, then steered the warship in the direction of Luffy and his companions. What? It is merely obstruction, not confrontation? The 7 warlords? This moonlight has attained the power of the 7 warlords. Upon hearing this, the naval colonel felt as though struck by lightning, staring in utter shock at Moonlight. Boom. At that moment, Moonlight unleashed the Phantom Sword dance, coalescing into a massive crescent blade of energy that surged through the sea. Boom, boom, boom. 50 great ships unleashed a cacophony of cannon fire, all targeting Moonlight. Instantly, 100 cannonballs streaked across the sky, howling towards him. The ocean was violently stirred, waves crashing and rolling with ferocity. The terrifying collision even caused the clouds above to churn tumultuously. After the barrage, as the colonel observed Moonlight standing unscathed, poised to swing his sword again, he suddenly comprehended the words of the admiral. The 100 cannon salvos were merely a means to obstruct Moonlight. They could not truly contend with this man, for he had already attained the strength of the 7 warlords. Without this volley and formation, they could not hope to confront him. Alone, he could challenge the entire navy. Initially, he had doubted that such a being could exist in the East Sea. But now he believed, for this extraordinary individual stood right before him. Their bombardment merely served to block the strikes emitted by Moonlight, nothing more. Realizing this, he dared not be careless any longer, urgently commanding the navy to continue the relentless cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. The ocean surged tumultuously. The waters where Moonlight and the 50 ships were located completely engulfed in terrifying waves. How infuriating. Their firepower was overwhelming. I am powerless against them, and they are powerless against me. Moonlight felt a sense of helplessness. Truly, Admiral Nelson's concentrated cannon fire was immensely potent, effectively trapping him in place, preventing any advance. However, to think this would suffice to contend with him was far from enough. Yet, blocking his movements was entirely achievable. He could not break through. Of course, he could retreat. But if he did, the Mary would have to endure the brunt of his cannon fire. The Mary would be reduced to wreckage, scattered across the sea. And Luffy and his companions would suffer grave consequences. Thus, he could not withdraw. As he watched Nelson's ship depart, he could only place his faith in Luffy and his crew. Navigating these vast waters alone was untenable, no matter how skilled he was with the sword, or how invincible he seemed. Reaching the destination alone was impossible. My heavens, is that truly Moonlight? He single-handedly halted the advance of 50 naval ships? At that moment, the thunderous vibrations from the cannon fire captured the attention of Luffy and his crew, leaving them in utter astonishment. The brilliance of the Moonlight is indeed remarkable. But to such an extent, it seems almost exaggerated. It is as if it represents 50 formidable naval ships, equivalent to a mid-sized naval base. In such a scenario, could it be said that the Moonlight alone stands as a counterpart to an entire naval installation? Usopp voiced his astonishment first. Not only is he an exceptional swordsman, but he also cares deeply for us. His actions are a testament to his role as a true vice-captain. Sanji took a deep puff of smoke, gazing at the Moonlight. And at that moment, he fully acknowledged its power. This vice-captain, I accept without reservation. Zoro nodded in agreement. Despite his rebellious nature, he too recognized the strength before him. Such a formidable individual, regardless of where he goes, commands respect. He could easily pursue grander ambitions, yet chooses to sail with us, caring for our well-being without a hint of disdain, even risking himself against the Navy for our sake. Who else could embody the role of a vice-captain, if not he? Nami looked at the Moonlight with unwavering determination. You all. ABI's felt her eyes welling with tears, profoundly moved. This is the essence of true piracy. Moonlight, you must hurry. We still have adventures to embark on together. Luffy burst into laughter, calling out to the Moonlight from afar. Instantly, his voice reverberated across the sea, crystal clear for all to hear. In response, the corners of the Moonlight's mouth lifted, with the left hand extended and thumb raised high. Chapter 70. The Cunning Schemes of Admiral Nelson. While you squander your time here with idle chatter, it would be far more prudent to contemplate your impending predicament. Straw Hat Crew, today you shall not escape unscathed. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air. It was Admiral Nelson, commanding his warship, with Eric at the forefront, casting a cold glare at the assembly. Without the suppression of moonlight, the Straw Hat Crew was rendered insignificant. He swiftly moved, gliding through the air towards them. I shall take my leave. Observing this, Zoro drew his 3 swords, charging at Eric with a fierce slash. Bang! The clash of formidable forces was evenly matched. All right. It's your turn, Zoro. Luffy nodded, displaying unwavering trust in Zoro, while the others hurriedly assisted Dragon, navigating in the direction indicated by him. What is happening? Are we back at Warship Island? After a while, Luffy and his companions were astonished to discover they had unwittingly circled back. The island before them, resembling a warship, was indeed Warship Island. ABIs, what on earth is going on? Sanji inquired. I have no idea. Dragon's memories come in fragments. He mentioned it was in this vicinity. ABIs replied, her expression one of exasperation as she looked at Dragon. Damn, has he truly become senile? Sanji furrowed his brow. Such a situation would indeed complicate matters. Boom. Suddenly, a massive surge of waves erupted around the Mary. Instantly, the currents churned violently, propelling the Mary far away, while Dragon was struck by the towering waves. Howling in pain. This is bad. That scoundrel Nelson is approaching with his warship. ABIs exclaimed in panic. At this moment, Nelson piloted the warship towards the Mary. On board, a cannon as large as a water barrel was aimed directly at the Mary. That had been his doing. Ah, it's a warship. The Navy's divine instrument of navigation upon the seas. Few vessels can withstand its bombardment. Usopp trembled. The Navy's might, which allows it to dominate the seas, is largely attributed to these warships. This is a formidable weapon. Even the greatest pirates may not possess one. We are in deep trouble. Nami expressed her concern. Before the warship, the Mary appeared as a mere child, utterly defenseless. The previous cannon fire was likely a deliberate miss. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Sanji inhaled deeply, standing on the deck, his expression grave. No need to worry, press on, Luffy proclaimed, his fists clenched, brimming with fighting spirit. Understood. The crew nodded, continuing their course with Dragon in tow. Crush them, Straw Hat Crew. Nelson cackled, declaring that the previous cannon shot, merely a warning in the name of Navy justice, would not be so lenient if they remained obstinate. Particularly upon seeing the ancient dragon being carried behind the Mary, his face gleamed with insatiable greed. Immortality. Attack. Unleash a fierce assault. Nelson commanded. Boom. Upon the warship, the cannon fire erupted with a resounding blast. A cannonball, the size of a barrel, was propelled forth at an astonishing velocity, thrice that of the artillery found on standard vessels. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for reaction. Boom. The cannonball struck Lord Long directly, eliciting a deafening roar and a series of anguished cries from him. Oh no! Nami exclaimed, panic evident in her voice. The speed was overwhelming, rendering them unable to react. Too fast. Sanji's face darkened. He had underestimated the might of the warship. Ah! Usopp trembled uncontrollably, yet he hastened to steer the ship, desperate to flee the perilous scene. Damn it! Luffy gritted his teeth, the speed too great for him to comprehend. Sanji, you guard that side. I'll cover this side. Usopp, Nami, everyone, hurry. Luffy shouted, quickly devising a plan. Rubber balloon. He inhaled deeply, his body swelling dramatically until it resembled a colossal sphere, effectively blocking all potential attack routes toward the Mary. Good. Sanji nodded, positioning himself on the opposite side of the ship, obstructing the cannon fire's trajectory. Smash it to pieces. Nelson sneered, acknowledging the Straw Hat Crew's resilience, yet he remained unfazed. Before the imposing warship, they were utterly defenseless. The warship surged forward, intent on ramming the Mary into oblivion. Damn it, he's coming straight for us. Luffy's expression darkened at the sight. The enemy was cunning and shrewd. It was that he lacked strength, but rather that all his might was rendered ineffective. It was as though their adversary possessed an uncanny insight into their plans, countering their every move before they could act. The sensation was unbearable. Is this the power of Admiral Nelson? We are utterly overwhelmed before him. Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, sighing deeply. He recognized that their meager tactics had long been analyzed and anticipated by the enemy, who was always a step ahead. No matter how powerful they were, without their ship, they were akin to fish trapped in a barrel. Such a formidable opponent, Usopp thought, who typically devised the most strategies among them, felt utterly insignificant before Nelson. Usopp turned the helm 45 degrees to the left. The warship is about to collide, Nami shouted, deftly maneuvering the ship using the currents while calling out to Usopp. Without hesitation, Usopp obeyed the command. All right. He followed her instructions without hesitation. Huh. You were finished? Eric scoffed, glancing over with disdain. Although that rotund Nelson possesses little personal strength, he is an admiral of the East Blue, cunning as a fox. No matter how formidable you may be, without a ship on the sea, you are merely a turtle in a jar. Damn it. Zoro was in a state of panic. Yet the formidable strength of Eric before him was undeniable, leaving him momentarily unable to break through. Truly, as a battleship, the naval headquarters possessed limited numbers. And such an unparalleled vessel of the seas was indeed terrifying. Its bombardments were immensely powerful, particularly that of Nelson, who rightfully earned the title of admiral. Luffy and his crew were utterly at his mercy. Moonlight felt a surge of anxiety as well, yet he found himself immobilized, unable to take a single step. The naval artillery seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly bombarding him without respite. Was this person even human? After enduring such a barrage, he appeared utterly unfazed. The naval colonels were equally astonished. Their continuous fire had not ceased for even a moment, and despite the passage of time, Moonlight showed no sign of fatigue, remaining as vigorous as ever. His stamina seemingly limitless. Such a fierce individual left them in awe. However, upon witnessing Nelson steering the battleship towards the Mary, a smile crept onto his face. Truly, Nelson was remarkable. This was splendid. The Straw Hat crew was doomed. Indeed, the Admiral was about to bring this to an end. Hail to the Admiral. Long live the Admiral. Chapter 71. The doldrums. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire Navy erupted in jubilant cheers of victory. The Straw Hat crew was doomed. No matter how formidable one may be, one must kneel before the might of a warship. Oh no, time is running out. Nami exclaimed in alarm at this moment. No matter how swift they were, they could not outpace the warship. In the presence of such a colossal vessel, the Going Merry trembled like a frail kitten. Desperation. Sanji had resolved to perish alongside the enemy. If you destroy my ship, I shall take your warship as compensation. Rubber balloon. Luffy inhaled deeply, causing his body to swell, positioning himself across the ship, intending to utilize the elasticity of rubber to halt the warship's advance. However, the onslaught of the warship was ferocious, particularly as Nelson was well prepared. In that instant, the impact upon the water unleashed a force powerful enough to sink a small island. Boom. Luffy was abruptly compressed, crushed, and further compressed. Luffy! Usopp cried out in distress. Huh. Sanji's gaze narrowed as he prepared to act. Though Luffy was made of rubber, he too had his limits. If this continued, he would surely be crushed. Hey, Nelson, you villain. We are right here. Come and chase us. Just then, Abi's voice rang out, revealing her departure from the Going Merry, drifting alone upon the sea with Dragon. They seek me, everyone. I cannot continue to be a burden. Abi's declared resolutely, accompanied by a dragon. They floated away on the currents. Abi's. Nami shouted frantically upon seeing this. Yet, Abi's continued to drift further away. Oh no, the Millennium Dragon. In the midst of battling Zoro, Eric noticed the Millennium Dragon drifting away and immediately abandoned his fight to pursue it swiftly aboard a speedboat. His sole focus was the Millennium Dragon. Everything else was inconsequential. The elixir of immortality. Nelson's pupils dilated. Disregarding the Straw Hat crew, he promptly commanded the pursuit of the Millennium Dragon. Yes, military orders must be obeyed. The crew hastily altered their course towards the Millennium Dragon. Even the 50 ships engaged in combat with the Moonlight immediately redirected their trajectory towards the Millennium Dragon. Nothing could compare to the allure of immortality. Their objective was Abi's. Quickly, protect Abi's. Abi's. Zoro and Sanji joined together. Witnessing Abi's depart, they hurriedly exclaimed, All right. Without further urging, Usopp adjusted their course and set off in pursuit. A magnificent spectacle unfolded. Across the boundless sea, ABIs and the Millennium Dragon drifted away. While Eric rode the waves fiercely on a speedboat, and Admiral Nelson commanded his warship, flanked by 50 ships in tow, their speed surpassing even that of Eric. Though the Going Merry persistently chased after them, how could it ever rival a warship? Yet, Nami's navigational skills were remarkable, while they could not surpass the warship. They kept pace closely. Has it truly evolved into such a situation? The Moonlight observed the scene, astonished that Abyss would make such a decision in the end. At that moment, he executed the dragon's breakthrough, uniting sword and spirit, moving swiftly across the sea. His speed rivaled that of a battleship. Yet suddenly his pupils constricted as he gazed into the distant waters. That was. Meanwhile, the naval commander's expression changed dramatically, shouting urgently, "Quick, everyone! Halt at once! Admiral, that area is the doldrums." "What? The doldrums? This is bad. Stop immediately." Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with fear and hastily came to a halt. Even Nelson furrowed his brow, immediately halting the battleship. It was no joke. Creatures of the sea, like the Sea Kings, could easily obliterate even 10 battleships with a single blow. The sovereign of the ocean, the Sea Kings, ruled the depths. This is dire. It's the doldrums. Nami's complexion changed, for she was well aware of what the doldrums entailed. It was the graveyard of all navigators. What are the doldrums? Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy inquired in unison. Even the far-ahead Eric frowned, slowing his pace. Though he yearned for immortality, he was not foolish. Something horrifying must have transpired in this situation. The so-called doldrums refer to areas devoid of wind and ocean currents. There, everything stands still. A ship relies on wind and currents to sail. Without them, it would remain trapped indefinitely, especially when. Nami explained, trembling as she spoke. The doldrums were where the Sea Kings resided. Typically, there were at least dozens of Sea Kings congregating in such areas, and that was merely an estimate. In such a place, hundreds or even thousands could be present. What? Everyone was left speechless. A single Sea King was already terrifying enough, let alone hundreds or thousands. Who could withstand that? Regardless of the Sea Kings or the doldrums, Abyss is our ally, and we must pursue. Usopp, set sail. However, Luffy disregarded the warnings, shouting loudly. Seeing Abyss drifting towards the doldrums, he could not afford to hesitate. Yes. Usopp promptly obeyed the command and sprang into action. Nami nodded. Although the doldrums were a perilous place, they had to venture forth for their companion. Sanji and Zoro also nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. Just then, Moonlight, united with his sword, surged through the waters, sending waves of air roaring in his wake. He charged resolutely towards the doldrums. Moonlight! Hey, Moonlight! That's the doldrums. Usopp and the others shouted in alarm. Yet, Moonlight raised his thumb, declaring, "Leave it to me, I will bring Abyss back." "Moonlight, it's entrusted to you." Luffy shouted in response. "Understood, Captain." Moonlight replied, vanishing from their sight in an instant. The doldrums, a graveyard for all mariners, whether naval officers or pirates alike. Among us. Luffy, you are but a landlubber. Sanji and Zoro, though formidable, still fall short when confronting the Sea Kings. Usopp is a charlatan, and I possess no strength to speak of. At present, only the Moonlight remains. Nami murmured, though reluctant to admit it. He is indeed our sole hope for rescuing ABIs. Sanji and Zoro nodded, for the first time acknowledging Nami's words. How have I become a fraud? I am but innocent. Usopp wept profusely. Sister, could you not spare me some dignity? Moonlight. Luffy gazed intently at the sea, fully aware of the ocean's terror as a landlubber. Have we truly entered the doldrums? Nelson surveyed the distant waters, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Shall we surrender? Or continue to resist? Who can stand against the Sea Kings? No one. Chapter 72. The power of the Whispering Fruit. However, this perplexity did not endure for long. Suddenly, the calm of the doldrums was shattered by a thunderous roar. The sea began to churn violently, colossal waves radiating outward from the center of the doldrums. The tumultuous waters roared, and one after another, enormous whirlpools, each measuring 10 meters in diameter, surged with ferocity. It resembled a terrifying sea beast, turning the ocean upside down as if to unleash chaos upon it. Amidst this, the startled cries of Abyss could be heard. This is bad. Abyss is in danger. Moonlight. This is terrible. On board the Mary, Luffy and the others exclaimed in alarm. Have we disturbed the Sea Kings? Nelson's expression darkened to the utmost. The Millennium Dragon was to be swallowed by the Sea Kings just like that? Yet he dared not linger, for as a Sea Admiral, he understood the terror of the Sea Kings all too well, especially with the monstrous waves raging before them. Any further delay could spell disaster. Reluctantly, he commanded an immediate retreat. Damn it, Eric seethed, although he was determined to capture the Millennium Dragon in this dire situation. No matter how much courage he possessed or how enticing the prospect of immortality might be, he lacked the bravery to press on. Abyss. Moonlight. Luffy and the others cried out, determined to steer the Mary towards a rescue. They would never abandon her. But just then, a scene that left everyone aghast unfolded. From within the doldrums, a dozen colossal figures, towering over 10 meters, suddenly burst forth, the ocean heaving and roaring violently. It was the Sea Kings, and their target was none other than everyone present. This is bad. The Sea Kings have gone berserk. At once. Nelson could no longer afford to delay and urgently issued the command to flee. Eric wished he could grow more legs to escape faster. So immense. Is this what the Sea Kings truly are? Nami and Usopp trembled, gazing at the imposing figures before them, utterly horrified. Damn it. Sanji and Zoro, though brimming with battle spirit, felt a sense of helplessness in the face of so many colossal beings suddenly charging forth. One or two would be manageable, but this many? It was a jest. Look. Yet Luffy was undeterred, ready to avenge Abyss, when suddenly his gaze shifted, and he beheld Moonlight standing calmly, sword in hand, atop one of the Sea Kings. Abyss waved her hand beside him, greeting everyone. Behind the Sea Kings, the Millennium Dragon was being dragged along, galloping towards them. What? This? No way. Is that Moonlight? What is happening? Hearing Luffy's shout, Sanji and the others were taken aback, turning to look, and were instantly struck dumb, staring in disbelief at this astonishing scene. What in the world is going on? The Sea Kings are pulling the Millennium Dragon? Moonlight and Abyss are standing atop them, completely unharmed, as if the Sea Kings were obedient to their command. How could such a thing be possible? The departed Nielsen stood in astonishment. Could it be that the Sea Kings had been tamed? A collective gasp echoed among the Navy, their faces etched with disbelief as they witnessed the extraordinary scene unfold. Is this truly happening? It must be a fabrication. My heavens. Eric abruptly halted, his mouth agape as if he could accommodate a duck egg. Utterly shocked by the spectacle before him, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. How could such an event transpire if not in a dreamlike state? Thank you, Lord Moonlight, for rescuing me. ABI's expressed her heartfelt gratitude, gazing at the Moonlight with admiration. She had thought her fate was sealed. Arriving in the doldrums and inadvertently alarming such colossal beings, she and Lord Dragon were destined to be consumed by the Sea Kings. To her astonishment, Moonlight surged forth. And with a mere glance, all the ferocious Sea Kings trembled in fear, quaking like frightened fowl. Where had their dignity vanished? Ultimately, Moonlight encouraged her to communicate with them. As a wielder of the Whisper Fruit, she possessed the ability to delve into the hearts of all living creatures. It was through this power that she had first connected with Lord Dragon. Upon attempting to communicate, she discovered that indeed, the Sea Kings were capable of dialogue. From their exchanges, she could deeply sense their terrifying inner thoughts and their dread of Moonlight. While she was overwhelmed with shock, she shared their plight, and to her astonishment, the Sea Kings agreed to assist them. Elation surged within her. These Sea Kings were truly benevolent. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Is Lord Dragon recalling everything now? Moonlight inquired softly. Yes, Lord Dragon has remembered everything. Battleship Island is Dragon Island, and Dragon Island is Battleship Island. ABI's affirmed with a nod. The immense revelation stirred Lord Dragon's memories, prompting him to command the Sea Kings to confront the Navy while they sought out Dragon Island. Indeed, ABI's nodded, leaning upon a Sea King to communicate. In unison, all the Sea Kings nodded vigorously, roaring as they charged towards the Navy. What is happening? Why are the Sea Kings coming towards us? What did that girl say to them? The Navy soldiers were gripped by fear as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. Retreat. Turn back, Nielsen ordered urgently, not daring to delay. The allure of immortality was tempting, but to perish now would mean the end of everything. Thus, the entire Navy began to flee. ABI's Moonlight. Luffy and the others joyfully called out, simultaneously pulling the two onto the Mary. What on earth has transpired? Why are all the Sea Kings attacking the Navy? Usopp inquired incredulously. He was not alone. Every member aboard the ship was equally curious. ABI's glanced at Moonlight and proceeded to elaborate. So, it was like this. Your ability proved invaluable. Luffy nodded in understanding. He comprehended now. This Moonlight fellow instilled such fear even in the Sea Kings. At times, I find myself pondering whether the Moonlight is the reincarnation of a Sea King. The others, including Sanji, gazed at the Moonlight in astonishment, while Usopp's imagination soared, daring to speculate about the true origins of the Moonlight. Master Dragon. We have arrived at Battleship Island. Moonlight turned its gaze towards Master Dragon. By this moment, Master Dragon had risen to his feet, upon recalling everything. He seemed to regain his vigor, unfurling his wings and roaring into the sky. In an instant, the sound of dragon roars reverberated across the sea. What is he doing? Luffy inquired. He claims to have found Dragon Island, right here, and he is also calling out to his companions. ABI's translated. Companions? Could it be that this truly is Dragon Island? The companions of the 1,000-year dragon? Wouldn't that also imply the presence of a 1,000-year dragon? Chapter 73. Departure to the Grand Line. Upon hearing the news, Luffy and his companions were filled with anticipation. Dragon Island, a place of legend. Suddenly, from the distant horizon, a series of resonating dragon roars echoed simultaneously, as if numerous dragons were responding to one another. What was this sound? The crowd was taken aback. Swiftly turning their gaze toward the sky, Usopp, seizing his binoculars, peered into the distance. Suddenly, he froze, as if struck by a powerful force, rendered speechless and motionless. What was that? Luffy and the others were drawn to the spectacle, their eyes converging on the horizon. Then, black dots began to appear in the distance, rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed. In an instant, they transformed into a multitude of Millennium Dragons, densely packed, numbering in the thousands, accompanied by Lord Dragon's mighty roar. The chorus of dragons filled the air. The cacophony of 1,000 dragons resounded, overwhelming the nearby seas and skies, creating tumultuous waves even in the ocean. Could it be Millennium Dragons? So many of them? The sheer number of Millennium Dragons still existing in the world was astonishing. Even the Navy, engaged in fierce combat with the Sea Kings, paused in awe at this magnificent sight, left speechless. The elixir of immortality. Nelson gasped, realizing that although the Sea Kings had proven formidable against his fleet, the sheer presence of so many Millennium Dragons was akin to witnessing a multitude of life-extending potions. Among those sharing this revelation was Eric, who, captivated by the scene before him, disregarded the pursuit of the Sea Kings and immediately turned back. The Sea Kings, too, were astonished, halting their advance to gaze skyward. Though they were the sovereigns of the sea, the Millennium Dragons ruled the skies. The two realms of kings converged in this expanse of ocean. However, the Millennium Dragons paid no heed to the Sea Kings, unleashing their collective roars that reverberated through the heavens, sending shockwaves across the ocean. At that moment, Lord Dragon was equally exhilarated, roaring in tandem with his kin. Luffy and his companions stood in awe, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, rendered silent. Only ABI's displayed unrestrained excitement. From the resonating roars, she knew they were communicating. This was indeed Dragon Island. Just then, seemingly influenced by the roars of the Millennium Dragons, the waters surrounding the battleship island underwent a sudden upheaval. As if the very seabed were quaking, the ocean erupted in tumultuous waves, and from the center of the battleship island, violent whirlpools began to emerge. Soon, island shrouded in mist and rejuvenated in splendor ascended from the whirlpools, creating a breathtaking archipelago within the 10-mile sea. The atmosphere was refreshing, with a rainbow spanning the islands. As the Millennium Dragons, as if returning to their homeland, alighted upon the land, Lord Dragon soared high, rejuvenated, and, finding solace upon this familiar ground, lazily reclined, closing his eyes in contentment. Long ago, Master Long recounted, Dragon Island would periodically sink beneath the waves, compelling its inhabitants to abandon their homeland and wander aimlessly. Initially, he and his companions embarked on this journey together, but alas, he found himself unable to continue mid-flight, resulting in his companions departing without him. Little did he anticipate that this moment of pause would extend into many years. He expressed profound gratitude to those who enabled his return to his native land. Abyss, brimming with joy, translated this for Master Long, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master Long." In response, Luffy and the others burst into laughter, echoing her sentiments. It must be the result of underwater volcanic activity, or perhaps changes in ocean currents, Nami observed in wonder. The sea is ever tumultuous. What appears calm on the surface may conceal tumultuous currents beneath. Surely, Dragon Island's plight stemmed from some form of underwater disturbance. Analyzing the situation from a nautical perspective seemed to yield conclusions. "Wow, Miss Nami, the beacon of wisdom shines bright," Sanji declared, instantly captivated. Zoro remained silent, resting his hand against the ship's mast, mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery before him. How stunning. I never imagined the ocean could be so beautiful. Yet, in comparison to its vastness, we are but insignificant beings. Even a creature as majestic as a 1,000-year dragon must flee when the ocean rages. What hope do we have? Usopp sighed, unusually refraining from boasting, instead murmuring softly. The sight of the 1,000-year dragon returning to its homeland stirred a longing for his own home. Indeed, the ocean is vast, and we are diminutive, yet therein lies the essence of our existence, does it not? The 1,000-year dragon traverses great distances to return home. We risk our lives at sea, all in pursuit of our individual dreams. Every being in this world deserves reverence, and every beautiful vista invites admiration. However, the most crucial aspect is our dreams, for they embody the meaning of our existence, Luffy proclaimed. Now that Abyss can communicate with the Sea Kings, our business here is concluded. With the Sea Kings guarding us, the Navy poses little threat. It is time for us to embark on our journey amidst such splendid scenery. Moonlight suggested, glancing at Luffy. This guy. Sanji and the others turned to Moonlight, marveling at his wisdom. True to his role as first mate, he consistently articulated profound insights that left them in awe. Luffy then waved enthusiastically at Abyss, shouting joyfully, "Abyss, we're setting sail. Farewell. Thank you all." "Thank you," Abyss replied, extending her arms with heartfelt gratitude and repeated apologies. Even Master Long and all the 1,000-year dragons looked toward Luffy and his companions, nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly expressing their appreciation. As for the Navy and the relentless attempts of Eric to approach the island, they were no more than ants attempting to shake a tree in the presence of the Sea Kings. Before long, they were cast into the ocean, drifting away with the tides. At that moment, after bidding farewell to Abyss, the Mary sailed forth towards the Grand Line under Nami's guidance. A group of individuals was brimming with excitement as they observed the ever-changing ocean currents, realizing they had reached the East China Sea. At that moment, the currents surged with increasing ferocity, and suddenly, all the water seemed to converge in a specific direction, rising upward instead of flowing downward. What was happening? Why were the currents ascending? Could it be that there exists an upward current in this world? Sanji gazed in astonishment at the water beneath the ship. I have heard that the Grand Line is a realm of extraordinary wonders, where anything is possible. Though it seems implausible, it appears to be the only logical explanation. Zoro remarked with a hint of excitement. Truly, this is a place of marvels. Usopp exclaimed in admiration. Meanwhile, Nami unfolded the navigational chart of the Grand Line, pointing to a specific location. Chapter 74, The Upside-Down Mountain. Behold, as indicated by the map, we have now embarked upon the current leading to the Grand Line, steering towards the Red Line. The Red Line is a circular continent intersecting the Grand Line, dividing the world's oceans into 4 major seas: the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. To reach the Grand Line, there are but 2 methods. One is to traverse the doldrums, which provides a direct passage to the Grand Line. However, this is an impossibility, for the doldrums belong to the realm of Sea Kings, and no matter how formidable one may be, crossing this area is unfeasible. Thus, we are left with but one option: to ride the current of the upside-down mountain, thereby entering the Grand Line. Now, we have caught this current. Everyone, safeguard the Mary and remain vigilant, for we are about to enter the Grand Line, Nami declared. The Grand Line? I have awaited this day for so long. Zoro exclaimed with excitement. So have I. I set sail to escape the old man precisely for this. Sanji nodded in agreement. I shall become the Pirate King and wager everything for this dream, Luffy proclaimed, extending his hand, gazing at the red line, affirming his vow. I aspire to be the world's strongest navigator, to chart the maps of all oceans. Nami smiled gently, placing her palm atop Luffy's ass. I will find the all blue. Sanji added, naturally, I aim to be the greatest swordsman in the world, to defeat Mihawk and Moonlight. Zoro asserted with conviction. I shall become a valiant warrior of the seas. Usopp eagerly chimed in. Lastly, Moonlight declared, I will seek the One Piece and pursue the lost history. To uncover the truth of this world. Choosing to set sail in this world is to seek such truths. Surely, this is what everyone yearns to know, the truth of the world. And now, he has taken a step closer. All right, let us move forward together. All hands joined in unity. Smiles exchanged as they gazed upon the surging current, pledging their oaths. Suddenly, the current beneath them surged violently, as though a ferocious beast lurked beneath the waves, dragging the Mary with fervent force. Look, there truly exists an upward current. Nami swiftly commanded, and the crew sprang into action, maneuvering the Mary to maintain stability within the tumultuous waters, advancing with the current. Usopp looked upward in awe. The crew followed suit, their eyes rising to behold an immense passageway, stretching from below to above, as the tumultuous current roared upwards. What a magnificent sight! Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, and the others gasped in astonishment. Moonlight was equally awestruck. This is what is known as the miraculous sea. This is the splendor of nature. This is the Grand Line, where even the entrance is filled with the extraordinary. One can only imagine the vastness of the ocean that lies ahead. The swift currents pose a significant challenge, causing the Mary to lose its course, prompting everyone to hold on tightly. At that moment, Nami's complexion shifted with concern. The speed of the currents rendered the Mary akin to a fragile leaf in a tempest, barely managing to remain upright. Yet maintaining a steady direction was utterly impossible. This is dire. Everyone, over there, there's a cave. At this rate, the Mary will crash into it and be shattered to pieces. Usopp exclaimed, peering through his lens and pointing towards the ominous cave entrance ahead. What? The crew, now close to the Mary, spotted the cave Usopp had mentioned. If this trajectory continued, a collision was inevitable. Curse currents! They're too fierce to alter our course. Sanji rushed to take the helm. Yet the ship had spiraled into complete chaos. Has the first obstacle arrived so swiftly? Zoro's expression turned grave. Humph. Luffy grunted defiantly. Any attempt to impede his voyage was unforgivable. He prepared to act, knowing that while he couldn't change the currents with his rubber elasticity, redirecting the ship was feasible. Just then, Moonlight arrived at the bow, assuming Luffy's usual seat. Moonlight, we're counting on you. The crew chimed in unison, having developed immense trust in him during their journey through the East Blue. Moonlight gave a thumbs up, his arm enveloped in haki, and began to wield it with precision. Waves of sword energy surged forth, coalescing into a formidable mass ahead. With the enhancement of his phantom sword dance to level 2, the speed and frequency of his strikes multiplied, significantly amplifying their potency. A colossal burst of sword energy erupted from Moonlight's hand. The relentless, tumultuous currents were cleaved apart, and the crescent-shaped sword energy struck the cave's rocky wall with tremendous force. The impact severed a substantial portion of the cave's entrance, allowing the raging waters to surge through the newly formed gap, momentarily weakening the currents. Without needing Nami's command, Sanji swiftly adjusted their course. At last, the Mary regained its maneuverability, deftly navigating the currents and narrowly slipping past the cave wall, racing towards the entrance. That was close. Usopp sighed in relief. Honestly, Moonlight, you truly are extraordinary. Even the walls of the Red Line yield to you. Nami remarked, astonished yet relieved as she gazed at Moonlight. The crew nodded in agreement. Be cautious. We're about to descend. However, Moonlight's gaze remained fixed ahead. It seemed premature to celebrate just yet. The Mary, buoyed by the currents, ascended to a peak, and what lay ahead was a descent akin to a roller coaster ride through the surging waters. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look. Suddenly, the ocean currents shifted dramatically, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. The Mary, resembling a roller coaster in an amusement park, plunged downward, propelled by the ferocious sea flow at an astonishingly terrifying speed. Ah! The crowd could not help but exclaim in unison, grasping onto anything that could steady themselves as they hurtled downward alongside the Mary. Luffy, Look. At that moment, Moonlight stood at the bow of the ship, gathering all his focus. Despite the roaring sea and the tumultuous ride of the Mary, he remained steadfast, as if walking on solid ground, utterly unperturbed by the violent motions of the vessel. Suddenly, he pointed toward an enormous gaping mouth ahead and exclaimed, "That is, not only Luffy." But everyone else turned to gaze in shock. Such a massive whale. Is there really a whale of this size in the world? Its mouth is enormous. Oh no. Is it going to swallow us? Chapter 75. Laboon. Before them lay a colossal whale, 10 times larger than the Sea Kings, traversing the downward currents of the ocean. Its massive jaws gaped wide, resembling an enormous black abyss, voraciously consuming the surging waters. The nearby currents became extraordinarily fierce, all because of it. What an astonishing sea this is. Could this truly be the Grand Line? Just at the entrance, such a gigantic whale appears. Oh, how incredible! Luffy exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. This must be the largest whale in the world. Truly, this is the Grand Line, a place where one might find the legendary All Blue. Sanji, equally exhilarated, lit a cigarette. Let me take a swing at it, Zoro declared, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, eager to test the sharpness of his new blades. Hey, we're about to be swallowed, Usopp exclaimed, wide-eyed, staring at the trio as if they were mad. Bro, is this really the time for reflection? We need to think of a way out, or we'll be devoured by the whale. Moonlight, Nami called, turning to Moonlight, the only reliable option in such dire circumstances. With a swift motion, Moonlight nodded and leapt into the depths of the sea. Dragon-esque breakthrough. Merging with his sword, he moved swiftly through the tumultuous waves. Riding the raging current, he reached the whale in an instant, leaping onto its massive head. Channeling his haki, he gently pressed his palm against the whale's cranium. With a mighty shout, the haki surged forth, resonating like the sound of a train horn, but magnified 100-fold. The whale's enormous body convulsed violently. In an instant, the ocean was thrown into chaos, waves crashing and rolling as if the very sea itself were in turmoil. A gargantuan whirlpool, 100 meters in diameter, suddenly formed around the whale, pulling everything within its reach into the gaping maw of the creature. The Mary, at that moment, resembled an ant plunged into the ocean, struggling futilely against the overwhelming forces, helplessly witnessing its own impending doom. This is bad. We're finished. Moonlight, what have you done? Panic ensued among Luffy and the others, their glares fixed upon Moonlight. Initially, they had not felt such despair, but the moment Moonlight intervened, the situation spiraled out of control. Look at what you've caused, they scolded him. Unless you can slay it with one stroke, how could such a massive whale thrash without creating a stir? I have no vendetta against it. Yet since it obstructs my path, I cannot let it pass unscathed. Besides, it is Laboon. Moonlight chuckled softly. With his current strength, dispatching Laboon with a single strike would be no challenge. However, he could not bring himself to do so. In the face of an enemy, he would act without hesitation. But against an innocent creature, he could not. Subsequently, Moonlight followed the Mary, both being engulfed by the relentless currents of the sea. Meanwhile, upon a small island nestled within the body of a whale, an elderly man clad in flip-flops, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt was leisurely basking in the sunlight, reclining on a deck chair while casually perusing a newspaper. Suddenly, the currents surrounding the island began to thrash violently, causing the very sky above to tremble with ferocity. Is it starting again? He set down his newspaper, observing the tumultuous waters with a furrowed brow. This upheaval was no stranger to him. In fact, he had grown accustomed to it, and thus felt little concern, continuing to recline in comfort. However, at that moment, 4 or 5 dark figures plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards him. The old man gaped in astonishment as he discerned that these dark shapes were indeed peculiar individuals, shrieking in desperation as they fell from the heavens. Crash! His modest abode was instantly reduced to rubble. Thud! At this sight, the newspaper slipped from the old man's grasp and fell to the ground. Is this an island? Where are we? Am I still alive? Oh, and there's a strange old man on the island? Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami, still dazed from their fall, struggled to regain their footing, bewildered by their surroundings. Luffy gazed in astonishment at Kuroka's. Boom! Simultaneously, the merry-go descended from the sky, crashing into the turbulent waters with a tremendous splash. Merry! Upon seeing the merry-go, the five companions could not contain their joy. They moved to approach, only to find an elderly man blocking their path, regarding them with a hostile demeanor. Kuroka's was quite displeased. Anyone enjoying a sunlit day, immersed in blissful tranquility, would be irked at such an interruption, especially since they had destroyed his painstakingly constructed home. Yet, upon catching sight of Luffy's straw hat, his pupils constricted. That is, suddenly, a long-buried memory surged forth. Meanwhile, within the winding corridors of the whale's interior, the moonlight curiously surveyed its surroundings. Is this the inside of Laboon's body? It is indeed riddled with wounds. The moonlight murmured. The typical lifespan of a whale is around 50 to 60 years, with females living up to 90. Though the Grand Line is a sea filled with the extraordinary, it cannot escape the inevitability of life and death. Laboon had awaited Brook for 50 years. Even as a female whale, she had surpassed her prime and was beginning to age. Her body was now marred by countless scars. Kuroka's? Is he treating Laboon? And what of Luffy and the others? Observing the pipes embedded in the flesh-like walls, the moonlight sighed. Then, recalling Luffy and his companions, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Kenbunchika Haki. Instantly, a wave of haki radiated from him, and images of life forces began to materialize in his mind. Indeed, they were unharmed and had encountered Kuroka's, surely. Upon recognizing that Straw Hat, he would not pose a threat to them. The moonlight murmured, reassured by the well-being of Luffy and the others, preparing to seek them out when suddenly, two unfamiliar presences emerged within his perception. This is Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine. The moonlight's heart stirred. At that moment, a man and a woman arrived at the other side of the road. Miss Wednesday, splendid. We have finally entered the body of this whale. Now, we simply need to locate its heart and slay it. Then we will have sufficient provisions to report back, the man exclaimed, surveying the surroundings with delight. Mr. Nine, indeed. This enormous whale. If we succeed in killing it and bringing it back, our mission will be exceedingly accomplished. Miss Wednesday nodded in agreement. As long as they fulfilled their task, she could draw closer to the man. Very well, let us commence our operation. The two exchanged smiles, preparing for action. Hey, what are you planning to do? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. Both individuals froze and swiftly turned to see a young man clad in black, wielding a sword, standing before them. Who are you? Miss Wednesday demanded. Regardless of his identity, since he has overheard our conversation, he cannot be allowed to remain. Chapter 76. The record pointer Mr. Nine coldly commanded, wielding two wooden sticks that soared towards the moonlight, propelling himself through the air. This was their clandestine mission, once exposed. The only recourse was to eliminate the witnesses. Though it was unfortunate, one could only blame their own misfortune. Miss Wednesday hesitated briefly, then surged towards the moonlight. With a flick of her little finger, a white thread erupted from her sleeve, spinning rapidly in her hand to form a dancing saw, slicing towards the moonlight. The peacock saw? Was it time to strike? Observing this, the moonlight merely smiled faintly and, unperturbed by the advancing Mr. Nine brandishing his sticks, walked directly towards him. Die! Mr. Nine bellowed, his twin sticks swirling with immense force as they descended with a thunderous impact. Bang! Yet, the moment he closed in on the moonlight, she executed a powerful kick, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Oh no! Miss Wednesday exclaimed, hastily retracting the peacock saw and lunging forward in an attempt to intercept the flying Mr. Nine. However, as soon as she made contact, an indescribable force erupted, propelling her backward alongside him. Bang! A door was suddenly smashed open, revealing an expanse of ocean beyond, and both figures plummeted straight down into the depths. What? You say we are inside a whale's belly? At that moment, Luffy and his companions regarded Kulox with disbelief. They had been capsized by the currents, utterly disoriented, and upon landing here, they had not anticipated being in the belly of a whale. This whale was named Laboon, and the elder was Kulox, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, residing within Laboon's belly to provide care. 50 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Laboon had transformed from a small whale into a massive one, having remained here all this time, waiting for his long-lost companions. For 50 years, he had been ramming against the red line, hoping to break through so that his friends could return. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped everyone. 50 years. The Grand Line was fraught with peril. If one had not returned in all that time, surely they had perished. Yet, recalling Ab's tale, no one dared voice their thoughts. Suddenly, a man and a woman tumbled down a pipe, shrieking as they plunged into the sea. Shortly thereafter, a black-clad youth descended from the sky. Just as he was about to hit the water, a roar erupted, and he vanished like an apparition, crossing the distance of several dozen meters to land on the island. What? Witnessing this, Kelox's pupils constricted. With his experience, he could not fail to recognize the terrifying power displayed by the black-clad youth. Moonlight, splendid. Moonlight. Luffy and the others erupted into laughter upon seeing the moonlight. They could not find the moonlight, believing it had strayed away, and were just about to devise a means of search when, to their delight, the moonlight descended from the heavens. "Everyone is here," the moonlight exclaimed, greeting each one in turn, before casting its gaze upon the elderly man in slippers. To their astonishment, there were indeed inhabitants in such a place. They had not anticipated that among their group there resided such a character. Perhaps the Pirate King was not so distant after all. Crocus regarded the moonlight deeply, then turned to Luffy and the others, exclaiming, "Hey, Moonlight, are you not a bit taken aback? You should know that the one praising you now is the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King." Observing this, Usopp nudged the moonlight with his arm, saying, "Indeed. I never expected that Mr. Crocus was the ship's doctor of the former Pirate King. He has weathered many storms, and for him to hold you in such esteem is truly remarkable." Nami gazed at the moonlight with envy, realizing that this was a person from the former Pirate King's crew. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, remaining silent, surprised that the old man held the moonlight in such high regard. However, recalling the moonlight's formidable power, this assessment seemed fair. Of course, how could the crew of the Pirate King be anything less? Luffy affirmed with unwavering confidence. "By the way, Moonlight, who are those people?" Nami inquired, glancing at a man and woman who had fallen into the water. They had now reached the shore on the opposite side of the island, appearing quite disheveled. "I am not certain, but I overheard them discussing the killing of this whale, so I brought them here. We have just arrived in the Grand Line and know nothing." So asking a few questions would not hurt. The moonlight replied nonchalantly. "What? They intend to kill Laboon? Unforgivable. Who are you really?" Upon hearing this, the group erupted in anger. Yet Crocus remained unfazed, seemingly already aware of their intentions. The two strangers, however, chose to remain silent, displaying an unwillingness to respond. There is no need to inquire further. If they do not wish to share, you will not obtain the answers you seek. Moreover, even if they did divulge information, it would be incomprehensible to you novices who have just arrived in the Grand Line. If you seek the truth, you need not ask others. It is for you to discover, Crocus remarked coolly, directing his attention to Luffy. "You are Luffy, aspiring to be the Pirate King, correct?" "Indeed. I will find the One Piece and become the Pirate King," Luffy declared resolutely. "Very well, Pirate King, prepare to set sail. However, before you do, it would be prudent to acquire a log pose, lest you lose your way," Crocus advised, gesturing to the pointer affixed to his arm. "A log pose?" Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others were filled with confusion. "Heh, you truly are novices, aren't you? The Grand Line is not as simple as you might imagine. It is a unique expanse of ocean. Navigating the Grand Line requires more than mere seamanship and experience. The magnetic fields, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and airflows in that sea are utterly chaotic. Without this log pointer, not only is navigation nearly impossible, but even determining your own position becomes exceedingly difficult. As for finding the One Piece, I dare say escaping this place will be a challenge for you." Mr. Nine chuckled derisively at this. "What did you say?" Luffy and his companions retorted in anger. "He speaks the truth. The Grand Line is indeed a tumultuous sea. To navigate its waters relying solely on seamanship and experience is futile. Otherwise, someone would have discovered the One Piece by now. However, if you possess this log pointer, the situation changes entirely. The log pointer records the magnetic fields between the islands of the Grand Line, and if you follow the direction indicated by it, you will be able to accurately find your next course." Chapter 77. Since we are aboard, we must trust the captain, Hurox remarked calmly. "What should we do? Where can we procure a log pose?" Nami inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. As the sole navigator on the ship, she realized that if her navigation skills proved ineffective, the log pose would be her only recourse. Moreover, she was genuinely intrigued about the nature of the log pose itself. To acquire one, we would need to visit a nearby island, but regrettably, there are no log poses available and you cannot even leave this place. However, I happen to possess one that I can offer you. Hurox produced his own log pose and handed it to Luffy. I have grown old and do not intend to set sail again. Having spent so much time with this fellow, I have developed a fondness for him. Since you aspire to become the Pirate King, allow me to lend you my assistance. We are truly grateful, sir, Nami said as she gratefully accepted the log pose. Remember, once you reach the next island, you must fully charge the log pose with magnetic energy, otherwise it will be of no use. Hurox stated matter-of-factly. Yes. Thank you very much. Luffy and the others nodded in unison, expressing their appreciation to Hurox. All right, let us set sail. With the log pose in hand, Nami clapped her hands together, eager to put it to the test. However, let us first exit from Labu's body, Sanji suggested, surveying the entirely enclosed currents around them. This is simple. Moonlight. Let us retrace our steps. Upon hearing this, Luffy turned to Moonlight with a mischievous grin. They had entered due to the moonlight, so it was only fitting that it guided them out. Hey, Luffy, what are you planning to do? Usopp suddenly felt an ominous premonition and exclaimed, retracing our steps? Does that mean we will have to go through what we just experienced again? Luffy, do not act recklessly. This could harm Abu. Moonlight, please do not heed his words. Nami shouted urgently towards Moonlight. Indeed, Luffy, do not be foolish, Sanji added, rolling his eyes. Rest assured, this time it will be different. Everyone, aboard the ship. I have discovered the way out. Moonlight shook his head, closing his eyes. Observation Haki. A hum reverberated as visions began to materialize in his mind. Before long, he identified the exit. All right, let us depart. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in trust and boarded the ship. Before leaving, Zoro made sure to take Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine with him. These two posed a danger and would only cause trouble if left behind. In the face of Zoro's formidable presence, they offered no resistance. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as they were taken aboard, a fleeting glimmer of a successful scheme flickered in their eyes. At this moment, Moonlight unleashed his observation Haki, enveloping Abu's body as though it were transparent. And soon he found the exit. It was the nostril of a whale. Each time the whale dove, it surfaced every 20 minutes to breathe, expelling air along with the water. This was the exit that Moonlight had discerned. Here we go. At that moment, the water suddenly surged violently, prompting Moonlight to alert everyone. Good, shouted Luffy and the others in unison. Instantly, they witnessed the merry ship being propelled forward by the current. Gradually, a vast expanse of light appeared before them. Look, it's the sky. Usopp exclaimed first, having spotted it through his binoculars. Wonderful. We're finally getting out. Sanji and Nami expressed their excitement. After spending such an extended period in Laboon's belly, they were about to behold the outside world once more. This was the Grand Line. Let us go. Luffy cried from the bow, brimming with exhilaration. Boom. Suddenly, the current intensified, and the Mary was propelled out into the open. The sky was a brilliant blue, and below lay an endless expanse of ocean, accompanied once more by Laboon's thunderous call. We're out. Everyone felt invigorated, experiencing a sensation akin to seeing the light of day again. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud echoed as Laboon collided with the red line once more. Laboon. Upon witnessing this, the exhilaration of the group vanished in an instant. The whale's body was already riddled with wounds, particularly its head. If this continued, it might not survive. Remembering Crocus's words and the sight seen within Laboon, silence fell over the group. No matter how strong a whale's body might be, it was insignificant compared to the red line. To ram its head against the continent was akin to a slow suicide. Death was inevitable. Swish. Suddenly, Luffy's arm stretched out, grasping Laboon's body as he leaped in front of the whale. Immediately, he declared, Gum Gum. Pistol. Bang. A punch landed forcefully on Laboon's face. Ah. Laboon winced in pain, glaring angrily at Luffy. Counterattack. The enormous body swung, creating a tumultuous wave, and Luffy was violently thrown against the rock wall. Gum Gum. fell. However, Luffy quickly sprang up, extending his arm in a pendulum motion, delivering a fierce blow to Laboon once more. Laboon cried out in pain again. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami shouted in anger upon witnessing this. Luffy, are you trying to kill Laboon? Usopp also cried out. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Sanji remarked, lighting a cigarette. This well swallowed you all. Anyone would be furious, let alone a pirate, Mr. Nine sneered. It would be best to kill this whale. It would save them a lot of trouble. Miss Wednesday remained silent, vaguely sensing something amiss. Although it was their first encounter, these individuals lacked the typical ferocity found in ordinary pirates. Moreover, despite Luffy's fierce demeanor, there seemed to be no intent to kill in his actions. This was certainly not the behavior of someone aiming to take Laboon's life. Zoro remained silent, pondering deeply as he began to grasp Luffy's intentions. Aside from Moonlight, he was indeed the first to be invited aboard by Luffy. Throughout their journey, he has developed the deepest understanding of Luffy. Moonlight simply took a seat, showing no intention of intervening. As they traveled together, whom has Luffy ever killed? The malevolent Buggy the Clown, the ruthless Captain Kuro who employed poisonous gas against them, or Arlong, who cast an everlasting shadow over Nami. Has he taken any lives? No. Until now, Luffy has not claimed a single life. He merely advances in his own manner. At this moment, Luffy and Labo were once again embroiled in a fierce clash, and soon both were wounded. Moonlight, Zoro. You must stop Luffy. At this rate, Labo will truly be killed. Nami exclaimed anxiously as she glanced at the two. However, Zoro, like Moonlight, also chose to sit down. Hey, you guys. Usopp exclaimed, filled with urgency. Sanji extinguished the cigarette in his hand, his gaze fixed solemnly on Luffy. Since the two had chosen to turn a blind eye, it fell upon him to intervene. Stop it, Sanji. Everyone. Having boarded the ship means we acknowledge Luffy as our captain, and we must trust in him. Chapter 78. A chaotic atmosphere. The moonlight cast a gentle glow. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group. Indeed, having embarked on this voyage, they had accepted Luffy's invitation. He was their captain. So why should they doubt him? Why had they willingly left their homes to sail alongside him? As memories of their encounters with Luffy surfaced, smiles gradually adorned their faces. It was Luffy who had invited me aboard, driven by the aspiration to become a formidable warrior of the sea. Thus, I place my faith in my choice and, more importantly, in the captain I cherish. Usopp exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Although this fellow had rescued me from Arlong and granted me freedom, such acts were not the sole reasons for joining the crew. The true impetus behind my decision was the belief that sailing with him would enable me to realize my own dreams. Nami chuckled as she recalled the past, a smile gracing her lips. Hush! Sanji exhaled a long, circular puff of smoke. When the old man suggested taking me away, he declined, stating that Sanji was unwilling. It was only later that I willingly boarded, all for the sake of all blue. Of course, now there is also Miss Nami, but above all, it is for Luffy to become the Pirate King. That is why I left the old man behind. Sanji too smiled. The three settled down, quietly observing Luffy battling up, their faith in him unwavering. Seated side by side, the five of them gazed at Luffy, whose body was marred with wounds, yet smiles of encouragement graced their faces. At that moment, the sun rose, its golden rays cascading over the sea, turning its surface into a shimmering expanse of light, bathing the five in an aura of harmony. These individuals. Mr. Nine trembled, nearly losing grip of the dual batons in his hands. Such people he had never encountered before. This level of trust was an experience foreign to him as an assassin. Are they truly pirates? Does such a breed of pirate exist in this world? Miss Wednesday stared wide-eyed at the group. Having spent long hours in the workplace, accustomed to the treachery and cruelty among pirates, encountering such camaraderie was indeed a novel experience. Bang! At that moment, Luffy and Labu collided once more. However, this time, Luffy soared into the air, landing upon a rocky ledge, gazing down at Labu as he bellowed. Hey, listen up. My name is Luffy, and I am destined to become the Pirate King. I am aware of your situation, and now I intend to leave this place. You have witnessed my strength, and I shall return for those you are waiting for, but before that, you must remain here obediently. Do you understand? Instantly, Labu was taken aback, staring blankly at the man who had just fiercely battled him. Luffy. This guy. I see now. A chuckle escaped him. Upon hearing these words, Nami and the others erupted in laughter. Indeed, Luffy remained true to himself, not disappointing anyone. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, however, gazed at Luffy with wide, incredulous eyes, utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Brother, after all this time fighting, are you merely trying to demonstrate your prowess? Chuckled Kurokis as he emerged from the shadows, casting a glance at Luffy. Well, have you taken it in? If so, remember me and this emblem well. This is our pirate flag. Mark my words. I shall return shortly. When you see this flag again, I will bring back those you await. Observing Labu regain his composure, Luffy seized a brush and inscribed the Straw Hat Pirate's flag upon Labu's fractured head. Ah! Labu exclaimed once more, yet this time he refrained from colliding with the red earth, fearing to mar the emblem. It was evident that he had placed his faith in Luffy. All right, Moonlight, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Usopp. Let us set forth. Luffy directed his gaze toward the five. Aye, Captain, they affirmed, nodding in unison as they boarded the Merry Go and sailed away. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine hastened to follow suit. Trust in them, Labu. I have a feeling they will undoubtedly succeed. Kurokis observed their departure with a smile. Glancing back at Labu. Ah! Labu nodded, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility, his gaze fixed on Luffy and his companions until they vanished from sight. Is this the Grand Line? Truly magnificent. At that moment, Luffy and his crew had departed from Twin Cape, advancing toward the next island indicated by the log pose. Gazing at the boundless, unprecedentedly azure sea, Nami exclaimed, Indeed, the waters of the Grand Line are unlike any other. Usopp enthusiastically nodded, surveying their surroundings. Sanji busied himself with cooking, Zoro indulged in slumber, while Luffy perched at the bow, and Moonlight practiced his swordplay. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine languidly watched the sea from the cabin. Though unrestrained, the vast ocean left them no means of escape. Strange, what is that cloud? Nami, filled with excitement, scanned the horizon and suddenly noticed a cloud drifting toward them. Initially dismissive, her expression soon shifted to one of astonishment. No way, how is this possible? She gasped. But by then, the cloud had approached. Snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, and in an instant, a flurry of snow transformed the expansive sea into a winter wonderland. It's snowing? Usopp remarked, observing the snowflakes that settled on his hand, perplexed. This can't be right. What month is it? How can it snow? At that moment, Sanji emerged with a plate, his brow furrowed in confusion at the sight of the falling snow. Wow, it's snowing. It's snowing. Luffy erupted in excitement. Indifferent to the month, captivated by the novelty. Indeed, it is snowing. Is this the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line? Moonlight paused, continuing his sword practice, determined to enhance his strength. What an incredible sea, Nami sighed. Yet, as she looked up, another cloud approached. Before long, it began to rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning. At this moment, several individuals were taken aback. Rain, thunder, lightning, and snow all appeared simultaneously? The weather seemed utterly chaotic. What is there to be alarmed about? The Grand Line is simply like this, Mr. Nine remarked with a scoff, noting the astonished expressions of the others. Indeed, on this route, nothing that occurs is truly surprising. There is no need for concern. As long as one possesses this, they will have a clear direction and can accurately navigate the currents to reach the next island. Miss Wednesday chimed in, gesturing towards her log pointer with a smile. Indeed, with the log pointer in hand, there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately felt a sense of relief. Chapter 79. I would rather plunge into the sea than let the moonlight. At that moment, Luffy, unbeknownst to anyone, extended his arm and snatched the log pose from behind Nami, his face displaying a peculiar expression as he examined the device. Luffy, be careful. That item is of utmost importance. If you... Nami urgently cautioned, but before she could finish her warning, Usopp suddenly cried out, Ah, Luffy. Usopp's exclamation startled Luffy, who instinctively turned around, his grip tightening. Crack. In that instant, the log pose in his hand shattered violently. Luffy. Nami fumed, infuriated by Luffy's clumsiness. You oaf. That is the log pose. Without it, how can we navigate? What? Luffy. Perhaps we should consider a new captain. The others stared in disbelief, realizing that Luffy was the only one unaware of the significance of the lost device. Usopp, what is wrong? Luffy quickly inquired. It's foggy, Usopp shouted, peering through his telescope to see a vast fog rolling in from the sea ahead. Foggy? The crew gasped in alarm, but by then, the thick fog had enveloped them. Their vision was obscured, and within mere meters, everything was shrouded in a ghostly white haze. This weather is utterly confounding. First snow, then rain, thunder, lightning, and now fog? Is this truly the Grand Line? Nami strained to see ahead, but all she could discern was the endless white. She found herself feeling as inept as a novice sailor. Despite her esteemed skills, the Grand Line had completely overturned her understanding of the sea. Watch out. There is an iceberg ahead. Sanji, quickly, steer left by 90 degrees. Usopp shouted again, scanning the surroundings with his telescope, the urgency in his voice palpable. Sanji took the helm and, just as Usopp warned, spotted a massive iceberg looming just 10 meters ahead, directly in their path. I see it too. A massive iceberg, Sanji exclaimed, urgency rising in his voice. The currents were swift, rendering them unable to react in time, and the fog obscured their vision. By the time they comprehended the danger, it was too late. Sanji, realizing the peril, had already begun to steer, but the response was still insufficient. The merry-go barreled forward towards the iceberg at an alarming speed. Oh no, this is it. We're going to collide. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday screamed in terror, bracing for impact. Buzz. However, just as the Merry was about to collide, a crescent-shaped sword energy suddenly soared from the direction of the lookout. It struck the iceberg with a resounding crash. The iceberg shattered into countless fragments of ice, cascading all around. The Merry sailed through unharmed. Moonlight. Upon witnessing this sword energy, the crowd erupted in joy. They were all too familiar with this formidable strike, emanating from Moonlight, who practiced his swordsmanship at the lookout. In that fleeting moment, only Moonlight could respond swiftly. Nami was overjoyed, exclaiming, "We are saved. This is wonderful. We are saved." Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. How could this fellow be unaffected by the thick fog? Sanji looked at Moonlight, exhaling a plume of smoke. He couldn't fathom how Moonlight managed to unleash such precise sword energy under those circumstances. Could the fog truly not obstruct his vision? The iceberg was cleaved to pieces? Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday gaped in disbelief at the shattered remnants of the iceberg. That man, with a single stroke, had shattered it? This was an iceberg, after all. Now, I will lead the way. Sanji, adjust the helm 30 degrees to the left. Moonlight leaped from the lookout to the bow of the ship, enveloped in the observation hockey. Despite the pervasive fog, the surroundings were vividly imprinted in his mind. Sanji was correct. The fog had no bearing on him. Good. Sanji nodded in agreement and complied. After a while, the Merry emerged safely from the fog. Safe at last. The crew collectively exhaled in relief. The Grand Line truly was formidable. First snow, then rain, thunder, and now this thick fog that nearly led them to an iceberg. What could possibly come next? A storm? Usopp murmured, his heart racing as he recalled their previous encounters. This was merely the beginning. The Grand Line had already proven to be terrifying. What other trials awaited them as they continued their voyage? Suddenly, as if to answer his thoughts, a fierce gale roared just as Usopp finished speaking. In an instant, the winds howled, and the sea churned violently, causing the Merry to sway perilously. The crew struggled to maintain their balance, tossed about. Usopp and Nami were swept off their feet, soaring towards the ocean. Usopp, Miss Nami, Sanji exclaimed in alarm. Luffy, Zoro, keep an eye on the ship. Moonlight leaped into the sea with great agility, executing the dragon's flight slash. Merging with his sword as a phantom darted towards the two. He swiftly caught them. All right. Sanji sighed in relief, and the three hurried to stabilize the Merry. Zoro lowered the canvas to mitigate the wind's force and prevent it from blowing away. Moonlight, thank you so much. We are saved. Usopp and Nami grasped Moonlight tightly upon his arrival, relieved to see him there. They had thought their end was nigh. Hold on tight. The storm is fierce. We are breaking through. The Moonlight shimmered, yet did not board the ship as it surged against the tempest. With a fierce strike, the mighty dragon cleaved through the air, propelling itself forward with wild abandon. In an instant, it whisked Nami and Usopp away, transforming into a fleeting specter that advanced relentlessly into the storm. Hey, 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 Moonlight. Are we truly charging headlong into the storm like this? Put me down. I would prefer to plunge into the sea. Usopp wept, his heart overwhelmed as he beheld Moonlight's audacious approach to the tempest. He never anticipated such a perilous method of rescue. Brother, are you truly here to save us? Moonlight. Please, no. Nami shrieked, her voice tinged with panic. To charge into the storm was sheer madness. How could a mere human withstand such fury? This was a calamity. To be racing across the ocean like this, is this truly humanly possible? Miss Wednesday was once again astounded. Moonlight's previous feat of shattering an iceberg had already left her in awe, but now she stood completely dumbfounded. It was the first time she had witnessed someone capable of running upon the waves. With unwavering resolve, he barreled forth into the storm, risking being swept away into the abyss. Mr. Nine, observing the intensifying gale around him, couldn't help but sneer. Moonlight paid no heed, his sword radiating fierce energy as he unleashed the mighty dragon's cleave, pressing on toward the tempest. No matter how fierce the winds howled or how tumultuous the seas churned, he remained steadfast. In an instant, the storm subsided, the heavens cleared, and the ocean returned to tranquility. Witnessing this, Moonlight leaped aboard the merry go, gently placing Nami and Usopp down. It's finally over. Next time we find ourselves in the sea, we must ensure Moonlight does not come to our rescue. The two trembled, tears streaming down their faces. What had they just endured? If you wish to be reckless, Moonlight, do so alone. Why drag us into your madness? Have we finally reached level 3? Chapter 80. The captain is full. The whole ship is not hungry upon hearing the voice of the system resonate within his mind. The Dragon Sky Slash finally reached level 3 through relentless practice. At level 3, the Dragon Sky Slash possesses a degree of suspension capability. This means it can maneuver in low altitude, akin to the moonwalk. However, unlike the moonwalk, which allows one to hover in midair with great speed and agility, the Dragon Sky Slash employs rapid slashing to create a momentary suspension in the air. Moreover, at level 3, the friction with the air intensifies during movement, transforming the once piercing sound into a more ferocious sword chi tempest. When enveloped in domineering aura, its power is even greater. TCH, after being saved, you still show no gratitude? Perhaps you should fall once more. Sanji scoffed, casting a glance at Usopp, before promptly emerging from the kitchen with a cup of hot beverage. Approaching Nami with fervor. Miss Nami, have a cup of hot drink. Be careful not to catch a chill. What a guy? Seeing this, Zoro couldn't help but roll his eyes. Thank you. Nami accepted the drink with gratitude, but her gaze wandered around the sky before settling on the currents of the sea. Her expression turning grave. This is bad. After the recent impact, we have likely deviated from our original course. The currents here are too peculiar. I can no longer ascertain our direction. What? Usopp exclaimed in shock. Does this mean we will be like Uncle Karox, endlessly circling in place, forever lost? Sanji and Zoro remained silent, their eyes fixed on Nami. If that were the case, it would be a significant problem. Nami nodded, her silence speaking volumes that everyone understood. A weight sank in their hearts. Could it be that they would drift endlessly in the Grand Line, never able to reach shore? Nami, you are the navigator. At that moment, Luffy earnestly questioned Nami. Isn't this all because you broke the log pose? Upon hearing this, Nami erupted in fury, kicking him across the deck, utterly enraged. Indeed, it is all your fault. Otherwise, how could our log pose have broken? Perhaps we should consider changing the captain. Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro echoed this sentiment. What is wrong with this guy? What are they thinking? Isn't it all because of you? What a fearsome navigator. What a pitiful captain. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine were taken aback. These people are too ruthless towards their captain. Hey, hand over your log pose. Just then, Moonlight suddenly approached Miss Wednesday, pointing at the log pose on her arm. You. The two were instantly startled, with Miss Wednesday hurriedly covering the log pose on her arm. This is the sole beacon for navigating the sea. If lost in the vast ocean, where will they go? However, when they beheld the Moonlight's gaze, cold and indifferent as ice, their hearts trembled involuntarily, for such a terrifying stare was beyond comprehension. Merely locking eyes sent shivers through their souls. Miss Wednesday dared not resist and obediently surrendered her recording pointer. Moonlight indeed possesses extraordinary capabilities. As she cautiously accepted the pointer from Moonlight, Nami cradled it protectively on her arm, her expression wary, particularly when glancing at Luffy. How could I have forgotten about those two? Usopp smacked his forehead, lamenting his own simplicity and overlooking such an obvious solution. Sanji and Zoro cast vigilant glances at Luffy, who had just regained his footing. They were determined not to let this fellow approach the recording pointer even a single step. All right, I understand. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, turning to Sanji. Sanji, I'm hungry. Moonlight, Zoro, Usopp. Everyone was rendered speechless. What on earth was this guy thinking? Just wait a moment. Sanji waved his hand and headed towards the kitchen. As a competent chef, it was his duty. Soon, Sanji had everything prepared, and the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes that made everyone's mouths water. Even Miss Wednesday and her companion couldn't resist salivating. I'm digging in, Luffy exclaimed, leaping forward with polite enthusiasm before commencing his feast. The others nodded in approval, finally seeing a semblance of a captain in him. However, when they lowered their heads to eat, they were met with sheer astonishment. The table, once brimming with food, was now utterly bare. Where did the food go? Everyone was perplexed, while Miss Wednesday pointed at Luffy in disbelief. Luffy's belly had swollen to the size of a ball, round and rolling, as he lay on the ground, burping contentedly. In the mere instant that everyone had looked up, he had devoured all their food. Hey, Luffy, what on earth is your stomach made of? Luffy, you glutton. Did you think you could eat your fill while leaving the entire crew starving? You selfish captain, couldn't you at least leave me a piece of me? Once they regained their composure, the crew glared at him in fury. You may be full, but what about us? Is it your intention to satiate yourself while allowing your crew to starve? I propose we replace the captain. Those in favor, raise your hands. Usopp suggested. I agree. Me too. Immediately, everyone raised their hands, including Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, for Luffy had consumed their share as well. Very well, with unanimous consent. I declare that the captaincy shall be assumed by me, Usopp. Usopp volunteered eagerly. Get lost. Crawl. Disappear. The crew scoffed, disdainful, and chuckled derisively. Usopp stood frozen in place. Am I truly so unappreciated? Not a single supporter? Thud. At that moment, two splashes echoed, startling everyone, as Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine leapt into the sea to escape while the crew unanimously dismissed Captain Luffy's authority. Farewell to you, they exclaimed, grinning at the group emerging from the cabin. Don't they fear getting lost without a log post? Usopp inquired. Not at all. They are well prepared and not to be underestimated, Sanji replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Indeed, they are assassins. Which assassin would allow themselves to lose their way? Zoro concurred with a nod. I believe we need not concern ourselves with them. Our priority should be addressing our hunger, as Luffy has consumed all the provisions. What shall we eat? Nami pointed at Luffy, questioning the situation. Why worry about that now? The immediate concern is our sustenance. Sanji lamented, shaking his head. With food supplies depleted aboard the ship, their only option was to resupply at the next island. Oh, the crew expressed their dismay collectively. There is an island ahead, Moonlight suddenly pointed out, indicating the direction. Chapter 81. Indeed, you have ghosts upon hearing these words. Everyone turned to look. Before them, towering peaks suddenly emerged as the Mary sailed forward with the current. Yet, at the same time, a faint mist began to drift in, obscuring their vision and rendering everything unclear. However, one thing was certain, this was indeed an island. Wonderful, there's an island. We must stock up. The crew immediately erupted with excitement. An island meant food. How splendid. They would no longer suffer from hunger. I want meat. I want meat. Luffy exclaimed joyously, his round belly somehow having retracted as he gazed at the small island that lay before them. Luffy, what kind of stomach do you have? You just ate. And now you're hungry again? The others gawked in disbelief. His appetite was truly astonishing. Was it the influence of the gum-gum fruit? Moonlight pondered, suspecting that its elasticity was the cause of Luffy's insatiable hunger. At that moment, the mist cleared, revealing a small island right before their eyes. Everyone's spirits lifted. An island. However, just then, numerous villagers suddenly leaped out from the island, all gazing at Luffy and his companions. Oh no, We've been ambushed. Where did they spring from? Are they here to kill us? Indeed, pirates are universally reviled. We should flee. This unexpected scene startled everyone. Nami instinctively believed the villagers had spotted them and were intent on driving them away, a sentiment echoed by Usopp. Only Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, and Moonlight remained unfazed, indifferent to the unfolding drama. Welcome, welcome, esteemed pirates from afar. You have finally arrived, boomed the villagers, their voices booming with joy. Ha ha ha, great pirates, come forth. Here. You shall find fine wine and delicious food, guaranteed to satisfy your every desire. Long live pirates! Long live pirates! The crew, utterly astonished, could not have anticipated such a warm welcome. The villagers erupted in cheers, waving and celebrating the arrival of Luffy and his comrades. Nami was dumbfounded, never imagining such a scenario would unfold. Am I dreaming? Or have they made a mistake? Usopp pinched himself. It wasn't a dream, which left the possibility of a mistake. But how could that be? Could they not see the Grand Pirate flag aboard their ship? Did they not know what pirates were? Sanji exhaled smoke in disbelief, the rings swirling in the air. Zoro remained silent. They're welcoming us, Luffy exclaimed, leaping up with exuberance. Have we arrived? Moonlight smiled faintly, reflecting on the rarity of a warm welcome for pirates. If such a thing existed, they might not be human. Unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives, a timeless truth, especially in the Grand Line. Nevertheless, none of this mattered. He was ravenous and eager to address his hunger. That gluttonous Luffy had even devoured his meal. Greetings, esteemed pirates who have journeyed from afar. I am Ikelim, the mayor of this island. Upon their arrival, a middle-aged gentleman clad in formal attire, with an elongated visage and peculiar curly hair, introduced himself with palpable enthusiasm. Hello, Mayor, Luffy replied, extending his hand. This is my crew. The vast ocean can be quite desolate, and I am certain you must be famished. Please, allow us to extend our hospitality, Ikelim beamed, inviting the group onto the island. The villagers, equally warm-hearted, surrounded them, making it impossible to decline their genial overtures. Luffy, unable to contain his eagerness at the mention of hunger, was quick to respond. While Nami and the others, though sensing something amiss, felt the pangs of hunger and decided to prioritize filling their bellies. Under the mayor's guidance, they entered an opulent chamber, replete with fine wines, sumptuous feasts, and alluring company. Esteemed guests, all of this has been prepared for your enjoyment. Indulge yourselves, Ikelim declared with a radiant smile. Without further prompting, Luffy lunged towards the delectable fare. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement upon spotting the liquor, while Sanji was swiftly drawn to a bevy of beautiful women. And Usopp soon joined in their revelry, thoroughly engrossed in merriment. As the atmosphere grew harmonious, Nami exhaled a sigh of relief. Everything appeared to be in order. Meanwhile, Moonlight, though not possessing Luffy's prodigious appetite, was equally famished, surrounded by the enticing beauty and libations. The group celebrated with unrestrained joy, drinking and frolicking late into the night, until they succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Are they asleep? Ikelim inquired of his companion, Sheila. Although Sheila was a woman of formidable muscle, towering over the men before her, she nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they are fast asleep. These rascals can truly eat. They've nearly devoured all our provisions. What kind of creatures are they? And their leader? Why did we not simply capture them upon arrival? Villagers approached Ikelim, their expressions now devoid of the earlier warmth, instead replaced by menacing, fierce visages under the moonlight. This is a necessary course of action. After all, these individuals are notorious pirates with bounties reaching 30 million berries. Engaging them directly would yield nothing but a Pyrrhic victory, fraught with excessive costs. Instead, a cunning approach allows us to sacrifice a modicum of sustenance to achieve an effortless triumph. Is that not preferable? In response to their inquiries, Ikelim produced a wanted poster, pointing to Luffy's likeness. A bounty of 30 million berries. Quite formidable indeed. I had no inkling that this band commanded such a high reward. They hardly appear to be that impressive. On this vast sea, one must never judge others by their appearance. For who among us would know that we are indeed bounty hunters of pirates? Indeed, it is for the purpose of returning to the Baroque works and earning the approval of the President that we have aligned ourselves with Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. Upon realizing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, Seemingly unaware of the astonishing bounty that Luffy and his crew commanded, this was indeed a lucrative opportunity. Now, while they are all in slumber, let us sever their heads, and these bounties shall be ours. Ikelam nodded and issued the command. Upon hearing this, the others were filled with immense excitement. After all, these were the heads of pirates worth 30 million berries. Indeed, you have secrets. Just as they were about to spring into action to eliminate Luffy and his companions, a cold voice suddenly resonated from the rooftop. Chapter 82. Zoro's explosive swordsmanship. Beneath the serene glow of the moonlight, Zoro sat atop the rooftop, leaning against his sword, gazing indifferently at the gathered individuals. Is that the swordsman? He didn't faint? How is that possible? I clearly intoxicated him. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their gazes converging on Zoro, cold and piercing, emanating malevolent intent. Some even harbored murderous thoughts. It's Roronoa. You're awake. Ikelam's eyes narrowed as he scanned the crowd, then turned to Zoro with a feigned smile, ready to explain. Yet, Zoro's derisive laughter and the 6 words he uttered instantly extinguished the smile on Ikelam's face. Baroque Works. How do you know that name? Ikelam's body trembled, his gaze locking onto Zoro, a chilling glint in his eyes. This was their secret, once revealed. There was nothing more to discuss. I apologize, but I once received an invitation from Baroque Works, which is how I am aware of this organization. Unfortunately, I declined. Zoro stated calmly, revealing the reason. So, you are knowledgeable. In that case, there is nothing to be done. Ikelam nodded, his tone turning frigid as he raised his hand. Eliminate him. Understood. In an instant, the group surged towards Zoro. These bounty hunters were formidable, brandishing knives, swords, and clubs, all aiming to strike Zoro. However, Zoro was no longer the same. Having practiced his swordsmanship under the moonlight aboard the ship daily, he had witnessed the terrifying techniques illuminated by the moon, elevating his vision and spirit to new heights. To him, their movements were akin to that of snails. With a graceful leap, he descended from the rooftop, advancing directly towards the oncoming attackers. Strangely, none could land a blow on him. By the time he reached Ikelam, all had lost their target. Impossible. How can this be? They were struck with disbelief. Die. At that moment, Miss Monday suddenly attacked, seizing Zoro with a swift motion. Her fingertips glimmered with silver light, revealing her claw-like weapon, which she forcefully pressed down. Boom. Zoro was thrust into the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked for 10 meters around him. Truly, the strength of a mid-level operative like Miss Monday was terrifying. Would he survive that? Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with horror. Is such power truly possessed by a woman? Is this all the strength you have? Yet Zoro merely smiled lightly, lying on the ground with an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of pain, but rather a mocking expression. How is this possible? He isn't dead. He is still laughing. Upon hearing this, the crowd around stared wide-eyed at Zoro, their faces a canvas of incredulity. Brother, are you even human? They thought. To bear such power and still smile. A monster. Seeking death. Miss Monday erupted in fury, her voice booming. How dare he disdain her strength as insufficient? In all her days, she had never encountered anyone stronger than herself. With a fierce leap, she seized a tree as thick as 3 men and, with a tremendous effort, wrenched it from the ground. She hurled it towards Zoro with all her might. This tree, already immensely heavy, must have weighed at least 500 pounds. Now, with her strength, it was as if it weighed 1,000. If it struck a person, they would surely perish on the spot. The onlookers gasped in shock, but their astonishment deepened when Zoro effortlessly caught the colossal weight with one hand, then casually tossed it aside. Miss Monday was sent flying with the tree. A resounding crash echoed as a deep pit formed, leaving her fate uncertain. Miss Monday. He has killed Miss Monday. Everyone, attack together. His fists cannot withstand our numbers. The crowd, though shocked, gritted their teeth. They were bounty hunters, accustomed to dealing with pirates. They would not be intimidated. If one man was too formidable, surely together they could turn the tide. Enough of this. I must return to my slumber. Zoro glanced at the brilliant moonlight above, stifling a yawn, as if weariness had overtaken him, muttering to himself. The approaching attackers seemed to fade into non-existence. Die. With those words, the crowd surged forward. Weapons raised, blades and clubs descended in unison. Yet, in that fleeting moment, A glint of brilliance flickered in Zoro's eyes. Beneath the moonlight, a flash of his blade illuminated the air, and he suddenly appeared behind the throng. As he sheathed his sword, the attackers froze in place, only to be met moments later with a torrent of blood, collapsing one after another. With a single stroke, Zoro had vanquished them all. "You fiend!" Ikarlum, now grave and tense, revealed a heavy machine gun from within his curly mane, his weapon. Without hesitation, he opened fire on Zoro. Boom, boom, boom. The area erupted in chaos, smoke billowing everywhere. Yet, when the haze cleared, Zoro had vanished. "Where is he?" Ikarlum exclaimed in astonishment, scanning his surroundings. "Right behind you." Zoro's calm voice resonated from behind him. Ikarlum stiffened, turning his head, only to feel a sudden surge of blood. An ominous sword mark had appeared on his shoulder. He had been struck, and it had all transpired without his awareness. When did that happen? Ikarlum fell to the ground, bewildered. He hadn't even seen Zoro make his move. "Well, now I can finally get some rest," Zoro said with a tranquil smile, having dealt with the chaos, preparing to return to his slumber. At that moment, two figures suddenly charged towards him with astonishing speed and ferocity. "Enough is enough. Can't you two discern the vast disparity in our strengths?" Zoro could not help but express his impatience. The two, believing they were well concealed, had long been discovered. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday emerged abruptly from the side, with Miss Wednesday riding a duck adorned with a green hat. How infuriating! Was the gap in power truly this significant? After a failed attack, Miss Wednesday gritted her teeth. Zoro was overwhelmingly powerful. To them, he was akin to a mere 3-year-old child. Mr. 8. Witnessing the great sword's fall, Ikarlum. Miss Wednesday clenched her jaw and dashed towards the room where Luffy and the others were located. If they could not overpower him, then they would resort to more unscrupulous tactics. This is bad. Seeing this, Zoro was taken aback and immediately sprinted forward. "Well done, Miss Wednesday. I shall not allow you to be disturbed." Just then, Mr. Nine lunged forward, twin batons flying towards Zoro. Chapter 83. You are not yet qualified to move against our captain. However, Zoro did not even glance at him, swiftly dispatching him with a single stroke of his sword before hastening towards the room where Luffy and the others were. Yet, he was still too late. There stood Miss Wednesday, dragging Luffy out, a sharp blade poised menacingly at his throat. Upon witnessing this, Zoro came to an abrupt halt. If it were any other means of coercion, he would have remained unfazed, but it was a knife, Luffy's Achilles heel. "Put down your weapon," Miss Wednesday commanded coldly, her gaze fixed on Zoro. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, a similar icy voice resonated. A gleaming, menacing blade now rested against her throat, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. The sheer coldness caused her hairs to stand on end. Moonlight emerged, fixing her with a frosty glare. "You are not yet qualified to threaten our captain." His gaze was piercing and exuded an overwhelming authority. "You." Miss Wednesday's body stiffened instantly, not merely frightened by the knife at her neck, but by the palpable murderous intent emanating from Moonlight. "TCH." Zoro clicked his tongue, a hint of regret crossing his face. He had thought he was the only one to perceive the truth. Yet, it seemed this man could not be deceived. "Do not harm her." Just then, Ikarlum surged to his feet, disregarding his wounds, and charged towards Moonlight. "Don't move, or I will kill you," Zoro warned, his sword raised menacingly. "If you wish to kill me, then do so. I am willing to trade my life for hers." Ikarlum remained undaunted, charging straight at Zoro's blade. Upon seeing this, Zoro withdrew his weapon, astonished. His sword had never been drawn against someone like Ikarlum. "Ikarlum, do not concern yourself with me. You must leave at once," Miss Wednesday cried out fervently. "They are far too powerful. We stand no chance against them. Hurry." "No, even if it costs me my life. I will not allow them to harm you," Ikarlum declared resolutely, charging towards Moonlight with a sense of fearless determination. A touching display of emotion, yet Moonlight remained uninterested. He scoffed coldly, his pupils narrowing, ready to strike. Just then, two chilling voices echoed from the night sky, a man and a woman. "Heh. So this is where you are. It seems we need not lift a finger." A man clad in a brown long coat with curly hair and a woman in a beige short dress holding a yellow parasol appeared before them. They descended gracefully in the moonlight, their gaze fixated coldly on Ikarlum and Miss Wednesday, sharing a sinister smile. This is bad. It's Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Upon seeing them, Ikelem's pupils dilated, a sense of foreboding surging within him. It's you. You have finally arrived. I assume you received our letter. Although we did not complete the mission, we successfully lured them to this cactus island, which can be considered an accomplishment in itself. Mr. Nine rose to his feet, casting a glance at the two individuals before him with a smile. These two were also agents of the Baroque works, albeit of the higher echelon. After he and Miss Wednesday escaped from the Mary, they returned here, seizing the opportunity during their revelry to write to their superior, reporting the situation. Now that these two had arrived, it signified they had received the message. Of course, the task has been completed, but the boss has a new assignment, he said with a smirk. Miss Valentine's playful smile turned into something chilling as she addressed Miss Wednesday, her words sending a shiver down Mr. Nine's spine. We're here to eliminate you, especially you, Miss Wednesday. What? Mr. Nine gasped, his expression one of disbelief. You. Ikelem's body trembled. The truth had been unveiled. After all, they were dealing with that man. He could not be deceived by such trivial tricks indefinitely. On what grounds do you intend to kill us? We have already completed our mission. Miss Wednesday shouted defiantly. Nefertari Vivi, Princess of Alabasta, did you think you were concealed so well? From the very first day you infiltrated our Baroque works, we knew you were an undercover agent. We merely wished to observe your intentions before taking action. However, with Alabasta soon to fall under our dominion, there is no longer any need to spare you, Mr. Five remarked nonchalantly, picking at his nose. You. Vivi's body shook violently, akin to a child caught in a lie. Rendered helpless. What are you talking about? She is Miss Wednesday. Ikelem bellowed. Captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, even now your denials are futile. Your nation is on the verge of becoming our possession. We have come to eliminate you, for your existence has lost its value, Miss Valentine laughed, her eyes gleaming with malice. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Ikelem grasped Vivi and turned to flee. With their cover blown, there was no need for further subterfuge, as their adversaries were high-ranking agents. Could they escape? Their flight only served to corroborate Mr. Five's claims, leaving Mr. Nine aghast and Zaro equally astonished, taken aback by this unforeseen twist. Observing this, Mr. Five smirked, flicking the booger he had just extracted, which then soared toward Ikelem and Vivi. Though the two moved with great speed, they could not outpace the projectile. The booger landed before them with a resounding crash, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very ground beneath their feet, causing the surrounding walls to collapse. Ikelem and Vivi were hurled backwards by the force of the blast. Ikelem was gravely injured, and Vivi was drenched in blood, both rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Miss Wednesday, you. Upon witnessing this scene, Mr. Nine was instantly engulfed by fury. Miss Wednesday, with whom he had shared countless moments and collaborated on numerous missions, had forged a profound friendship. Although bewildered by the revelation of her being a princess from the kingdom of Baton, the sight of his companion lying before him ignited his rage. With twin batons in hand, he charged towards Mr. Five. Mr. Five smirked nonchalantly, once again digging into his nose. Boom. Mr. Nine was sent flying. It was already my intention to eliminate you, and you foolishly presented yourself at my doorstep, allowing me to deliver the final blow. Miss Valentine's Day, holding an umbrella, soared into the air. Her face beamed with a radiant smile, yet her lips uttered words that were utterly appalling. 10 kilograms. 100 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. Boom. Chapter 84. Miss Valentine stood up, a smile gracing her face, while beneath her lay an immense pit. The force of 1,000-pound weight plummeting from above was truly astonishing. Mr. Nine had long since vanished. Mr. Nine. Vivi's expression turned grim. It was because of her that Mr. Nine had perished. Yet, she was gravely injured, barely able to stand. Let us go. Ikelem forced himself upright, enduring his own injuries, and lifted Vivi, sprinting away with fervor. No matter what, I cannot let anything happen to you. It's futile. I am the bomb fruit user, capable of detonating anything about me. Unless your speed surpasses mine, this strike will obliterate you. Mr. Five sneered, flicking away a booger before launching another attack. Boom. The two were instantly propelled backward once more. This time, they could not rise again. I am the user of the float fruit. Now, Experience the sensation of 1,000 pounds bearing down upon you. Miss Valentine ascended once more, riding her umbrella. 10 kilograms. Her weight became remarkably light. But in the next moment, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms. Suddenly, it felt as if Mount Tai had descended upon them, crashing down from the sky. A weight of 10,000 pounds, falling from above. No matter how formidable one might be, they would be crushed. Is this the end? Icolum despaired. At this moment, confronted by two elite agents, they were at their wits' end. Boom. Miss Valentine had now descended upon them. The ground cracked open beneath the immense weight. TCH. Mr. Five flicked away another booger, uninterested in the outcome. There was no way they could still be alive. Who are you? Just then, a voice filled with astonishment emanated from Miss Valentine. Moonlight single-handedly caught the descending Miss Valentine, the ground beneath him fracturing like a spider's web. Yet no matter how hard she pressed, she could not descend further, stopped in her tracks. Moonlight looked up, his gaze piercing. Moonlight, vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Pirate? Miss Valentine retreated, returning to Mr. Five's side, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Pirates? Step aside, we are not after you. Mr. Five replied coldly, though shock flickered in his eyes. That was a weight of 10,000 kilograms. How could he have caught it with one hand? How strong is he? You. Icolum was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Moonlight to intervene. Vivi, gasping for breath, was equally stunned, looking at Moonlight in confusion. I have yet to settle my matters with her. If you wish to kill, wait until I am done. Moonlight stated calmly. Ha ha ha, Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Do not speak to me with such a commanding tone. If you wish to wait, I am not your crew member. Why should I listen to you? Upon hearing these words, Miss Valentine's Day couldn't help but chuckle. They were senior agents of the Baroque Works, assassins, and yet someone dared to bargain with them. What does your matter have to do with me? You say you'll kill when the time comes? Mr. Five sneered. With a flick of his fingers, they sprang into action. They were killers, after all, and their mission was to eliminate their targets. Any obstacles were to be eradicated without hesitation. Is that so? Moonlight replied with a cold smile, his pupils narrowing. A faint blue aura of malevolence coalesced into a sphere and swept toward the two. Conqueror's Hockey. And it was at the level of LV3. The two were momentarily stunned, then their bodies trembled violently before they collapsed helplessly. Thud. Thud. They knelt on the ground, gazing in horror at Moonlight. What is happening? Damn it. What have you done to us? They felt their bodies quaking uncontrollably, unable to muster any strength to rise. Moonlight did not even glance at them. Extending his sword aura. Swish. Mr. Five was immediately cleaved in two. He then turned to Zoro. Wake everyone up, given the current situation. It seems we can no longer sleep peacefully. Understood. Zoro nodded and began rousing everyone. Even Luffy stretched and slowly regained consciousness. Moonlight, what's going on? What happened? Huh. Sanji, Usopp, and Luffy all awakened, their expressions puzzled as they observed the scene before them. Where's Nami? Zoro wondered aloud, searching the room but finding no trace of her. Where's that woman? I'm right here. Just then, Nami returned empty-handed, her face a picture of regret. What a pity. I thought I could find a lot of gold coins, but this group is simply too poor. Zoro was left speechless. This woman had taken advantage of their distraction to revert to her old ways? Moonlight, what happened? Luffy, now fully awake, asked with a serious expression as he looked around. Here's the situation. Moonlight recounted the events that had transpired. What? This is actually a gathering place for bounty hunters? Their previous enthusiasm was all an act? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder, despite his boasting, they merely echoed his words with admiration. He had thought they genuinely believed him. Baroque Works? They had just arrived in the Grand Line and had already attracted the attention of this organization. Sanji inhaled deeply, smoke swirling around him, his brow furrowing. However, upon seeing the pitiful expression on Vivi's face beneath the moonlight, his eyes immediately sparkled. Your Highness, greetings. I am a prince. Please allow me to protect your beauty. Zoro could only shake his head in disbelief. This cook's audacity was truly astonishing. Please, I beg you, save our princess. I implore you. At that moment, Icolum gasped, gazing at Luffy. Who exactly are you? Who are they? Looking at Icolum, Luffy adopted an unprecedented seriousness and posed a crucial question. although he usually appeared comical and eccentric. He never trifled with matters of importance. I am. Icolum replied with a wry smile, feeling compelled to divulge the reasons behind their infiltration of the Baroque works. He recounted everything, especially trembling as he mentioned one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, who sought to seize their nation. That was a warlord of the sea. What? The warlord of the sea, Crocodile? Nami and Usopp were taken aback by this revelation. The name of the warlord of the sea resonated like thunder. Sanji furrowed his brow. Having witnessed Hawkeye's prowess, he understood that such strength surpassed human imagination. After all, they were sanctioned by the world government, allowing them to roam the seas as formidable pirates without fear. But so what? Luffy's face was a mask of rage, filled with righteous indignation. How could they attempt to usurp a nation and even threaten a princess? What of the 7 warlords? What of Crocodile? I will send you flying. Chapter 85. Miss All Sunday. Hey, Luffy, that is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a figure renowned alongside Mihawk. We are merely small pirates. How can we possibly contend with such a powerful individual? Usopp trembled uncontrollably. The mere mention of such a figure instilled a sense of dread. The 7 warlords of the sea are 7 notorious pirates recognized by the world government, and it is undoubtedly premature for us to confront him. Luffy. Sanji lit a cigarette. Inhaling deeply. Is he as formidable as Mihawk? Zoro rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, silent yet his eyes glimmered with resolve. Haha. Although I am surprised that our boss is one of the 7 warlords, you have disrupted our plans. Therefore, regardless of your involvement, you shall perish. The words dripped with disdain. Tremble, you insignificant pirates. There are countless like you in the Grand Line, but only 7 great figures like our boss exist in this world. To provoke someone of his stature is to invite your own demise. Upon hearing this name, Miss Valentine and Mr. Five exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a canvas of shock. Within the ranks of Baroque works, none had ever laid eyes on their elusive boss, the legendary Mr. Zero, who communicated tasks either through a transponder snail or through Miss All Sunday herself. This was their first revelation, yet they soon erupted into mocking laughter, viewing Luffy and his companions as a mere jest. In the presence of the 7 warlords, what were Luffy and his comrades but a farce? Luffy. Nami shuddered, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Such a formidable figure was indeed beyond their reach. The others echoed her concerns, urging caution as they had just arrived in the Grand Line. There was no need to provoke a warlord. Hearing this, Luffy remained silent, his expression more solemn than ever. You need not assist us, nor do you have any reason to engage in battle with someone of the 7 warlords' caliber. Icolum's face was etched with despair. They had overthought the matter. In these waters, the name alone would send shivers down anyone's spine. My country, my people, and my father. Crocodile, you scoundrel. Vivi cried out, her heart shattered, filled with despair. He is one of the 7 warlords. What can I possibly use to fight against him? Why must all this happen to me? Everything I hold dear is about to be lost. Vivi. Nami felt a pang of sympathy. This scene mirrored her own past so closely. Zoro and the others were similarly moved. Was a reason required to strike down such a fiend? At that moment, seeing Vivi's tear-streaked face, Luffy clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. A thunderous voice erupted. Luffy! Nami shouted. You! Icolum was left bewildered. What did this mean? You! Vivi, tears flowing, gazed at Luffy. Of course, no reason is needed. Zoro chuckled, his eyes brimming with battle spirit. The 7 warlords, is it? Splendid. They shall serve as my sharpening stone. To cause such sorrow to the beautiful Miss Vivi, such a wretch, I cannot forgive. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, bowing his head as he spoke solemnly. You all, everyone, this scoundrel is beyond redemption. Usopp trembled involuntarily. He lacked the courage to confront the 7 warlords. Yet, since everyone was in unanimous agreement, he was willing to risk his life alongside them. The 7 warlords, you say? Moonlight smiled faintly. At last, after this journey, a formidable opponent had emerged. He had long sought to test his current strength. Miss Valentine's Day and Mr. Five stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that these individuals had chosen to stand against the 7 warlords. Were they courting death? However, they were now too weak to utter a word. The overwhelming might of Moonlight's level 3 Conqueror's haki was simply too powerful, and enduring until now was already their limit. They promptly fainted. Without delay, we shall set forth to Alabasta, Luffy declared with resolve, immediately taking action. Wait, after all, we are dealing with such a prominent figure as the Seven Warlords. Given that we have already drawn the ire of the entire Baroque works, in order to ensure the princess's safety, I shall act as bait to divert the initial forces. Afterwards, I ask you to escort the princess to Alabasta, Icolum proposed hastily. Luring the enemy? Indeed, it is necessary, especially considering we faced the Seven Warlords. Sanji nodded, casting a respectful glance at Icolum, surprised by his cunning. Yes, this is feasible. We shall part ways for now. Nami agreed, and thus it was decided. Luffy, though not entirely comprehending, had no objections since everyone else was in accord. Subsequently, Icolum disguised himself as Vivi and set sail first, followed by the others boarding their vessel. Once a safe distance was established, they would depart. Although this tactic might not entirely deceive the enemy, it would certainly confuse those from Baroque works. Vivi, with a grave expression, bid farewell to Icolum, then turned to the others and spoke. However, before she could finish her sentence, suddenly, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted across the sea, and the ship where Icolum was located burst into flames, a massive inferno engulfing 100 meters of ocean. The fire illuminated the faces of each of them. What is happening? Uncle. Everyone was shocked, utterly unprepared for such a scene. Icolum, Vivi screamed. They were pursuing us so swiftly. Hurry, let us move. Nami ordered urgently. Perhaps Icolum is not yet lost. Though the hope was faint, no one wished to surrender. However, just as the ship began to move, not long after, a tinkling laugh rang out from the mast. Who goes there? Upon hearing this laughter, everyone turned in astonishment. Quickly looking back, beneath the moonlight, a stunning woman adorned in a black top hat, a sleek black dress, and long black boots sat gracefully atop the mast, propping her chin on her hand as she leisurely surveyed the crowd. Miss All Sunday, Vivi gasped, her body trembling in shock. Her hair standing on end as she beheld the woman before her. How could she not recognize her? She was the only one from the Baroque works who had encountered Mr. Zero, their formidable boss. Was she truly the infamous Miss All Sunday? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes swiftly turning towards the enigmatic figure in black. From Vivi's expression, they had already gleaned the gravity of the situation. What brings you here? To kill me? Vivi stammered, her voice quaking as she looked at Miss All Sunday. Of course. Miss All Sunday replied with a gentle smile, causing Zoro and the others to instinctively tense up, forming a protective barrier around Vivi. After all, they had just witnessed her formidable abilities firsthand. Observing this scene, Miss All Sunday fell silent, her gaze drifting to Luffy's straw hat, as if lost in contemplation, her hand poised to strike. Suddenly, a long blade appeared, poised threateningly at her neck, accompanied by a chilling voice that reverberated in the air. Don't move. Miss All Sunday froze, realizing that the moonlight had, unbeknownst to her, materialized behind her. Chapter 86. Nico Robin and the Moonlight. Luffy and the others gazed in astonishment at the figure of Moonlight. When did he make his move? It was truly unfathomable that among them existed such a swordsman. Miss All Sunday, she spoke gravely, not daring to make a single move, for she could keenly sense the chilling aura of death emanating from Moonlight. Any slightest misstep on her part would surely result in her being struck down by his blade. What is your name? Were you the one responsible for what transpired earlier? What brings you here? Moonlight inquired calmly. Nico Robin, she replied. Indeed. It was I who caused the earlier incident. My purpose in coming here was to observe you, and to inform you of the perilous path that lies ahead. Known as the Little Garden, I intend to provide you with an eternal pointer to circumvent it. As she spoke, she produced a pointer from her possession. Though under the threat of a sword, her voice remained elegant and composed. Why would you do such a thing? What is your motive? Nami couldn't help but ask. And one last question. Are you aware of the D clan? Moonlight waved his hand, silencing Nami, as he was indifferent to her inquiry. What? How do you know of this? Upon hearing this, Robin, who had been so composed, was instantly taken aback, her face a canvas of disbelief as she regarded Moonlight. She had not anticipated him to pose such a question. This was a name recorded in the annals of lost history, particularly concerning her own past. How could this man possibly know? Luffy, I do not intend to kill her. No one shall harm her. I wish to recruit her. What do you think? Moonlight arched an eyebrow, sheathing his sword and looking at Luffy. What? Moonlight, have you lost your mind? What jest is this? She is a senior agent of Baroque Works. Moreover, she is one of Mr. Zero's closest associates. Upon hearing this, everyone except Luffy and Zoro wore expressions of disbelief, exclaiming in unison. This man had never shown interest in anyone. What background could this woman possibly have? Observing Robin, who resembled a dark elven spirit, Zoro fell into a deep contemplation. Given his understanding of Moonlight, the words he spoke were anything but frivolous. Very well. Luffy nodded decisively, agreeing without hesitation. You actually agreed. Nami and the others looked at Luffy in astonishment. Luffy, Moonlight, and everyone, this woman is not to be trusted. She is a demon. Vivi grit her teeth, staring at Robin as if she were confronted with a terrifying entity. Demon? The group fell silent, collectively turning their gazes towards Robin. He. An intriguing swordsman wishes to recruit me. Do you not care to ask if I consent? Robin smiled, a glimmer of curiosity lighting her eyes as she regarded Moonlight. She initially wished to merely glimpse the legendary Luffy, intrigued by the descendant of the fabled D-clan. However, her curiosity swiftly shifted to the Moonlight. Surely, you would concur. Standing with a sword in hand, he exudes an undeniable presence. Under the moon's gentle glow, he appears ethereal, as if a celestial being. The matters you are investigating mirror my own inquiries, yet I lack the capacity to decipher them. You aspire to grasp those truths entirely on your own. But that is an unattainable feat, however. I possess the means to do so, do I not? A spark ignited in Robin's eyes as she regarded Moonlight intently before leaping gracefully onto the back of a lethargic sea turtle. Swordmaster, your suggestion intrigues me greatly. When we next meet, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. Upon finishing her words, the sea turtle disdainfully cast a glance at Luffy and the others before departing. Is she truly allowed to leave just like that? After all, she is Miss All Sunday. Vivi clenched her teeth, watching Robin's retreat. Moonlight, do you not think an explanation is warranted? Why did you bring such a person into our fold? Nami inquired, gazing at Moonlight. Indeed, Moonlight. It is quite astonishing that you would actively recruit someone, yet this woman poses a significant danger. Usopp chimed in, though your intentions remain unclear. She is undoubtedly an enemy of Vivi, having committed regicide. Sanji remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Moonlight. Zoro remained silent, contemplatively observing Moonlight. An enemy, perhaps she is. Or perhaps she is not. Who can truly ascertain who your enemies are? You may not even know yourself, Moonlight replied, directing his gaze towards Vivi. Moonlight, what do you mean by such words? You, Nami, and the others exclaimed in unison. Yet, at that moment, Vivi fell silent. As Moonlight suggested, who truly is her enemy? Even if she were to vanquish Crocodile, would her desires truly be fulfilled? Is the state of her nation solely attributable to Crocodile? Could you elaborate on your reasoning? Zoro inquired, his gaze fixed on Moonlight. My purpose in traversing the Grand Line, beyond the pursuit of the One Piece, is primarily to uncover the truth of the world's history, Moonlight affirmed with a nod. The truth of world history? The group exchanged bewildered glances, while Vivi's head snapped up, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Being of royal blood, she understood the implications of Moonlight's statement. Indeed, the world has developed over 900 years. Yet only 800 years are inscribed in the texts, with the intervening century having vanished without a trace, as if deliberately obscured. The only entity capable of such concealment is the world government. I am deeply curious about what transpired during that lost century and what truths have been hidden away. Nico Robin is the sole individual in this world capable of deciphering that truth. Moonlight gazed out at the vast ocean, excitement dancing across his features. The vanishing century? Historical texts? Luffy, what is your opinion? As the captain, you must have a say. The crowd was taken aback, utterly astonished that such a history existed in the world. The truth behind the Moonlight's pursuit was revealed to be this. They then turned their gaze towards Luffy, acknowledging that if someone was to be recruited, it undoubtedly required the captain's approval. That is perfectly fine, since Moonlight wishes to bring her aboard. There must be a valid reason. Furthermore, our crew is indeed lacking someone of her caliber. Before Luffy lay an abundance of food, seemingly conjured from nowhere. He picked up a piece of meat and began devouring it heartily, seemingly oblivious to the prior conversation. Nami, Usopp, Vivi. Hey, Luffy, where did you get that meat? As he observed Luffy feasting, Sanji was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. The ingredients they had gathered this time were scarce. Before reaching the next island, they barely had enough provisions for a single day. Could it be that Luffy? With that thought, he hurried towards the kitchen. Of course, I got it from the kitchen, Luffy exclaimed, swallowing a mouthful with his words slurred. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone turned a ghastly shade of green. Chapter 87. The little garden. The meager rations they had salvaged from the kitchen were all that remained in their supply, meticulously gathered for their journey to the next island. If Luffy had consumed everything, what would they eat next? Air? You glutton, Luffy. You devoured all our provisions. Sanji stormed out in a fury, delivering a swift kick that sent Luffy sprawling across the deck. The sight of their dwindling supplies ignited his ire. How infuriating, Luffy. Perhaps we should consider appointing another captain. For at this rate, we shall surely starve. Usopp, Nami, and the others echoed their outrage. How long until we reach the next island? Moonlight furrowed his brow, directing his question toward Vivi. At least 3 days. If the current is swift, perhaps 2 days. This meager amount of food will not sustain us for even 2 days. Vivi's expression turned pale as she gazed at the scant provisions. Could they truly survive on so little? But what about our backup supplies? Zoro glanced at the trembling Chopper, his eyes suddenly alight with hope. Upon hearing this, Chopper shivered in fear. No way. Chopper is my comrade. Vivi immediately scooped up the frightened reindeer, cradling him protectively. Backup supplies. Sanji's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. If starvation was their only option, perhaps they would have to resort to such measures. Nami regarded Chopper as if he were a succulent roast. She mused. Usopp nodded vigorously in agreement. Chopper trembled even more. No, absolutely not. Vivi clutched Chopper tightly, vowing to protect him at all costs. Nami, you navigate. I will provide support. We must reach the next island within a day. Moonlight's brow furrowed slightly as he surveyed the meager food supplies before moving to the back of the ship. What are you planning, Moonlight? Nami asked, her face a mask of confusion. We cannot possibly make it in a day. Usopp chimed in, his voice filled with disbelief. Sanji remained silent, observing Moonlight, knowing that when this man spoke, he would not be without purpose. You all better hold on tight, Zoro grinned, beginning to grasp Moonlight's intent. Let us go, Moonlight. Luffy tipped his hat and leaped onto the ship's bow. Huh? What's going on? Vivi queried, perplexed. Phantom sword dance. Without further ado, Moonlight drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the sea. The ocean roared and surged violently, as waves crashed and churned in response. With the final strike, the waters parted dramatically, the energy ripping through the expanse, while a tremendous force of recoil surged forth. The Mary instantly shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. I see now, Usopp and Nami exclaimed in realization. Moonlight intended to harness the recoil generated by his sword strike to propel the Mary swiftly onward. Sanji, turn the helm to the left, at a 45-degree angle. Nami observed the compass and promptly instructed. Yes, Miss Nami. Sanji immediately complied, showing no hesitation. Meanwhile, the recoil from the sword energy had gradually dissipated, and the Mary had surged over 100 meters away. Sensing this, Moonlight launched another slash. Thus, the Mary continued its rapid advance. Vivi and the swift runner exchanged astonished glances, both incredulous. Is this truly a human? To wield sword energy to slice through the sea and propel the ship forward. In her astonishment, she glanced at the others around her, only to find them unfazed, continuing with their tasks as if nothing extraordinary was occurring. Who on this ship are these people? Vivi marveled inwardly. Ding. You have executed a phantom sword dance, earning 100 experience points. Ding. Phantom sword dance has ascended to level 3. At this moment, amidst the continuous slashes of the phantom sword dance, progress was swift. In just half a day, it reached level 3. The power of the level 3 phantom sword dance was now even more formidable. The frequency of sword energy slashes had doubled, and the size of the energy had swelled to that of a water barrel. The sword energy struck with a violent force, cleaving the sea and sending the Mary racing forward at an even more alarming speed. If this continues, my swordsmanship will grow ever stronger. Moonlight surveyed his attributes. His slash is becoming increasingly rapid. Moonlight, basic swordsmanship, system gift, no rank, 3-stage slash, system gift. No rank. Draw slash LV 550000001000000000 Ferocious Dragon slash LV 350000000100000 Phantom Sword Dance LV 380,001000000 Void Draw slash LV 140,0100000 Observation Hockey LV 45000000100000 Armament Hockey LV 4900001000 Conquerors Hockey LV 350,0100000 apart from the newly unlocked sword techniques. All sword skills had received tremendous enhancements. At this rate, ascension to the next level would be imminent. Thus, the slashing continued from night until the following afternoon, when a lush, dense island finally appeared on the horizon. The island was teeming with vibrant greenery, an exuberant jungle alive with vitality, and the temperature suddenly warmed. We've arrived. That is the little garden, Usopp exclaimed, peering through a telescope at the distant land. Wonderful. With a forest on the island, there must be creatures. We can have a splendid hunt. Sanji stretched his limbs, eager for action. Zoro remained silent, yet his demeanor suggested he shared the sentiment. Meanwhile, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly wishing to extend his arms and dash to the island at once. Do you not care for him? He has been wielding his sword since the early hours of yesterday. Although Vivi was equally ecstatic, she couldn't help but express her astonishment at the sight of the moonlight still striking with his sword. From yesterday until now, he has not paused for a moment. Is this stamina even human? Not at all. He is moonlight. Such exertion is merely a trifle for him, Usopp remarked, shaking his head in admiration as he observed moonlight. Back in the East Blue, he had witnessed moonlight practice swordsmanship for 3 consecutive days. Initially, he was taken aback, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. Well, let's not dwell on it. Our vice captain is no ordinary person, Nami said, patting Vivi on the shoulder with a smile. He is simply a sword enthusiast. Miss Nami. Miss Vivi, how about a refreshing glass of juice? Sanji offered, presenting the last 2 cups of juice before them with great enthusiasm. This fellow's extraordinary strength is built upon such rigorous training, but I will surpass him, Zoro declared, his face brimming with determination as he too continued to train while moonlight persisted in his practice. These individuals. Vivi was once again taken aback. We have arrived. At that moment, Luffy suddenly exclaimed, and they saw the Mary finally reach the small garden. Usopp secured the ship and gazed at the lush, vibrant forest before them, filled with excitement. Without waiting for the others to react, he dashed out. Chapter 88. The Giant Soldier Pirate Crew, Behave Yourself. Upon witnessing the scene, Nami swiftly delivered a punch, prompting Luffy to instinctively crouch down and shield his head in submission. Although this place exuded a tranquil and serene ambience, one must not let their guard down in the Grand Line. As the sole navigator aboard, I took it upon myself to delegate tasks. Luffy, Vivi, and Usopp, you are tasked with exploring the island and gathering fruits or any edible provisions. Zoro and Sanji, you will hunt for game, while Moonlight and I will remain to guard the ship. Nami commanded with an air of authority, clearly assuming the role of leader. Hey, why should I listen to you? Zoro raised an eyebrow defiantly. I shall fulfill Miss Nami's orders to the fullest, Sanji promptly proclaimed, puffing up with pride, and then provocatively glared at Zoro. Since Miss Nami has spoken, you ought to comply, or beware of my wrath. Is that so, you perverse cook? I've longed to slice you down. Zoro retorted with a cold smirk. I'll send you flying. Sanji grinned mischievously, and the two exchanged fiery glares, as if sparks were flying in the air. However, bang, bang, Nami's fist came down, and both men fell silent, dutifully heading toward the jungle. Observing this spectacle, Usopp gulped nervously and said, Nami, I've recently contracted an affliction that prevents me from setting foot on the island, so Moonlight and I will stay with the ship while you go with Luffy. Is that so? It seems you doubt my decisions? Nami's expression darkened at his words. It's not me, I. Usopp stammered, trembling under her gaze. Excellent. Adventure awaits us. Let us set off. At that moment, Luffy's excited shout rang out, disregarding Usopp's protests and Vivi's bewilderment. As he grabbed both of them and dashed into the jungle, even dragging along a reluctant Chopper. "Ah, Luffy. I suddenly have this affliction that prevents me from going on the island." Usopp's desperate cries echoed, gradually fading into the distance. Seeing this, Nami sighed in relief, casting a reassuring glance at Moonlight. "Phew, it truly feels safest when I'm with Moonlight." Nami found a comfortable spot to recline, soaking in the sunlight and the gentle breeze, experiencing pure bliss. Moonlight nodded and sat beside her, but instead of resting, he closed his eyes and began practicing haki. Observation haki. Instantly, an aura enveloped the area, radiating outward from the Mary. I recall Nico Robin mentioning before her departure that one of her objectives was to help them navigate around the eternal pointer of Little Garden, rumored to be an incredibly perilous place where no pirate has ever left the island alive. Although I knew some details from memory, Moonlight desired to gain clarity and refine his observation haki. This ability was nearing level 5. Compared to other skills, observation haki was the most accessible to train. As long as the spirit radiates outward, one is perpetually in a state of cultivation. I am on the verge of reaching level 5 should I advance further. My perceptive range will double. Indeed, I can sense it. This is the giant pirate crew, Dory and Broggy, is it not? Moreover, members of the Baroque Works have also arrived. At that moment, Moonlight suddenly detected several unusual auras on the island. 2 of these auras blazed like the scorching sun, robust and fierce, while another felt like a biting cold wind, exceedingly frigid. Such a presence could not belong to ordinary beings, but rather to those 2 giants. The remaining 4, however, gathered together, their auras more distinct yet elusive, a characteristic of those who possess devil fruits. At this instant, Usopp, Vivi, and Luffy gazed in astonishment at the towering giant before them, standing at least 10 meters tall, rendered speechless. Upon arriving on this island, they realized it was no mere flower garden. The monsters within towered at 4 to 5 meters in height, including extinct dinosaurs and other colossal beasts. Usopp and Vivi fled in panic, while Luffy reveled in the adventure, extending his arms to swing joyfully in the garden. This commotion caught the attention of the dinosaur, leading to an attack, until a 10-meter giant intervened, greeting them amiably. Gazing at the giant, they were enveloped in a surreal sensation. How magnificent! Haha. They've been found. Luffy's crew is indeed on this island. Concurrently, within a wax-constructed room in the garden, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 chuckled as they faced a man clad in green with a number 3 insignia and a young girl wielding a paintbrush. Mr. 3 and Miss Golden, also high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, had received orders to hunt down Luffy's crew and had finally located them on this island. They promptly began deliberating their strategy for engagement. What is that sound? Nami, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by a thunderous noise. She quickly stood up, witnessing the ground trembling beneath her. Suddenly, a 5-meter dinosaur charged toward them, exuding a menacing aura. This is a dinosaur. Nami was astounded. Could dinosaurs still exist in this world? And to such a colossal extent? Instinctively, she hid behind Moonlight. Moonlight brandished his sword, poised to strike. Suddenly, whoosh, a flash of an axe cut through the air. The dinosaur's head was seized by an even larger giant. Ah, a larger giant. Nami trembled even more. Are you the humans who have come to this island? Broggy chuckled, spotting Moonlight and Nami aboard the merry-go. He lowered himself to inquire. Nami retreated apprehensively, while Moonlight maintained a calm demeanor and nodded. Indeed, who are you? I am Broggy, one of the captains of the giant pirate crew. Broggy sat down, speaking warmly. It seemed he had not conversed with anyone for quite some time, and as he engaged with Moonlight, he spoke volubly. Gradually, Nami's mood settled. Although the giant was immense, he did not seem to be an unreasonable or unapproachable being. Is that so? Have you truly been fighting for a century? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Moonlight's eyes. Indeed, as the captain of the giant warrior pirates, he was formidable. So this is the true meaning of the Little Garden. Nami realized, having previously wondered why the island bore such a name. Just then, she was about to inquire further when suddenly the entire island began to tremble violently. What is happening? She exclaimed in surprise. The volcano is erupting. Moonlight gazed towards the distant volcano, belching thick plumes of smoke. It is time. Bragi rose to his feet, his expression grave, and silently turned to depart. Chapter 89. What transpired with Mr. 3? Nami inquired. It seems the time for their decisive battle has arrived, Nami. Luffy and the others are in peril. I am preparing to take action. The moonlight rose, a grave expression crossing his face. Under the influence of Kinbunchika haki, he sensed a multitude of things. What? Luffy and the others are in danger? Nami exclaimed in surprise, instinctively believing that these two giants posed a threat to Luffy and his companions. No, it is another group, if my intuition serves me right. It must be the elite agents of Baroque Works pursuing us. There are 4 enemies, all possessing the powers of devil fruits. Moonlight shook his head. They had sailed all the way to Little Garden in just one day, and only the Baroque Works organization could have the capacity to evade them and land on the island almost simultaneously. Nami quickly grasped the situation. 4 devil fruit users. Moonlight. Are you confident? Nami asked with concern. No problem, but you should remain on the ship. It is the safest place for you right now. Moonlight nodded, acutely sensing the direction before preparing to leave. Wait, Moonlight, I still feel safest by your side. At that moment, Nami grasped Moonlight's arm. If the elite agents of Baroque Works have arrived, then there will be no safe place on the island. Comparatively, Moonlight offers her more reassurance. Very well, let us proceed. Upon hearing this, Moonlight took Nami's hand, and they made their way toward the island. In the heart of the island, Dory and Bragi were once again locked in fierce combat, their terrifying strength causing the entire island to tremble. Luffy, Usopp, Vivi, and the others watched in awe. Was this truly the battle of the 2 giants? It was astonishing. Usopp stood entranced, murmuring as he observed their clash, his spirit shaken as if he had discovered something he had long sought. The 468th battle concluded in a draw. They fought for the better part of the day, ultimately finding themselves evenly matched once more. Another stalemate? They exchanged sighs, their faces reflecting disappointment. When would such a battle come to an end? Come, let me treat you to a drink. Seeing their glum expressions, Luffy excitedly produced some liquor from the ship. All right, let us drink. The sight of the alcohol instantly brightened the giants' faces. This island had everything, except an abundance of liquor. It had been a long time since they had tasted any. Without hesitation, they began to gulp it down, barrel after barrel. However, 3 minutes later, boom, 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 a tremendous explosion erupted from their bellies. What is happening? Luffy, Usopp, and Vivi exclaimed in shock. Why did the giants' bellies explode? Those despicable pirates have tricked us. Dory and Bragi instantly erupted in fury. They had consumed the liquor Luffy provided, and now their bellies were exploding. Wasn't it obvious? They immediately charged at Luffy, weapons drawn. That wine belongs to our ship. How could this happen? Usopp, Vivi, and Luffy wore solemn expressions, utterly unprepared for the unfolding calamity. I didn't do it. I know nothing. Luffy hurriedly protested. As he dodged the furious swings of the 2 giants, he continued to explain, there is no one else on this island. If not me, then who could it be? The giants were enraged, relentlessly attacking, intent on eliminating Luffy. I truly did not do it. Luffy shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears as they continued to strike, blood spilling from their wounds. Though Luffy was formidable, the giant's strength eclipsed his own, and he found himself outmatched, especially in their combined assault. Soon, Luffy was at a disadvantage. I swear it wasn't me, he cried out, just as the giant's weapons descended upon him like a mountain poised to crush. A single strike would surely spell his doom. Luffy! Luffy! Vivi and Usopp cried out in alarm, witnessing Luffy's unwavering resolve as he chose not to evade, seemingly determined to prove his innocence. Despicable pirates, perish! The giants roared, heedless of his protest. It appeared that Luffy was on the brink of annihilation when suddenly, a sword materialized from the heavens, blocking the giants' blows with a forceful clash. Moonlight! Usopp and Vivi rejoiced, for at that critical moment, Moonlight had finally arrived. Moonlight! Do not interfere. This is my battle, Luffy declared in a low voice. The giants, Bragi and Dory, stared in astonishment at the swordsman who had so effortlessly halted their onslaught. It was the first time they had encountered someone capable of withstanding their strike. Known for shattering mountains with a mere flick of their wrist, I know, but if someone is plotting against our captain, then as his first mate, I cannot remain oblivious. That would be utterly remiss. Moonlight replied calmly, already aware of the truth. Who? Who is behind this? Luffy demanded angrily. On this island, besides us, could there be others? Vivi and Usopp exchanged startled glances. Dory and Broggy regained their composure, evidently acknowledging Moonlight's prowess. Indeed, it is the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works. Have you encountered Zoro and Sanji? Nami stepped forward to speak. Nami, so it is true, the high-ranking agents of Baroque Works have come for us. Vivi felt a pang of dread. They had indeed arrived. Precisely. Moonlight nodded, about to elaborate, when suddenly, a long, waxy river surged forth from the shadows, wafting and swirling until it enveloped everyone at their feet in an instant. The sudden ambush caught them all off guard, leaving no time for reaction. What is this? What is happening? Everyone stood stunned by the unforeseen turn of events. Dong Li and Byeoki were utterly astonished, for they struggled relentlessly yet could not extricate themselves from the binding. It was wax. At that moment, Mr. 3 appeared. A sinister smile etched upon his face as he gazed at the crowd. I am the candle man who has consumed the melting fruit. You are all ensnared by my wax. Shortly thereafter, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week emerged. Now I shall avenge the previous affront. Miss Valentine sneered at the assembly, her eyes scanning the surroundings in search of Moonlight. However, to her astonishment, she realized that among these individuals, there was no sign of Moonlight. Where is the Moonlight man? Mr. 5 exclaimed in surprise. He quickly scrutinized the area, and indeed, the swordsman was nowhere to be found. Mr. 3's expression froze. Could it be that someone had evaded his waxy confinement? Over there. Miss Golden Week pointed in a direction, revealing Moonlight, who appeared unfazed as he regarded them with an air of calm. Chapter 90. My wax, harder than steel. It is indeed remarkable that I could evade Mr. 3's candle restraints. Clearly, I am not an ordinary individual. Witnessing Moonlight emerge unscathed, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were taken aback, their expressions turning grave. This was an assault from Mr. 3. This is intriguing, but what does it matter? In the face of my melting fruit abilities, all your resistance is futile. My wax is indeed harder than steel. Mr. 3 was evidently stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend that anyone could dodge his candle attack. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk forming on his lips, and shouted, Candle restraints. Instantly, streams of wax coalesced into a torrent, hurtling towards Moonlight with astonishing speed and an extensive reach. As Mr. 3 deliberately sealed off all possible escape routes for Moonlight, such an assault could be deemed flawless. Yet, Moonlight effortlessly moved in place, making no discernible effort. As the candle restraints failed to ensnare him, no matter how densely packed, they were ineffective. It was as though Moonlight could see through his attacks, evading them each time. Meanwhile, a figure was forcibly dragged from the nearby bushes, none other than Zoro. He had followed the commotion, eager to ascertain what was transpiring. However, before he could comprehend the situation, he was suddenly enveloped by the wax river, and in the blink of an eye, like Luffy and the others, he was transformed into a wax statue. In an instant, the ranks of wax figures swelled by one more swordsman. At this moment, aside from Moonlight and the mysteriously absent Sanji, the Straw Hat crew was utterly decimated. Damn it, what is this stuff? I can't shake it off. Zoro struggled relentlessly, but the wax was as formidable as steel, making escape impossible. The more he fought, the faster he succumbed to the wax transformation. Before long, half of his body had already become a wax statue. Moonlight, be careful. This wax is extraordinarily potent. Even a mere touch could spell disaster, Nami warned, observing Moonlight's indifferent dodges. Moonlight, it's all on you now. Please exercise caution, Usopp added urgently. With their entire crew incapacitated, Moonlight was undoubtedly their sole hope. Moonlight, I will send these despicable fiends flying, Luffy shouted furiously. The swordsman's speed was overwhelming. Everyone, let us combine our efforts to create an opportunity. After several fruitless attacks, Mr. 3 decisively abandoned his solo endeavor, calling upon the trio behind him. He directed Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week to join forces. If they could confine Moonlight's movement, he would be able to bring this to a swift conclusion. No one had ever escaped from his waxen grasp. All right, watch me blast him away. Mr. Five nodded. Having witnessed Moonlight's prowess, he did not dare to be careless. Picking his nose, he launched himself towards Moonlight. Miss Valentine also nodded, taking flight with her umbrella, aiming for Moonlight as she plummeted from the sky. With her weight suddenly magnified to thousands of pounds, she descended upon Moonlight with great fury. Miss Golden Week, with brush in hand, meticulously crafted patterns upon the ground. Although she was not a wielder of a devil fruit, her artistic creations possessed the uncanny ability to manipulate the emotions of those who beheld them. Moonlight was uncertain of what she had drawn, yet he dared not tread upon her artwork. Suddenly, the three elite agents of the Baroque work sprang into action, proving their formidable prowess as they constricted Moonlight's range of movement. In a swift moment, Mr. Three seized the opportunity, deploying his waxen shackles once more in an attempt to ensnare Moonlight. With a whoosh, a vast expanse of waxy tendrils spread across the space, capturing Moonlight in an unyielding embrace, layer upon layer binding him tightly. Moonlight, this is dire. There are too many of them for him to contend with alone. The overwhelming power of his adversaries rendered him hopeless. Witnessing this scene, Nami and the others felt a chill run through them. If even Moonlight could be captured, their fate was sealed. How despicable, to gang up on a single individual. Dongli and Bragi roared in fury, unable to tolerate such cowardice. Yet they too were ensnared by the wax, their injuries leaving them powerless to escape the unyielding shackles. Now, you cannot flee. Mr. Five sneered, gazing at the waxen Moonlight, intent on avenging his previous defeat. Allow me to show you the sensation of being crushed under a weight of 10,000 pounds. Miss Valentine soared into the air once more, her weight suddenly surging to a staggering 10,000 pounds as she plummeted toward Moonlight. Bored, Miss Golden Week set aside her sketchpad, sipping tea leisurely. Though the target was formidable, escape from their grasp was ultimately impossible. The outcome was all but predetermined, rendering concern irrelevant. This individual is no ordinary foe. I cannot afford to underestimate him. I shall eliminate him before I pursue my artistry. Mr. Three chuckled coldly, preparing to hasten Moonlight's demise. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease crept over him, as if Moonlight harbored some hidden power. It was over. Nami and the others shielded their eyes, unable to bear the impending tragic scene that awaited Moonlight. Moonlight! Luffy bellowed in desperation, yet in that moment, he found himself utterly immobilized. With a deafening explosion, accompanied by the resounding crash of Miss Valentine's weight and Mr. Three's wax assault, the ground erupted beneath Moonlight, conjuring a terrifying spectacle. No one could possibly survive such a brutal onslaught. Yet, before the crowd could react in shock, Miss Valentine and her cohorts erupted in maniacal laughter, unveiling an even more astonishing sight. Emerging unscathed from the chaos, Moonlight walked forth, calm and composed, his skin now an inky black, a manifestation of his armament haki. Grasping the Kazuki sword, his attire remained untouched, as he stood before them all, ready to strike. Buzz! A magnificent crescent-shaped sword aura, vast enough to encompass a radius of 100 meters, erupted from its lunar center with ferocious intensity. The sword energy surged forth, its expansive range even affecting those nearby, including Zoro and his companions. However, as the sword aura swept over them, it shattered the wax that had ensnared them, liberating them from their bondage. In stark contrast, the four members of Mr. Three were sent flying by a single stroke. Mr. Three hastily conjured a wall of wax to mitigate the assault of the moonlit sword energy. Yet even so, he still sustained injuries. The power of that strike was undeniably terrifying. Mr. Five and his companions fell to the ground, grievously wounded, stripped of all combat capability. This is impossible. How could you break free from my waxen shackles? My wax is more resilient than steel. Mr. Three gazed at the Moonlight in disbelief, his expression a mirror of incredulity. It was the first time he had encountered someone capable of shattering his waxen restraints. Indeed, Mr. Three had never faltered before. How could such an occurrence manifest? Was this swordsman truly so formidable? My bomb fruit could not contend with him, and despite our combined efforts, we were left in this pitiful state? He is overwhelmingly powerful. We stand no chance. Lying on the ground, stripped of their fighting spirit, Mr. Five and his companions stared at the Moonlight in sheer horror, akin to witnessing a deity or demon, to be sent flying by a single sword strike. This swordsman was simply too fearsome. Ha ha ha, what an impressive sword aura. Among you, there exists such a formidable warrior, truly extraordinary. We are saved. But he surpasses us in strength. Chapter 91. The Candle Champion Cup. Both Dory and Broggy extricated themselves, their laughter echoing as they gave a thumbs up to Moonlight. They had dueled for over a century, yet today they discovered that there existed beings even more formidable than themselves. In the presence of Moonlight, they realized they were but frogs at the bottom of a well. Those despicable rascals, launching a sneak attack on us. Their gaze then fell upon Mr. 3. Suddenly ambushed and nearly losing their lives, it was only natural for anyone to feel disgruntled. Not just them, but Zoro, Nami, and Luffy also sneered in disdain. Damn, who would have thought we would encounter such a predicament? But do you think this ends here? I am Mr. 3. Mr. 3's expression turned icy as he beheld the few who had liberated themselves. The waxy substance on his body surged violently as he slammed his hand down onto the ground. Grand Service Wax Feast. With a flourish, a waxen river, spanning a full 10 meters, gushed forth from him, swiftly ensnaring everyone in its grasp. This wax river was swifter and wider than before. In an instant, aside from Moonlight, Luffy and the others once again fell prey to it. Their bodies began to wax over, and a grand wax tower, reminiscent of an elaborate cake and towering 10 meters high, slowly ascended, ensnaring them all. Atop this tower stood 7 wax figures, and above their heads, a wax sphere, akin to a giant Halloween pumpkin, began to rotate languidly. As the wax sphere spun, tendrils of wax mist descended, infiltrating the bodies of the 7, intensifying the waxification process. What sort of trickery is this? How humiliating to be ensnared once more. Initially caught off guard, this time they faced a direct assault. Was this individual truly so powerful? Sensing the change in their bodies, Luffy and the others were taken aback. Dory and Broggy's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, it had been a sneak attack, but now they were subjected to a frontal strike. This individual's strength was not to be underestimated. Was this the true prowess of Mr. 3? Vivi felt a wave of despair wash over her. Having been within those walls, she understood that the smaller the codename number, the more terrifying the strength. In our Baroque works, our power is a cumulative reflection of our codenames. I am Mr. 5, he is Mr. 3. The difference in strength is evident. Ambushing you in secrecy renders me no match, yet in direct confrontation, you stand no chance. Mr. 5 gasped. Indeed, Miss Valentine nodded in agreement. The lower the representative number of Baroque Works senior agents, the more formidable their strength. Mr. 3, be cautious. The swordsman has not been ensnared, Miss Goldenweek hastily warned, having spotted Moonlight reappearing unscathed in their line of sight. I know. That swordsman's strikes are exceedingly fierce. My wax cannot contain him. If that is the case, I shall defeat him with sheer strength. Mr. 3 acknowledged, having long since noticed Moonlight. He would not let his guard down. Candle Champion Cup. With a thunderous roar, Mr. 3 unleashed a torrent of wax-like liquid, but this time, it did not flow towards Luffy and his companions. Instead, it enveloped him, wrapping tightly around his form, ultimately coalescing into a suit of wax armor. Suddenly, his stature surged to over 3 meters, the wax encasing him, enhancing both his strength and speed to extraordinary levels. Palette. Furthermore, Miss Goldenweek seized her paintbrush and adorned Mr. 3's armor with a vibrant Red Bull motif. The crimson of the bull intensified Mr. 3's offensive capabilities immensely. Allow me to conclude this with one strike. Mr. 3 bellowed, charging towards the Moonlight with terrifying power and speed. However, buzz, a crescent-shaped sword aura sliced through the air with ferocity. The sword energy, akin to a dragon, was unparalleled in its sharpness. Mr. 3's wax armor was shattered in an instant, the sword energy rampaging forth, leaving him gushing blood as he collapsed to the ground. Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, Miss Goldenweek, Luffy, and the others. Everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Mr. 3 had exerted all his strength, augmented by Miss Goldenweek's artistry, yet he was effortlessly defeated by a single sword strike? What kind of terrifying power did this man possess? Buzz. Just then, the Moonlight swung his sword once more. A slashing arc emerged, fierce and sweeping. Bang! The wax giant tower was instantly obliterated, and the wax encasing everyone shattered under the impact of the sword energy. The massive wax ball above their heads burst apart as well. With a single strike, the wax tower was destroyed, liberating everyone once more. Was this the chasm of power disparity? Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, while he was accustomed to witnessing the Moonlight's swordsmanship. The stark difference in strength became glaringly apparent when faced with an adversary. We've been saved. Moonlight, you truly live up to your reputation, Usopp exclaimed, relieved to have survived. Moonlight, Nami cheered, giving him a thumbs up. She had always known this man was formidable, but she had never grasped the full extent of his strength until now. Even Mr. 3 had been effortlessly vanquished, perhaps even Mr. 0 would stand a chance against him. Vivi inhaled sharply, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at the Moonlight. You despicable wretches, I shall send you flying, Luffy declared, eagerly watching as the four struggled to rise. Attempting to flee. For anguished cries echoed through the air. Human swordsman, we thank you for unveiling the broader world beyond. In the presence of a man such as you, our duel seems but a farce. Dongli and Bragi exchanged glances, a smile shared between them. Their grudges forgotten after this ordeal, they then turned to Moonlight, their faces filled with admiration, acknowledging the heights he had revealed to them. But where was Sanji? Moonlight nodded. Yet Sanji was nowhere to be seen. He must have returned to the ship. I wagered with him on who could catch the largest prey, and then Zoro began, yet he abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. What happened next? Usopp inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. However, Zoro remained tight-lipped, his countenance betraying his discontent. You haven't lost your way, have you? Nami remarked upon seeing Zoro's expression. Zoro did not respond, but his expression revealed his thoughts. Nami had hit the nail on the head. Everyone erupted in laughter. So, Sanji has already returned to the ship. Given the recent events, it is likely that our pursuers will multiply. We cannot afford to waste time here and must depart swiftly. Moonlight smiled and then addressed the group. Indeed, the Baroque works is immensely powerful. If Mr. 3 is already so formidable, we can only imagine the capabilities of Mr. 2 and others to follow. To evade their pursuit, we must hasten our departure. Vivi nodded, her expression tightening. Having experienced it firsthand, she understood the terror involved. No need for concern. I have already led them away, and no further pursuers will be sent after us. Chapter 92. The Island of Monsters. At that moment, Sanji emerged from the forest, observing the unscathed group. He visibly relaxed and spoke. Sanji, it's wonderful that you're safe. Upon seeing him, the others breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their joy. The appearance of a high-ranking agent from Baroque Works had caused concern for Sanji's whereabouts, so his return brought great comfort. What do you mean by no pursuers? Nami inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Not just Nami, but several others wore puzzled expressions, failing to grasp Sanji's words. I returned to the ship only to find that Zoro had not yet returned, and neither Moonlight nor Miss Nami were present. I feared something had gone awry, so I came searching. In a corner of the forest, I stumbled upon a wax chamber. Upon entering, I discovered a transponder snail, which soon began to ring. Surprisingly, it was a call from someone known as Mr. 0. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke as he recounted his experience. What? Mr. 0? The mention of this codename caused the group to collectively gasp in shock. This was the true mastermind behind Baroque Works, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Renowned alongside Hawkeye, Sir Crocodile. This was indeed a person of immense stature. Sanji had received a call from him? What did he say? Vivi asked, her tone laced with anxiety. He inquired whether the Straw Hat crew had been dealt with. I, of course, did not reveal our identities, so I replied that they had been taken care of. He instructed me to return promptly to report, as everything was ready on his end, and he was prepared to take action. Sanji glanced at Vivi, revealing the details without reservation. Prepared to take action? Upon hearing this, Vivi trembled, her complexion paling drastically. Fortunately, Nami noticed and offered her support, preventing her from collapsing. Mr. 3 is already formidable. Mr. 0 must be even more terrifying. Usopp stammered in fear. If Mr. 3 nearly led to our annihilation, then should Mr. 0 engage. We would perish faster than ants. Forget about Mr. 0 or Mr. 100. That despicable scoundrel shall be sent flying. Everyone, to the ship. We must leave this place at once. Luffy urged, his impatience palpable as he pushed the group to depart the island. He aimed to land a punch on Crocodile immediately. All right. The group nodded in understanding of the urgency and began to prepare for departure. Wait, everyone. We may need to remain on this island for quite some time. Nami suddenly interjected, glancing at the log posts. Why? The others questioned, bewildered. The log post has not yet fully recorded the island's magnetic field, meaning we cannot leave just yet, Nami explained, a wry smile gracing her lips. Though she yearned to depart swiftly, without a log pose, navigating the Grand Line was impossible. How long will that take? Luffy asked, anxious. At this rate, it could take a year. Nami replied, casting a strained look toward Vivi. What? A year? The group gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they stared at Nami. How could they possibly remain here for such an extended period? This. Vivi sank to the ground in utter despair. A year from now, if she were to return, what could she possibly do? Her father and the others must have been slain by Crocodile long ago. I possess the eternal pointer to Alabasta. Just as everyone fell silent in disbelief, Sanji unexpectedly retrieved a pointer from his pocket. This was delivered by Mr. Zero, and it seems it has come in handy now, Sanji declared. The eternal pointer to Alabasta? Nami quickly seized it, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. Sanji, you are indeed reliable, Usopp remarked with admiration. Mr. Sanji, Vivi expressed her gratitude, her profound despair transforming into boundless hope. Naturally, compared to that ineffectual, frequently lost green-haired swordsman, you are far superior. Sanji cast a sidelong glance at Zoro and shrugged. You bastard, I'll chop you up. Zoro erupted in fury. This is outrageous. Have you become overly proud? All right, we have the eternal pointer, we have food. Let us set sail. Luffy exclaimed, raising his arm and shouting. Very well. Everyone nodded in agreement, promptly boarding the ship in preparation for departure. Are you all leaving? As they readied to depart, Broggy and Dory exchanged regretful glances, wishing they could spend more time with them, but it seemed impossible now. Gentlemen, we have pressing matters to attend to. When time permits, we shall return to share a drink with you. Luffy smiled and waved as the others bid their farewells. Indeed, the two men chuckled and did not insist on their stay, instead waving goodbye to the departing group. By the way, should we inform them about the enormous Sea King lurking ahead of this island? Dory suddenly recalled something as he watched them leave. No need, before that man. The Sea King, no matter how formidable, is but a triviality. Broggy shook his head, his gaze falling on the moonlight. Indeed, to such a man. What significance does the Sea King hold? Upon hearing this, Dory nodded in agreement, both of them gazing at the moonlight with admiration. This man effortlessly thwarted their combined attacks. They had never encountered someone so powerful. Furthermore, he could easily defeat a formidable adversary like Mr. 3. With such a man aboard their ship, the Sea King, while fearsome, is inconsequential in his presence. Strange, what are those two discussing over there? On the Mary, the crew swiftly set sail, with Usopp bidding farewell to the two men. However, observing their deep conversation piqued his curiosity. Perhaps after battling for over a century, they have finally reached an understanding. Zoro chuckled. It is quite possible. They are both warriors worthy of respect. Nami nodded, gazing at the two men who were gradually fading from view with admiration. Be cautious. Suddenly, Moonlight sensed something and urgently called out to the crew. What? The crowd was taken aback as they witnessed the sea current suddenly thrashing violently, waves surging with fervor. And in the blink of an eye, the ocean seemed to flip over completely. This scene resembled a colossal creature in the depths of the sea turning over. Soon, a goldfish, larger than even the largest ship, gracefully emerged from the water, its mouth agape like a black hole, ready to engulf the onlookers. What an enormous goldfish! Nami stood in shock. Is this truly a goldfish? Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his expression one of disbelief. It's immense! Even the fearless Luffy felt a trickle of cold sweat on his brow. Clearly, this behemoth was not to be underestimated, instilling a sense of gravity in him. Zoro and Sanji remained silent, their expressions grave, both prepared to spring into action. Vivi and the swift-footed ones were already paralyzed with fear. This is far too large. Just then, the moonlight suddenly struck.